Warning: this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back. This is We Could Walk Straight Through Hell with a Smile by seaweedbraens. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. I'll alert the Romans, Annabeth finally says dully. If they can spare any troops at all, delay Typhon until he reaches New York. Grover is working on it, Tyson says quickly. He said to not spare any troops until he asks for it. He, with the fleece, he glances around at them. He is trying to rebuild nature. The spirits are coming back with the touch of the fleece. It is working. Annabeth murmurs a prayer. Thank the gods for that. At least there's some good news around here. She crosses over to Tyson and places a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Tyson. I can't even begin to comprehend the amount of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches we owe you. Tyson looks at his enormous boots and shrugs, pleased. I am happy to help. Annabeth goes back to pacing. If Typhon's on the move, that doesn't give us long. Knowing our luck, he'll probably be at Olympus on the 18th to stop our efforts once and for all. If we last that long, Leo mutters under his breath. We have to, Annabeth stresses. She runs a hand through her hair. Briefly, Leo wonders if this is the most harried he's seen her. We don't have a choice. We're the conquering army this time around, if we don't get to Olympus and beat Kronos. How are we doing to do that? Clara says harshly. Without Boy Wonder himself, how do we know he hasn't done a bunk like? I dare you to finish that sentence, Piper says lowly. Her eyes don't leave Silena's frame, but there's an undertone to her voice that promises very bad things if she's pushed far enough. Clarice relents, holding up her hands. How do we know he's even coming back? She amends. It's been, what, a month? That doesn't bode well for us. We have to be in New York at least a week early if we have to start building the foundations for everything. The Greek fire on the bridges, the traps, activating the remainder of the automatons. I know, Annabeth says, ragged. I know, we just have to wait a little longer. Percy wouldn't abandon us. He is coming back, Tyson seconds loyally, and Ella chirps merrily in agreement. He told Grover so. He will be back soon. And where's Grover? Clara stands, shoving both hands in her pockets and staring down at the rest of them mutinously. Nobody's fucking here. Everyone's just making decisions from afar, and to be frank, I'm sick of it. Look, this isn't the time, Piper cautions. There's so much happening that we don't even know. I mean, her gaze slides back down to Silena at the awful, just plain demeaning scarring on her face. She exhales slowly. There's so much we don't know, she repeats quietly. Beckendorf's gone back to caressing Silena's cheek. Who would do this? He murmurs. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I still think she's the most beautiful girl I've ever laid eyes on. But she's going to be crushed, Piper says in a monotone. She always put great pride in her appearance. She trails off, then says with a poignant kind of anger, the Titans are sick. Who would do this? Why'd they take Silena? Annabeth wonders aloud, coming to stop at the foot of her bed and rubbing a hand over her nose in thought. If they were waiting for a moment to strike, I mean, not to downplay her importance, her role here at 9, but I've been going out on monster raids or supply runs nearly every day. If this was a bid for information. It's like they chose her, Beckendorf spits with unusual venom, like they targeted her specifically. But why? Leo asks. Nobody seems to have an answer to this. They all fall silent again. Leo goes back to tinkering with the watch. After noticing Tyson watching him closely, he smiles a little and hands it to him. Tyson hums in delight and withdraws his own screwdriver. Piper leaves her spot and slides down to join Leo on the floor. Hey, he whispers, doing okay. As well as I can be, she sighs, leaning her head against her knees. God's Leo, feels like everything's going to shit all at once. Leo places a hand on her back, summoning a little heat to it, not so much so as to bring for actual fire, and rubs a calming line up and down her back. She sighs, sated, and turns her head to crack an eye open and smile at him. Life was so simple, she whispers. Even a year ago, just you, me, and Jason goofing off together. Making tacos, Leo remembers with a little laugh, stealing Annabeth's parchments to play hangman. You what? Annabeth says, mock outraged. Leo and Piper laugh. Good times, Piper agrees, but her smile fades quickly. Now it feels like everything that has the chance to go wrong just decides to go fuck itself and us 20 times over. She exhales, frustrated, counting on her fingers. Jason, then Percy going, then Typhon, now Silena. She lifts her head to stare at Silena, at her marred features, at Beckendorf's frame bent over the bed in silent prayer. It's Murphy's Law, isn't it? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, Annabeth quotes with a gloomy little huff. That, Piper agrees heavily. That, I just hope we're at rock bottom. I can't imagine this getting any worse. Tyson shifts uncomfortably. Leo glances sideways at him, but he offers no further information. Annabeth stares intently at the dancing flame in its holder, and then goes back to wearing a stripe into the floor again. Leo isn't sure how long they stay where they are at her bedside. He dimly is aware of Annabeth getting them all food. Tyson scarfs his peanut butter and jelly sandwich down in a matter of seconds, but nobody else goes anywhere. Beckendorf in particular refuses to even go to the bathroom, insisting repeatedly that he's fine while staring into Silena's sleeping face, a silent implore for her to wake. When she finally stirs, everyone stands, even Tyson. Piper rushes to her bedside, rubbing soothingly at her bare calves, and Annabeth helps Leo up before taking her place next to Beckendorf. "Erg," Silena moans, her voice frayed. Leo wonders if she was screaming so hard that her throat went raw and has to look away. Piper grasps his hand tightly. "Silena," she says. There's a hint of charm speak to her words, but it's encouraging, not nearly close to being in the realm of actual persuasion. "Babe, how do you feel? Do you want to wake up?" "Eye water," Silena murmurs, her eyes fluttering open, then shut when she realized how well lit the room is. She brings her arms up to shield her face, but they're swollen and red, impressions of ropes pressed into them, and they must still hurt, because she puts them back down with a little whimper. Beckendorf looks like his heart is shattering. He procures her a bottle of water and brings it to her lips with shaking hands as Annabeth and Clara slowly raise her into a sitting position. Leo, unsure of what to do and trying his best not to stare at her, busies himself with fluffing the pillows before leaning her against them. She sighs with relief, settling into them with a sigh. "Can't feel anything," she murmurs. Her hand comes up with twitching fingers to touch her lips, but before she can so much as graze the scar, Beckendorf catches her palm with his, bringing it to his lips and pressing a long kiss against her knuckles. "I'm so glad you're okay," he whispers. Silena's eyes soften. "Charlie." "Hey babe," he whispers. In all his life, Leo doesn't think he's ever seen Beckendorf cry, but he's close to it now, eyes pressed into little glassy slits, lips shivering with the effort to keep smiling. Leo looks at them and feels a selfish little throbbing running up and down his body like an electric current. It hurts somehow to see love like this, so tender and so pure, being displayed so openly. All it does is remind him that he is alone. "Charlie," Silena repeats. Her eyes roam past the rest of them, glittering happily as she puts name to face in her own time. Leo tries for a smile when their gazes meet, but it comes out more like a grimace. Silena's brows furrow, but luckily, Annabeth places a hand on her knee lightly, drawing her attention. "We were so worried," she says fervently. "I'm so glad you're back, Silena." "Glad to be back," Silena murmurs. The ointment on her mouth must be working because the lower half of her face seems stiff, and luckily Silena is so hopped up on painkillers that she can't feel it. "How did you oh?" She nods jerkily at Tyson and Ella. I remember vaguely that you untied me, thank you." "You are very welcome," Tyson says solemnly. Annabeth takes a breath. "Silena, I hate to ask you." "Let's not," Beckendorf interjects, looking at Annabeth like she's crazy. It's not very often that he questions her authority, deferring to her judgment despite being older than her by nearly 3 years, but he looks pissed off enough now that Annabeth shrinks back a little, her face screwing up guiltily. "It's fine," Silena grunts. "Silena," Clara says softly, brushing back a thick lock of her hair past her shoulders. "It's okay, you get some rest." "No, it's really fine," Silena insists, wriggling in place. She tries to bring her hands away from Beckendorf's again, but he merely moves them to her lap, intending, Leo is sure, to spare her for as long as possible. They use some kind of drug," Silena recalls with a wince. "Like chloroform, maybe. I don't even remember anything, but when I woke up I was in a cave of some kind." She swallows, pursing her lips, and Leo catches his breath, but she doesn't seem to notice anything off. "They asked me about the prophecy," she says with a little gasp. "I tried not to tell them, but they kept calling me a liar. They said they knew it was real." Leo hesitates for a second, glancing around at everyone before chancing, "Did you?" Her hesitation is her answer. I'm so sorry. They, when I said they were mistaken, said they knew already." "I think I know about that," Tyson admits, hunching over a little when everyone turns at once to stare at him. After Creos was killed, Prometheus sent out orders to every monster regiment in every city. When I went to steal some food, one of them told me. They said there was a prophecy about Kronos and Percy. His voice shakes a little. I do not know how they knew. I am lucky they did not suspect me. If they smelled me, if they knew I was traveling with Grover and Ella. He trails off. I am lucky. After Creos, Annabeth mutters under her breath. I hate to be the bad guy here, but it's possible that he figured it out from something Jason said. She glances quickly at Piper, and when she receives no outward reaction, soldiers on the off chance that he did let something slip. The Titans probably have some to communicate, possibly telepathic in nature, that we don't know about. If he managed to relay the information to, say, Hyperion or Kronos himself, before Jason killed him. So we're fucked, Leo deduces. Silena's eyes spill over. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Annabeth rushes to console. Beckendorf shoots her a sharp glare as he gently places his hand over her hair. Silena were the ones who should be sorry. It seems like the monsters were looking for anyone to kidnap so they could confirm their theory. It's just really shit that it was you. She places both hands on her legs. I'm so sorry, Silena. I should have sent more people with you. We're not going to get anywhere if we feel sorry for ourselves all day long. Clarice cuts in, though her jaw is clenched. Leo knows for a fact that she's holding it together solely for Silena's sake and will probably throw a punch at a solid brick wall the moment she steps out of here, but he spares a moment to appreciate her mettle. What matters is what we do now. So the Titans know about the prophecy. Big deal. They would have known something was up anyway when we showed up unannounced at the doorstep to Olympus. Annabeth pinches her nose and exhales loudly through her mouth. You're right. It's just that I'm worried what they might do now that they know. He's alone. Piper withdraws Catoptris, staring into the blade's shiny surface with a knit in her brow. I've been getting all kinds of visions now that my own has passed. I've seen fire. She looks at Leo, who is reminded of his own prophecy and feels a chill run down the length of his back. Fire, thunderclouds, a giant tree. I have no idea what it means, but... Piper, Silena's voice cuts strongly across, and she's finally shaken her hands free of Beckendorf's. She holds out one palm towards her sister, gaze strong and a little bit crazy. Piper, give me your dagger. Fuck, with a sinking feeling, Leo realizes that from where Piper stands, almost right across from Silena, with the way she'd held up Catoptris, Silena might have caught a glimpse of her own face in the weapon's mirror-like plane. Too late, everyone else seems to also arrive at this conclusion. Clarice makes to grab her hand where it hovers unsurely midair, but Silena strikes first, wrapping her delicate fingers around the bigger girl's wrist with the speed of a striking rattlesnake. Whatever Clarice had been about to say dies in her throat with a little puffing sound. Give me the knife, Silena whispers. Without argument, Clarice plucks Catoptris neatly from Piper's hand and places it carefully in Silena's. With bated breath, they all watch as she brings it closer and closer, twisting it around in her grip to get a better look at herself. Leo closes his eyes, unable to watch. A gasp, then a choked-off sob. Leo squints to see Beckendorf pressing Silena against his chest as her shoulders shake in time with her little cries. Clarice hangs her head, patting her friend clumsily on the thigh. Piper's eyes, too, are filled with tears. Annabeth turns away. Come on, she says, muted. Let's give them some space and some time. The rest of them murmur their goodbyes and traipse behind Annabeth out of the infirmary. Just as Leo had predicted, Clarice bites back what must be a scream and grabs the nearest solid object, a newly made helmet, before lobbing it with incredible force right at the cave wall. The helmet hits it so hard that it dents. Everyone in the vicinity looks up, stunned, but she just growls out a promise to fix it and stomps off in the direction of the training rooms. Annabeth looks ill. She cites wanting to take a nap before dragging her feet in the direction of the beds, and Piper shoots him a mournful glance before following her. Leo stays rooted to the spot, watching without really registering as Tyson picks up the battered helmet and makes his way slowly to Beckendorf's abandoned station, Ella 2 steps behind him. Leo shouldn't stay, he shouldn't, but he can't move, and he chances a glance behind him, the night air growing heavy with the sound of Beckendorf's soft cooing. The sound of Silena's wretched, heaving sobs as she scrabbles her fingernails across her face, across the twin scars that form a cross over her mouth, her punishment for attempting to lie to the enemy, a permanent mark to remind her that nothing, not even her pristine, untouchable beauty, lasts forever. Hubbard Glacier is a vision. Hazel watches the mountain range crest over the horizon, lined by a wall of ice at its base. The glacier shines a bright white, reflecting the sun like an enormous mirror. Hazel feels her throat dry at the snow-capped peaks, the icy wind cutting at the exposed skin on her face and chapping her lips into something desert dry. Unconsciously, she curls her fingers a little bit deeper into Frank's feathery down, and he slows his glide just a little. She heaves a sigh. She's been biting into her tongue to prevent a flashback during their flight over, and now as she removes her tongue, she has to bite back a gag when blood floods into her mouth, metallic and tangy. Momentarily, she wonders if it's worth the pain. If she gives into a flashback now, what's the worst that could happen? She could get stuck in one, her mind informs her. Stuck in some torrid scene of the past and never return. She wouldn't even get the chance to say goodbye to Frank. Frank, who she loves and doesn't deserve and lies to every day. I love you, she tries to say, petting the top of his head. The feathers there are short, almost fur-like in feel. I love you. Frank doesn't respond. He can't. He's a giant bird at the moment. Miserably, Hazel slumps against him, taking care to bite her tongue once more so she can stay awake, and wishes Nico were here. It would be nice, she thinks, to be able to talk to him again, if only just so she can hear her own grim theories refuted. Her mind these days tends to make the leap towards the worst possible conclusion, and she doesn't want to do that this time. Nico, he'll know something. He will, right? She just wants answers. She's frustrated at the lack of them. It feels as though all her life she's just been pulled everywhere. First by her mother, then by Prometheus, then by the cold cords of death. Now in this new world, with nobody to govern her by herself, it is the flashbacks dictating her life, affecting everything, and she's sick of it. All she's ever wanted is to be able to live, really live, on her own terms. She never asked for this. She'd spent her days in Asphodel wishing, praying, hoping that she would get just one more chance, but she'd have stayed dead if she'd known this was what life would be like. She shakes her head. She doesn't mean that. She's just wallowing. She's allowed. By the time Frank sets them both down on a gentler slope of one of the mountains, though Hazel is emotionally wrung out and completely exhausted. Her eyes sting from lack of moisture and trying not to cry, because when she cries she gets sniffly, and Frank would have heard that. It's doubly stupid because she's not even sure why she's crying, she just is. She's just so wounded inside with coil after coil of anxiety and annoyance and disgust that she isn't sure what to feel anymore. She needs a break. Frank doesn't look much better. With the coldness and the flashes of stormy weather, they haven't been able to travel as fast as they'd have liked to these past few days, and the daily travel is taking a toll on him. He's so tired after a flight that he usually just passes right out at whatever haphazard camp they manage to set up for themselves, and today he seems more exhausted than usual. Hazel carves out a path for them through the mountain, holding Frank's hand with her left. He's quiet, save for his attempts to cut off an occasional yawn. When she turns back, he smiles at her a little shyly, like he's embarrassed that she's caught him. It reminds Hazel of the first time he'd shown her that he could shapeshift. It makes her ache. She finds them a little cave somewhere in the heart of the range. It's no more than a couple of feet wide, and is just tall enough for Frank to be able to stand up straight without hunching. Hazel half blocks the path they'd come with a wall of stone so that they still get some air, and withdraws Frank's sleeping bag first. He snuggles into it with a little groan and is snoring within minutes. She's reminded of that little cave in the labyrinth back when Leo was with them, the cave where she'd heard them really talking for the first time. Frank's really territorial about who he lets into his inner circle, and for a long while it had just been Hazel in there. She'd been lying in her sleeping bag, listening as Frank opened himself up to Leo, of all people, and she'd been so proud. She still is. It had made her so happy to see him interact with all his old acquaintances back at New Rome, who, despite his sudden disappearance, still seemed to carry a great degree of respect for him, even Octavian, though he hid it well. New Rome had been lovely. Hazel likes Reina a lot. The daughter of Bellona is the kind of no-nonsense character that you can't help but like, even though she's kind of intimidating in the way Annabeth is. But she's fiercely dedicated to protecting her home and her people, so even if she'd been wary of them, Hazel can't hate her. And she likes Gwen too, and the other girls Gwen had introduced her to. She can almost imagine an alternate universe where she and Frank lived there together. Frank would be Preet, or even leading them all with Reina. He'd be good at it, she thinks wistfully, glancing over at him. Unable to help herself, she cards her fingers through his hair and smiles when he shifts a little closer. Frank's an ocean of potential with boundless heart. He could be so much more if he weren't stuck with her. She's wallowing again. With a sigh, she throws the blanket she'd spread across herself and Frank and wriggles out of their shared sleeping bag, taking care to not jostle Frank too much. It probably wouldn't matter if she did, that's how dead to the world he is at the moment. And so Hazel slips back out into the tunnel in hopes of exploration, placing her hand on the wall and feeling for a new one. She finds a new path without too much difficulty, but oddly it heads further down. Hazel probes further with her mind, searching it, feeling out where it might lead. The new road leads further and further down, so deep that it probably gets hot down there, and finally, when she's about to give up out of sheer exasperation, the tunnel opens up into something new altogether. It's a large cavern, enormous, actually. Hazel furrows her brows, her eyes slipping shut as she gets a sense of the structures, the shape, and her throat goes dry. This cavern is one she's felt before, seen before even. Its buildings are dilapidated but still hold some form. It's as though they were constructed not using plans of any kind but from memory. because everything is the same: the Principia, the baths, the Senate House, even the damn dining halls. All it's missing are the people. Recoiling her hand as though it's been burned, Hazel stares in mute shock at the blank wall in front of her, disbelieving. Because what lies beneath them shouldn't be possible. In fact, it shouldn't be real, because how can there be a perfect replica of New Rome so far from home? So now I jump, Percy asks, looking down into the river's surging tides way below him. The distance, it's a lot, but nothing he can't handle. He's faced worse. Heck, when he and Annabeth were pitched off of that cliff at Atlas Peak, he'd fallen way further than this. But those waters, though unknown to him, were still safe. This water doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like anything, actually, and that's the problem. Now you jump, Nico agrees. On this little clifftop, in this weird-ass lighting, he suddenly looks a lot more at home than he does on the actual surface. Percy can't help but watch him, a little transfixed at the way his shoulders settle and how his breathing settles into something a lot more light and easy. It's bizarre, but he looks relaxed. In the damn underworld of all places, but he really does look like he belongs here. What? Nico snaps. Why are you staring? What can a guy stare? No, Nico says at once. Well, okay then, Percy goes back to studying the river. Really, I just jump. That seems too elementary for some reason. You've been begging to get here so long that I figured you'd have taken a dip already, Nico says sarcastically. Percy has no idea where he got his sass from, since Bianca was a sweetheart and Percy hadn't really grown into his bitterness yet when he'd first met Nico. Must have been the ghosts he hung out with. The river feels off, Percy says honestly. Oh, Nico says with a false smile, I'm sorry, would you like some floaties? Fuck off, Percy examines the water again, so I jump, and I have to think of my mortal tether. Yes, Nico says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Okay, Percy replies, then, who is that exactly? Nico looks shifty. You don't know. Not exactly, the ghost I consulted was a little vague, he admits, looking away to hide the redness creeping up his neck. All I know is just think of something that makes you want to be here, that grounds you. It doesn't have to be a person, I think, but the ghost made it sound like it usually is. He shrugs. Just to be safe, think of what makes you keep fighting, what makes you stay alive, because it's likely that that same thing will keep you sane in the river. He nods at the blue-gray torrent, black hair falling into his eyes. Okay, the first person that Percy thinks of is his mom, but embarrassingly enough, Annabeth's is the second face that flashes through his mind. Which he doesn't know how he feels about that. He's hopelessly gone and all that, but what does it mean if she's his mortal tether? Is her life linked to his? If he dies, what happens to her? Finally, Percy fixates on Bunker 9 as a whole. He thinks of all the good times, evenings spent sparring, his alone time doing laundry, everyone gathered around the fire pit to share cake on someone's birthday. Oh, with a painful jolt, Percy realizes that he's been gone a while, and that he's probably definitely missed Annabeth's birthday. He wonders if they'd cut her a cake if someone had stolen her the lemon tart she likes. A spiral of longing spills down his gut. Annabeth's the type to not care too much about her birthday, so he doubts she really celebrated it. He should have been there. He should have been the one buying her those damn lemon tarts nobody else really likes all that much. Okay, I don't want to rush you, but we are losing time, Nico says tightly, crossing his arms. So if you don't jump in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to push you. I need to prepare, Percy protests, glancing around at him. Geez, this is an important moment, okay? I don't want to mess anything up. Besides, whoa, he squawks as Nico, who evidently counts far faster than what is normal, steps forward with both hands outstretched and an evil tinge to his smile. Whoa, okay, I'm going. He loosens up, stretching his arms and legs as he makes his way to the cliff's edge. He can't quite suppress his anxiety when he looks down at the river, but he reminds himself that he doesn't have a choice. That Luke came here too, maybe even stood exactly where Percy's standing. He hadn't hesitated. He'd taken the plunge, and god damn it, if he wants to have even the slightest chance of winning this war, of keeping his promise to Jason, he needs to do this. Okay, he says to the wind and the sky and the river and the stone. Here goes nothing. He inhales just once, thinks again of those fucking lemon tarts he never got the chance to steal, and steps off the cliff. Percy's a son of Poseidon. He's been in all kinds of water. There's water everywhere, of course, in the oceans and in rivers and lakes and local swimming pools. Percy's probably touched every kind of water there is, and every drop is different, but there's always been one thing in common. Whatever shape or form the water is when he comes into contact with it, it is always bent to his will, allowed itself to be shaped by his mind. Percy has never had issues controlling water. When he was a kid, it would happen unconsciously, fountains and toilets and kitchen sinks exploding when he was overwhelmed. Once Lupa taught him to properly harness his powers, it was all over. Percy is an expert in the field now. He can freeze water, evaporate it, pull droplets from the very air around him. He's never faced resistance with water before. Never like this. The Styx burns hotter and colder and more severely than anything he's ever experienced before, worse than the coldest of streams during winter, worse than the fires of MT St. Helens. He writhes, every pore and body screaming as though being run through a million tiny needles. His mouth opens in a silent scream, and for the first time in nearly 10 years, he inhales a mouthful of water that sloshes down his gullet like acid. He's going to die, he realizes with a start, as he sinks like a stone deeper and deeper into blacker waters. He's going to actually die. The light from above begins to fade as Percy drowns further. He tries his best to breathe, to form a layer of air around him the way he usually does. It flickers around him, solidifying with difficulty, but still the stick seeps through, tearing at him wherever it touches. Percy bites on his lower lip to stop himself screaming, and suddenly his vision is clouded with dark red. Percy calls a soft, soothing voice from somewhere beneath him, and suddenly it's like he is 12 years old again, tucked in bed and sniffling after a nightmare. Percy, come. He chances a glance and regrets it at once. His mother looks just as she did the day she died, the day the Minotaur killed her, dressed in loose sweatpants and a long-sleeved white shirt. Percy wavers, hypnotized by her dancing frame at the way her lips form the words, "Let's go to Montauk this weekend before the wedding. Just you and me like old times, I have to show you something. A new place I think you'll like, I have to tell you something important." Fucking lie. It has to be. Dread filling his limbs, forcing himself to not stop moving higher, Percy kicks out with both his legs, blinking furiously at the rising bubbles swirling around him. He has to get back up to where Nico is, to where the world is, but every blink shows him a new face, his mother, Jason, Bianca. His mother swims around him, smiles at him, holds out a hand, and he wants to take it. He wants nothing more than to be able to take her hand and be with her again. "No," comes a voice that hits his skull with such force that Percy's entire body freezes. It's a man's voice, one he's never heard before, but the power and authority in it seems achingly familiar. "No, Percy, you have much to do yet." He has to fight the war. He's got to get out of this damn river so he can finally protect everyone. Annabeth's smile, the memory of it, feels as though it's been stamped right on top of his heart, reminding him with every beat of his whole reason for being here. He can't let anything happen to her. If he's stronger, if he's better, he can win this war for everyone. But he's scared, he's so scared. With the Styx's burning waters threatening to turn him to ashes, with his mother floating below him, hair billowing mysteriously behind her, beckoning for him to join her, Percy is sorely tempted to give in. If he was meant for this, if he was meant to bear this great power, shouldn't he be fearless in accepting it? "No hero is above fear," the voice says, "and you, Percy, have the potential to be the greatest hero the world has ever seen." Easier said than done, Percy thinks angrily, thrashing his way upwards. The bubbles around him gurgle and lift, so fast that he must be close to the surface. The voice laughs, "I have always had high expectations of you, Percy." "High what?" Percy whirls around and the illusion of his mother flickers into nothingness. "Who even are you? Is this Grover? Is someone messing with the empathy link?" "No," the voice says, amused. "Do I sound like a satyr?" "If you're not Grover, get out my head," Percy yells, trying to summon a current to push him upwards. The voice sounds amused as it offers, "Need a push?" "No, thank you," Percy says, still struggling, but the next minute he's being lifted, higher and higher, and he has to clap a hand over his mouth to stop himself swallowing more water. "The two rivers will need convincing," the voice rumbles, dropping suddenly in seriousness. "Follow the ocean's call, you will see." "Ocean's call," Percy repeats, baffled. "Where will it take me, the ocean?" "That is for you to find out, now brace yourself," the voice says cheerfully, "and don't forget your mortal tether." "Seriously, who are you?" Percy demands, squinting as the blinding light comes closer and closer. "What is your problem?" Without meaning to, he wonders just how bad Annabeth is going to murder him if he ends up dying in this god-forsaken river. Just before he breaches the surface, the voice resonates again, and it sounds almost reminiscent of Percy himself from mere minutes ago, up on that cliff with Nico, marveling aloud at Nico's eased demeanor on his home turf. Percy's eyes widen as the meaning settles in. He's never, ever heard from him before. "What?" the voice says, mock offended. "Can't a god check up on his only son once in a while?" When Percy opens his eyes again, he closes them at once. That's how bright it is. "I'm dead," he thinks wildly. "I've gone and fucking died." It smells of water and fresh earth. His entire front feels warm, but cool water laps gently at his sides as he floats, eyes screwed shut against the light that had rained down upon him at first glance. He's always scared to open them again, but curiosity wins out, and he blinks his eyes open, raising a hand to shield his face. He exhales half from relief, and his chest sinks a little further into the pool at the action. Sunlight, pure, bright white sunlight, which he feels like he hasn't felt in ages. Percy turns his head both ways to confirm that he's currently floating in the waters of a large lake, the banks of which are coated with silky sand and dotted with trees. The woods seem to go on further, but he can't make out just how deep they run, but it looks inviting. Calm, shaded from the harsh sun, with little squirrels darting from tree to tree. At first, he thinks he's back in Ajija, but it feels different. He rights himself, letting both legs dangle in the water as he does a complete 360. Half of him expects to be yanked under the depths of the lake by some freaky monster or the other, or maybe even his fucking dad, since apparently Poseidon popping up in his brain is a thing now. But the lake is cool, tranquil, colored a brilliant blue, the same shade as the sky. He doesn't sense anything off about this place at all. In fact, even though he's quite certain he's never stepped foot here in his life, he feels safe, at home. He finds his eyes drawn to the pier, which is some distance away, but there's a girl walking down the docks, wearing a pair of shorts and a bright orange t-shirt. Her hair's tied in a ponytail, but Percy would know those gray and blonde locks anywhere. Annabeth plops herself down at the edge of the pier ungracefully, spotting him and waving him over. Percy's struck dumb for a second, caught unawares by both her friendly manner and the sheer wattage of her smile. He's seen her smile, of course. There's a part of him that stored away every hint of one, logging it diligently in a database, but never so openly. Like she doesn't have a care in the world, like they haven't fought, like Luke isn't Kronos, like none of the worries of the Titans and the war and the bunkers even exist. She gestures for him to join her again, patting the space next to her and jerking her head, and Percy goes to her as though summoned, yanked by an invisible leash. A few quick strokes through the crystalline blue waters and he's in front of her, so close that he could reach out and touch her leg if he wanted to. Annabeth, who had been admiring the azure sky, looks back down at him with a happy little sigh, though her smile slowly fades when she catches sight of his expression. Percy isn't sure what's coming across on his face, but it must be something confused given the way his chest is constricting right now. He's not sure what this is, where he is, why this is happening, but he doesn't feel the burning from the sticks anymore. Annabeth is here in front of him, smiling radiantly, and he doesn't want this, whatever this is, to end. "Hey, sleepyhead," she teases lightly, eyes roving his figure. "Don't give me that look. I didn't wake you up, did I?" He shakes his head no, since any words he wants to say keep lodging in his throat like oversized bites of food. She purses her lips like she doesn't believe him, but then softens. "Coming for lunch?" she asks. "Grover's just gotten back from his newest campaign, and I've drawn so much that if I take one look at another building, I think I'll explode." She reaches out her hand, but somehow Percy dodges it. It's an unconscious decision that his mind catches up to just a moment after it happens. He knows beyond a shadow of a doubt somehow that if he touches her, the spell will break, and he'll be back to his own world, where he's probably getting torn to shreds by the river Styx, where he's in charge of a destiny that shouldn't be his, where Annabeth hates him, where there is a high possibility he's going to die. Percy gazes at the shore with longing. He wants to stay here in this world. It really is like Ajija, but better because it's beautiful and bright and promising, and Grover's here, waiting for him to join him at lunch, apparently, and Annabeth's here, and they're friends again, even though she's fixing him with a glare. "You can't stay in here this long," she chides, though he can tell she's fighting a smile. "You'll wrinkle up like a little raisin." She makes little cooing noises like she's calling for an injured dog. "Come here, little tiny prunny Percy." In any other universe, he would laugh and tell her to fuck off, but again, at the slightest gesture, Percy finds himself going back to her. He focuses on the feeling again this time, imagining a cord tied to his back, linked to her. He's trying to get away because wouldn't it be easier, he thinks, to let go. But no, Annabeth lies down flat on her stomach against the thick wooden planks, propping her head up against her bent arm and reaches out for him again. The string between them strengthens, growing in both width and weight, and she smiles tenderly, like she knows he's scared, her eyes crinkling. It's a new smile, Percy notes with wonder and files it away at once. "You are such an idiot sometimes," she laughs as he approaches closer and closer, close enough to see the hint of freckles splashed across her face, a rare sight in the bunkers. "Come on, take my hand." The invisible rope between them pulls at him gently, tugging him closer and closer past her hand, until he's almost directly below her, staring up into her suntanned face. Annabeth's eyes widen for a split second, but then she giggles and touches his nose with a finger. The contact seems to have done it, just as he'd suspected. The burning, slowly but surely, creeps back up his legs until they begin to hurt, until he's nearly thrashing in pain, but there is no mysterious god to help him this time around. He tries to raise his arms, but the ache intensifies outside of the water. He gasps for breath, feeling himself sinking, the cord thinning, ready to snap. The pain consumes him from the inside, scorching his veins and blood and lungs, and he suddenly can't think anymore. His vision blurs, turning grainy and disjointed like he's trapped in a kaleidoscope. Who he is, who she is, what this place is, why he's here, nothing matters in the face of the blazing agony inside him, so present and so immediate. Percy, his eyes snap up to meet hers. He hadn't realized, but with the thinning of the binds between them, he somehow managed to drift further from her. In response, she's positioned herself so half of her torso's hanging off of the pier, one hand wrapped securely around the pillar of wood keeping the docks upright. She's plunged her other hand into the water so he needn't lift his, and her eyes are full of a different kind of fire, a strong determination. And suddenly Percy remembers who he is, what he needs to do. He is Percy Jackson, and he has to kill a titan. The girl is Annabeth Chase, and even though she might hate him, he would do anything for her. He doesn't know where he is, but it feels like a place he's got to get to. Annabeth, he tries to say, and water sloshes down his throat. Percy, she says and thrusts her hand out again. Come on, grab a hold of me, easy now. And although the pain is great, the force connecting them is stronger. Percy struggles forward, kicking out wildly with his legs, swallowing mouthful after mouthful of water in his efforts to breathe. Annabeth is getting closer, closer and closer still, and close enough to touch, and then she smiles. Come on, she says, you're not getting away from me that easily. Percy takes her hand. And halfway across the country, Annabeth wakes with a start. Percy bursts out of the river, gasping for breath, and swims for shore even before he's fully conscious of what's happening. He collapses on the closest riverbank and spends a full 5 minutes just breathing, digesting. What the fuck does he even focus on first? His father speaking to him after all this time, the way he's pretty sure he nearly died again, or Annabeth smiling at him in a place that felt achingly like home. He closes his eyes, rubbing away the last of the wetness clinging to him, feeling a small smile tug at the corner of his lips because he did it. He actually fucking did it. He lets out an incredulous laugh, holding up both arms to stare at his skin. They're pinked over like he sat in a sauna for an hour, but other than that he feels fine. The awful burning sensation is completely gone and he can breathe again. He needs to process all he'd seen and heard in the sticks, including, but not limited to, his mother, his fucking father, and that almost dreamlike one of Annabeth in the pretty lake, but he can save that for later. Right now. Right now, Percy wants to celebrate. With some difficulty, he stands up, looking around for Nico, smile sliding off his face when he can't find him at first glance. He glances up at the clifftop he's pretty sure he jumped off of, but there's still no sign of him. At least, not until he sees someone running at him from far down the riverbank. Percy squints, then yelps when Nico pops out of a shadow of a largish rock right in front of him. He's panting, skin damp from a sheen of sweat, like he's been running or fighting a while. What on earth happened? Nico demands, which he's got some damn nerve asking Percy that, especially since he's the one running like his ass is on fire. What took you so long? We've got to fucking go before he makes a strangled sound. A long, clawed arm reaches out of the same shadow he'd emerged from. It braces itself against the ground and then pulls a body forward. Percy's never seen a fury before, but he supposes dazedly that this must be it. This thing looks like the result of a bat and a monster doing the nasty. It has rows of pointed fangs lining its mouth, glowing eyes, and large leathery wings that it makes use of at once, extending them with a growl and gliding a few feet above them. It removes a whip from Percy doesn't really want to know where, but immediately he goes on his guard because the damn thing lights itself on fire. The fury cackles at the looks on their faces. Nowhere to run now, SSS son of Hades, she hisses, voice grating and smug. Come, let me take you back to Thanatos. SSSO, he may pass judgment on your wayward SS soul. Like hell, Nico says weakly, but his hands are shaking. He hasn't even drawn his weapon. Percy doesn't know how good he is with that sword of his. Come to think of it, he's never seen him use it. He mostly uses shadow travel to avoid and evade, but if this fury is just as capable then. The fury strikes with her whip, quick like a stinging scorpion. Nico darts back with another little noise, and without thinking about it, Percy steps forward, bringing Riptide from his pocket in a single smooth motion. Nothing happens. The fury stares at him in shock, whip falling back uselessly to her side. Nico gapes at him from behind him, mouth actually dropped open in shock, and it's then that Percy realizes that he'd just been hit with the fury's flaming whip as it had flown towards Nico. He's been hit, and he hadn't even felt it. Nice, he says appreciatively. The Fury screeches and lashes out once more, this time aiming around him so as to get to Nico. Percy steps between them again, slashing Riptide in a large circle above him, and just manages to cut a piece off the whip while it's being withdrawn. The thing falls to the ground and inches forward towards the son of Hades, who makes a sound of desperate disgust, backing away. Percy summons a thin shield of water from his own sweat and spreads it out in front of the Fury, encasing her in a translucent cube and blocking her path for now. "Why is she after you?" he demands. Nico shakes his head, morose and perplexed. I have no idea. A couple of minutes after you jumped in, she showed up, said she knew I was here, said I didn't belong," he gulps. "Percy." "It's fine." Percy solidifies the water in front of him, pushing it forward as he runs back and grabs Nico by the shoulders. "Don't overthink this, it's fine, just we need to get out of here." Nico seems to come back to himself at once. He shakes himself, then nods, mouth flattening into a grim line. "Hold on," he says, and then tips them both into darkness. They emerge from a wall, both shivering for entirely different reasons. "Where are we?" Percy wonders aloud. The passage looks familiar, somewhat, though he can feel that he still isn't anywhere near Bunker 9. "I have no idea exactly where we are," Nico says quietly, pointing down the tunnel, "but we're not too far from a bunker. I can't tell which one, though." He sounds hurt, dazed. Percy steps forward and touches his arm. "Hey," he says, "don't read too much into it." "How did she know I was there?" he replies, ignoring Percy entirely in favor of focusing on the darkness in front of them. "Percy, I've been hiding in the underworld for years without being seen. How'd she see me now? Why did she say I didn't belong?" "You do," Percy insists, and somehow his heart troubles him as he says it, mostly because of the fact that he has to say it at all. "Nico, Annabeth, she told me once that things are just meant to be. If you were meant to be dead, then your dad wouldn't have put you in that godforsaken hotel in Las Vegas in the first place. We could have died 100 times on the way to New Rome, but we didn't." He grips him by the elbow. "Nico, you're meant to be here for a reason." "Bianca died," Nico says, eyes tortured. "Maybe I'm supposed to be dead too." "Look, I don't know when we're all supposed to die," Percy says as firmly as he can, "but the fact that you're here right now, still here, means that you have a purpose. So fuck everything that Fury said. She probably doesn't know a damn thing about life." Nico lets out a loud sniffle. It would have been funny except for the fact that he's very clearly trying not to cry in front of Percy and failing. Percy wonders for about 10 seconds if hugging him would be awkward, but then he catches sight of his red-rimmed eyes and just goes for it anyway. Nico is tiny. Percy has a vivid flashback to 4 or 5 years ago when he and Nico and Bianca were all on the run, and Bianca had just gotten her sword for the first time. She defeated the skeleton monsters that had been pursuing them on foot for days, and had promptly passed out. Percy tucked her in his sleeping bag and turned around to see Nico standing there, fingers clutching a little mythomagic figurine, the last one he had left after all the times they'd been forced to move in the middle of the night, and trembling like a newborn foal. "Hey," Percy said, just as he says now, wrapping his arms tightly around his shoulders. "You're gonna be just fine." Nico doesn't return the hug, but Percy can feel his arms lift, possibly to wipe his tears. He doesn't really know what else to say to him. He doesn't want to make him another empty promise. The future seems so bleak if he's being honest. The chances of any of them surviving is disturbingly low. But he does know one thing: of course you belong. I mean, I couldn't have done this without you, Nico. Thank you. Nico sniffs, then steps away out of the embrace, refusing to meet Percy's eyes. "It's nothing, just did what I had to." "You didn't have to," Percy responds. "You really didn't, but without you, I don't know what would have happened to me in the war. I owe you one." Nico wipes his eyes. "I'll add it to the list." It's not acceptance. Percy knows that. There's something in the lingering torment in his eyes that suggests that Nico will be dwelling on the Fury's words for a long, long time, but it's something. Percy steps backward, eyes fixed on the passage ahead, the way home. It's like he can sense Annabeth all the way from here, rubbing furiously at her eyes in an effort to keep herself awake. What day is it? It must be pretty close to Percy's birthday, which means they don't have much time to spare. Does she have an armful of plans and scenarios mapped from start to completion in her head? How many of them rely on Percy doing the right thing and showing up now? Unfortunately, though, his gut thinks differently. There's between his mother's summoning and his father's cryptic advice, Percy feels like he can't lose this chance to figure out what they all might mean. Follow the ocean, Poseidon had said. What does the ocean mean to him? Why had his mother's serene smile reached out to him in the Styx? Percy can only think of one word, really. His mother, Montauk. Percy bites his lower lip and thinks of her words. She'd wanted to tell him something, show him a place she was sure he would love. Follow the ocean's call. Nico, he says resolutely, I need you to go to 9 for me. I need you to find Annabeth. Tell her to gather everyone, and meet at 1 in 2 days' time. What? Nico whips his head around so fast his neck actually makes a clicking noise. He looks at Percy like he's just thrown him to the wolves. Alone, why? I have to do something, Percy says, even as he thinks it for the first time. Go somewhere. Where? Nico rounds on him, fists balled, eyes furious. Take me, wherever you're going, take me, you won't even know the way. I think I do, Percy admits. Follow the ocean, follow the ocean. He extends his arm behind him, inhaling. Maybe it's his imagination, but he thinks he can hear the splash of waves against the sand, the whoosh of the tides as they push and pull at the earth. Where even are you going? Nico asks, anxious. What's gotten into you? My dad, I think, he admits, and Nico inhales in a little gasp, hands flying to his mouth. It doesn't make sense, of course. The gods are gone. Nobody's heard from them in years. But elaborate hallucination or not, this is a risk he's going to have to take. He can't just not after what he's piecing together. And as for where I'm going, he takes a breath, imagining the spray of the sea, the vast glittering blue of the ocean in the morning. He remembers picking up shells, giggling with glee as the water chased him down the sand, curling around his legs, gurgling and bubbling far more than usual, happy to be touching him. The little cabin they'd always rented in Montauk with the door that his mother never let him enter. The sad, faraway look she'd gain in her eyes whenever they say on the front steps at night, listening to the waves and eating blue jelly beans. His mother, his father, the cabin, the sea, the screeing of seagulls, the heaviness in the air, the way seafoam would gather on his little feet as though trying to keep him there. I'm going to Bunker 3, he says. I'm going home. What the fuck was that? Annabeth places a hand on her heaving chest, then another over her mouth to drown out the sound from her heavy breathing. Piper snoozes next to her, Leo plastered to her side. She inches herself into a sitting position, gulping thickly. What the fuck was that? It had been as though she was in a dream. She'd been in her own body. She knows this only because she caught sight of her own reflection in the clear waters as she'd leaned over the pier, arm outstretched towards Percy as he writhed helplessly in the water. She'd been unable to control herself, instead a silent spectator in her own mind as the real, more present version of herself took the reins. She had talked to Percy, laughed at him with a sense of familiarity, to the point where Annabeth had felt jealous of this alternate version of herself. She had then watched herself reach out to him, feeling a strong, potent pull towards him that she was somehow sure he felt, too. He'd been drowning, she thinks, sick with worry. He'd been drowning, and she's still not sure if she'd made it in time to save him. That was a nightmare of the worst kind, but it was just a nightmare, right? Surely it wasn't one of those weird prophetic dreams that demigods occasionally get with no warning whatsoever. She hopes not. And now she's awake. How the fuck is she supposed to sleep when all she can think about is how scared he'd looked in those perfect blue waters, the way he'd been so nervous to take her hand, the way he'd nearly been pulled under right afterwards. She swings her legs off the bed, tiptoeing to the washing area and scrubbing her face clean with a washcloth. It's an odd time, nearly 2 in the morning, so there isn't much activity around the bunker save for a couple of night owls still at the forges. Annabeth smiles at Nyssa as she passes, and lets her hand skim lightly over Beckendorf's back where he's bent over his work table, Selina asleep over the desk next to his, her hair completely covering her face. Beckendorf looks up at her touch and smiles, but it fades quickly. There's a part of her that wants to stop, ask him how he's doing, but she doesn't want to risk waking Selina. Even with Mitchell's sleeping draft, she hasn't been able to sleep in days, caught in an endless nightmare of what the monsters had done to her, only to wake up and realize anew that it had all been real. Beauty is something that Annabeth had never understood, never put too much of her mind towards, because it had all seemed like something of a farce to her. But Selina had prided herself on her appearance. Annabeth knows she had come from money, her father had been a chocolatier in the city, but she'd never once complained about, well, the shit hygiene and the ragged clothing that came with their situation. She'd always dressed up neat and tidy, and taken extremely good care of her hair and skin. Annabeth had always been a little envious of the way Selina could just draw your gaze to her without having too strong a presence, but now the daughter of Aphrodite looks as though she wants to hide away, possibly forever. No amount of coaxing from Beckendorf seems to convince her to get out of her shell. It makes Annabeth's heart ache. Annabeth makes her way to the main entrance from the doors alone, nodding a quick hello to Isaac, the guard posted at the entrance. Her footsteps make soft, crunching noises as she walks ahead, When she gets to the exact spot from where Percy walked away from her more than a month ago, she stops. She sinks to the floor ungracefully, sitting cross-legged right there in the sand. The night is the kind of chilly it gets around fall, but it's not so bad that she needs a jacket. She's wearing Percy's hoodie tonight, one that might actually be his favorite. It's a navy blue and he wears it the most often. She wonders if it would be pathetic if she smelled it. She leans her head back so that it thuds lightly against the wall. Between Percy missing, Silena's kidnapping, and the hunters, Romans, and Amazons still gathering their armies, Annabeth feels more out of her depth than ever before. She feels alone. What a shitshow, she thinks. She knows, logically, that she's doing all that a good leader should be doing. She has her plans and her backup plans and her backup plans for her backup plans. By all accounts, she should be ready for this war. And yet there's a nagging feeling within her, something Percy had said. That makes you a liability. Is she strong enough to lead? Is she worthy? Annabeth's made some pretty horrible decisions when it's come to Luke. She'd like to think that she knows better now, but what if she's not? What if she really is that easy to manipulate? What if Percy was right about her? She's never doubted that she was meant to be here, but there's a difference between someone who was meant to lead and someone who had to. Jason had always been very clear about his role. He could lead, but never by choice. Annabeth had always thought of herself as someone born for the role she's in today, but as the war draws closer, she finds herself questioning every move she's made to get this far. One wrong move and she kills innocents. One wrong move and it's her friends on the chopping block. Luke or no Luke, Chronos or no Chronos, Annabeth cannot afford to make any mistakes anymore. She's so inside her own head that she doesn't notice the shift in the shadows in front of her until Nico actually steps out of one. She's on her feet before he can even take a step, but he holds up his hands in surrender at once, pointing at himself as though saying it's just me. Annabeth swallows, looking him up and down. He looks just as pale as the last time she'd seen him, but there's a fresh bruise blooming on the side of his cheek. She lowers her dagger. Nico, she says, then looking around as though he's hiding, where's Percy? The thought of him waiting somewhere just out of reach, behind a corner or something, so he can make his grand entrance, nags at her. She spares half a moment to glance at herself and realizes with growing horror that she looks like a train wreck, and it'll take a month of spa days to have her looking even remotely like a normal human again. Uselessly, she bats at her hair, but Nico just shakes his head. He's going to get something, he says evasively. I just came here to pass on his message. First a letter, then an envoy. If Chronos doesn't manage to kill Percy, Annabeth's going to murder him herself. What message? She asks, half angry, half relieved, because she can finally stop trying to smooth her hair down. Where exactly is he? What is he going to get? When will he be back? Where on earth have you been? And what took you so long? Nico steps back, eyes wide at the barrage of her questions. She hadn't really meant to come on that strong. She keeps forgetting that she doesn't actually know Nico and has literally no right to be badgering him like this. But desperate times, right? He says delicately. I feel like it's something he should say. Will he? Annabeth asks bitterly. She feels immaturely resentful, and she knows it, but it's hard because Percy used to be someone that was just always inexplicably there, and now he's not, and that fucking sucks. I mean, yes, probably, maybe, Nico responds, coloring slightly when she raises her brows. I mean, yes, of course he will. Super convincing, Annabeth pushes at the skin against the bridge of her nose. It's fine, I guess. What message did he want delivered? Right, Nico snaps to attention. Percy says, to say gather everyone at Bunker 1 in 2 days. He'll meet you there. 2 days, Annabeth says slowly. That's August 13. That means, trepidation drips down her spine like maple syrup. She's known this day would come, but now that it's here, now that it's so close, there's no running away anymore. All that talk about being a leader, yep, now she has to prove it. That's right, Nico's eyes are deep and dark as obsidian, gleaming in a way that promises death. It's time. The cabin is just as Percy remembers it. He leaves Blackjack out on the front porch and forces the door open, making sure he stays quiet. He sneezes as softly as he can as dust settles over him and switches on his flashlight. It's nighttime and the cabin looks spooky, the furniture casting sinister shadows over the floor and walls as he passes. The floor creaks a little underneath his feet, but save for that and the calming whooshes of the ocean not far from the doorstep, nothing else makes a sound. It's tough being here, almost as hard as it is to call May Castellan Mom. Percy sees Sally Jackson in every panel of wooden flooring, in every fold of the dusty blue curtains. Her presence is so strong here that it nearly makes him double over from how overwhelming it is. He lets his fingers lightly graze the chairs, the table, the old sofa that smells of mustiness. He can hear laughter as she chased him through the house, see her smile as she tucked him into bed. She would whisper stories to him as he treaded that dim, fuzzy land between sleep and awareness, stories of incredible, amazing sea creatures that he now knows are entirely real. He stops in front of the closet door. It had always been locked for as long as he can remember. As a child, he'd once tried to pry it open, but Sally had intervened and told him the door was locked for a reason. "You'll see what's in there one day," she'd promised, brushing his hair out of his eyes. "I'll show you when you're ready for it." "Okay," Percy had giggled, and he'd proceeded to completely forget about it. Until now. The door is entirely unremarkable in every possible way. Percy reaches out to jiggle the handle. It's still locked, of course, but as his hand comes away in disappointment, he spies a familiar little triangle engraved into the metal. His breath catches. No way. He's got the curse of Achilles now, but what if the wound is self-inflicted? Percy takes out Riptide and, experimentally, presses its blade into his palm. He gasps as it cuts through his skin, filling his palm with dark redness. The pain is a wake-up call, but somehow the sight of his own blood is welcome. It's definitely cool being invulnerable and all, he thinks, but there is something startlingly depressing about not being able to be not human enough to bleed. He wraps his fingers around the knob again, and this time Percy can hear something shifting behind the door just before he swings it open. He keeps his flashlight on as he scrambles down the tunnel. It's got a sandy floor and the walls feel damp. They sting at his wound when he touches it. Salt water, then, they're heading right into the ocean. He doesn't have to walk too long before the pathway begins to widen. Percy takes a deep inhale, feeling a new breeze waft gently around him coming from ahead. He hastens his steps, picking up an empty brazier on the way and setting it alight with a lighter. Finally, the tunnel opens entirely, and he lets out a small, incredulous laugh. Bunker 3 isn't anything like he's ever seen before. It's got a lower ceiling than 9 and is made entirely of sandstone. It's completely vacant, save for the empty fireplace right at the middle of the hall. Percy looks up and sees the shadow of some kind of fish passing all the way up the room. He's about to freak out when he notices a particular little shimmer on the ceiling and realizes that it's sea glass. The place must look incredible in the daytime. He runs his hands over the shells embedded into the walls, leaving behind a spotty trail of blood. His fingers find themselves scratching at a little piece of red coral shaped vaguely like a heart. He ends up having to use Riptide to get it out, and he pockets it, trying his best not to flush violently at how stupid he's being. It would make a good pendant, is all, as for whose neck it could decorate, well. There's only one person he'd like to give it to, even if it isn't as good a birthday gift as lemon tarts. The emptiness of the bunker makes feel a little small and a lot lonely. He loves this place, of course, he'd live here in a heartbeat, but it lacks life. He imagines Annabeth's dream wall over there, the fire lit up, beds in that corner. He'd totally add a fountain somewhere too. Sprinkle in some demigods, Leo causing havoc in some form, Annabeth teaching Harley to write Greek, the rest of his bunker mates and friends milling around doing their own thing, and ta-da, perfection. This bunker would be amazing if it were still in use. Percy walks over to the burnt-out fireplace, an odd stirring in his chest that only grows as he kneels down next to it. The wood's still dry and perfectly usable. There's just nobody here to keep the flame burning. "I'm here now," he murmurs, picking up a couple of the little logs and arranging it like a bonfire. He goes through his pack and curses. He's out of food for an offering. He's not sure why he does what he does next, but somewhere in him he must figure it's the best offering he can give at the moment. He looks at the open wound on his hand, then puts out his fist and squeezes. A single drop of blood trickles down to the bottom of his hand where it stays, quivering the way liquids do before they drop. Demigod blood has power, he knows. For now, that will have to be enough of an offering. The drop of blood hits the wood and sizzles. Percy has barely a second to react before he springs backward with a shout of shock. The fire roars into being after what must be decades, burning red, orange, pink, green, blue, a myriad of shades that Percy can't help but grin at. Heat and light fill the air, illuminating the place far better than his little torch had done, and Percy takes a breath, looking around properly all over again. The fire seems to have triggered a reaction. Clear water spills from underneath the bonfire, etching paths for itself along the floor, forming an outlined trident. Percy leans down to touch it, and his fingers tingle at the sensation. He looks up to where the trident points. Way over in the front of the room, it is a fountain after all. Percy jogs over to it, heart lodged somewhere in his chest and quaking violently. The fountain isn't anything spectacular, it's more like a drinking fountain, but Percy watches as the water from the floor spills into its base, and the mechanism springs right back to life, shooting up a jet of water that collects with a lovely pitter-patter sound in the mother-of-pearl-made sink. He pauses, there's something in there. Trying not to be indelicate in his excitement, Percy puts his hand into the basin and brings out a little sand dollar that fits neatly in his palm. It has a flower-shaped impression on its front, and Percy turns it over, curious. He's sure it must have been left here for him to find, but why? He wraps it in his hand towel and puts it in his pocket, dipping his fingers into the sink one last time just so he can feel the water. It feels magically charged and significant somehow. It feels comforting, like the ocean. There are constantly new things to discover about 3, much like there had been little mysteries in 9. Percy finds a cupboard full of fish food, a rack for surfboards, the bathrooms with little shell-shaped showerheads, and an entire cider room made of glass, so it's like being in an aquarium. He waves hello at the gaggle of fish that have congregated around him, and they're so excited to see him that he can barely pick out a coherent word in between their screaming. Too late, he realizes that the water's getting lighter in color. Turning from a navy to a slowly softening teal, the sun must be rising. He's loath to leave, but he has to. Percy had checked the newspapers above ground after separating from Nico and had nearly shat a brick when he saw that the date was August 12. Today, then, is the 13th, which means that it's only 5 days until his birthday. 5 days until this is all over at last, in one way or another. With a final look at the bunker and a promise to return, Percy hastens his way back up the tunnel and out of the cabin before mounting Blackjack. Surely Nico must have passed his message to Annabeth. Maybe they're waiting for him in Bunker 1 right this minute. Annabeth, he thinks. Anticipation churns in him like a pot of milk about to boil over. He's going to see Annabeth again. We've got to run, he tells the Pegasus breathlessly, and then when he doesn't move, he adds, like now. Boss, says Blackjack nervously, turning in a circle on the spot, and Percy stares. It's early morning, of course, which means that the beach is beginning to come to life. Fishermen are heading out to sea to check on their catch. Surfers are trying to catch a big wave. Some daredevils are jogging near the waves on the water-hardened sand. So why has everyone frozen in their tracks? Cold terror replaces the fuzzy warmth from the bunker, from being back at his cabin again. Percy jumps off Blackjack and jogs to the nearest surfer, who's paused mid-run on his way into the ocean, sunlight glistening off his wetsuit. The water's moving just fine. It pushes and pulls the same way it always does. It's just the mortal who's moving in slow motion like he's stuck in time. He stills. Stuck in time, Percy watches the man carefully and after a minute or so deduces that he's still moving, just super fucking slowly. It's like his settings have been adjusted to go at like 0.00001 times the speed of everything else. Who else could be responsible for this atrocity other than Kronos? What does this mean for the rest of them? Percy turns around and stares in the direction of New York in horror, then sprints back to Blackjack and urges him to get them both to 1 double time. It's begun, he thinks, sparing a final glance at the peace and quiet of a place he used to consider home. It's time to fight, and he won't be running. Not anymore. Pacing is more of a workout than it seems. Annabeth feels like she's wearing the floor thin. She's twisted the same lock of hair so many times that it's a well-formed spiral now. It's been 2 hours, Piper says, bored of watching her. She sits leaning against Lacey several feet away. It's been 2 hours. He'll get here. Can you chill? What if something happened? Annabeth insists. If something's happened, Piper stresses, then we'll go apeshit and start running around the labyrinth looking for him. For now, just sit down, please. You're giving me a headache. Annabeth doesn't sit down. If she does, she suspects she might fall asleep and wake up in like a week. She hasn't slept in 3 days. Instead, she bites her lip and turns to survey the rest of Bunker 1. It just manages to fit everyone, and the sight of her army mingling, hanging out in little groups and laughing sends a shot of nostalgia right through Annabeth's heart. Tyson and Ella are absent, having gone to rejoin Grover, and Nico had declined her invitation to stay, citing finding Hazel and Frank as his reason for leaving. But even though their numbers have dwindled overall, this feels a lot like last time, only it had been Thalia at the helm. Annabeth can see her now, stalking through the troops with an air of the utmost confidence. She was the kind of person who could inspire both fear and awe in equal measure. She bites her lip. Percy should be here. Not only is she absolutely terrified that something's happened to him, it's also really important for everyone to see just who they're pinning all their hopes on this time. Percy needs to be seen and heard by all the other demigods he hasn't even met yet. It's an interaction that needs to happen. When Annabeth had been captured at Othrys, Jason had made the executive decision to tell the entirety of their people about the prophecy. It had been a risky decision with the spy still at large, But apparently it had paid off, since apparently the Titans hadn't found out the details of the prophecy until Jason himself had let it slip. After Jason's death, Annabeth had finally allowed everyone in the bunkers to know of Percy's true heritage. Being at 9, where everyone knew about Percy, where everyone, even little Harley, feels comfortable enough around Percy to ask him to do the laundry, she'd forgotten just how big of a deal his parentage is. Her siblings had not been the happiest either, to find out that the apparent hero of the prophecy was a son of Poseidon. It had taken the combined efforts of Annabeth, Malcolm, and Bee to convince the rest of them to give him a chance. It had been amusing seeing typical stereotypes and parental loyalty play out in front of her eyes like that. Annabeth recalls fondly now how bad she'd tried to hate Percy in the beginning, how she'd iced him out for ages until he confronted her and in that blunt way of his forced her to open up, and in doing so built the bridge between them, the chariot if you will. Even before he knew her, he never gave up on her. She squares her jaw, ignoring how Piper groans at the sight of her newfound resolve. He never gave up on her ever, and just like she had in that freaky vision dream thing, she's going to do whatever it takes to grab his hand. And that means searching for him in this goddamn maze, even if she gets herself lost in the process. She grabs a torch, gets Leo to light it, and instructs Piper to call out her name every 3 minutes. If Annabeth goes too far without hearing Piper's summons, she'll come back, she promises. Yeah, right, Piper rolls her eyes but shoos her away, sensing she isn't going to budge on this, and so Annabeth heads down the tunnel with her heart somewhere in her gullet. 2 minutes in and Piper yells, Annabeth. Here, Annabeth says back distractedly. It's been a long time since she's left Bunker 1 and she's already stumped at her the first fork in the road. One way will lead to a dead end, the other to the city. She should have checked the map or taken Ariadne's string. Fuck it, she goes right. A couple of minutes pass. Annabeth shines the firelight onto the walls, trying to discern if she's going the right way. Are you ready, kids? Piper calls. Aye, Captain, Annabeth yells back, exasperated. In return, she hears a couple of voices screaming the theme song to SpongeBob, which Annabeth hadn't watched as a kid, but Leo's explained it all to her, so it doesn't really matter. On and on she goes, the song grows fainter. Marco, Piper screams after a while. Honestly, Annabeth can barely hear her. Her lips twist as she frowns, turning around. She had made a deal after all. If Percy isn't here, well, maybe she should wait for him with the others. Polo, she begins and then shrieks as something pats her lightly on the shoulder. Annabeth grabs whatever it is with both hands, letting her torch roll to the floor, and without even having to think about it, she shoves the weight on her bodily against the nearest wall. Her eyes widen as she takes in who's in front of her. She makes a tiny noise, like a chew toy being trodden on. In a near mirror of the way they'd first met, Annabeth stares right into Percy's green eyes with shame and guilt and astonishment and elation, and 100 other things spilling through her stomach like a liquid rainbow of emotions. He blinks at her, arms held up in the air in surrender. His hair's a little longer. There's a fresh wound cut into his palm. His skin is bathed gold in the dying fire from the torch, but there's something else, something new. Even though he's basically at her mercy right now, even though her elbow is pressed right into his throat, there's a dim aura of power surrounding him, new strength lining his limbs, new depth to the way the sea storms in his eyes spiral, forming a tsunami, a gale, and a whirlpool all at once. Annabeth can't comprehend it, can't figure out what the change is. It feels abstract and yet so concrete and sure. A thick blanket of confidence lining the edges of his mouth, an air of new power that he can't quite hide. And yet his eyes are still the same, searching her the same way she's examining him, beautiful and enigmatic and oh, so very green. I love you, she thinks, unbidden. It's astonishing how fast she thinks it. It's almost like she doesn't even have to. Percy, she says instead, and she swallows a thick glob of saliva cutting off her airways. He looks as though he's biting his tongue, like he's trying his best not to say things too. It's a little gratifying to see that he's just as affected as she is by being face to face, but Annabeth can't think of a word to say beyond his name. There's a part of her that wants to throw her arms around him, bury herself in him like some kind of small animal, but a large part of her is also content with just looking. Then finally, Percy gains his voice. Annabeth, he responds quietly, it's been a while. Percy can't keep his eyes off Annabeth, even after she steps aside to let the others poke and prod again hug him. After she'd pinned him to the wall and just looked at him for what felt like 3 hours, she'd sprung back from him as though touching him would burn her. Now she stands a little off to the side, arms crossed, staring at the floor. Percy would love to be able to walk up to her, smooth over the tightness in her brow with a thumb, and ask her to voice what clearly must be a lot of thoughts in her head, but he can't seem to take a step forward without all his old insecurities throwing themselves over him like a blanket. Somehow, being away from her had allowed him to get his brain in some kind of working order, but now that she's here and right in front of him and strong and stately and beautiful, all Percy can think about is that he loves her but she loves Luke. Profile glowing from the firelight, Annabeth looks like a statue alloyed from bronze and silver. A month apart hasn't changed too much, but she does look a little skinnier. He wonders how many nights she'd spent up poring over plans, how many lunches she'd had to skip because she was dragged away to verify this, supervise that, approve this last other thing. Another pull of guilt wins through him. He really should have been here. When he'd seen her in the tunnel, he'd literally had to wipe at his eyes several times because he was sure that she was a hallucination, that she was a manifestation of all his dreams. He's not gonna lie, he would have liked for them to be alone for a bit, maybe talk things through to dispel the thick awkwardness from all the baggage left unpacked between them. But her scream when he'd patted her shoulder had alerted several others: Piper, Leo, Lacey, Jake, and one of Annabeth's other siblings, Alden, who regards Percy as though he's a particularly riveting artifact in a museum. The others had hugged Percy, marveling at his being alive and teasing him for his punctuality, and even though he'd felt a stab of irritation when he'd heard the thundering of footsteps towards them, he can't quite keep it up. He'd really missed being around everyone. On their way back to 1, Percy recounts his journey, pretending as though it was Grover he'd been journeying with, since he's not sure if Nico's existence is known outside of their inner circle. He recalls the emptiness of MT St. Helens and how they'd tracked Typhon's path afterwards. Grover had pointed him back in the direction of 9 through the labyrinth. Percy had gotten hopelessly turned around mid-journey and somehow ended up in Bunker 3, where he'd heard a remnant of his father's message and found the sand dollar, which he brandishes in front of them. The other children of Athena and Jake pore over it while Leo lights the way, but Piper just pokes him in the side. "Glad you're doing okay," she whispers. "I'm no worse for wear, but what about you?" Shame isn't a strong enough word for Percy feels when he casts his gaze at her. She looks not broken, but definitely on her way there. Eyes dark and smudged with rings, hair unkempt, body bordering on unhealthily lean. Gods, he'd promised Jason he would take care of her, and then proceeded to fuck off to the underworld for a month. She shrugs delicately, managing. He's sure, but with everyone else around, he doesn't want to pry, so he gives her a half hug and prays it suffices for now. "How are you?" she murmurs, glancing quickly at the others to make sure they're not listening. "Where else did you go, other than 3? Percy gulps, just verifying more prophecy things, he says, which isn't a total lie since he had gone to Maze. But he's not sure just how to come out and be like, "Hey, I figured out that Luke went and got himself dipped in the sticks, so I did it too without causing an outbreak of anger." It's a risk, he knows it is. If his weak spot is exposed, then that's fucking it for him. Annabeth, he's sure, will be furious. Speaking of Annabeth, she's gravitated towards them, listening intently. She gives him a once-over like she's puzzling over something, and Percy despairs. He appreciated her smarts, he really does, but please not here. Not now. It will surely cause a fight, and he doesn't want to fight her anymore. "Prophecy things," she parrots. She looks and sounds like she doesn't believe even a smidge of it. Percy resists the urge to sink into the floor. "Nothing important," he says. "You said it was in your letter," Annabeth fires back at once. "You said you wouldn't have left if it wasn't important." Percy squeaks. Had he written that, he must have if she's quoting it back to him, unless she's calling his bluff and lying herself to get him to divulge what he's hiding. He has no idea how to counter that, though, so all he manages to get out is, "You remember my letter." He'd been expecting her to scoff or maybe roll her eyes. What he hadn't expected is the way she turns positively crimson at his words. Like an actual wave of flush pinkness makes its way up her neck, coating her nose, ears, and cheeks with a dim rose color. Percy watches, fascinated, as she tries to rub it away as though it's nothing more than face paint. "I don't remember. It was a stupid letter," she blusters. "And anyway, whatever, fine, let's just go back for now and deal with this later." She stomps off in a huff. Percy watches the fling of her ponytail and wonders where and how it had all gone sideways. For a second, a split second, it had felt as though things could shift back to normal, but he should have known he'd never be able to take the easy way out. Spurred on by Annabeth determinedly stomping her way back to 1, it leaves the rest of them no choice but to follow doggedly in her footsteps. Bee passes him the sand dollar back with a little smile and scurries on to catch up with her sister. It takes her a minute because Annabeth looks like she's doing all she can to get away from him. He feels a little down about it, but he figures it's deserved. There's too much for them to talk about. He shouldn't have hoped for a warm response. Piper nudges him lightly in the side like she knows just what he's thinking. Filled with a rush of affection, he slings an arm around her and draws her close. She pats him lightly in the stomach. "Don't worry too much about it," she says under her breath. "You'll get some alone time with her in New York. You can work things out then." He doubts they'll have enough time left in the world to work things out, but she's right. Once they're in New York. "Oh," he says, stopping short, so abruptly at Leo and Jake, who'd been walking just ahead of them, turn around to gaze questioningly at him. Percy's throat goes dry as he remembers the frozen surfer, all the motionless mortals he'd seen from above on the way to the passage to Bunker 1. "About New York," he begins. "Well, would you look at that?" Malcolm marvels as Annabeth pulls him out of the hole in the ground. Their usual entrance, closest to Olympus, has been almost completely collapsed from the last war, and this one, while still leading to New York, had led them through all kinds of ups and downs before finally leading them under a boarded-up manhole. Malcolm brushes himself off, eyes still on the motionless pedestrians gathered around them, and whistles lowly. Percy was right. Almost distressingly so. Annabeth isn't a New Yorker, but several of the demigods, including Percy himself, actually are, and she can tell by the troubled look on their faces that this is not what the city is supposed to be. During the previous war, Phobos and Deimos, immortal sons of Ares who had defected to the enemy's side, had cast a blanket of terror through the city, trapping mortals in a cocoon of fear in their own heads. She isn't sure what the mist had shown them, but satyrs and nature spirits had had to evacuate them to further areas of the city, and those who had been missed out were killed in a disturbingly loud manner. Annabeth remembers a point where the roads were dark with all the blood spilled, bodies of mortals, demigods, magical creatures, and decomposing monsters strewn all over the place. "And see the world in endless sleep," she thinks and shudders. She helps everyone up, one after the other, directing them to where the group is slowly congregating in front of a park. Annabeth glances over at the growing crowd around Percy, and thinks with something like jealousy that she needn't have worried about him getting along with everyone at all. He's talking to one of her sisters, actually, saying something that makes the people around them laugh. No, he's not Thalia, but he's got a whole different kind of charisma and charm. When she's pretty sure everyone's out of the tunnel and gathered at the entrance of the little park, Annabeth clambers on a rock and claps her hands for their attention. "So," she says introductorily, "we're here." There are a couple of scattered cheers. Everyone laughs in response. Annabeth grins. "I realize this isn't ideal." "It's fucking weird," Katie calls, pointing at a nearby pedestrian, a woman and dog who are frozen in time as though someone's just scrolled to her inner working and just clicked pause. "Is this the Chronos effect?" "It's got to be," Annabeth says, "and I hate to admit it, but it's pretty effective." "Better than last time," Connor agrees, looking sick. Annabeth nods as Piper breaks from the crowd to stand by her side. Percy, glancing back and forth between the two of them for a while, finally moves to flank her other side. "That is true, but it just makes our jobs harder. But first things first," she places on hand lightly on Percy's shoulder, fingers tingling when he jerks involuntarily. "As most of you have probably met right now, this is Percy." In case you didn't know this, she sees all of Bunker 9 and the bunker representatives nod almost tiredly and has to suppress a laugh. He's a son of Poseidon, which means it's his birthday that's being referenced in the prophecy. That's August 18th. Percy raises his hand in hello, then summons a trickle of water from a nearby jogger's water bottle and makes it wave hello, too. Annabeth is reminded of how she'd asked Percy to do something similar for the bunker leaders at his first meeting. She wonders if he remembers, too. "That's in 5 days, Butch grunts from the back. "Which doesn't leave us long," Annabeth agrees. "And since we're the invading army this time, not the defenders, it's pretty crucial that we make our way to Olympus in time." "Where even are we?" Piper wonders. In response, Lacey scurries over to an older woman and unlocks her phone. "McCarran Park," she reads, and the New York natives groan. "We're across east," Percy says worriedly, biting his lip. "We'll have to take the bridges," Gina, a daughter of Aphrodite, agrees. "Annabeth, are you sure about this?" "We don't have much of a choice," Annabeth admits, though she's frustrated with herself for collapsing the tunnel that leads to the plaza all those years ago. "If we need to take the bridges, then take them we will." She makes eye contact with Malcolm. "We planned for this." Malcolm nods. "This opens us more statues for us to activate on this side. This isn't necessarily a bad thing." "Mitchell, Jake," Annabeth calls. "How's the Greek firebomb network looking?" "Ready to go," Mitchell says enthusiastically, raising a vial full of tiny green liquid that immediately prompts everyone nearby to lean away from him. The bottle, Annabeth knows, is made entirely of glass save for the Korkesk lid that will burn off when the bomb's main line is activated. Each little vial will be connected via bronze wires that Jake developed, each line long and thin and intensely conductive. Greek fire is so flammable that even a spurt of water doesn't put it out. It needs to be submerged for ages for it to die out. It's crazy flammable and burns a scary green color. I want a network on every bridge, Annabeth instructs. Jake, Beckendorf, Shane, Nissa, I need you to each to take a bridge. Queensborough, Nissa says at once with a grim nod. Williamsburg, Beckendorf calls. Manhattan, Jake says with a shrug. Which leaves Shane with Brooklyn Bridge, Annabeth says, nodding at the boy in question. He looks nervous. He's 17 and no commander, but he's a capable warrior and is well-liked in the bunkers. I want you guys to set up bombs along the sides of the bridge. Take some of your siblings if you have to. These are our last resort. If we're losing a battle, if we can't go anywhere, then we blow it up. She ignores the resounding whoop from most demigods from 9. Again, it's a last resort. I don't want us to cut ourselves off from everything at once. What about the tunnels? Jake asks. Collapse them, Annabeth orders. Jake nods. She swallows. After you're done, you join the rest of us. Travis, Connor, she nods at them. I need you guys to find us a temporary base, a hotel, anything with beds and bathrooms where we can catch a dam break in the mornings. When you find something, I want you to call Will immediately. Will nods in agreement. Will, take Kayla, set up a medbay, grab beds, chairs, anything you need. The rest of us, she goes on as everyone watches her in rapt attention. We're on supply runs on the fucking double. We need food, medicine, first aid kits, water. She counts them off her fingers. Clothes, shoes, perfume, anything you think might come in handy, grab it. Don't steal, no money, no phones, nothing we don't need. We don't want to be sending people out on runs when we could be resting between days. We will if we have to, but today let's grab all we can. Take Pegasi if you need to, and Leo, send Festus to transfer things back and forth between us and whatever HQ Travis and Connor find for us tonight. Got it. She presses her lips when everyone nods. Okay, good, now Maya. She glances over at the daughter of Hecate, who stands up straight, ponytail bouncing. We can't just fight with the mortals everywhere. Any ideas? Maya frowns, looking over at Lou Ellen. Well, we could put them to sleep, comes a new voice, and Selena shrinks back when everyone turns to her. She tilts her head down just enough for her hair to cover both sides of her face, something she's been doing a lot lately after the incident, but continues in a tremulous voice. The widespread magic from the Sibylline books, if we put everyone to sleep. It's perfect, Annabeth says at once. She knows without even having to think too deeply about it that it's a good plan. They'll be unaware of everything that way and see the world in endless sleep. Let's take this prophecy into our own hands instead of waiting for things to happen. Cheers accompany this statement. Good idea, Selena, she adds. Selena nods but still doesn't lift her face. We can do it, Maya confirms, but it'll take a while. As in, we probably can't help you on your supply runs, Annabeth. That's fine as long as you can do it by tomorrow, Annabeth responds. Take all your siblings. Clovis, she searches for the son of Hypnos in the crowd, half expecting him to be sleeping standing up, but for once he's wide awake and nodding. If you need to help them, please do. She takes a breath, thinking. Mortals on the roads, Piper reminds her. Once we're done with supply runs, Annabeth says, smiling at her gratefully, we need to start moving mortals. Put them in buildings, in cars if you must, but make sure the windows stay open. Move them out of parks, out of roads, do everything we can to make sure they're safe. Remember, the monsters don't care, but we should. Bunker 6, she says next, and all her siblings raise their hands like the dutiful little brats they are. She grins, winking at B. You guys have the maps for every statue here. Set them up so that each statue is programmed to activate other statues and then move cars off of the bridges and tunnels. I don't care if they have to stack them up. We need all cars and mortals off the bridge. Get started with this tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, Austin calls, sounding confused. He's a recruit from after the First War, so it makes he doesn't know. This will mean all the mortals are asleep and hopefully out of the way, plus Kronos knows we're here clearly, she explains to him. Which means the monsters have probably set up their bases underground closer to Olympus. Now that we're here, I'm sure we'll get a customary white flag meeting with someone. Probably Prometheus, she speculates, casting Percy a sideways look. He's already looking at her, though a little mesmerized. She flushes and turns back to their party. Anyway, we'll have to discuss terms. Which day we'll start, the timings, stuff like that. He did that last time and pretty much stuck to it. Yeah, says Piper bitterly under her breath. He cheats in other ways. We usually start fights the day after, Annabeth hastens to continue, which means the fighting will begin tomorrow night, not tonight. You can rest easy, she smiles. I say rest, but I rarely get any. Some people laugh. Finally, she says, Percy. It's hard not to lose her entire train of thought at the sight of those large green eyes fixated upon her, but Annabeth grabs her last fleeting thought with both hands and tugs it back to a place where she can formulate it into words. East River and Hudson too, for that matter, but let's focus on East for now. There's no chance in hell Kronos hasn't recruited him. You're just going to have to sway him to our side. And how do I do that? He asks, crossing his arms, and Annabeth is struck once again by the surety of his posture, the way he's carrying himself. Something's different about him. Something subtle, something only she might have noticed, but still something. Your sand dollar, she nods at his pocket. They're a symbol of sorts, renewal, rebirth, transformation, and it's not all for show. She can't help smirking. I bet East would die to get his hands on even half of that thing. He's so polluted he's nearly a cesspool. You want me to bribe a river god, Percy says. If you can, she shrugs. Only you, he says with a shake of his head and a ghost of a smile. The sight makes her pathetically happy and hopeful. She nearly begins to blush again before she notices both Piper and Lacey shooting her sly looks. Just Annabeth things, Bea calls to a chorus of giggles. Yeah, she says good-naturedly. The sight of everyone upbeat and smiling is a good thing. Have we forgotten anything? She asks it to the group at large. Clarice raises her enormous hand with a frown. Where are the Romans? She asks, and a nervous ripple spread through their little army. They're on their way. Annabeth holds up her sphere. Reyna confirmed that they left a day before we got to one, but they've got a long way to go with both the Roman and Amazon armies in tow. They're probably attracting every monster in the country right now. Reyna's been good at keeping us updated, but if we have to start the fight without them and Grover, we will have to. She raises a brow at her in the way she knows the daughter of Ares loathes, and sure enough, Clarice's eye twitches in poorly concealed irritation. What, do you think we can't do it? Course we can, Clarice responds loudly. So, Annabeth challenges. So, Clarice says, understanding her intention and taking the bait on purpose, we're gonna kick some monster butt. Cheers fill the air. Annabeth grins, but gestures for silence. No pep talk today, someone calls. I'll save it for tomorrow, Annabeth responds with a laugh. For now, you all know your groups. Leads and seconds, make sure you have your spheres on you. And if that's all, she waits for a protest, and when there is none, she spreads her legs and places her hands on her hips. Okay then, you all know what to do. Dismissed. Leo approaches her as everyone begins to break off into their little groups. Annabeth watches closely to make sure everyone's falling into their training groups and not their bunkers. She and Malcolm had divided everyone to very specifically have close to an equal number of medics, archers, close combat specializers, mechanics, communicators, runners, and magic users. A mishmash of people from different bunkers who may never have even worked together before this. There have been some clashes, of course, especially in the initial stages, but in the month or so since Jason's death, everyone's really gotten their asses into gear and are working together superbly. Every team has a commander, a bunker senior, and a second, who both have spheres, and every team has at least one child of Hephaestus, who know the key to ignite the network of Greek fire bombs that Jake and Mitchell have so painstakingly put together. She nods unconsciously as Maya grabs her siblings and Clovis, gathering them in a wide circle to prepare to cast the magic, and finally turns to Leo, Piper, and Percy, who all have turned to stare at her questioningly, because, of course, she hadn't given any of them anything immediate to do. She nods for them to wait. Leo takes out some wires and begins to fiddle with them as Percy and Piper chatter in low tones. Finally, Annabeth hears the scree of the bird and shakes Piper's shoulder to get her attention. They all stare as an eagle descends from the trees. It's a large, rugged thing with blood on its beak and a little scroll of parchment attached to its feet. Percy steps out to hold out his arm before Annabeth can. The bird lands on it and its claws dig into Percy's skin, but interestingly, he doesn't bleed. He doesn't even flinch. Annabeth goggles at him as Piper unties the note and the eagle goes flying away. She has so many questions, but first things first. She unfurls the scroll, gazing with distaste at Prometheus' script. It's some of the most beautifully written ancient Greek she's seen. She scans the words with a frown. Well, Leo prompts, what's the verdict? White flag at the Williamsburg Bridge in an hour, she sighs, shoving down her irritation as she tears the scroll into neat little pieces and casts them aside. Let's go. Prometheus is. Don't comment on his appearance, Piper mutters under her breath as though sensing Percy is about to. He holds a grudge like a little bitch. Leo snorts violently, and even Annabeth cracks a smile. Percy keeps his eyes fixed on the straight line of her shoulders as she stalks ahead towards Prometheus and his little party, standing underneath a little shade with the white flag waving merrily at its top. Piper and Leo fall into line next to her, and Piper yanks Percy by the sleeve so he walks directly at Annabeth's right. She doesn't look at him. He has to remind himself it's probably, most likely, nothing personal. He isn't sure what he's meant to say at this meeting. He isn't sure what Annabeth wants him to do. She clearly has everything under control. She would be an amazing hero of the prophecy, he thinks, almost longingly. She would probably plan everything so that Kronos killed himself in the end. He'd been captivated watching her direct everyone. This is the first time he's really seen Annabeth being a leader. He knows, of course, that she'd been a key strategist in the last war, but now he can see why. She's thought everything out, plan A and plan BS, all the way to plan Z. He doubts if there's a scenario she hasn't prepared for. Embarrassingly, he hadn't been able to stop staring at her as she spoke, something Piper, most of her siblings, and most of Annabeth's siblings had clearly taken notice of. The children of Aphrodite kept awing. The children of Athena looked like they were yuing. Annabeth stops right in front of Prometheus, having some kind of intense stare-off that Percy has no intention of getting in the middle of. He glances instead at the monsters standing behind Prometheus, a Cyclops, a Dracena, and an Impausa all decked out in shining bronze armor. The Impausa leers at him. Percy looks away. At some point, Annabeth and Prometheus break their gazes, which is when the Titan smiles, spreading both arms. "Welcome," he says in a smiling tone. "It's been quite a while since you've been here last, daughter of Athena, correct?" Annabeth looks like she's about to turn the white flag sopping red. "You've been counting." "Time doesn't really matter here, does it?" Prometheus says with an evil little grin. "And nice to meet you, son of Poseidon. I have heard much about you." Percy meets his eyes on instinct and regrets it at once. Prometheus' scarred face is one of the worst things he's seen. He looks at Percy as though he knows just about everything there is to know about him. He feels exposed, seen, and he wants to beg Annabeth to leave, but he can't, and so he just nods, clenching his jaw. "Son of Hephaestus, daughter of Aphrodite," Prometheus smiles at Piper as though full of pity. "I would say it's been a long time since our last meeting, but that would be false, would it not?" "Choke and die," Piper says pleasantly. At least that's what her tone says. In reality, she just replies, "Yes, you're right," with the fakest smile Percy's ever seen, at least until the Titan responds with an even faker one. Yikes, but at least they're all being provoked in equal measure here. With the pleasantries out of the way, Annabeth wastes no time in getting to the specifics. Percy watches her out of the corner of his eye, trying to stay stoic as she negotiates for battles to commence at 6 in the evening and end at 5 in the morning. Any land won by either side will be marked each day at the end of battle. Any encroachment on the other's territory during the remainder of the time will be considered intrusion, and the perpetrator is fair game for the opponent to capture or kill as they see fit. Battle begin tomorrow and ends. On August 18th, Prometheus concludes with a chilling smile directed Percy's way. "Or sooner." "Or sooner," Annabeth agrees, hand on her dagger like she's using its touch to stay calm. Prometheus laughs like the idea of them winning is impossible. It's a light, amused thing that has his own allies tittering and Annabeth clenching her jaw. Percy has to resist the urge to tell Piper to stop grinding her teeth because he can actually hear her do it. "Are we done?" Annabeth snaps. "Not quite." Prometheus lifts a hand, all four of them tense, Leo actually summoning a lick of flame that dances around his fingers. "So aggressive," Prometheus laughs, glancing at each one of them in turn. Annabeth relaxes first, and Percy follows, though he still keeps Riptide in his fist. "I merely bring you a gift." "We don't accept," says Annabeth at once. "A gift once given cannot be returned," Prometheus says silkily, and when he waves his hand, a small, beautifully crafted white jar suddenly appears from thin air in his other one. He holds it out, not towards Annabeth, but to Percy. "It is yours," he prompts. "Take it." Percy knows inherently that he shouldn't, but there's something so interesting about the jar, something so compelling. What harm could a jar do? He's just about to reach out and grab it when Piper snaps. "Cut the charm, speak, Prometheus. Did you forget who you're talking to?" The sound of her voice jerks Percy from his stupor, ashamed at having been so easy to dupe. He feels a warmth at his hands and looks down to see that Annabeth's holding them. A burst of euphoria flies through him before he realizes she's only doing it to make sure he doesn't take the jar. He deflates again. "It's not charm speak when the boy wants to take it," says Prometheus, amused. "As he should. Do you know what this is, Percy Jackson?" "I don't need to," Percy says, sensing Annabeth's eyes boring into him. "I don't need anything you give me, so thanks, but no thanks." "Wrong answer," Prometheus tuts. "This," he brings his free hand down on the jar's lid, "is hope." "Hope in a jar," Annabeth breathes, sounding full of nervous disbelief. "Pandora's box." Prometheus nods. Percy swears the temperature drops 10 degrees. Annabeth's visibly quivering in front of him, with rage or fear, he isn't sure. "I only seek to help," the Titan says kindly, and maybe it's the charm speak, but Percy almost feels like he sounds genuine, like he actually cares about Percy's welfare. "And Kronos is kind enough for me to allow you to extend an offer to you." He's looking right at Percy. I refuse, says Percy, strained, but Prometheus picks up on his hesitation and smiles. Again, it's not something you can refuse, he says. But as you no doubt know, and I'm sure Miss Chase can fill you in if you do not, but this is Pandora's box, containing Elpis, the essence of hope, the last of all the spirits to remain in this pithos when Pandora opened it. A benevolent spirit, Elpis would not leave the box without permission. She can only be released by a child of man. I don't want it. Percy's insides feel as though they're being coated in a thin layer of frost. I'll never release hope. Your gift is useless. Prometheus barrels on as though he hadn't spoken. This is yours now, Percy Jackson. He pauses, looking at him as though disappointed, and Percy has to try his best not to shrink back. War is a terrible thing, Percy. I am not sure you know what is at stake here. Of course I do, he rasps. Do you think I don't know? I mean my life. It's not just your life, Prometheus corrects. It's the lives of everyone, your friends who are fighting on your behalf. He pauses, letting it sink in, and Percy gulps audibly. Prometheus smiles sympathetically. I understand that this is a hard decision, but something tells me you dislike the futility of death as much as I so here as a compromise. If you release hope, Kronos will not harm your friends. They will be spared, I give you my word. Like your word means anything, Piper cries out. Percy swallows again. Why's his mouth so dry? Leo grabs his arm. Don't listen to him. Don't go to the worst-case scenario. Yes, this is war, but we're not going to die. What does he know about the future? Percy, I'm the Titan of forethought, the Titan says regretfully. I know what's going to happen, and I'm saying that you could save so many lives if you release Elpis. Once you do, I promise you that the battle will halt immediately. All you need to do is give up his own life, Annabeth says furiously. Percy can't look at her. What kind of a sick offer is this? One that could save lives. Believe me, I know what loss feels like. You're not the only one who lost someone on Othries that day. Prometheus still has his eyes on Percy, like he's reading into his soul like a fucking picture book. Percy, he wants to sink into the ground. This is why he hadn't wanted to be the hero of the prophecy. This is what he wanted to avoid. He can take care of himself just fine, but he's so fucking bad at being responsible for other people. How can he keep everyone safe when there's a whole army of monsters out for their blood? Percy knows he's good and he knows he's strong, and now, with the curse of Achilles, he suspects he's near unstoppable. But he can't save everyone, he knows this. He couldn't save his mother, or Bianca, or Jason. He can't be everywhere at once. He can't do it all. He doesn't want anyone else to die because of him. He begins, and his voice cracks. Annabeth turns to him, stricken. Prometheus nods, satisfied. Percy knows he's been played like a fiddle, but he can't stop thinking of the possibilities. If he's telling the truth, Percy could end this war before it even begins. He could. It is yours now, says Prometheus, setting the jar down on a side table. Think it over, Mr. Jackson. I hope, for both our sakes, that you make the wise decision. That last part seems to be a jab at Annabeth, who stiffens almost imperceptibly and fixes the Titan with a look of pure loathing. When nobody responds, because really, how can they, he turns, summoning his posse behind him with a casual wave of his hand. Percy, Annabeth, Piper, and Leo watch him go, gaze silently as he walks casually halfway across the bridge before vanishing in a flash of shimmering light. Fuck, Piper snaps as soon as Prometheus teleports away. She throws Catoptris into the ground. Fucking bastard, did you hear him? I would say it's been a long time since our last meeting, but that would be false. Bitch, I hate him, I'm going to. She's shaking, Leo realizes, more violently and angrily than he's ever seen. Annabeth reaches out to her at once, grasping her hand and massaging it between hers, but Piper's still vibrating, her eyes bloodshot and full of tears. Percy meets Leo's eyes, confirming what he's thinking, that Piper is not okay. She's been hiding it spectacularly well, so well in fact that they'd neglected her clearly deteriorating mental state. Which, of course, it's happening. She's only just lost the love of her life, and now she's being forced to fight in a war, face the people who killed Jason, when all she wants to do is break down. Pipes, Leo says, and that's when Piper loses it. She curses, bending her head down to retrieve her knife, and with one look into its bronze surface she bursts into boiling tears. Annabeth makes a cooing sound, pulling Piper's head to her shoulder and stroking her hair. Percy and Leo hover around awkwardly, rubbing Piper's shoulder and elbow. When her tears finally subside into smaller sniffles, Leo reaches out and wipes a stray tear where it's run halfway down her nose. Piper, Annabeth says quietly, like I said, it's okay to miss Jason. Bottling things up will just make it worse. She looks a little off to the side, avoiding Percy's gaze as she adds, I know that now. We miss him too, Percy offers in a small voice. More than anything, Leo agrees, because it's true. Leo feels so lonely now that Jason's gone. He loves everyone in 9, but Jason had been his best friend, you know. someone he could always go to for anything, and now he's left alone without anyone to talk to. He suspects Piper feels that one more than anyone. I used to hate the fucking visions Catoptris showed, Piper whispers. The one of Jason fighting Creos in the mist, but now that it's over, her eyes fill with tears again, and she swipes them away carelessly, clutching Annabeth's hand. Catoptris isn't showing me that vision of him anymore, and I wish it would, she says around a hiccuping sob. I just want to see him again. I just can't seem to accept that he's gone. Oh, Pipes, he's not gone, not really, Annabeth whispers, wiping her tears. He's always going to be with you, with us all, but you especially. She takes Piper's hand and pats it over her pocket. He gave you Ivlev so you could remember him, have a piece of him to carry with you everywhere you go. Piper closes her eyes. I can't even bring myself to use it. If it works for me, that means he's passed on for good. I don't want to. Don't have to then, Percy says. Piper, we're all familiar with loss, and I think I can speak for us all when I say that this is just how it is when someone you love dies. Heck, I still have these awful moments where I'm just like, damn, my mom's dead, and sometimes it's hard to get up in the morning after I think that. There are still moments I want to break down. I replay how she died every night and wonder how, if I had just done something, things could have been so different. He looks at Leo and Annabeth in turn. You have us, so please, just use us for anything you need, even if it's just a shoulder to cry on. We all love Jason too, maybe not as much as you did or in the same way, but we understand how you're feeling and we want nothing more than to help you through this. He ducks down a little to meet Piper's eyes, and miraculously she cracks a smile. Love you, Pipes, Leo murmurs, and Piper breaks free from Annabeth to launch herself at him. Leo circles his arms around her and tries to breathe through the curtain of hair that's flown into his face. Piper feels tiny in his arms, thinner and somehow more fragile than before. His heart feels like it's breaking into shards. He wishes he could do something, anything, to get Jason back for her. For them, because as much as he's been denying it, Leo's very much still in shock about everything that's happened over the past 2 or so months. It's surreal sometimes to think that he's really, actually dead, that there won't be Jason hanging around him anymore, begging Leo for some tacos, that Jason won't be snoring in the bunk next to him and throwing an arm around him during dinner. He's never going to stop missing him. Piper wipes her eyes and nose against Leo's shirt, and he groans without really caring. She giggles in response, but still doesn't withdraw from his chest. Annabeth just shrugs, like let her be. How are you doing? Leo asks Percy. I mean, that whole Elpis thing, that can't feel good. I hate it, Percy says bluntly. Annabeth looks like she's trying not to say something, but finally gives in. Leo can tell she's genuinely doing her best not to be snappish about it, but it comes off like that anyway when she adds, you shouldn't have given him a reaction. That's exactly what he uses to play his sick, twisted mind games. To be fair, it's hard not to react, Leo says, looking at the scowl Percy gains and trying to mediate, but at the same time Percy says sharply, how could I not react when he's right? He's not, Annabeth says hotly. Don't tell me you believed him. I don't want people dying for me, Percy returns, his eyes flashing. If there's anything I could do to prevent that, then. Percy, Piper says, turning around in Leo's arms, Prometheus is the slimiest, snakiest living creature on this planet right now. If you give up, all he's going to do is kill us the minute Kronos kills you. They won't kill me, Percy says confidently, standing up straight, and Leo has no idea where that came from, but in the sun and the wind and the chilliness of his voice, he finds himself believing it. How do you know that? Annabeth counters, crossing her arms. Unless there's something you're not telling us from your little excursion. Percy's frown deepens. Of course not. Okay then, Annabeth says back. They both stare at each other, unwilling to back down until Piper steps in again. Percy, if you die, that's it for us, she says. It'll mean the prophecy, Thalia, Jason, everyone, it'll mean they all died for nothing. Please, for the love of God, remember that. Even if things look dire, do not lose hope. She points at the table where the jar had been. It too had vanished with Prometheus, although Leo has no doubt it'll reappear when Percy is at his lowest. We're all done for if you do. Percy looks angry, restless. He scuffs his shoes against the ground, but nods. Annabeth looks relieved, but still slightly unsettled. She keeps glancing over at Percy as though her gaze alone might uncover his secrets. Leo, for his part, can tell Percy isn't being fully honest with them, but he kind of doesn't care. That might be too harsh. What he means is that Percy, for all his flaws and fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants style of fighting, actually knows what he's doing most of the time, and Leo knows he would never put anyone intentionally in danger. He trusts that whatever he's hiding is for good reason. I'll go join my siblings, Piper says tiredly, rubbing at her eyes. Annabeth coming. Annabeth finally tears her eyes from Percy. Sure. Leo waves goodbye. Percy nods listlessly at the ground. Annabeth links her arm with Piper's as they walk away. Leo watches the daughter of Athena borrow. A Vespa and Piper clamber onto the seat behind her, and they both drive away from them and out of sight. Percy slumps over, fighting a yawn. Now that Annabeth's gone, he looks vaguely pained and a lot exhausted. Leo wonders when he slept last. Before I forget, he says abruptly, withdrawing Percy's sphere from his tool belt, this is yours. Percy takes it, turning it over in his fingers curiously. Mine. Course man, we need a way to stay in contact with you. Leo taps the little metal shell and guides Percy through the process of pricking his finger to allow the sphere to read his magical signature. Drawing blood from his thumb takes several tries, which is a little odd, but Percy breathes a sigh of relief when it happens and doesn't comment on it, so Leo doesn't either. I didn't realize you made so many, Percy says, after the sphere beeps, confirming the connection. I've got tons, Leo says airily, acting like it's no big deal when it's actually the achievement of a fucking lifetime. His year of just immersing himself into Archimedes' notes has paid off. Now, every bunker leader and their second has a sphere. Bunker leaders have a more advanced version which can double as a weapon or a support item, and their seconds in command just have a simple communication sphere which can double as a bomb in a pinch. Every sphere holder has a code which can be used for communication, but there's a common broadcast function if you want to send out a message to everyone at once. Leo can modify each of them personally through the mother sphere, his magnus opus, a beautifully crafted and coded work of art that is the size of a large tennis ball and weighs 80 or so pounds. It's the culmination of the blood, sweat, and tears from himself, Maya, and Beckendorf, who had worked night and day to get it working just right. He's supremely proud of it, even though it's ridiculous hard to operate and only he and Beckendorf fully understand how it runs. He's got notes, though notebook after notebook full of scrawled handwriting. He remembers how the spheres had started, big hunks of pure bronze that only he and Beckendorf and Jason and Hazel had ever touched. He beams at the one in Percy's hand, elated at how far he's come. Percy smooths back the sphere's first layer, running his finger over the little numeric keypad that lies just under it. It's incredible. I mean, Leo says humbly, yes. It startles a laugh out of Percy, and it gives Leo the courage to ask him something that's been on his mind ever since he'd mentioned it. About your mother, he says hesitantly, because his words had touched one of Leo's heartstrings. You really blame yourself. Yeah, Percy says, rubbing the tip of his nose and focusing on the river, of course. I mean, I just ran away. Leo starts at this. He'd known, of course, that Percy's mother had died, but he hadn't been privy to the details, and it had seemed insensitive to ask. But just from this one statement alone, Leo suspects Percy's story is much like his own, which means that Leo understands the guilt from it. He feels it every day, has long since accepted that it's something that might never pass. I did too, he divulges. It's hard to think about, so I get what you mean about not wanting people to die for you, because it's just the worst. That fucking sucks, Percy says quietly, placing a hand on Leo's arm. But I mean, as shitty as it is, I'm happy you get it. I mean, Annabeth sure doesn't. He gazes moodily in the direction she had gone in. And maybe I shouldn't have reacted to Prometheus the way I did and given him ammunition to play me, but... Yeah, Leo agrees. He cuts himself off and grabs Leo as they both jump at the sound of a large crash in the distance. The sound reverberates in the air, magnified quadruple because of the strange silence. What the fuck? I have no idea, Leo laughs nervously. I mean, hopefully it has nothing to do with us. As though on cue, Percy's sphere beeps. He gazes at it, wide-eyed, before Leo finally steps forward and plays the message. Percy, Annabeth's voice rings out and they both wince because she sounds infuriated. Rachel just crashed a helicopter trying to find you. I'm bringing her to the Williamsburg Hotel. Meet us there. The message cuts off. Percy gazes at Leo, stupefied. So much for it having nothing to do with us, he says wryly, and they both run for the nearest car. Do you think she'll be okay? Annabeth asks, staring at Rachel as Will cleans the blood off her forehead. I mean, that crash was pretty fucking scary. It's a miracle she's still alive. It's a miracle she's even this awake, Will admits, dabbing at her temples with a frown on his face. Clearly, the pilot fell asleep right as the magic hit him, but she's still coherent somehow. He shrugs. I mean, it's a sign that Maya and her siblings are doing their job. I just have no clue why she's been able to withstand it. She can hear you, Rachel says, midway through a yawn, so you're using magic to make everyone asleep. Is that why, she yawns again, I've been feeling like this? Will doesn't respond. It takes Annabeth a minute to realize Rachel's addressing her. That's probably part of it, she says, but to be honest, Chrono's spell should have set you in slow motion. It isn't affecting us, she gestures at herself and Will, because we've got magical blood in us. If you aren't as well, she moistens her lips, unwilling to admit it, and settles for, there must be something magical about you too. Will glances at her. Oracle stuff. Percy did want us to get to her the moment they crossed paths. Oracle, Rachel looks baffled, like the tech company. No, Annabeth says, caught between impatience and hysterical laughter, like the fortune-telling priestess of ancient Greece. Oh, she considers this, and Annabeth takes her chance to study her while she's distracted. With some amount of dismay, she's once again faced with the fact that Rachel, with her clear green eyes like freshly watered leaves and shocking red hair, is actually really cuter, far cuter than she has any right to be actually. Next to her, a brightly colored canvas, Annabeth feels like a scrap piece of parchment, dull brown and tearing at the seams. No wonder Percy is enamored by the other girl. They're probably going to date and get married and have a brood of sweet, green-eyed little babies. Percy did mention something about the oracle, Rachel recalls with a snap of her fingers, and Annabeth jerks herself back to reality. But he said I wasn't trained. Annabeth glances at Will, who says patiently, being an oracle isn't all that easy. You need to prepare yourself mentally to host her spirit and be able to read the future. The future, Rachel blanches, staring at Annabeth with fear written all over her features. Is that why I'm getting all these weird dreams? She yawns again. The spell must be taking effect. When Maya's done, we need to get her to lift it over Rachel, Annabeth mutters to Will, who nods and excuses himself to get more bandages. She glances back at Rachel. What weird dreams, could you tell me? Wind, Rachel says vaguely, her eyes fluttering shut. A fire, a bridge eye patch dude. Okay, Annabeth says, filing each phrase in her head. She wants to press Rachel for more, but even she isn't heartless enough to break her from the bubble of sleep she's very clearly descending into rapidly. And Annabeth, personal reservations about the girl aside, isn't a monster. She can be kind, even to the girl that has Percy's heart. Thanks, Rachel, I'll look into it. Percy, Rachel says foggily, I need to tell him he's not. He's on his way, Annabeth says quickly, ignoring the flash that cuts through her chest. I called him the moment I saw it was you. He'll be here soon, don't worry. It's actually kind of astonishing. Annabeth had been determined to hate this girl after all. But there's she can't help but respect this mortal for all she's done. Led Percy and Piper and Jason to Annabeth, led them all to Authry's, crashed a fucking helicopter just to get to Percy's side. She's relentless and open and free in a way Annabeth wishes she could be. She feels a string of wistfulness twine itself between her ribs as she brushes the damp bangs of her hair back. The wound on her head isn't bleeding anymore, but it's nothing at all to sneeze at. For a mortal to put herself through so much just to get to Percy, Annabeth swallows, biting her lip. Why are you being nice to me? Rachel whispers. Annabeth winces, feeling thick shame slosh in her gut. Because I was wrong about you, she admits quietly. I'm sorry, and thank you for everything you've done for us, for me. I really do owe you one. I'm sorry I was rude to you before. Don't be sorry, Rachel murmurs around a smile. You didn't know me, but I appreciate the apology, and I accept it too. Thanks, Annabeth lets out a breath, smiling a little. You're pretty cool, Rachel. And she finds that she means it. Likewise, Rachel says. She yawns again, curling a little into herself, and Annabeth, feeling a tad motherly as she spreads a blanket over her, watches the other girl with something like heavy loss spreading through her bloodstream because there's no way she can compete with this. With this pure, steady strength, with Rachel's cleansing aura. All Percy and Annabeth do is fight, even when things were just beginning to go right between them. Piper was wrong. Telling Percy about her feelings for him would go nowhere. Especially not now. Annabeth is prideful, yes, and she doesn't like to give up. But she knows when she's been beaten, and maybe it's time to bow out gracefully. Let her blooming love for Percy wither and die where it resides in her chest, because Percy, he doesn't need her steel and her cold fire. He needs rebirth and life and the promise of the future, and who better to give him that than Rachel, who can see it. A prickle behind her eyes makes her blink rapidly, but even when she presses the heels of her palms into her eyes, she can't quite stop the tears. Percy's lucky to have you, she says quietly, but it doesn't matter. Rachel's already fast asleep. When Annabeth had been summoned, along with the rest of the bunker leaders, to the honeymoon suite of the hotel, this had been the last thing she'd been expecting. Why's everyone so happy? She wonders aloud. Piper only giggles in response. Annabeth gazes at her, suspicious. Why are you so happy? Because, Piper begins, before giggling again. She sounds off, but not in a bad way. Because tomorrow's the war and we've all fucking lost it. She descends into another fit of laughter as Mitchell, across the room, gets on the rose-petaled bed and strikes a pose. "What on earth is happening?" Annabeth says in bewilderment, mouth agape at her own brother's solemn Malcolm sing along to a happy, peppy pop song about kissing a girl and liking it. People join in, including Beckendorf, who rocks Silena in his arms, who, by the way, looks happier than Annabeth's seen her in days, and Lacey, who nearly falls over herself trying to get to the nearest water bottle so she can hold it up to her lips like a microphone. "We've all lost it," Piper says again, beaming. "Here, have a drink." Annabeth looks at the cup in her hands. The liquid inside it looks like juice of some kind, but something about this whole situation is fucking suspicious, so she takes an experimental sniff and gags. "Piper, this is alcohol." "No shit," Clarice calls. Her grin spreads from one ear to another. Dimly, Annabeth wonders how much the others had all drank before she'd gotten here. She'd waited at Rachel's bedside for Percy to arrive, and had fled the moment the door had banged open, not wanting to see how he doted on her. "We have a war to fight tomorrow," she admonishes them, but they're all so fucking tipsy that they either don't hear her or just don't give a shit. Am I the only one who remembers that? "We'll be fine," Castor calls. "Easy for you to say, son of wine himself," Annabeth accuses. "What, too chicken to drink it, Annabeth?" Travis says with a laugh, and it's actually comical how fast Annabeth's eye twitches in response. She thinks she might have gotten away with it, but Malcolm, the sneaky little shit, points it out and roars with laughter. "Come on, Annabeth," he calls, "chug it." "Chug, chug, chug, chug," Leo yells. Annabeth fixes him with her best glare, sure that this had been his idea, and while sober Leo would have cowered in fear, drunk Leo is impressively immune. He jumps off the bed and crashes into the wall, never once stopping his chant. "Chug, chug, 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 chug." "Dare you," Beckendorf calls. "Yeah, Michael," you screams back, toppling over the sofa. Annabeth can't resist a dare. "Dare you to drink it all in one go," Butch grins. "Dare you to finish the bottle," Miranda laughs. "Dare you to beat me in a drink-off," Holly calls out. "You're a daughter of Nike," Annabeth protests at her. "You'll literally sabotage me to win." "Dare you to try me," Holly smirks in response, and Annabeth, oh man. Michael's right, she really can't resist a dare. "Dare you to tell Percy you love him," Piper whispers in her ear, and seeing as Percy's with Rachel right now and probably will be for a while, Annabeth finds that even though this is a bad idea, even though they have a war to fight tomorrow, you know what, she will have a drink, if only to forget for a little while how Percy acted around Rachel in the labyrinth, so gentle and tender. They'd been standing there face to face, so close that she's sure they would have kissed had she not barged in between them. Which gods she needs to get a grip. She's being a goddamn embarrassment. "Fuck it," she announces to raucous cheers and applause. "Gimme that glass. Being drunk is awesome." Leo laughs as Jake pulls him into a sloppy jig, jumping along to whatever shit music Malcolm is playing from a stolen cell phone before tripping over a pillow on the floor and collapsing into a sofa. He had never understood why people drank, why getting drunk was such a thing. Now, though, he thinks he gets it. He feels loose, free, light and happy as he glances around at everyone. They're all hideous lightweights, save for Castor and Pollux, and draped across some kind of furniture after their first and only game of beer punch, pong. Leo hadn't been expecting everyone to agree when he dragged everyone to the honeymoon suite with several large glass bottles full of frankly foul-smelling alcohol laid neatly across the table, but to his surprise, most had acquiesced at once. Even Annabeth had loosened up after her first glass, proving herself to be a total softie, and laughing loudly at the literal bottom-of-the-barrel jokes Travis and Connor had been cracking. Leo takes a look around and smiles. With his nightmares acting up, granting him visions of a dark, moving hurricane, he figures he deserves some time to just chill, you know. All of them have been through hell and back to get here, and it's been fucking tiring, man. They fought a war and survived, and now they have to fight another one, and most of them are still in their early 20s. No wonder even Clarice is chugging from a bottle, egged on by her siblings and flipping off Michael Yu, who's yelling at her to choke. They all needed this, he's realized. They all needed a fucking break. "Hey," comes a voice from far away, and Leo opens his eyes to find Piper gazing at him with another bottle in her hand, and affection etched deep in her eyes. Leo's gloriously tipsy already and doesn't want to drink to the point where he has to nurse a hangover the next morning. He eyes the bottle in her hands warily. "Get away from me, heathen." "Shut up and scoot over," Piper orders in response, and so Leo does. The couch is really comfortable, but it is also really big, and Leo had been feeling a little lonely sitting in it. Piper's warm and her hair tickles his chin when she drops her head onto his shoulder. She takes a swig of some of the drink from her bottle, then gags worryingly right over his chest. He squirms away. She drapes herself ungracefully over his lap and grins toothily up at him. Leo knows when to bow out of a battle he's definitely going to lose, so he just settles back into the plush cushions again with a long sigh. "Where's Annabeth?" he asks after a moment, vaguely remembering her blonde hair darting out the door. "Ran off to tell Percy she loves him or something," Piper yawns. "I dared her to again and she just said, 'Fine, bitch,' and took off. Said something about not wanting to lose her nerve." "You're serious?" Leo remembered vaguely forcing Percy to have a glass of liquor, but he had vanished not long after and Leo had been too uneasy on his feet to pursue him. Like heck, the guy deserves some time to think after all. If Leo's feeling the pressure of this war, he can't even imagine how Percy's dealing with things, especially after the dismal present Prometheus had bestowed upon him. "Yeah, but I wouldn't get my hopes up, though." Piper lifts the bottle and examines the way the light shines through it. She puts the neck of it right in front of her eye and pretends she's looking through a telescope. She's far more drunk than she's letting on. As she swings her head, the bottle narrowly misses hitting him right in the jaw. One of them will fuck it up. They always do. Leo makes a disgusted sound. "Why's everyone going and falling in love now? We literally start fighting a war tomorrow." "I think it's cute," Piper says resolutely. Then a little sadly she adds, "I miss it." "Pipes," Leo reaches around her to pull her closer, and she allows it, hiding a huge sniffle behind her hand. "I wish Jason were here," she whispers. "He would have been the funnest drunk." She pauses. "Is that a word?" Leo hums. "He would have been passed out by now." "He seems like someone who could either drink for ages or not at all," she muses. "I wonder which one it would have been. I wish we'd gotten the chance to find out." She swallows, then takes a swig from the bottle like she's trying to suppress her tears. "Me too," Leo murmurs. If he blinks really slow and blurs his vision, he thinks he can see Jason, actually. This large blonde lumbering figure bumping into the walls and the chairs and the bedpost. He would have loved to be here, Leo thinks. Jason was the kind of person who just liked being around people, since he'd grown up pretty much with just Thalia. He found happiness in all the things Leo's been taking for granted for so long: friendship and camaraderie and just genuine human relations. "He'd have been happy for Percy and Annabeth too, I think," Piper murmurs. "That they're finally getting their shit together, I mean." She sighs, dreamy, fond, a little wistful. "Love is so weird. I mean, it kind of sucks for me right now, not gonna lie, but it can be so great too." "Sure, it's great if you've got someone," he responds, aware only after the words come out how bitter he sounds. Which is annoying, because he'd told himself that he was over all that romance stuff. Yikes, maybe the alcohol was a bad idea. Piper sat up, abandoning the bottle somewhere by her feet. Leo watches it roll across the paneled wooden floors, past the coffee table and the fancy-looking lamp, finally stopping when it hits the wall. "What do you mean, got someone?" she demands, her usually perfectly enunciated speech blending messily between each word. "You've got me." It's too late to deny his words or play it cool, so Leo just shrugs. "You know what I mean." "Yeah, I do," she says hotly. "And I'm saying that romantic love isn't all it's cut out to be. Look at me." She gestures up and down her own body, and Leo looks at her choppy hair and her shabby clothes and her lean frame from all the meals she skipped since Jason died. She looks on the verge of tears, but she just gives an almighty sniff, wipes her nose furiously with the end of her sleeve, and glares at him with thunder in her eyes. With no warning whatsoever, she grabs his face in both her hands, squishing his cheeks until he's got the fish lips and can barely manage to inhale sharply through his nose. He can't even exhale properly, since his entire face is being squished in her palms, and he's kind of worried that he's got bad breath from all the tequila he's drunk. Piper looks directly into his eyes. In the dim yellow honeymoon sweet lighting, they're a rich brown color like hardwood that's just been freshly polished. She's so close that Leo's actually afraid they might kiss. She's lonely enough and drunk enough to do it, and he's lonely enough and drunk enough where he actually might reciprocate. He wheezes in her face pathetically, thinking of Jason and betrayal, and she makes a repulsed face, moving a little further away. "Do you let me go?" he tries. "No," she says angrily. "No, we've been friends for so long, and I haven't taught you anything about love. You think romantic love is all there is? How can you think that?" Her nose is tinted a soft red color, possibly from all the tears she's trying not to shed. "You have so many people who love you, Leo, your mom. Annabeth and Beckendorf and Silena and Harley and Nissa and Shane and Jake and Heloise and Christopher and every single one of your siblings, and pretty much everyone else in the bunker besides. And I know things didn't really work with Hazel, but she and Frank, they opened up to you the most out of anyone else here, and I think that's its own special kind of love, too." "Jason," here her voice goes quiet and her expression smoothens out into something soft and distantly melancholy. "Jason loved you so much. When he was dying, he told me to tell you he loved you. and I'm gonna tell you every day from now on so you don't forget, from him and from me. She pauses, swallowing, because Leo, I love you. I love you the most out of everyone even though you annoyed me when I first met you. Hey, says Leo without bite. But I still love you. I love you so much that she gains an oddly stubborn look and releases him. Leo takes a huge gulp of air, massaging the stiffness out of his cheeks, watching with amusement as Piper stands up on the couch and sways precariously, throwing both arms in the air. Hey, everybody, I love Leo. Half-hearted cheers follow. Leo peeks over the couch to see most of his friends half asleep, some already passed out like the dead on the floor. Beckendorf, who's cradling a sleeping Silena in his arms from where he sits against the wall, winks at Leo before yelling back, same, and several hands raise up in solidarity. The whole exchange is extremely drunk and stupid, but it's just touching enough for tears to sting at Leo's eyes. Thank you, he tells Piper. Good, she says huffily, now say you love me back, asshole. I love you, he says automatically. Good, Piper says again, but not as much as I love you, I bet. Her gaze, a little dazed and wobbly, still manages to have the effect and accuracy of lasers. Do you believe me? Leo hesitates, but his own eyes find hers, and he actually sees. There's irritation in her gaze, but there's an underlying current of care there that floors him. He glances around him at the other inebriated demigods in the room, and when he meets their eyes he sees a mixture of amusement and fond exasperation and disbelief, and underneath it all, same as it is with Piper, is that same emotion. Of family, of friendship, of care, of love. Leo feels he feels fucking stupid. He just wanted to be loved so much, had assumed he would remain without having felt it for the rest of his days, and all along he hadn't noticed he'd had it since forever. There's love in the way Jason had clapped his back, so hard that he nearly went flying every time. There's love in how Annabeth rolls her eyes at his jokes, in how she nags him to stop stealing all the spare paper. There's love in how Beckendorf forces him to take breaks in between projects, and love in the way each of his siblings come sit next to him silently when he's working. There's love in how Hazel and Frank hug him, so hard that they nearly crack his ribs. There's love in how Festus creaks happily at the sight of him, wires in his head sparking with joy. There's love in how each and every one of them have each other's back, and how they'd do anything to keep each other safe. And Leo, he loves them too, like so fucking much, man. I do, he tells Piper, and for the first time in his life, he thinks he's beginning to mean it. Even though her mind is hazy, Annabeth is still smart, okay. The elevator she'd used to take up to the honeymoon suite from the lobby now reads a different number. This means that Percy, who had vanished after Leo had forced a large glass of alcohol down his throat, hadn't gone downstairs to visit Rachel, as Annabeth had assumed. He's upstairs and alone. She's going to tell him she loves him. She giggles to herself as the elevator ascends slowly, playing some kind of jaunty piano tune. She's going to tell him, and they're going to live happily ever after, so ha, Piper. Never let it be said that Annabeth shies away from a dare. Annabeth bursts out of the elevator at the top floor and makes several drunken laps of the floor before realizing that it's the stairs she should have checked. She finds the staff entrance to the stairwell and gazes upwards. She can hear the whoosh of air escaping into the building from the tiny crack in the doorway. Her heart skips a whole entire beat. She takes one step up, then another, until she's standing in the open door, hand on the handle, flushed from all the searching for Percy and the alcohol in her system. She sees him, he's leaning against the railings, back to her. Annabeth is about to take a step forward, a grin blooming on her face like the first flowers after winter, before she realizes he's not alone and stops in her tracks. Rachel's gotten to him first. She must have woken from her sleep and come to find him, or maybe she'd been here first and he'd come to find her. The possibility makes Annabeth's feet suddenly feel like there's a layer of cement coated across them. She can't move. Her body is growing hot. She can't move, and she doesn't want to see what comes next. They're talking, speaking words in low tones that the wind does not carry to her ears. Annabeth watches, helpless, feeling as though her blood is on fire, as without preamble Percy steps forward and takes Rachel in his arms. Rachel stiffens for a second like she hadn't expected it, but hugs him back just as fiercely. Annabeth watches, breathless with shock, with anguish, as Rachel leans back just far enough to cup Percy's cheek in her palm. She can't watch, she shouldn't be watching this, but it's like being caught up in an accident as it happens, and she can't tear her eyes away from the carnage. Rachel says something. Annabeth can see how Percy smiles, can see the edges of his eyes crinkle in the hazy light from the stairway. Dimly she wonders how she hasn't been noticed yet, but it's like they're horses with blinkers on. They're so wrapped up in each other, nothing else matters. Annabeth feels an enormous sob build in her throat as Percy and Rachel come back together again. They don't kiss, which, thank the gods, because she doesn't think she would be able to stand the sight of it, but they do go back to hugging like nothing in the world can separate them, and it makes Annabeth feel as though someone's taken a nail and hammer to her ribcage, knocking harder and harder against it until it cracks right down the middle. The cry gaining momentum in her gullet makes a bid for freedom. Annabeth lets go of the door handle so she can clap both hands over her mouth in an attempt to stop it. The door slams shut, so loud that it makes all three of them jump, but even as Percy and Rachel step away from each other at last to look her way, Annabeth's instincts kick in. She's got her hand on her cap and her cap on her head in the blink of an eye, and even as tears threaten to break free, she's flying down the stairs, fast as she can go, off into the night. Percy looks up at the sky, inhaling sharply through his nose. He isn't a stranger to quiet, but for it to be this silent in New York City, of all places, makes him shudder in discomfort. It's cold but pleasant. He suspects that the alcohol might have warmed him up. He's not a drinker by any means, but the vodka had run smoothly down his throat, burning a hot path down to his gut, and it had forced his mind open, making him notice things he had been trying very hard not to focus on. Namely, Annabeth, the way she'd gone softer around the edges under the influence of all the whiskey Piper and Malcolm had been encouraging her to chug, the crinkle of her eyes in amusement, the way she shone in the shitty yellow lighting. Every time she smiled, Percy felt himself break out in a cold sweat. He's only barely managing to keep himself under control when he's around her. There's this stupid, nearly animalistic part of him that just goes batshit every time she's within an arm's length of him. Ever since the stupid fucking Styx vision, his own fingers are itching to hold her hand again, to make some kind of contact, and he's not even sure why, only that he needs to touch her or he'll combust. It feels more important than love somehow. It feels like a yearning, desperate, pathetic kind of need. The realization that he's in love with her isn't really a new one, he just never wanted to put a label on it. Love had seemed too big of a word when they'd first formed their fragile friendship, and later on, it didn't seem to fully encompass all he felt when he thought of her. Because how can he describe it? This deep need to be with her, for them to be together, every day, all the fucking time. It scares him sometimes when he thinks of the lengths he would go to for her, and the thought of her in danger absolutely ruins him. He thinks again of how he'd barely hung onto his sanity when she had been held on Authries. He doesn't think he'll last another experience like that again. How far will he push himself next time to keep her safe? He'll burn the whole world down trying to get to her, probably. He sighs, leaning over the railing and watching the trees rustle below. Tomorrow at this time the battle will have begun, and even though he'd been the picture of assured confidence in front of everyone else, in truth, he's scared shitless. It's not that he's not sure of his own skills, in fact, that might be the only thing he's convinced of at the moment. It's more of the fact that there's all this hope, all these expectations pinned to his shoulders like 20-pound weights, and Percy isn't perfect. He never has been. He's not a leader or a big-shot hero, least of all a savior. He's a guy who wants to keep his friends and family safe, and he'll move mountains if it means he'll succeed. "You're thinking hard," a voice comments from behind him, and Percy jumps, turning to find Rachel walking up towards him, a shaky little smile on her face. "Hey," he says, "you're up. How'd you find me?" "I woke up in a hotel room and found the rest of your friends getting wild in the dining hall," she replies, grinning a little wider. Her hair whips itself into a total mess in the wind. "I didn't see you, so I went looking." "Well, you found me." He turns his body to the side to face her as she leans her arms against the railing to his right, spying a hint of bandage around her wrist as she pulls her jacket down to cover her finger. He asks, "How are you feeling? Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," Rachel says with a short little laugh, though her green eyes are dimmer than he's used to seeing. "I mean as fine as I can be given the circumstances." She waves her hand at the motionless city. "New York's gone radio silent. Every mortal here is fast asleep, caught in time except for me. For some reason, apparently you guys are going to, what? Invade the city, and I can't even sleep without seeing your face." She glances at him, flushing a little. "That came out wrong." "It's not what you think." "Visions," he guesses. "Non-stop," she says regretfully. "It's not even when I sleep anymore. I drew this painting of you." She fishes out her phone and scrolls through her gallery before flipping the screen to show him. It's a photo of a canvas resting against the wall of what must be her room. He squints at it, looking at a tiny figure of what must be himself standing in the middle of a hurricane. Trees surround him, and he's holding his sword aloft, warding against a bright light that vaguely forms the shape of a man. There isn't much to suggest anything unique or specific about their surroundings, but there's a certain reflective quality to the ground that suggests he might be standing on water. It looks incredible, like the cover of a fantasy novel, but it's the future, and he's not sure what it means. His best guess is Hyperion, he breathes. Am I going to fight him? "I guess so." She pockets her phone, looking uneasy. This was one of the clearer images I got, so I tried to get it on canvas before I lost it. The other visions, they're flashes. A guy with an eye patch, a rush of wind, there's a lot of fire. Percy murmurs. But what's most important is the stuff I'm writing, Rachel says, patting down the pockets of her jeans frantically before withdrawing a single, folded piece of paper from one of them. She hands it to Percy, who unfolds it, unsure of what he's about to see, doodles maybe, but his eyes widen at the sight of Greek letters, written at an angle, like she hadn't even been fully aware of herself while writing. He glances up at her, astounded. You don't know ancient Greek. Sure as hell don't, she agrees cheerfully. This one reads, Perseus, you're but one hero, Percy says, feeling a lump in his throat as his eyes pass over the hastily written words. You've written it like 5 times. He points his finger at each occurrence of the repeating sentence. He quickly glances at the other phrases. It's all vague stuff, like the bridge and the storm comes from the west and they will obey the eagle. Nothing as urgent and as particular as Percy, apparently after all this time, all these deaths, not being the hero at all. He has to swallow a mouthful of spit to get his throat back in some semblance of working order so he can speak. It's ironic how, mere minutes ago, he'd been thinking about he didn't want to be the hero, but now. What does it mean? He asks Rachel desperately, crinkling the paper in his hand. Rachel, is there anything else you can tell me? No, she says regretfully, shaking her head, but I was writing that sentence constantly, even though I had no idea it meant what you say it means. I was doodling it on walls, on my jeans, it must be important. Her subsequent glance is filled with pity. Maybe there's more to it, maybe we shouldn't take it so literally. How else am I supposed to take it? He says angrily, staring at the offending sheet of paper half crushed in his palm. It's right there in black and white. Percy, you're but one hero, not the hero, he falters. I can't even tell anyone if they think I'm not the hero if we're fighting this battle for nothing. He runs a hand through his hair, feeling his own fingers shake. I can't do that to everyone. They've already lost a war once, and Thalia too, with Jason gone, and if it's not me. He gulps. It can't be Nico or Hazel. They're so young. They're just kids, and Hazel doesn't deserve to. She can't die again. And Nico, Percy had promised Bianca he would keep him safe. How is he supposed to do that if he's dead, if Nico's the hero of the Papacy? Hey, Rachel grabs his arm and shakes it lightly. There's a tiny smile on her face. Don't think like that. Everything has a reason for happening, Percy. Her words stir a memory in him. Annabeth on their very first raid together. They had been talking about coincidences, how they might have crossed paths on the same day Percy had run from New York after his mother's death. Percy still thinks about it sometimes, how different life would have been if he had bumped into her on that fateful day. How much less lonely he would have ended up, if only life had not taken them on 2 very diverging paths for all those years in between. Annabeth had been walking ahead of him in the woods. Percy's mind had been clouded over with all the missed opportunities. And she had looked back at him, her smile a little wry, a welcome sight after all the animosity brewing between them the first couple of weeks, and said, if there's one thing I've learned as a demigod, it's that things happen for a reason. If we didn't meet back then we weren't meant to, and that means we were meant to meet now. But how, he wonders aloud, how are things possibly meant to be like this? He throws a hand out at the slumbering city. Kronos has risen again. Jason is dead. Annabeth won't even look at me, and I'm not even. His voice cracks embarrassingly. If I'm not the hero, why am I even here? Rachel sighs fond and short and brings her hand down to grasp his. He looks at her fingers, so pale in the moonlight, so soft from a life of luxury. They squeeze his own, brief and tight. You're here because you were meant to be, she says gently, lips curving up in a small, aching smile. Because even though you're maybe not the hero you thought you would be, you're still a hero. And look, from what you've told me, from what I can gather from my visions, from everything, you've got a huge role to play still. It just may not be the one you expected, and that's okay. How do I face the others knowing what I know? He demands. I'm not going to lead them to their deaths. When Jason died when they needed me, I left them, and now it's all messed up. I was awful, Rachel. I mean, who does that kind of stuff, says that kind of stuff to people that they love? Rachel's smile has turned sad. He knows she's guessed who he's talking about, and he doesn't want to hurt her. He never has, but he respects her enough to know that she doesn't deserve him lying to her. He nods. She exhales at the confirmation, like she understands, like she'd expected it. She's quiet for a minute, dropping her hand from his and staring resolutely at the cityscape. Percy itches to say something but doesn't want to break whatever train of thought running through her head right now. He ought to console her maybe, but he can't find the words. He's not an idiot, though it had taken him a while to read into all her secret little smiles, all her light touches that she saved just for him. And he's not gonna lie, she's cute, and she had been there for him in a time when he needed someone, but it hadn't got any deeper than that, nowhere near the well of emotion he holds for Annabeth. He likes her, of course, treasures her as a friend, but he suspects that that will never change. Your heart is in the right place, she says finally, and Percy chooses not to comment on the redness around her pupils. You left, but you came back for them. They'll understand. He swallows, you think. She laughs openly. Can we stop speaking in metaphors, Percy? Look, Annabeth's just as gone for you as you are for her, okay? She smiles. She apologized to me, you know, when I was half asleep on that bed. She's a good person, even though she's got a hot temper. Of course she'll forgive you. Looking at her, at the courageous smile that wavers slightly on her face, at her messy hair that curls into itself, at her spotty jeans and her chipped nails, Percy feels a wave of fondness and gratitude overwhelm him. Without preamble, he steps forward and hugs her, tight enough that she lets out a little oof of surprise as the wind knocks out of her. She stiffens for a minute, but then relaxes, winding her arms around him, rubbing soothing circles up and down his back. I'm sorry, he whispers, unable to help himself. It's not you, it's... Oh, don't you dare feed me that cliché line, she admonishes with a little chuckle, releasing her arms and stepping back so she can hold his cheeks in her palm. I'm a big girl, and it's not like I was, totally in love with you where I'll fall into a deep depression at your rejection. Thanks, he says. She snorts, I'm just saying I'll be fine, you're cute, and I knew you and Annabeth had something going on, but I do think I would have regretted it if I didn't shoot my shot, so I went for it. She shrugs. It happens. You're just great, he tells her earnestly, clasping her elbows. Like you're amazing if I wasn't. Tripping ass over balls for another woman, Rachel finishes, nodding dramatically. I mean, basically, Percy agrees. He grins when she laughs. No, but really, Rachel, I owe you for so many things, like you even being here is a miracle. Percy. No, listen, he says determinedly, meeting her eyes, and she must sense he's being serious because her playful smile wanes, turning confused. The same way I'm meant to be here, I know you are too. I think we were meant to meet and become friends, and I think you're important too. Like us meeting the way we did in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. He grins when she laughs, throwing her head back. Her arms slide down from his face to his shoulders. Like if we hadn't met, we never would have got to Annabeth in time. And then last month, we never would have got to Jason either if it wasn't for you. And Oracle or not, he takes a breath. Oracle or not, you've become an important part of my life. And I want you to know that I love you. Shut up, not like that. Stop laughing. I do love you as a friend. Like life might have thrown us together for the weirdest of reasons, but I don't regret meeting you. Not for a second. When he looks at her again, her eyes are glassy. Sorry, he begins, but she shakes her head and launches herself forward, throwing her arms around him. Thank you for saying that, she says. Don't cry, he says in horror, ruffling her hair. I wouldn't have gone on that spiel if I'd known it would make you cry. They're happy tears, she laughs, breath puffing warmly into his shoulder. He smiles. Also, it got me thinking, isn't it ironic how, both times we met, I basically led you right to Annabeth? Oh my God, he says, laughing. I've been the writer of my own demise, Rachel laments with a giggle. I had the pen in my hand and I still fucked up the ending of my own tale. Stop, he groans, but his heart feels light again. She's good at doing that. She's always had this way of making him forget. Still, she continues, tone softening into something a little more serious, pensive. Thank you, Percy. That was really sweet of you to say. I meant it, he says honestly. I don't have too big of a family, I never have, but I consider you a part of it now. She sniffles. Well, as someone with a family, I can tell you that sometimes they aren't all they're cut out to be. She buries her head in his neck. You're my family too, Percy, and I'm honored to be a part of yours. They stay as they are, wrapped around each other, before there comes a loud bang from the stairwell door. Percy and Rachel spring apart, stunned, and stare at each other, a little freaked out, until Rachel clears her throat and steps back, eyes watery, but a huge smile blooming on her face. As your love guru, she says. Nuo. Your love guru you sets you on the right path, she goes on, laughing. It is my duty, nay my honor, to once again show you the path you must walk. She gestures back at the door, turning him around and pushing his back so he stumbles towards it. Go get the girl, Percy Gatego. You said she isn't talking to you, you go talk to her then. Tell her everything, and I guarantee you that you guys'll be fine. When he looks at her, she is smiling. You'll be okay, he asks. I'll be fine, she assures him, pushing him again. Now go. Okay, he doesn't need much convincing. He shoots her a thumbs up and grins at her resulting laughter. It spills over him in a giddy wave as he goes down the stairs, taking it one at a time before an urgency to find Annabeth, tell her everything, takes over, and he's jumping down each flight, checking each floor, looking for her. He's going to find her, he's going to tell her. And maybe, just maybe, she might love him back. Annabeth wakes with a searing pain in her skull. She takes off her cap, throwing it to the floor with a grunt. She looks around her. She's in one of the empty rooms, curled up on one of the twin beds. She presses lightly against her temples, then looks around her tensely. When she sees no sign of puke, she sighs with relief. Her pillow is damp. Annabeth touches a wet patch and tries not to groan. She must have been far more drunk than she'd ever imagined for her to cry as much as she did. Which makes her feel stupid, because she'd always thought she was better than one of those people who cried about stupid boys. But in her defense, Percy choosing Rachel had merely been the trigger. The tears seeing them together had brought on was merely the gateway to all the tears Annabeth hadn't shed over the years. She had cried nearly all night, she thinks. Cried for Percy, and then Jason, and then Thalia, and then Luke, and then Percy all over again. She cleans her mouth with some mouthwash, wincing at the stench of alcohol still emanating from her, and decides on a whim to step into the shower. She hasn't had a warm bath in what feels like forever, and as she scrubs herself clean, reveling in the contrast between the rough exfoliating folds of the loofah and the soft, bubbly foam from the little hotel-branded bottle of body wash, Annabeth convinces herself that she's washing her weaknesses away, starting afresh. And as she gazes at herself in the mirror, wet hair plastered to the sides of her face, her bones standing out prominently against the pale expanse of her skin, she thinks she might have even convinced herself that she's okay, at least for now. She clothes herself, ties her shoelaces with purpose, and makes sure all her daggers are where they're supposed to be, grabbing a glass of orange juice from the restaurant fridge before making her way to the hotel's main lobby, which seems lively already. Piper accosts her the minute she steps out of the elevator. In fact, she doesn't even let Annabeth leave it. She grabs her by the arm and yanks her right back in the little box, pressing the button to close the doors before Annabeth can even say so much as hello. "Did Percy find you?" she demands. "What?" Annabeth's brows furrow. "Percy, why would he need to find me?" "I don't know, you tell me," Piper says, agitated, as though Annabeth's the one hiding something here. "I assumed you didn't find him, but after you left to go look for him, he came downstairs to find you. He was in a rush, dude, woke us all up, but you're saying he didn't find you." "He didn't." As calmly as she can, Annabeth extricates her arm from Piper's and jabs with her thumb to open the elevator doors again. "Although that might be my fault, I fell asleep with my cap on." "He said he has to tell you something." "I can guess what that might be," Annabeth murmurs, stepping outside and nodding at Kayla and Austin as they emerge from the adjacent elevator, join the slowly growing congregation of demigods in the lobby. "And I don't want to hear it." Piper's eyes narrow. "What are you talking about?" "Annabeth," Percy breaks free from the crowd and makes a beeline for her, eyes blazing like a man possessed. Annabeth can see her other friends, the older demigods from last night, all huddled up in a corner and yawning, but Percy looks like he hasn't gotten a wink of sleep all night. Percy reaches her and grabs her by the shoulders. "Where have you been?" "Sleeping." It's hard to maintain her composure when he's this close, when this is the first time he's touched her deliberately in what feels like months. "Like you should have been doing, Percy. We have a war to fight this evening." "I was looking for you," Percy says adamantly, his lower lip puckering out in a pout that would have made Annabeth melt had she not been privy to, certain information. It takes everything in her to stare him down, but she does it, and the slightly wounded expression on his face morphs into mild confusion. His eyes dart quickly to Piper, who appears similarly mystified, but Annabeth doesn't have the patience, or the emotional endurance, to stand here and listen as the man she loves tells her he's dating someone else now. "I was sleeping," she repeats. "I had to tell you something important," Percy insists. "You don't have to tell me," Annabeth says back, trying her best for a dazzling smile. She practically feels the bewilderment radiating off of Piper, and Percy's giant, searching puppy dog eyes come back with the force of 1,000 suns. He opens his mouth as though to explain himself, but the courage that some of the scalding water from the shower had given her is beginning to wear thin already. She's quite certain, actually, that if he comes clean about Rachel, she's going to burst into tears, and then she'll be unable to stop, and that is not the kind of energy they need today. "Okay," she says loudly, pushing past Percy and clapping her hands for everyone's attention. Percy glowers fiercely at the floor. Piper moves behind her to whisper something at him, something that makes him shrug in a helpless sort of way. "Pep talk time," someone whispers. Annabeth can't help but smile. "As we all know," she says, addressing the group at large, "today the Second War begins." It is silent as she continues. "For those of you who survived the last war, you know how the drill goes. I assume every senior demigod has briefed their groups about our meeting with Prometheus yesterday." Several nods. Good, I trust this means everyone knows what's coming, because for the next few days, I doubt many of us will be able to catch a wink of sleep between battles. That means today, Annabeth says, is a day of rest. And yes, I mean that, she adds sternly, noticing the Ares kids and several of her own siblings raise their hands immediately in protest. Over the next couple of days up until the 18th, we'll be going ahead nonstop. We're going to have no time to breathe. So today, it's our last day to lay back. Take a nap, kick your feet up, spend time with friends. Hell, the monsters know where we are now, so take a bath. She holds out her own squeaky clean arms and grins as a ripple of laughter spreads through the group. Is that why you smell like lemons? Percy asks behind her to hollers and hoots of laughter. Annabeth feels her own ears burn. She casts him a sideways glance to find him with both hands covering his mouth as though he hadn't meant to say that. Piper's shaking with silent laughter next to him. Anyway, Annabeth plows on, ignoring the sly looks her siblings are sending her way. The showers are great. I'd suggest taking advantage of that. I call the bathtub in the honeymoon suite, Leo calls out, tiredness giving way to a genuine smile. More laughter which Annabeth appreciates, but she's still got an agenda. That being said, bunker leaders, before the battle begins this evening, I'd suggest you take a Pegasus to your designated area. Check out the terrain. If you can afford to take someone from 9 with you, double-check the wiring on the Greek fire bombs. We can't afford any mistakes today. She exhales slowly. I'm going to be heading out in a while to activate the last of the statues. If you need me, I'll have my sphere on me, so. I'll come with you, Percy interjects, voice firm like he's a man on a mission. I still have to negotiate with the god of the East River. Oh, she says, caught off guard. I mean, I don't want to hold you back. It's always good to have backup, B says placatingly. It should be okay, as long as you're back on time. Yeah, Piper says. Annabeth whirls around to give her a warning look before she says something stupid, but she is too late. With the same kind of coy mischievousness signature to Aphrodite, Piper sends her the biggest shit-eating grin Annabeth might have ever seen and goes, but no detours, you two. Shut up, Annabeth hisses, shooting a glare at both Piper and several offenders in the crowd who make the mistake of giggling. Percy turns a fetching shade of rose at Piper's comment but doesn't say anything to refute it, which just pisses Annabeth off further. He ought to stand up for Rachel instead of lying down and taking all the taunting, harmless though it may be. Rachel had literally crashed a helicopter to get here, and now her boyfriend is blushing in embarrassment as he's being teased with another girl. Annabeth might not have been Rachel's biggest fan to begin with, but she has to admit that she respects her drive, even though her admiration is grudging. But the redhead deserves more respect than what Percy's giving. Anyway, she goes on, with everyone splitting off into our smaller units before sundown, this might be the only time I get to address you all like this. And I just want to take this time to tell you that this is it. She clasps her hands together. We've done our prep, we each know our duties, all that's left is to do it. This is what we've been working for, training for, this chance. She meets the eyes of several of her fellow half-bloods in turn, Clovis, Sherman, B. Nissa, Harry, Miranda, Llewellyn. This is the chance we've been waiting for, the chance to come out of hiding, to stop living in fear, the chance to bring the gods, our parents, back, and I don't intend to let it slip away. Hear, hear, someone calls out. Annabeth looks around, startled, but warmth settles in her when she sees that it's Clarice. If this is anything like the last war, and I suspect this one might be just as, if not more brutal, she says soberly, I can't promise that we're all going to come out of this unscathed. But every drop of monster blood we spill is one step closer to victory. Every day we live on means certain defeat for the Titans. Damn straight, Malcolm says determinedly, and several others nod in agreement. Heartened, she adds, we've lost so much. I'm sure every person in this room has lost something or someone on the path that's led you here today. I have too, and you know what I've hated the most about it. She gulps, looking around at the knit brows, at the pinched frowns as everyone remembers the casualties of the last war of their lives. Demigods carry the burden of death wherever they go, and it's not an easy one to carry. She knows it all too well. I hate not being able to do anything about it, she says, and her words have the desired effect. Everyone seems to lean forward, interested, memories of loss and anger fresh on their minds. We kill monsters when we have to, yes, when we venture out of the bunkers for supply runs or raids, but a huge portion of our lives has been dedicated to just surviving, and to be frank with you, I'm sick of it. Tonight, she says, raising a hand to fist against her thrumming heart, I want you to think of everything the Titans have taken from us. They've taken away our homes. Our families, Travis calls, an uncharacteristically solemn look on his face. Our families, Annabeth agrees, counting on her fingers. Our freedom. They took away everything from us, and now we get to take it back. I know we lost last time, but this feels different. She steps forward, her whole body tingling at the rush of energy that suddenly picked up in the room. I know you feel it too, every line of the prophecy coming alive. This is it, guys. We get to finally take our fate in our own hands. We finally get to spill all the dust and ichor that have caused us pain for so many years. We get to avenge the deaths of our friends, brothers, sisters, parents. We get to win. She glances quickly behind her, where Piper is beaming with pride. For Jason, she says quietly. For Jason, Leo agrees with a yell, withdrawing his hammer and raising it. A chorus of other voices take up the cue, everyone shouting out names of everyone they've lost from the last war, from their lives before they knew they were demigods. Annabeth stands there in the middle of it and watches their eyes light up and their resolve grow strong, listens to the names of people she had seen fall 5 years ago. For Thalia, for Lee, for Mina, for Jordan, for Maria, for Miguel, for Gloria, for Farhana, for Esperanza, for James, for Elijah, for Prita. Everyone spreads out into a circle around her, saying their own names, for they have all experienced loss. Everyone carries the same anger she does, the same anger born from the helplessness of their situation. Weapons go up in the air, clenched firmly in their owners' fists in a sign of solidarity. Bows and swords and shields and axes and spears. Annabeth unclasps Luke's knife from her own belt, gazes down at it, watches the light from the fancy chandelier glint off of it, and takes a second to bask in the moment. I am honored, she says, to fight beside you all. She lifts her dagger high, for Olympus. For Olympus, comes the answering roar, followed by a deafening cheer that is so loud Annabeth actually has to cover her ears from the sound of it. She grins and laughs, elated and full of brimming emotion as she stares at her army, laughing and full of determination and hope. Pride swells within her and she turns in a circle where she stands, trying to memorize each and every face in front of her. She doesn't want to forget this moment. Her eyes catch on a flash of green, and hold. Percy stands still in the middle of the chaos, riptide clenched firmly in his white-knuckled fist. He doesn't raise the sword to the skies, but instead presses it firmly against his own chest, an act of solidarity that is somehow slowly bleeding into something more like allegiance. Annabeth's army will follow her into battle, but Percy will follow her into hell. Percy will follow her anywhere. She reels back, stunned at the gesture, at what it means. Percy isn't smiling, and she feels her own giddy grin slip away as she takes in the way his hands are trembling, the way his eyes are brimming over with an overwhelming emotion that would take her weeks, months, years to put to name. He needs to stop looking at her like that, like she's fucking everything to him in this moment. It'll give her hope she cannot afford to have. She stares at him wordlessly, feeling her own love, heartbreak, tear into her like a river released from a dam. When she can't take it anymore, she closes her eyes. Blackjack is waiting for them when Percy and Annabeth step outside, stood impressively at the front entrance on top of a blue Prius. He ruffles his feathers as Percy approaches and shoots Percy a "Hey, boss," as Percy clambers up the hood of the car. "Hey," Percy says back. He turns to help Annabeth up, holding out his hand, but she shakes her head and climbs up herself, cooing at Blackjack and petting his mane, asking him how he's been. "Youch," Blackjack says to Percy smugly as he shoves his hand back into his pocket. Percy doesn't reply, instead choosing to focus on how Annabeth's hair, now that it's freshly washed too, shines like threaded gold in the afternoon sun. It does sting that she still doesn't want to talk to him, and yeah, it does suck that she seems more interested in the horse than him. But this is their first time being alone together in a while, and he's sure that they'll get their chance to talk soon enough. "Call me a horse one more time and I'll fly away right now," Blackjack says pleasantly. Whoops, Percy thinks back, but he gives the Pegasus a sugar cube he'd grabbed from the hotel kitchens on the way out and figures all must be forgiven. He swings one leg over Blackjack and climbs on. Annabeth settles in quietly behind him. Percy turns around as Blackjack finishes munching on the sugar and tells her, "You might want to hold on." He doesn't understand why she looks so stricken at the idea of it, like they're on a Pegasus. She has to hold on to him or she'll literally fall off and die. Does she, and he feels a twinge of disappointment as the thought occurs to him, does she hate him so much now that she can't even stand to touch him? Has he ruined things beyond repair by leaving? After a split second of silence that feels to Percy like 100 years, Annabeth nods sharply and places her hands on his waist. He turns back in the front, feeling his ears burning. "Youch," Blackjack says again, "you're in super deep." "Shut up." The flight is quick and easy since they're bypassing all the traffic. Percy glances at the roads and finds them miraculously free of cars. The automatons seem to have done a tremendous job by putting them away. They make a couple of stops on the way to the Williamsburg Bridge, directed by Annabeth, who is marking all the empty statue posts in a little notebook, but that part of the job finishes rather quickly. She finally grabs a hold of an inactive statue and sends it the command to tell all its fellow statues to eliminate any monsters they run into. She sits back satisfied and nods at him. That should work. Sounds good, he says. Look, Annabeth. Whoa, look at the time, she interjects, gazing into her watch as though all the world's secrets are hidden in its dial. We should really go to Williamsburg now, right? Like, so you can have that, talk with, East. She pats him on the arm, smiling brightly like an infomercial salesman. Sorry I delayed you. There is a part of Percy, a bold part, that wants to grab Annabeth's arm as she brushes past him, press her to him, and say, in a low, sexy undertone, that she needs to listen to him. That he has to tell her he loves her or he'll explode. Which is how he feels, but he is nowhere near that ballsy, so he just watches her flounce back to Blackjack and follows morosely after her. Youch Blackjack begins. Oh, save it, Percy thinks dejectedly. They alight at Williamsburg at around 5, which gives Percy about an hour to find and converse with the god of the river and hopefully convince him to switch sides. He feels the sand dollar in his pocket, remembers the low rumble of his father's words in the sticks, and mumbles a quick prayer under his breath. Annabeth steps behind him into a looming shadow of one of the towers, waving goodbye to Blackjack as the Pegasus flies away. They stand where they are for a few seconds, watching Blackjack's form get smaller and smaller, and Percy figures this might be the best chance he's going to get. Annabeth, he begins, turning to face her. Yeah, she looks terrified, likely because she must have realized there's nowhere to run. I need to talk to you, he says desperately, watching as the wind whips her hair into a frenzy. I have been trying to talk to you. Look, Percy, she says. I just have to say this one thing. I know, okay, she bursts out. I know what you're going to say, and I'm happy for you. Percy stops short, his knees might be trembling. You what? I saw you talking to Rachel last night, she says, and something in him goes, oh no. Which part had she heard? Does she know? And it's great news, it is, I can't. Oh, Percy suddenly wishes he'd followed Annabeth's lead and never brought up the topic. No wonder she'd been avoiding him so persistently. She just hadn't wanted to reject him. I don't think I can do this right now, she says, sounding minutes from a nervous breakdown. I'm really happy, like really, truly, and I'm touched that you wanted to tell me. But you don't think you can do this, he echoes. He feels hollow, stupid. He's just been so sure that. I can't, she says, and when she looks up at him, he sees just much it's breaking her to have to hear this, which makes him feel like the worst human to have ever graced this planet. Which doesn't make sense. He's the one getting his heart stomped to the curb here. He's the one getting told that she doesn't feel the same way. Is this what heartbreak feels like? To be rejected even before he could even get the words out. Okay, he says, okay, I'm gonna go. He jabs both thumbs at the icy river beneath them, east and all that. You do that, she says miserably. I'll wait. Percy walks away towards the railings, trying his best not to cry. He must be the world's biggest idiot, he thinks bitterly. Of course she doesn't love him. She's in love with Luke, there's a fucking prophecy about it. He had been stupid to think that one damn thing could ever work out in his favor, that he could have this, be in love, and be happy. Of course he can't have all that. Annabeth's in love with Luke. Always has been and apparently always will be. He's known all along, but there's no way he can compete with that. It's time for him to finally accept it. He pulls himself onto the railings and takes a deep breath. The sun hangs a little lower in the sky, reminding him that he's got to focus on the war, on the prophecy, on bigger things than his silly little heart. Isn't it rich that the one time Percy wants to break down and cry, he can't? He gazes down at the rolling waves below, counts to 3, and dives down. A hand emerges from the water like a giant baseball glove, ready to catch him as he falls. He hadn't intended to look around. He hadn't wanted to anyway. But the sick, twisted part of him that still longs for Annabeth's eyes to be on him had forced his body to twist midair, if only to get one last glimpse of her. He's not sure, but he thinks that she was crying. As they make their way down to the false New Rome, Hazel can't help but fear the worst. The tunnel goes up and down and all the way around, winding far more than she had picked up on back when she'd first sensed its existence. It's also disarmingly hot. They've both tied their sweaters around their waists, their heavier jackets discarded somewhere along the way. It's so dark that they can't see, but every touch of her hand against the cave walls tell her the way. They're close, she knows, really close. Frank remains a silent presence at her back. He'd expressed surprise when she'd first told him about her findings, shock that had turned quickly to resolve. Now he walks behind her, their hands twined, and she's so glad to have him here. She loves him so much. The tunnel opens up to a larger cavern. Frank must feel the change in the air, too, because he inhales deeply and murmurs, "Whoa." Whoa indeed. Hazel roots in her pocket for a lighter and flicks it on. It illuminates Frank's awestruck expression, and beyond. It's New Rome, just as she'd suspected, but not quite. It's a rundown version of it, a slightly less lustrous copy. Hazel can almost see where they've gone wrong in terms of materials and architecture, but she's far more interested in how on earth it's even here. Who built it, she wonders aloud, and what's guarding this place? Frank begins to shake his head, but then he sucks in a breath, looking beyond her and pointing. Hazel turns. She doesn't see it at first, but once she does, she can't tear her eyes away. It's a dim outline of a person, she realizes. A shade, a ghost walking out of one dilapidated building and raising its hand as though in greeting, looking at nothing in particular, or so it seems. She sharpens her eyes, gazing intently at all the supposed empty space, keeping an eye out for what she now knows to look for. It works. She catches sight of more ghosts, roaming from one building to the next, talking and laughing to each other much like the way the Roman demigods had done. Only, they're dead. They have been, she can tell, for a long, long time. "Oh my gods," Frank whispers, drawing her close so he can speak in her ear. He points his finger at one shade in particular, standing in the middle of a crowd and directing them to do something. Hazel can see that he wears a royal-looking toga, medals pinned in neat little rows to his chest. He looks, or well, his outfit makes him look like. "Reina," Frank breathes, voice colored with disbelief. "Hazel, I think we found Michael Varys's 5th cohort." East feels unfriendly. It's nowhere near as repulsive as the Styx, but the river's waters feel cold and unwelcoming. Percy hadn't expected it to be clean by any means, but even so, he can't breathe very well. East feels oppressive, and he's sure it's on purpose. "Hey," he yells, "East, I'm here to make a deal." No response. Percy's about to call out again, this time less nicely, when a voice booms around him. "Go home, son of Poseidon," says the god of the East River, sounding mildly annoyed. "There's nothing you can do here. Kronos has promised to depollute me if I refuse to let you across the river." Percy can't see him, but he can feel eyes on him, cold, angry, and maybe a little sad. "You're only alive right now because I respected your dad. He helped me out for a while, sent naiads and nereids to help clean me, but now he's gone, and there's nothing either of us can do about it. I'd advise getting out of here before I do it myself." "And how is Kronos going to help you when he's the one who got rid of all the nature spirits in the first place?" Percy demands. He lied, East. It wouldn't be the first time. "And so," East asks tiredly, "the gods aren't here. I have to stay alive somehow." "I can help," Percy promises. He withdraws the sand dollar from his pocket, and suddenly the water shifts around him, turning from cold to positively bubbling over with excitement. Percy shields his eyes as the water swirls in front of him, solidifying into a solid shape, a dark seal-shaped form with a long, powerful tail and intelligent eyes. "Half of this and your allegiance, and you will be rewarded when the gods come back," Percy promises, and East looks at him, just looks, with those gleaming eyes. "You surprise me, son of Poseidon," he says after a minute, with what must be the beginnings of a smile. "Name your terms." Leo had just wanted to take a break. He tried his best to take Annabeth's advice, but sleep slithered from his grasp every 30 minutes or so, and after being woken by a nightmare of a swirling storm with, somehow, a giant hand sticking out of it, he decided he needed to get out of his own head. His head feels heavy as he makes his way out of the hotel. It's almost enough for him to regret the alcohol, but really, he can't bring himself to. It had been fun, careless in a way they seldom allow themselves to be, fun to forget that the fate of the world rested in their scarred hands. He's up on Festus, caught in a daydream. When he first sees the monsters, he squints, blood turning cold as he looks at the army. They're a wave of black and brown and bronze, hissing, spitting, armed to the teeth. He checks his watch and swears. Prometheus, that asshole, after all the terms he and Annabeth had decided on. "Shit," Leo says, fumbling for his sphere. "Shit, shit, shit." After what feels like way too long, he finds it stored in a secure corner of his pack, and he grabs it and mashes the broadcast button with his thumb. "Everyone," he says frantically, watching with a sinking heart as the armies move closer still. Titan armies are moving towards every bridge, hundreds of them at almost every location by the river. They're not attacking, but they're early. They're trying to catch us off guard. We have to move, guys, now. We have to move, guys, now. Leo's voice cuts itself off as Annabeth shoves her sphere back into her pocket, her pulse racing in her throat as she whirls around, scanning the bridge for signs of life. The tears from before sting as their remnants roll like icy channels down her cheeks, and she wipes them away, irritated at herself. There is nobody else on the bridge but her, and so she directs her attention to the nearest bombs, rigged perfectly by Bunker 9 and ready to blow. She'd do it herself if she knew the activation code, and if she was sure Percy would be unharmed by the sinking debris. She can't do anything too reckless with him still underwater, hopefully negotiating with and not captured by the river gods. A stirring in the wind and she brings herself to attention, removing her dagger and holding it aloft. She's convincing herself that it's nothing when the first sign of monster presence makes itself known, a flash of iron and bronze armor that winks in the fading sunlight. Her heart stutters. "Look who it is," a voice scoffs, and a Dracena steps forward into view from the behind a tower. Shadows of the cables crisscross across her scales, rippling and darkening as she moves forward towards her, the daughter of Athena all alone. So they haven't been here long enough to know that Percy's underwater, Annabeth surmises, so she squares her shoulders and calls back, "Stay back." "Or what?" the Dracena jeers, and the rest of her contingent filters in behind her, what looks like 200 or so monsters, armed to the teeth and frothing at the mouth, hissing for demigod blood, her blood. What are you going to do? So much for not being reckless, she thinks with a short laugh. This, she informs the monster, and then she takes aim with her dagger and punts it right off the bridge. It flies in a high, beautiful arc, glinting in the horizon, before it falls, dropping down and beneath them out of sight, where it finally splashes into the dirty green water of the river below. Percy's only just broken the sand dollar in half when he senses it. East doesn't seem to care. The god lets out a content little sigh at the small ring of purity that flows from the broken end of the sand dollar. He stretches his flipper out to receive it, then clicks his tongue when Percy doesn't respond. "Hey," he protests. Percy hands it over distractedly. "Do you feel that?" he asks. He supposes it's a good thing he can feel anything at all in the murkiness of the water. It means East has kept his promise. Already the water feels more inviting, and he can breathe better. He's sure it will be no problem at all to manipulate it now, but it still doesn't shake the prickling breaking across his skin. The feeling in question is just a tingle of something entering his sphere of awareness, something that must hold some significance for his instincts to have picked up on it. East nods, his eyes fixed on the sand dollar in his hands, which he cradles like it is the world's most precious diamond, bronze. But why would all coherent thoughts die when East picks a dagger out of nowhere? It glows with a faint power. Percy's hand trembles as he accepts it. Soft leather handle with finger-shaped grooves in them from years and years of use. Vaguely leaf-shaped blade, as is signature to the Greeks. And a name carved into the handle with a rough hand, Luke's name. Annabeth's dagger, he'd know it anywhere, just as he knows that she would never, ever drop it, unless forced to. He looks at East, his entire body erupting with goosebumps. "I've got to go," he says. It all happens in a few seconds. Annabeth's lucky her ploy was so out of left field. The monsters take their eyes off of her long enough for her to slap her cap onto her head and make a break for the nearest wire, which she wraps both legs around immediately. She scales it like a monkey, trying to not breathe too hard, and holds on for dear life. She doesn't have to wait long. The monsters have barely noticed her disappearance when a wave the size of Festus crests over the bridge, blocking out the sun. It crashes down on everyone. Annabeth has to hold onto her cap to avoid blowing her cover, and is nearly swept away by the force of the surge. Percy lands in the middle of the flood, somersaulting neatly in front of the flailing army, and grabbing the head Dracena right before she follows the rest of the wave off the bridge. A nearby Cyclops tries to intercept him, but he bats it away, summoning a stream of water that rams into the monster so hard that it goes careening into the East River without even having had the chance to lift its mace. Percy grabs the Dracena by the straps of its armor. Annabeth catches the quickest flash of the familiar ballpoint pen before Riptide appears with a sheeting in his other hand. He points the tip at the monster's neck, teeth bared, and she watches, half in shock at the speed of it all and not fully understanding the reason for his aggression until she hears him yell, "Where is she? What have you done with her?" The Dracena bares its teeth but does not answer. It eyes Riptide warily, then flicks its gaze upward. Annabeth follows her line of vision and sees two hovering Stymphalian birds. They begin their descent, and she shimmies silently to the damp road, withdraws two throwing knives from her belt, and takes aim. Annabeth's used to aiming at a moving target, and both birds go down quickly once they're within striking range. Their corpses fall with a great clatter to the ground, and Percy is momentarily distracted. He glances at the birds, stupefied, and his eyes grow wider when Annabeth takes off her cap and jogs to him, unstrapping a third knife from her thigh as she does so. "Sorry for scaring you," she says when she's close enough, suddenly feeling the need to apologize when faced with the concentration of his gaze, the way he's looking her up and down, scanning her for any wounds. "I needed to get your attention, whoa." The Dracaenas made a break for it, taking advantage of Percy's loosened hold to slither out of his grip. It takes a couple of steps away from them before Annabeth and Percy have both buried their weapons in its back, with enough force at close range to pierce through its armor. The monster crumbles to dust with a bone-chilling wail. Percy and Annabeth face each other. She says, unsure of what else to say. She's still embarrassed at how she basically gave away herself before when he was trying to tell her about him and Rachel, but there's the matters with East, too. All the questions she'd had before linger at the tip of her tongue, but this is neither the time nor the place. Finally, Percy blinks rapidly, like he's only just come to his senses, and hands over her dagger. "You dropped this," he says, muted. With a horrifying jolt, she realizes that if she doesn't stop herself right now, she's going to blurt out something terribly inappropriate, like "I love you." It takes a good amount of effort to physically bite her own tongue, but she does it anyway, wincing in pain at the sensation. The alarmed look on Percy's face almost makes it worth it. She accepts the knife and turns it over in her palm. "Thank you." He nods, first at her, then at the ranks of monsters beginning to regroup at the beginning of the bridge. Stymphalian birds and griffins are fishing out monsters from the East River, and the rest are positioning themselves in a straight line, directly blocking off their path with a wall of shields. Annabeth fishes her sphere from her pocket. "This is Annabeth," she says into it. "Percy and I are at the Williamsburg Bridge. There's a group of monsters here. We need backup like yesterday." The sphere beeps and Beckendorf's voice responds. "Leo's on his way back already. I'm grabbing our group to meet you there. Hang in there for a while, we'll be on the way on Festus." "Gotcha." Percy constructs a wall of water in front of them and turns to her with a resolute look in his eyes that can only mean trouble. "You should hang back," he says, which might be the most bullshit she's heard spoken to her in years. "I've got this." "Excuse me," she says. He squares his jaw. "I've got this." "What makes you think you've got this?" she asks, irate. When he just casts her a shifty look, she flares up further. "Oh, does this have something to do with the super-secret mission that you and Nico went on that you're refusing to tell anyone anything about?" He breathes out heavily through his nose, like he's trying to remain calm. She can tell he's holding himself back from snapping back at her, and this just infuriates her all the more, because yes, they've hurt each other, and yes, ordinarily this would stop her from running her mouth all over the damn place, but the situation they're in right now is pretty fucking dire, and she doesn't want to have to deal with this now, too. Despite everything, they're still friends, right? And since when do friends hold themselves back around each other? "Am I a hindrance to you, is that it?" She sneers at him, instinctively turning her back to bump against his when she hears the familiar screech of incoming Stymphalian birds from above. "Well, I'm sorry I'm such a bother." "You know you're not," he grunts, as the monsters, who have realized they're not on the attack, have abandoned their own defensive stances in favor of hacking at the wall of water separating them. Annabeth watches with trepidation as the wall flickers, and she withdraws another knife, her penultimate one, and hits a Stymphalian bird right in the eye as it dives at them from above. She takes the knife back from its disintegrating carcass, cleaning the dust with a finger. "Then what is it?" she asks breathlessly. She and Percy curse in tandem when a monster swings around the side of the water barrier. Percy breaks the wall up into 100 or so tiny icicles, which fly all over the place at his command, burying themselves into weak spots in enemy armor. The single monster that had bypassed the barrier charges them, and Annabeth ducks under Percy's outstretched arm to kick it in the chest and bury her knife in its neck. She turns to Percy with an air of triumph, lifting her dagger as if to say, well, there's always been something stupid and irrational about how bad she wants to fight beside him, how much she wants to have his back and for him to cover hers in return. With everything messed up and strained between them, she wants to feel that feeling again, selfish as it may be. Percy looks as though he's struggling with something. His eyebrows are knit together, and he's slowly gaining that mulish look he gets when he's about to argue about something stupid and nonsensical. Annabeth clenches her jaw and stares right back at him. She's proved over and over again that she's strong enough, so what's eating him now? It's a good thing there's barely enough time for them to do more than glare at each other. The surviving monsters are picking themselves back up, and someone must have called for reinforcements, because Annabeth can see the dark shadows of griffins in the distance, flying right at them and closing in fast. She assumes her position behind Percy, as the first of the new wave drops in front of her. An Impausa who rises with flaming hair and fangs bared. Annabeth swears under her breath as more and more monsters fall from their mounts and gather around them, effectively forming a ring around them. Percy bats away anyone who gets too close, summoning a ring of water around the both of them that bubbles that thickens and liquefies every few seconds, but she can feel that the limbo therein won't last for long. It breaks when an Impausa breaks rank and charges for them. Annabeth puts on her cap, sidesteps the first blow, and jabs her right between the ribs. She ducks swiftly as Percy swings, taking out the Cyclops that would surely have decapitated her if she'd stayed in place a second longer, and she stabs a Dracena who gets too close right in the foot. From then on, it feels like autopilot. Annabeth sneaks in between monsters invisibly, stabbing and cutting whenever she spots a sliver of their skin between patches of armor. Percy does a good job of holding their position. He seems to have a knack for guessing where she's going to strike next, and maintains a shield of water vapor that stays on her like a second skin and effectively softens any blows directed her way. It feels natural somehow to be fighting like this with him again. She's not bloodthirsty by any means, and it's not like she relishes killing, but she can't help the ghost of a smile that flickers across her face when she cuts down a monster, only to turn and find that Percy's taken care of the one behind her. And then he calls her name, lifting both arms, and Annabeth darts back into the circle just as he stamps his foot hard into the ground, releasing a tremor that, for a second, causes the inner circle of monsters around them to stumble back. Percy uses the space around them to call on a thick bubble of water that shields them from attack, granting them a brief moment of respite. When Annabeth dashes back to his side, her skin is patchy with bruises. She's not bleeding in many places, since she'd managed to disarm most of her targets before taking them out, but Percy, who she'd seen intercept several monsters in her path, doesn't have a single scratch on him, which is suspicious to say the least. Annabeth takes off her cap. He doesn't flinch at her sudden appearance, just nods tightly at her, his eyes fixed on a bruise just underneath her right eye. Without even a wave of his hand, a film of water solidifies behind her, stopping an arrow that might have nicked her shoulder. She glances round her shoulder and watches it fall. "Thanks," she says. "Don't mention it," he says, shifting back into a battle stance, his eyes fixed ahead. "Do you think we can keep pushing, take the bridge?" "We can't do it without backup," she says. "I can't hold the barrier much longer," he warns, and she notices that while his skin is free of any fresh wounds, it's glistening with sweat despite the chill in the air. "We should get some use out of it, use it to break through their ranks while we can." "Okay," she says, and at his nod, she tucks her head into her cap again. Percy begins walking forward, keeping the bubble fixed around them the best he can so it moves with him. Annabeth sticks her knife out of the barrier periodically, aiming for weak spots when a monster raises their weapon. They must realize they're trying to move forward, because the ring around them thins and collects at the front of the bubble, pushing back against them. Percy grunts against the force, sweat trickling down his brow, dripping off his chin. Annabeth watches the monsters push fruitlessly against the bubble, striking with their weapons again and again, and briefly she wonders how they're still so in sync with each other despite their lack of a commander on the field. She's sure the Dracena from before had been some kind of a leader, but the army appears to be taking orders from someone else now, someone she can't see. Percy makes a tiny wheezing noise in the back of his throat, grunting as he takes a careful step forward, and Annabeth watches him with dread rising in her throat. She takes a quick look outside the bubble. There are a couple of monsters in front of her, behind Percy that is, but 90% of them have migrated to the front, struggling against their liquid fortress, keeping him occupied. Keeping him occupied, she thinks, and just as she's about to call his name, several things happen at once. The first is that Percy calls her name, with so much urgency and desperation in her voice that she has to resist the urge to duck for cover. The second is that the bubble around them wavers worryingly, flickering translucent once, twice, thrice before bursting with an enormous clapping sound that has everyone in range covering their ears. The third is that Annabeth feels a dreadful chill down her spine. The monsters in front of her are still recovering from the noise, but the rest are collecting themselves, pushing forward, and she can't help but feel as though something about this whole situation feels deliberate. On a whim, she gazes upwards. There she can't quite make out who or what it is, but someone's halfway up a tower holding a crossbow and it's aimed right at Percy's back, his open back. An ice-cold wind crawls down her spine. Whoever is holding the arrow must have been watching them carefully, must have known that Percy had been about to hit his breaking point. They had waited patiently in the shadows for the moment he would release the barrier, and they had ordered the legion of monsters to collect in front of him, keeping his attention forward. It's a slick, nasty tactic to hit from behind, but if she doesn't move fast enough, it's a tactic that's going to work. She knows with a single glance that the projectile is not going to miss, and she's not sure how she knows, how she feels that Percy's somehow in danger, but this can't be anything good. It reminds her of the moment Kronos was about to blow them all up on Olympus. It reminds her of death. The briefest space of time, the quickest fire of the weapon, and the arrows vanished from its firearm, speeding right towards Percy's back. Percy, who hasn't sensed it, who's so focused on keeping back the monsters in front of him that he can't see, or maybe it's that he doesn't feel the need to see, since Annabeth's supposed to be there at his back, since he trusts that Annabeth will be there. Only she's not. She's a couple of strides away, but she sees the speeding arrow and makes a split-second decision. Just like when Luke was about to be crushed by the sky, what feels like 1,000,000 years ago, Annabeth's body moves on its own. She rips the cap off her head, calls for him, and runs. She can't think about anything except that Percy has to live, that he's got to be safe, that she's got to be the one to make sure he stays alive, whatever it takes. She doesn't feel anything except for the whistle of the wind in her ears and the frantic pounding of her heart in her throat. Percy stamps his foot, causing everyone in the vicinity to stumble, including Annabeth, but she picks herself up and stays on her path, not even stopping when she reaches him. Percy's turning around, his brows high on his forehead, his mouth open as though to ask her what's wrong. Annabeth barrels into him, sending him sprawling on his butt. There's a stab of pain in her side, but she doesn't have the voice to even respond to the sensation. She just stands in front of him, arms outstretched, her mind echoing with a single, relieved phrase. "He's safe, he's safe." Percy gazes up at her, confused, questioning, but his eyes widen in understanding when he sees the arrow sticking out of the side of her stomach. "Annabeth," he whispers, dazed, broken, "why did you do that?" Everything goes in slow motion. Even as he and Annabeth stare at the arrow that's ripped through her body, even as her knees begin to shake, Percy replays the last few seconds in his mind, over and over again like a feature film. The tingle of fear that had run up his spine, turning to see Annabeth sprinting for him, the desperate resolve with which she had knocked him to the ground, the look on her face, the tiniest cry of pain she had released as the dart pierced her. Is Kronos manipulating time again, he wonders, because that's the only logical reason for how slowly he is moving to her. His brain is filled with mush, there are cement blocks on his feet, his arms are weighed down by the sky, and he has to reach her. He has to get to her, hold her, keep her safe. He's got to keep her safe. What kind of hero is he if he can't keep the girl he loves safe? Their eyes meet, hers are wide and full of fear and confusion. The dip of the nape of her neck has a small birthmark that Percy doesn't ever remember seeing before, and suddenly it's all he can focus on. His gaze travels back to hers. She opens her mouth and exhales in a sigh. The spell breaks. Annabeth falls and Percy is there to catch her. With a broken little sigh, she slumps against him, her dagger clattering out of her hand, and it freaks Percy out, the way she's shivering against him, the way her fingers twitch slightly as though looking for what they have lost. With a start, he realizes that they're still surrounded and vastly outnumbered. He moves to stand, but his arm is still latched to Annabeth, and even the slight movement makes her groan in pain. His mind imagines a wall around them, a bubble that expands outward, and when Percy opens his eyes, he finds that his instincts have done all the work for him. Water swirls around them, thick enough to hold the monsters at bay for a while at least, and so he directs his attention back to Annabeth. Slowly, he lowers them to the ground so that they're kneeling, laying her over him before bracing himself as he checks her wound. Annabeth winces as his fingers graze over it, her eyes pool with tears, and all the venom Percy is itching to spew, all the things he wants to yell at her for doing this, taking that arrow, dies in his throat with a pathetic little fizzle. The pain in his chest feels so tight that it might explode. He feels light, like he's having an out-of-body experience, and yet as though he is aflame. Annabeth makes another little noise of anguish as he lowers her further, onto the paved road, and Percy steadies himself on the ground so he can get closer, letting Riptide drop next to Annabeth's knife by his side. He can feel his heart pounding in his chest, but he reaches out until his hand cups the side of her face, skidding on sweat-damp skin, grazing her cheekbone as though it is made of something beautiful and fine, like the softest silk. Annabeth's eyelids flutter open, and she gazes, dazed, at the blood spilling from the wound in her abdomen. Percy can scarcely breathe, but he leans forward until he is close enough to see the freckles on the bridge of her nose. His skin is thrumming, and he feels even hotter than he had moments ago when he'd been holding the monsters away. Being this close to her makes his pulse race for all kinds of reasons, and he really needs to focus on keeping her alive. Annabeth's chest is heaving like she's out of breath, and she's watching him with a dazed expression on her face. "Why did you do that?" he whispers as he cleans the wound as best he can, coating his palms in water and dabbing at the affected area. Annabeth opens her mouth weakly to respond, but he shushes her, because he's fairly sure he will cry if she says something, if she reasons out how she'd taken the fucking arrow for him because he's their last hope or whatever. How can he tell her without screaming in her face that she's their last hope? She's the only reason any of them have kept going all these years. She's the only one he cares about. She's the one person he didn't want to see get hurt. And if only he'd told her about the curse of Achilles, if only he'd sucked it up and talked to her, she might not have run to him. She might not be bleeding out on the ground in his arms. And Percy's been stabbed before, but there's something horrifying about the way Annabeth is deteriorating. Her skin's turned a sickly shade of white. She's breathing heavily and the blood isn't stopping, collecting in an expanding pool that bathes both their clothes, staining them a dark brown color that makes him feel ill. "Why did you do that?" Percy cries as he does his best to close the wound. Annabeth whimpers. The sound makes his entire body turn cold. She sounds so small and weak, like she doesn't even have the strength to be louder. It felt like you were in danger," she whispers, and he stops short because he'd felt that too. It had felt like someone was watching him closely, waiting to strike. With dawning horror, he goes back to the moment Annabeth had knocked him over, and he stares at the arrow with increasing guilt. If he thinks about it, really thinks about it, it's possible, with his back turned, through sheer dumb luck if not anything else, that the arrow might have hit, or at least grazed, his weak point, his Achilles heel. Heart twanging, blood roaring, he stares at her. How had she known? A snarl brings him back. He glances upwards. The monsters are hacking at his barriers with renewed force, having evidently have seen Annabeth go down. He can feel its strength waning. He can strengthen it for a few minutes, and he's loath to leave Annabeth's side, but... He scans the towers, eyes narrowed, his breaths harsh and loud against the relative stillness inside their little bubble. Something is building up inside him the same way it had when he'd been all alone and helpless inside MT. St. Helens, something like boiling water threatening to spill over. Percy feels the blood rush to his head, his fury turning white-hot at the sight of Annabeth's trembling limbs, her chapped lips. Whoever dared do this to her is going to pay. Carefully, he extricates himself. Annabeth makes a motion as though attempting to grab his shirt but fails. Blood dribbles from her mouth and streaks down the side of her cheek. Percy watches it, transfixed, a twist of pain intensifying with alarming speed and clarity. "Where are you going?" she whispers, and his heart shatters. Her hand comes up, reaching for him carelessly. It lands on his head, and she lets out a tiny puff of laughter, like she's amused herself. Her palm drags down his face, the expression on her face painfully tender. They've touched before, of course, but something about this feels secretive, intimate, and something about the possessive sweep of her fingers makes his breath catch. But she doesn't love him. She'd said clear as day that she can't do this. And yet. Finally, her hand stops just over his heart, and she pauses, gaze intent, like she's listening for the beat of life inside his chest. The weight of her palms against it feels deliberate, intentional, like they know they belong there. "Percy," she whispers through a full-body shudder, and her smile slips into something a little ached and a little dreamy. "Stay." Her hand doesn't drop, even as her breaths even out, as her body curls into him, and Percy rests his palm on top of her knuckles, rubbing heat into them. She sighs, content, and he speaks in the silence. "I'm right here," he says. "I'm right here, Annabeth. Help is coming, okay? In the meantime, you stay awake, okay? Don't move, just watch me, okay? Keep your eyes on me." She swallows thickly. Her eyes flutter shut, but open in a moment with a familiar strength and a burst of pure fondness. A feeling of "that's my girl" erupts in his gut. He squeezes her fingers one last time before letting them drop and standing up. He focuses on the monsters outside, letting the rage build, letting pure energy fill him right up to the brim. Somewhere out there, someone had aimed to kill him, and they're probably congratulating themselves on a job well done right about now. The thought gives rise to a fresh wave of fury, and the water bubble expands with his breaths. The air thickens around him, weighty with vapor, ready to do his bidding. He feels powerful, he feels invincible. He looks down at Annabeth and takes a breath, knowing full well that his heart lies in the palm of her cold, shaking hands. She looks back up at him with a gaze full of pride, like she'd expect nothing less. "Go," she whispers. The ghosts part before her as they make their way through new old Rome. She and Frank keep their hands tightly linked together. Frank's palms are sweaty and Hazel can't help but feel as though they're walking into a trap, but neither of them had seen any other way forward. Besides, finding a whole city of ghosts whose population made up the entire 5th cohort back in the day, they must know where the eagle is. The shades whisper as they go past, eyeing Hazel's spatha and Frank's bow with discomfort. Hazel's never had the same way with ghosts as Nico, and she isn't confident that she can quell them if they decide to start an uprising, but if it comes to that, she might have to collapse the cavern. Which would kind of suck, because this version of New Rome, as old and musty as it is, carries its own kind of charm. Michael Varus waits for them at the doorway of the Principia, arms crossed over his chest. He cuts an impressive figure, even though he's half translucent and not quite as tall as Frank. He frowns at them as they approach and doesn't react, even when Hazel and Frank perform the traditional Roman salute. "How did you find us?" he says hoarsely, as if he hasn't used his voice in 100 years. Frank looks at Hazel helplessly. She raises her hand. The ghosts around her form a circle. She hears one hiss, "Pluto." "I see," says Varus impassively, shifting his gaze to Frank. "And you Greekus." "Greekus?" Frank goggles then, following his pointed gaze, unslings his bow from Chiron. It's a beautifully carved weapon for sure. Even Hazel can tell even though she doesn't know a thing about the craft, but its shape and make are definitely Greek. The ghosts around them hiss at the sight of it. "It was a gift," Frank rushes to assure them. He pulls up his sleeve to show his tattoo. Varus visibly relaxes and the rest of his people follow suit. Hazel glances at them quickly out of the corner of her eye. It seems that these are the same demigods and legacies who followed Varus to Alaska in search of the eagle the first time, and despite death, they still serve him, right or wrong. She frowns. She can't smell any malice within them, but she can't let down her guard. "I'm a son of Mars," Frank explains. "We come in peace. We're here for the same reason as you, looking for something the Legion lost." A stir around them. Varus raises an eyebrow. "Oh," he rasps, "and what makes you think you will find what you seek here?" "We don't," Hazel says, "but we're hoping for your cooperation. I can sense metals, you see. With my father being who he is, I'm sure I could summon what we want if I have to. We're here out of respect to you." Varus smiles, a hard, cold thing. "I sense a veiled threat, daughter of Pluto. Tread carefully. You might toe the line between life and death, but one misstep and you'll be fully pulled to our side." Hazel shuts her mouth, frustrated. Frank tries again in his best diplomatic tone. "There's no reason for you to be this aggressive. We aren't here to attack you or take you from your home. We're just here to look for the Legion's standard. Since you were the last known group to go looking for it, we just wanted to ask you if you had any leads." "The standard," a shade whispers from behind them, but they shut up instantly when Varus raises his hand, face stony. "And what makes you think we should help you?" Varus counters. "We have been trapped here for many years, son of Mars. We do not care for the world above." His face grows ugly, twisted, and oddly skeletal. "There is nothing you could offer us that could possibly convince us to give you the eagle, to help you." Hazel squeezes Frank's hand. The eagle, that's the confirmation they needed. She raises her brow at him. "Should we attack? Hazel can bring the whole place down if she wants." Frank shakes his head no. "Give me a minute," he mouths. To Varus, he suggests, "What if we could help you clear your name?" Varus frowns. The rest of the ghosts of the 5th cohort shift uneasily. "What do you mean?" "Do you realize the repercussions your failed mission had on the rest of the Legion?" Frank says. Hazel watches him rapt. He's a genius, she thinks, a damn genius. "The 5th was never treated the same," he continues, raising a brow at Varus' noticeable flinch. "They were called cursed, outcasts because you failed." He turns around, looks at the other ghosts, 2 centurions who must have just been following orders. It's a stigma that remains to this day. "But we didn't fail," Varus hisses, stalking forward. His toga billows behind him as though caught in a wind machine. "We found the eagle. We made history." "And nobody knows about it," Frank counters. "What's the use of having the eagle if the Legion cannot use it? It was made for the Legion. Ours, 12th Legion." "Fulminata," the ghosts chorus behind her, almost by instinct. Hazel grins, Frank nods, Varus looks stricken. "But," Frank says, "if you let us have the eagle, bring it back home, if you join us in this war, you will be able to restore the reputation, not only of the current 5th cohort, but also of your own." He gestures around at them. "You could be heroes, get the recognition you deserve. Nobody knows you've made history. You could change that, but in return, we need the eagle." Varus hums, then holds his hand out in front of him. With a little shimmer, a golden standard appears in his hands, and Hazel gasps. "Imperial gold," she thinks, "it's beautiful." The eagle is a wonderful, ornate thing about the size of her torso, details etched beautifully into the glistening metal. It's very clear that while the buildings around them have fallen into despair, these ghosts have maintained the eagle with a remarkable level of care and attention, devotion even. And it hums with power, calling to her almost like a magical weapon might. All of Hazel's doubts about controlling the dead vanish from her mind in the face of the standard. With it in her hands, she can stretch her limits far beyond imagination. "Tell me, son of Mars, daughter of Pluto," Vera says contemplatively, looking straight at each of them in turn, "do you fear death?" Hazel's initial response is to nod. After all she's been through, of course she fears death. Heck, she had been exactly like one of these shades not long ago. But the more she thinks about it, the more she realizes that she isn't really scared of death. She's scared of dying in vain. She's scared of not being able to make a mark in this world again, and she's scared for all the people she leaves behind in her wake. "Death is a pain in the ass," Frank says fiercely, and his eyes, filled with fire as they fix on hers, seem to be trying to tell her something. "I spent so much of my life so damn terrified of dying, but screw that. Death is something that's going to come for us all, sooner or later." Hazel has to choke back a sob, has he realized. And he lifts their joined hands in the air, pure power in his voice as he replies, "So no, I'm not scared of death, not anymore." And he smiles at her, just at her, his fingers tight around hers in a message meant just so she can understand. Hazel feels her eyes fill with tears. He's come so far, and despite the bravado she knows he's still scared, but he's making the choice not to be. He's not letting his fears hold him back. And for Hazel, maybe it hasn't been about death at all. Maybe it's been about all the people she's leaving behind. If Frank isn't scared anymore, then, whatever happens, whatever her flashbacks may mean, maybe she shouldn't be either. Percy slashes outwards with Riptide at the same time he releases the walls around them. Monsters stumble forward from their own momentum, momentarily caught off guard, leaving them open to the arc of water from Riptide that slices cleanly through their armor. The next wave of monsters hesitates, putting up their shields as Percy sets a wave on top of them. His little talk with the river god seems to have worked. The water isn't fighting him anymore. In fact, it seems to follow the path he sets it on barely a moment after he thinks it. It flows around him, fluid and unrelenting, bending into whatever shape or form he wills it to take. He uses the brief moment to rush back to lay Annabeth back down, because she's making fruitless attempts to stand, using what must be the last bits of strength left in her. "Why won't you listen to me for once, god damn it," Percy babbles, grabbing for his sphere and smashing Beckendorf's code. His fingers are slick with blood, Annabeth's blood, that seeps into the spaces between the keys. "Annabeth's down," he barks into the device. "We need you here pronto." 2 minutes, comes the reply. Beckendorf sounds stricken, and Percy can hear gasps and curses in the background. "We were intercepted on the way, but we've got Will with us too. He's flying ahead now. Hold him off, Perce." "Got it," Percy glares at Annabeth. "Stay down this time, Annabeth, I mean it." "You're all alone, I can help," she wheezes, and even though she looks on the verge of collapse, the stony look in her eyes pierces through him as strong as ever. Percy puts up another barrier around them to buy them some time before turning to her, his heart pounding. "Annabeth, please," he says, and his voice cracks embarrassingly. "This is why I didn't want you to. This is why I told you I'd take care of it, okay? I didn't want you to get hurt. I won't get hurt, but you could, you can, and I didn't want to risk it." And gods, he must be the most transparent fucker on the planet at this moment, and she's staring at him like she's never seen him before, because surely it must be written all over his face. How much he loves her, how much he cares, how much he'd do anything to keep her from harm. And she's looking at him, still looking at him, watching him, and he feels on fire with the intensity of her suddenly clear, focused gaze. And there's an army of monsters hacking away to get to them, the crackle of little fires from all over the silent city, and it's just them. Annabeth's breathing goes slower, and he knows in that moment that she sees what he means. He can't look at her anymore. Looking at her just makes his heart want to tear itself into little itty-bitty pieces. So Percy turns away, a lump in his throat, melting the barrier in front of him and reforming it around Annabeth, keeping her encased and hopefully safe for now. He can hear her screaming at him, pounding her fists against the wall, but he swallows back his tears and faces forward instead. This time, when the monsters come, he is ready. Percy creates a whip of boiling water in his free hand, using it like tape to keep the monsters from rushing behind him. His palm burns from it, but he fights on, ignoring the telltale signs of fatigue beginning to seep through his brain. He can't stop now. Not when he's the only thing between the horde of monsters and Annabeth, who's fallen to her knees, watching him with fear in her half-lidded eyes, bloody fists still leaned against the water barricade, turning it from gray to brown. The sight of her blood causes newfound strength to seep through his limbs, and with a groan, he lifts up a large wave from the East River, using it to push the monsters back, drenching himself in the process to give him an extra little push. He freezes most of it as they attempt to rise again, and then he runs through their ranks, slashing and stabbing and thrusting at the unmoving figures, the coil of water in his left hand coalescing and solidifying into a liquid version of Riptide, its blade sharp and coated with frost that cuts through armor just as efficiently as its bronze counterpart. Percy isn't sure what he's doing. All he knows is that no monster is ever going to cross the line to get to her, and so he uses everything in his arsenal to keep it that way. Every step creates an earthquake. Every slash of both his swords emits a ripple that passes clean through the monster's ranks. Occasionally, a monster manages to break past his defenses and attack him from behind, but they're always stopped by the tendrils of water leaking upwards from the river itself, supporting his cause. East must be helping in whatever way he can, and Percy is grateful for it. It seems like an eternity has passed, and yet no time at all, by the time Percy spies a flying chariot with a fiery orange flag, one of theirs streaking across the sky. A single screaming arrow is launched from it, landing in the middle of the monster's army, and many monsters drop their weapons in their haste to clap their claws over their ears. Many turn to dust on the spot, and Percy uses the disarray to create another wall between them and Annabeth before he pushes through it himself. Will drops from the chariot, landing neatly and running over to them. Percy releases the bubble from around Annabeth, expecting her to yell at him, but her eyes are closed. Her breathing's gone shallow, and she doesn't even seem to be fully conscious. His heart stops. It can't, there's no way. Will curses. He drops to his knees to check her pulse, and he must find something because he looks up at him and nods, though the set of his lips and brows is grim. The arrow's poisoned, he says, lifting Annabeth's shirt to touch the wound. She stirs but makes no sound. Percy's nerves feel like they've frozen in his shock. He could have removed the arrow. Removing the arrow would have just made her lose more blood, Will says, reading his silence correctly. There's nothing you could have done. Honestly, with the size of the army, it's incredible enough that you managed to keep her safe. Gods, Percy runs a hand over his face, staring at how wet it is when he withdraws it. It could be sweat, but there are tears pouring down his face too, now suddenly faced with the very real possibility that Annabeth could die from this wound that she didn't even need to protect him from, die because he didn't remove the arrow from her in time. I'm so sorry, Annabeth. He reaches out to squeeze her hand. Gods, Annabeth, you don't even know. We've got to get out of here, Will says. We've got medicines back at the hotel, tinctures that Mitchell made. She needs them now. Percy nods, his entire body numb. Blackjack, he whispers, thinking the name with more intensity, and in a moment he hears the familiar flap of wings, sees the black shadow approach them, dark against the growing night, twisting expertly to avoid the arrows being shot his way. Hey boss, Blackjack says as he lands, then yikes. I need you to take them to HQ and stay safe, Percy says out loud, as Will mounts Blackjack and Percy gathers Annabeth in his arms. Privately, for the Pegasus alone, he adds, go as fast as you can. Stop for nothing and no one. Got it, boss, Blackjack says, uncharacteristically solemn. Percy sets Annabeth atop the Pegasus in front of Will, who gently wraps an arm around her, making sure not to even graze her wound. Annabeth's eyes blink open at the motion, gazing around confusedly before fixing on him. Percy, she says. Annabeth, he says back, ducking under Will's arm to get in front of her to wipe the dirt and blood from her face. Annabeth, I'm so sorry I have to go, but Will's here, okay? He's gonna take you back. He's gonna get you better. Will, Annabeth pants, as though just now registering who she's leaning against. She cranes her neck up at him as he smiles reassuringly, then turns back to Percy, her lower lip quivering in a way that makes her suddenly look 10 years younger. Like she's back to the 7-year-old that's just left home for the first time and found herself cold and alone in a world that seemed to hate her. A fresh wave of tears spill from Percy's eyes. He reaches out to grab her hand. Please be safe, he says brokenly. I'll never, ever be able to forgive myself if something happened to you. She smiles weakly, her fingers quickly tightening against his grip, but doesn't say anything. I've got her, Will promises, giving Percy a determined look. I'll get her back safe, I swear it. Thank you, Percy says, stepping back so that Blackjack has room to spread his wings. To Annabeth, he says, I'll come to you as soon as I can, okay? Please hang on for me. Annabeth nods dazedly, but her eyes slide slowly from his face to something behind him. Briefly, he wonders if the barrier behind him has broken down, but he can feel it still up, so what could it be? Will's eyes have widened too. He makes a strangled sound and points behind Percy. Percy turns, not knowing what to expect. But perhaps he should have expected this. Perhaps he should have known deep down that this day would come again. He watches, his entire body going still. The monster army has fallen back, watching, banging their spears and shields against the ground in solidarity as their leader stalks forward, the ground trembling beneath his massive hooves. The fire that had cooled in him at the sight of Will roars back into being, smoking and spluttering like magma ready to spring forth from the earth, surging, unrelenting, and impossible to ignore. The Minotaur stands alone in front of the bubbling barrier in full battle armor, a single weapon in his arms. Percy's never seen it before, but somewhere inside him he knows what it is, what it's done. Because even with a single fleeting glance, he recognizes the arrow nocked in the crossbow, tip made out of pure, sharp bronze, shaft the dark brown color of finely crafted wood. Its tail is made of black feathers that look like a raven's. He'd know it anywhere. He'd recognized it on sight. How could he not recognize it when its sister is buried in Annabeth? Not all anger is the same. Hot anger when something hurts someone he loves. Righteous anger, the way he'd felt when he saw bullies at school picking on someone who couldn't fight back. Helpless anger from when his mother had died. Icy anger, the way he gets when something is out of his control, like when Luke had risen from the coffin and turned time to 1/8 its usual speed with a flick of his finger. Painful anger, he and Annabeth spewing venom at each other with tears in their eyes. Pure anger, Percy is slowly realizing, is calm. He feels peaceful to the point where it scares him. Numb to everything, the pain in his limbs fading to nothing. Cold, unfeeling, and yet strangely tranquil as he withdraws Riptide in pen form from his pocket and uncaps it. He watches the sword spring back into its full form without really registering it, his eyes scanning the flat of the blade, the way it sings as he slashes the air with it experimentally. He's had it for a while now, ever since Zoe passed, but every day with Riptide in his hand feels like the first. "Blackjack, go," he murmurs, and doesn't turn around when he feels the Pegasus take off, not even at Will's warning of "be careful," and Annabeth's pained call of his name. One glance at her retreating form, he knows, and he'll break to pieces again. He can't afford that. He can't afford to lose his composure, not now. He walks forward to the rhythm of the monsters slamming their weapons against the battered road, worn down from all the little earthquakes he'd caused. A couple more with enough force, and the entire bridge could break apart. Percy knows. He could drown the Minotaur right now, but something in him says he needs to hold back, if only for a little while. Surprisingly enough, it's only the Minotaur who steps forward to face him. The rest of his army hang back to watch. Good. This fight has always meant to be one-on-one. It's personal, after all. The Minotaur grunts, eyes red with malice, with murder. Percy remembers those same eyes, unflinching, unfeeling as the beast had torn Sally Jackson apart, and he remembers them fixed upon him, even as he'd run away. "You're next," the Minotaur had sneered at him with his eyes. "You can run, but you can't hide, not for long." Percy had thought he was done hiding that first fateful day when Piper and Grover had found him, and even though he hadn't managed to kill the Minotaur then, the sentiment still holds true now. He's done running, he's done hiding, and he's not going to let this fucking monster ruin any more of his life, take any more people from him. He holds out Riptide and extends his arm out at the monster, beckoning him forward mockingly, a smirk settling on his lips and sharpening into shrapnel. "Come on, big guy," he breathes as the Minotaur roars, cocking the crossbow to aim right between his eyes. "Let's dance." The first arrow hits him exactly where it was pointed. Percy stays still as it hits his forehead and falls to the ground, nothing more than a rubber dart that's missed its mark. Percy watches with harsh satisfaction as understanding settles across the Minotaur's face, across the faces of the rest of his legion. Nothing can hurt Percy. Nobody can defeat him. Nothing can touch him. He is invulnerable. With a roar, the Minotaur discards the crossbow, letting it skid across the gravel off to the side. A monster from behind him hands him a battle axe, which appears to be almost exactly Percy's height and at least twice as heavy as him. It's an evil-looking blade, Percy thinks with distaste, the blade itself shaped like an omega, streaked with blood and rust, unclean still as though the beast keeps it that way on purpose, relishes in the smell of all his past kills. The Minotaur charges, closing in fast. Percy waits until the last possible second to roll out of the way, but the Minotaur must have expected it because it manages to snag the end of Percy's shirt with his axe. The blade grazes his skin. It doesn't hurt him, of course, but the feel of cool metal jars him, snaps him back to the present. There's no time to think. There's no time to catch a breath. The Minotaur whirls on him, gaining on him with a single leap. His hoof appears right above Percy's head, and while it may not pierce his skin, Percy certainly can't afford to get concussed, so he blinks a film of water right in front of his face and turns it to ice with an exhale. He slides out from underneath it, slashing at the Minotaur's exposed calves with Riptide as he does so, and savors the sound of the pained groan it elicits from the monster. The Minotaur kicks out despite the dust pouring from its wound. Percy is caught in the shoulder and winces, spinning back a couple of feet before catching himself and admiring his handiwork. The Minotaur looks like he's in pain, and the army behind him is growing restless, even worried. The Minotaur holds an arm back and grunts, glaring at Percy as though reassuring his forces that he's still got this. "Cute," Percy says aloud. His blood is on fire, the numbness finally giving way. He knows what to do, he knows how he can do it, and now it's just a matter of convincing himself that it's possible, that this is it. He's finally here, he's finally going to avenge his mother. 9 years, he thinks, since the day his entire life, his entire world, was pulled out from underneath him. 9 years. This monster, this piece of shit scum should not have been allowed to live this long. As the Minotaur charges him again, Percy lifts his foot, high enough for his knee to hit his chin, and then brings it back down. For a split second, there is silence. And then the ground responds to his call, reverberating, quivering, slow at first, then faster and faster, stronger and stronger, traveling wider and wider. The Minotaur trips and the floor opens up beneath him, a miniature chasm that threatens to collapse the entire bridge if Percy so wished, but he holds on to that last string of control, willing the vapor around him to fill in the gaps. Water condenses in the rift, then freezes with a hiss, settling around the Minotaur all the way up to its chest. The Minotaur roars and struggles, all in vain. Percy walks up to him, neatly kicking away the axe that comes in a predictable low swipe aimed at his feet and forms 2 icicles in front of his face. With a flick of his fingers, the spikes pin down the Minotaur's arms into the road at his sides. Ice isn't strong enough to kill a monster of his caliber, but it must hurt and burn just the same, judging by the scream the Minotaur lets loose. Percy's heart kicks into overdrive as he raises his sword. The Minotaur attempts to break free from the ice by twisting his torso, but he can't budge. He screams again as Riptide slices off his horns in a single, broad strike. They clatter to the ground by Percy's feet, and he picks them both up with his free hand. A trophy, perhaps, he thinks vindictively with sick, twisted pleasure, as the thought of this being his prize fills his gut. He pockets one, then abandons Riptide as he clasps the other with both hands. He places it between the Minotaur's eyes with all the clinical accuracy of a doctor withdrawing blood from a needle, and for the first time, he sees something other than murderous rage in the monster's expression, something that brings a manic grin to his face. Fear he recognizes. Good, you should fear me. The Minotaur screams and howls and struggles as Percy begins to apply pressure. Not once does he let up, not once does he break eye contact. He remembers Annabeth's pep talk back in the hotel, how she told them all to imagine who they'd lost and use that rage, that pain, to fuel their fires. Percy's fire, it's an inferno at this point, and it can't be stopped. He wants to see the life leave the Minotaur's eyes, the same way he was forced to see his mother's heart stop beating in real time. He wants to live this. He wants to be there, be present for every single moment. And maybe there's a code of conduct, even amongst monsters, for this kind of duel. A code that means no one dare interfere until there only remains the victor and his spoils, because not a single enemy steps forward to intervene or even begin to try. Or maybe they're just as scared of Percy as he is of himself in this very moment, grinning the way he is as he pushes the Minotaur's own horn between his eyes, tearing through skin and flesh and bone and marrow until dust is coating his entire front, getting in his nose and mouth, settling over his upper lip, but he still doesn't stop. He doesn't stop until nothing remains of the Minotaur save for the 2 horns from its head, and when he is done, when he's sure the Minotaur is truly gone, he lets the horn in his hands drop and roll away, coated in sweat and dust and smelling of death and sacrifice and victory. Victory, freedom, at long last. And Percy bends down, gathers the dust from his kill, and throws a handful of it into the air like confetti, watches with a roaring blaze in his lungs and a deep, burning contentment in his heart as it drifts away in the cool night breeze. This one's for you, Mom, he thinks. This one's for you. It's chaos. Leo had expected it to some degree, but he can scarcely believe what he's seeing. First off, there's a fracture in the dam bridge, somehow held together by glistening ice that probably won't hold for long. There's a pool of dried blood on the ground a ways away that must have been where Annabeth got shot, but the real spectacle here is Percy. Leo gulps unconsciously as he watches a circle of monsters converge on Percy, who's fighting them off with 2 swords in his hands. Riptide he recognizes, of course, but it takes him a second to realize that the second blade is just a mirror of Riptide, only made completely of water. Riptide and its liquid counterpart emit arcs of speeding ice every time Percy swings, which is often, to say the least. He's a blur, whirling around like a mini hurricane, leaving nothing but crumbling monster dust in his wake. Leo gapes at him. He's known Percy was fearsome, the same way all the big three kids are more forces of nature than anything, but this feels like something else entirely. Even from above, he can see the alien glow in his eyes, the inhumane strength that coats his frame, and most notably, he's totally unharmed, as in, there's not a single goddamn scratch on him. Astounded, Leo watches as a monster places a well-aimed swing of its axe right at Percy's shoulder, but even as Michael calls out in warning behind him, the weapon makes contact and just shatters. "What the fuck?" Leo breathes. Percy looks at the fallen pieces of the monster's blade. Then he grins, an honest-to-God grin that sets every one of Leo's nerves on edge, and stabs the Cyclops right in the throat. "What the fuck?" Leo says again. "There's time to gape later," Beckendorf barks from somewhere behind him. "We've got to help." Leo nods, even though Percy doesn't look like he needs much assistance. At this point, joining him might just impede him, but he doesn't say anything. One by one, Leo watches as his friends drop off of Festus' tail with all the skilled prowess of professional skydivers. They land a ways behind Percy on the bridge and immediately begin to hack away at the sea of monsters, keeping them from getting too close to the children of Apollo, who Leo can see scaling lampposts and nearby trees, finding their vantage points and getting ready to snipe. Beckendorf cuts his way to where Percy is, assuming a position at his back and barking out instructions to the rest. As Leo watches, pride blooming like lilies in his chest, the demigods begin to make headway across the bridge, flanking Percy on either side, tearing down anyone in their way. His sphere buzzes. It's a general message from Will, who confirms that he's gotten Annabeth back to base camp in one piece. In a hurried voice, he requests some of his best healers, Austin and Kayla, to make their way to him as quick as they can. With a quick good luck to everyone out there, and a reminder that there are medics on every team, he cuts the connection. Leo's stomach twists uncomfortably. His entourage had crossed paths with Will on his way away from the scene atop Blackjack, and he hadn't been able to drag his eyes from Annabeth's body, so pale and weak and slumped over Will's front, dripping blood like rain. It's just so wrong. Annabeth's their superwoman, their leader, their survivor. She'd been the picture of health this very morning when she'd rallied them all into fighting. She's been through so much, she's held up the fucking sky, and seeing her bent and broken with an arrow sticking out of her stomach had filled him to the throat with rage and inexplicable sorrow. He doesn't blame Percy in the least for the rampage he's on now. Gingerly, he pats Festus on the head, and the dragon creaks, an indication that he understands. "I'm heading out now too, buddy," he says quietly, watching the fight get uglier and uglier down below. "Stay circling above us, and if someone else calls you, go to them." Festus makes a tiny noise and Leo laughs. "Don't worry about me, see Percy over there. Like hell he'll let anything touch us. Hell, he's probably not even gonna leave a single monster for me to fight." He watches awestruck as Percy cuts down a telekine twice his size without so much as batting an eyelid, but he's quickly double-teamed by a pair of Dracena, one of them slithering up behind him, managing to knock the liquid riptide from his hand. It falls to the ground and condenses into a puddle. "Aaron, that's my cue," Leo says with a grunt, lifting himself upwards into a standing position. "See ya, Festus." Diving through the air never gets easier, even though they've practiced it a trillion times back at 9 under Annabeth's stern, watchful gaze. Leo soars downward, body in a straight line, before he tucks himself into a ball and pitches forward right before impact. He slides right down a giant's back, igniting his palm as he does so, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. The monster screams in pain, and Percy puts it out of its misery by dousing the flames with a jet of water that falls right over its head, and then lobbing its head clean off. "Nice of you to join the party," he says to Leo, using Riptide like a throwing knife and chucking it into the face of a nearby Impausi. His tone is light, but there's a shade in his eyes that shakes Leo to his core. The green has nearly vanished, turned so dark that it looks almost black. Up close, Leo realizes that while he's sweating buckets and looks beyond fatigued, there's not even so much as a nick on him. That shouldn't be possible, but there's no time to question the reason. "Sorry we're late," he says. Percy just shrugs, better late than never. Their being late got Annabeth nearly killed, but Leo refrains, choosing instead to conjure a fireball and lob it at a nearby monster. "I guess so." "I know so." Percy flashes a smile at him, one that seems stiff and out of place in contrast with the tightness of the rest of him, but Leo appreciates the effort. He can't imagine what it's like to have seen Annabeth get hit in front of him and having to stay on the battlefield, not knowing if she was alive or dead. Well, Leo can actually imagine it pretty damn well. Jason's presence still lingers at the back of his mind, even now in the form of a gentle, tickling breeze that warns him of an approaching monster, in the way he fights, drawing from their sparring lessons, in the way Percy grins at him when he and Leo pull of a successful combo. Who knew that freezing a line of monsters and then shooting a fireball in their faces would be this successful? Leo's been so stuck at his workbench for the past couple of months that he'd forgotten what it felt like to be on the front lines, using his fire to his heart's content in a way he never lets himself do in the bunkers. It's exhilarating watching enemy after enemy go up in smoke, steam rising from the pile of dust they leave behind on their way back to Tartarus. He feels powerful, useful, capable in a whole different way whenever he fights. It fills his insides with pride that he rarely allows himself as he shoots a roaring column on flame right into the sky, illuminating the battlefield and giving the gleam in Percy's eyes a whole new dimension as he conjures 50 or so icicles from thin air. They fly through the air, finding holes in enemy armor, shining a deathly shade of white and orange, and Leo directs his flaming palms at the falling monsters with deadly accuracy. But the thing is that they just keep coming. Reinforcements flood in non-stop, on chariots that thunder down the road, on griffins and Stymphalian birds that dive past their snipers and claw right through their little army. Percy keeps making miniature earthquakes to help them gain ground. Even though it's sapping his energy, Leo is doing his best to have his back, but he's tiring too, and he does his best work when he's at a distance anyway. Will this be enough? They're pushing forward slowly but surely, but how long can they keep up the fight with their forces being sparse and spread out as they are? Leo had called Piper and asked her to grab whoever she could and join them, but seeing as they haven't arrived yet, he has to assume that they're being detained elsewhere. It's not heartening in the least, knowing that nightfall has only just begun, that they have to hold their position for at least another 6 hours or so, and do it without backup too. Frustrated, Leo shoots a jet of flame into the nearest monster and scales the bridge railings, hoping to get a better view of what they're up against. Anything to give him a brainwave. "Cover me," he screams up at one of the Apollo snipers, a younger teen called Joseph who Leo doesn't know very well, but still not only shoots down the impausa that tries to catch his leg, but also sends him a grappling hook so he can climb up easier. Secure halfway up a tower, Leo glances around at the scene beneath him, watching with a confusing mixture of apprehension and pride as he watches the Greek forces hold their ground. In his absence, Beckendorf's taken up Leo's place at Percy's back, using a bronze-tipped hammer to pierce through monster skulls, using his unholy brute force that works well against the almost beautiful attacks that Percy unleashes behind him. Leo sends down a couple of fireballs, igniting 2 telekines that have surrounded B. She sends a thumbs up in his general direction after she finishes them off. He turns his attention back to the never-ending monster force. They're still pouring in via road, since their aerial troops seem to have met their match with the children of Apollo perched strategically at the top of every tower, and Percy's meeting with the river god must have gone well, since any monster that Percy manages to knock off the bridge entirely is immediately swallowed up by the murky water and does not resurface. "Come on," he tells himself. Think. He watches, jaw clenched, as with a heave Percy sets up another water wall, pushing the incoming army back by a few steps, separating the main force from their soldiers still in the midst of the demigods. Immediately, the Greeks begin to tear apart the monsters in their territory, and it's good progress, but it's not enough, and even as he looks on from above, Percy drops to his knees, clearly at the end of his tether. Riptide has fallen from his hands, glinting faintly in the moonlight, and then Leo notices another faint light burning just right of the sword. Holy shit, he'd been so caught up in the battle, in Annabeth, in everything, that he'd forgotten what he and his siblings had literally set up on day fucking 1. With shaking hands, he grabs his sphere and presses Beckendorf's code. The man in question looks around for him, fishing his own sphere from his back pocket and opening the line between them. "We need to light the bombs," Leo says in a rush, the moment he hears the familiar crackle of static, followed by Beckendorf's harsh, stuttering breaths. "We need to get a couple of vials of Greek fire, plant them in the foundations right below the entrance, blow the whole thing up. That'll cut off their forces." "It'll cut us off too." Annabeth said this was a last resort. Beckendorf pants, but when their eyes meet, Leo can tell he knows that this is their only option. "We'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it," Leo says. No pun intended, but really, we'll have other ways to get to the Empire State. Beckendorf exhales deeply, then says, "I think you're right." He leans over to whisper in Percy's ear. The son of Poseidon's only just managed to get back on his feet, and Leo's own aching limbs throb in sympathy, but he nods like he understands, craning his neck to acknowledge Leo and summoning more water into the shield in front of them, holding the monsters off, buying them time. Beckendorf runs off to the side, dodging a blow from a cyclops that is immediately taken down by an arrow from above him. Leo sees him undo the wiring at the closest Greek firebomb, then moves swiftly to another. Some nearby demigods watch him, perplexed, like they're still processing what's happening, but several others, like B and Shane, seem to understand his aim, if not the intention behind it, and dart to the other side of the bridge to disarm the bombs there. Leo slides down a cable and makes his way back to Percy, yelling at every demigod he sees. "We're blowing it up, get ready to swim, we're blowing up the bridge." He sends up a signal flare to get everyone's eyes on him, barking out the order again and again, repeating it into his sphere to let the other bunker leaders know, and here's the call taken up by others closest to him. "We're blowing it up, we're blowing up the whole damn thing." Michael Yu drops from halfway up a tower to land behind him. He releases a sonic arrow into the monster army, a wild grin on his face as nearly 20 monsters collected right at the foot of the liquid barrier collapse and disintegrate out of sheer agony. "They're toast," he shouts, raising his bow into the air. Unlike some of the others, there is no hint of hesitation at all on his face, just exhilaration, and Leo feels his own heart lift at the sight. Annoying and inappropriate at times though he might be, especially during bunker meetings, he's a supremely gifted demigod with the skills to back up his big talk. He bumps his fist and grins back, "Let's do this." "For Olympus," Percy murmurs, eyes clouded over at long last. He's beginning to show signs of exhaustion. He's slumped over, coated with a fine layer of sweat and panting hard, but he raises both hands into the air. Riptide appears like magic in his right palm, shining bright in the light from various dying fires, and even though it must cost all his strength, a second sword made of swirling water and smoking ice materializes in his left hand. And even though he looks on the verge of collapse, he somehow cuts a heroic figure, bathed in the moonlight, eyes blazing with green fire as he turns towards them, making eye contact with each demigod gathering around him in a loose semicircle. "For Olympus," he echoes louder, and Leo's own hand flies to the air, forming a fist that pumps out a single burst of white-hot flame. "For Olympus," they scream, and their voices echo as one as the wall of water comes tumbling down, like curtains drawing on this final act of the battle. This is what it is to fight for survival. It's bloody and sweaty and sweltering hot, even though it's nighttime and the water below them in the river is probably freezing. All Leo hears is the clash of metal as their little demigod army faces down the sentries before them, cutting and hacking for that they're worth. Everyone makes sure to stick together and to stay behind Percy, who's unleashing quakes with every step he takes forward. Leo keeps his eyes fixed on the metal cables of the bridge, looking for something that could indicate that Beckendorf's finished his task. He does his best, though, to keep the monsters at bay, throwing jar after jar of petroleum into the monster crowd and setting the liquid aflame. Soon the children of Apollo covering their rear catch-on and coat their arrows in it, shooting down lines of fire that tear right through the enemy troops. Percy fights with renewed vigor with both swords in his hands, sending crisscross streaks of water into any monster that's stupid enough to step in front of him. He stabs and slashes ceaselessly, Riptide tearing through armor, and its icy cousin stabbing through the opening created. Percy lets some of the ice from his sword thaw so that water seeps into the monster's chest, and then almost cruelly he freezes it back up again, stopping the monster's heart and kicking its body away as it crumbles. Leo notices a long, ebony horn streaked with blood and monster dust tucked into his back pocket and wonder what that's about, but figures that it's a question for another time, because he senses that it might be a sensitive subject given the way he's fighting right now. Aggressively on the attack, with a glint in his eyes that's towing the line between lucidity and lunacy. And maybe it's that they know this fight's about to end soon, in one way or another, but... "They're retreating," Michael calls out jubilant. "We're doing it." He's right, many of the monsters are actually turning tail and running away from them. Several of them fall to arrows from their bowmen, but on Percy's command, they leave the rest to sprint away, and they watch, bemused but happy, as the sounds of battle begin to die around them. Percy stops for a minute to catch his breath, glancing around before pausing to look at Leo. Leo shrugs. All the nearby Greek firebombs are all gone, hopefully being placed in strategic locations beneath the bridge opening, but before he can reply, something else behind Percy captures his attention. He points and Percy turns. "Fucking shit," he murmurs, then he says, "Line up behind me, now." Quickly they all obey. Leo steps forward to join Percy at his side, figuring it would help him to have an ally next to him. Together they watch as the monsters that had run are absorbed into a new, much larger force, led by a single horseman who rides a pitch-black horse with blood sticking to its hooves and a mane that trails ash. The horseman doesn't wear a helmet, he doesn't even wear armor. Blonde hair, blue eyes, scar running down his cheek. Leo remembers that face. Next to him, Percy's practically vibrating with rage and bloodlust, his knuckles pure white from how tightly he's clenching Riptide. Luke, Percy snarls. Kronos, Leo breathes. But that's not all. Kronos' horse canters forward even though his army hangs back. Percy shifts into a fighting stance. So quickly and fluidly Leo is reminded of ocean tides, swift and deadly, with the ability to give, but also take and take and take. What's he doing here? Someone whispers behind them. Why show his face here, now? It's probably because of me, Percy hisses, every syllable reeking of hate. I'm sorry you guys all got dragged into this, but hopefully we can be rid of that ugly stare soon enough, if maybe Beckendorf, oh. His voice trails away into nothing, along with possibly the last shred of Leo's hope, as Kronos gestures with his right hand, and a monster steps forward from the crowd, depositing a bloody figure to the ground unceremoniously and kicking the body forward with a high-pitched cackle. The person rolls past Kronos' smug, condescending smirk and stopping somewhere in the battered ground between both armies, and Leo feels bile rile up in his throat like a surging wave. He has to physically turn away and hold his palm to his mouth to keep it down. Behind him, his other friends are similarly frozen in shock. Shane in particular looks especially distraught. Is he dead? He whispers, tears pooling in his eyes, and Leo didn't want to be the one to say it, doesn't want to believe it, because the body on the ground, knife sticking out of his back, is Beckendorf's. Several thoughts run through Leo's head at once. The first is that he needs to fucking kill something. Seeing his brother battered and leaking blood from grazes all up and down his arms and face hurts to see. Hurts in a way Leo isn't prepared for. Half of him can't even process what he's seeing fully because this is Beckendorf. Beckendorf. He's built like Clarice with a huge body, even though his fingers work so deftly. He's strong and skilled and a good man, a good person, a good brother. He's been everything to Leo, everything from a brother to a father to a friend, and everything else besides in between. Leo's pulse is sounding like a fucking gong, sending vibrations through his blood. He needs to get to him. Dead or not, this is not what his brother deserves. He deserves so much better. His second thought is that their plan has officially failed. Leo's heart sinks as he thinks of all their Greek fire, so painstakingly and perfectly crafted by Mitchell, in the hands of the enemy. He can't bear the thought of losing weapons so important to the Titans, and like idiots they hadn't fully prepared for this particular occurrence. They don't have any defense against it, and this is going to be a problem. The third thought is that while Leo's furious, so angry that he thinks he might implode from it, something about the sight of Luke, no, Kronos, has lit a firecracker up Percy's butt. Any sign of weariness has completely vanished from his frame, and Leo can tell with a single look that he's itching to fight. He looks dangerous and slightly unhinged. He remembers that Thalia used to get like this pretty often. She was prone to bursts of energy that she'd have to release. Annabeth used to be the one who had to deal with her until she cooled herself down again, but Annabeth isn't here now, and Leo is the last person with the equipment and know how to rein Percy in when he's in this state. Kronos dismounts. Leo throws a hand in front of Percy's chest, shooting him a look, because while the Titan is stalking forward with all the deadly grace of a tiger, he's still not drawn his weapon, even though he hasn't taken his eyes off Percy since his entrance. He stops right in front of Beckendorf's prone body, and Leo's breath catches, not because of the proximity, but because Beckendorf's eyes have flickered open, blinking once, twice, before settling on Leo with purpose. He's awake, Leo breathes, and Percy relaxes next to him, and he feels a collective sigh of relief emanate from behind him. Act cool, he whispers to them. To Percy he hisses, say something, distract Kronos, Beckendorf's trying to tell me something. Because Beckendorf's blinking, eyes dark and focused even with the blood dripping past his lashes, blinking in a slow, deliberate pattern. Morse code, he breathes, and tears sting at his eyes as he deciphers each word. He had tried, when he'd first got to 9, to teach all his siblings Morse code. He'd never known Beckendorf actually listened. What brings you here this fine night? Percy asks Kronos conversationally, stepping forward and leaning against Riptide, casual as could be. I had to confirm for myself that you defeated the Minotaur single-handedly, Kronos says back, voice cold and yet amused, like Percy's a particularly precocious child. Well done on that, son of Poseidon. I'm sure it was a stunning, fulfilling victory, especially considering past events. Bombs in position, Leo translates on an exhale, eyes on Beckendorf. Hope floods through him like a waterfall bursting over a mountain. They must have caught him after he placed the bombs. He must have tricked them somehow, covered up the real reason he was there. Oh my gods, he breathes. It wasn't even that hard, Percy sneers at Kronos. His veneer is stoic but slowly cracking. What or who are you going to throw at me next, since you're too scared to face me yourself? Leo flinches as Kronos laughs. Michael whispers, if the bombs are in place, what's stopping us from blowing this place up? Who has the code? I do, Leo hisses. So does Shane, we all of us at 9 have it. But I need to activate it via my sphere, and if I do that now, there's no way we can get to Beckendorf on time. It's not worth the risk. Fucking fuck, Michael curses under his breath. But wait, if all the children of Hephaestus have the code. Scared, Kronos mocks, nudging Beckendorf with his foot. Beckendorf plays dead at once and laughing again. Why would I be scared when your kind are so easily broken? Look at your friend. He gestures down with his chin, eyes narrowed into slits of gold. Percy actually growls, teeth gnashing menacingly as he steps forward, looking about half a second from jumping the Titan, but Leo is too stunned to stop him. His mind's racing, his heart's pounding. If all the children of Hephaestus have the code, then... Beckendorf opens his eyes again, his hand inching slowly towards his own pocket, blinking out a message that Leo doesn't even need to use his brain to decode. He's tapped it himself 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000,000 times, against his own thigh, against the top of his desk, against his forehead, thinking each time of his mother. All the children of Hephaestus have the code to activate the bombs, but neither Leo nor Shane would ever punch it in, not when their brother's life is on the line. Beckendorf, it seems, has no such reservations. Greek fire, Leo has learned during his multiple trips to Bunker 10, is as swift as it is deadly. It's to think of it like petroleum to an extent, Mitchell had said as Leo peered into his cauldron. It's combustible, flammable, but it doesn't need fire as a trigger. It's just pure energy, and if I make it right, it should blow up the moment it's exposed to fresh air. Okay, Leo said, so if we make a system with the solution in vials, connected via wiring, and maybe we could send a current or a spark down the wire to fry off the vial lids. They'd blow the fuck up, Mitchell agreed. Bombs are the best way to use Greek fire, activated from a distance. Trust me, this shit spreads fast. You're gonna want to be far, far away when it blows. So, Leo had asked, can it really burn in water? That's what the legend says, Mitchell shrugged. Then, Leo, you might want to take a step back if you ever want to retain your facial features. None of that explanation had prepared Leo for this. Fire, a sickly chemical green color, roars into existence from literally nothing, going from 0 to 100 so fast that even Leo, who's more resistant than most to the heat, has to take a couple of steps backward. The Greek fire burns hotter and faster than anything he's ever seen before, consuming everything in its path, burning across metal and tar and gravel and stone, creeping across the ground like running water. Too late, Leo realizes that they've all been stunned into inaction, but even as he attempts to get his feet to move, something creaks underneath them, and he pitches forward, landing on his arms and knees. Someone behind him helps him get back to his feet, Shane, who fists his hands in Leo's shirt, eyes round with fear. The bridge creaks again, and Leo feels the ground tilt underneath them. Beckendorf's done his job too well, they're all going to go down and fast. Percy, Leo yells over the din, his throat dry as he watches the monster army break formation in the face of the sweltering heat. Some of them succumb to the flames, and some others pitch themselves face-first over the railings in an attempt to save themselves. Kronos stands in front of the fire, hand clenching the hilt of his sword, eyes still fixed on Percy. He cocks his head as though saying, well, here I am, what are you going to do about it? And Percy's straining to get to him. Leo can tell that he wants to fight Kronos, but this isn't the time. He might be made of water, but if he stays in this fire, he will burn. Percy, Leo screams again. If we don't get Beckendorf and leave right now, we're all going to die. Percy glances at him, eyes glassed over. You've got to get to Annabeth, he says as a last resort, grabbing his shoulders with both arms and shaking him, hard enough that he actually sees when Percy snaps out of the daze he's in, inhaling sharply through his nose and clenching his jaw. He nods, turning back to Kronos and the flames licking his feet like he's just seeing the inferno for the first time. He turns back to everyone with a grim nod. Hold on to each other. Something, anything. This is going to take a minute. Leo latches onto Shane and B at once. Around him, everyone huddles together in groups of 2s and 3s, some sticking their weapons into the ground for something to hold. Percy stands in the middle of them, riptide discarded at his feet, eyes closed, breathing deeply in and out. B shivers as the fire gets closer. It whirls around Kronos in a toxic swirl, a tornado of nothing but ash and flame, and Leo watches him, transfixed, as he draws his sword and raises it into the air. Beckendorf lies prone on the ground, still, unmoving as the green flames lick experimentally at his clothes before crawling up his body. Shane screams. The bridge rocks precariously beneath them, slanting forward. Even above the roar of the blaze, Leo can hear him yell for his aerial reinforcements to attack, and Leo suddenly understands what Percy's about to do a second before he does it. With a yell of exertion, Percy slams both palms to the ground, sending a tremble through the ground, and the metal foundations of the bridge give an almighty groan. A fissure appears in the ground, growing and spreading, combining with the one from before, crackling as the bridge cleaves into two, giving the fire no more room to spread. Kronos narrows his eyes at the display of power, but Leo's got other things on his mind. "We've got to get Beckendorf," he screams, but with a wave of his hand Percy summons a tentacle of water in the fracture between them. The tendril snakes past the spluttering fire, encases Beckendorf in a bubble, and lifts into the sky. "Incoming!" Michael yells, breaking free of his group and aiming an arrow at the sky, where a group of winged creatures are closing in on them fast. His siblings follow, aiming their arrows upward and letting them loose. The bridge creaks again, and Percy grunts in pain. Arrows rain down on them. Shane slams his hand into his watch and holds up the shield that forms from it like an umbrella. Joseph yells out. An arrow sticks out of his thigh, and he falls forward and out of the protective canopy of his group. Michael, wriggling his way out of his own team, runs for him with a pained cry, grabbing his brother and pushing him back to safety. Leo blinks at him, dazed, and then screams when a Stymphalian bird darts down and spears Michael in the stomach with its long, needle-like beak before flying off, his body still hanging insecurely from the point of contact. Hands, enormous hands twice the size of Leo, break free from the water, 10 or 15 of them, reaching down towards them and grabbing each of their little groups in their fists, and Leo finds himself lifted into the air, screaming Michael's name. Percy must hear, because another hand forms beneath the fleeing bird, rising up and crushing the monster in its palm. The bird falls like a stone towards the water, crumbling to dust midway, but Michael remains still in the giant watery platform. "Leo!" comes a voice from behind him, and Leo turns, sobbing and hiccuping, as a fleet of 10 warriors atop Pegasi swoop in from above, engaging the rest of the Stymphalian birds. Among them is Jake, who Leo can't bear to face him now. Around him, his other friends are also encased in the liquid fists. Leo counts all of them, his heart feeling as though it has settled in his feet. Michael and Beckendorf are still not moving, even though their siblings are screaming their names over and over again, as though willing them to stay alive. Below them, Percy summons a gigantic wave, submerging Kronos, the remaining monster army still on the ground, the fire, and himself. The force of the falling water breaks the bridge at last, causing the smaller end atop which Kronos had been standing to dissolve into debris, which hits the East River with a splash that displaces a smaller wave. The new tide crashes once more into the monster army, directed by Percy, who stands where he is, knee-deep in water, waving his arms in complex motions like the conductor of an orchestra. The water swirls around the monsters, pulling them into a whirlpool that they have no chance at all of escaping from. Percy ramps up the speed until there's nothing left of them at all. Leo can see him looking around frantically, screaming Kronos' name, but the Titan has vanished entirely. There's a part of him that is hoping that he'd been swallowed by the flames, but he knows in his heart that he'd escaped. Jake and his crew glide down to Percy when they've eliminated all the monsters in the sky. The hands holding Leo and the rest of them slowly begin to lower as well. Leo sobs, fearing the worst, as the little sphere holding Beckendorf unfurls itself at the ground by Percy's feet. He sees Jake run towards his prone body, leaving behind the rest of his party in his haste to get to their brother. The watery fingers keeping him upright release Leo when he's low enough to be able to jump down safely, and he does so with no finesse, wincing in pain as his legs, sore from all the fighting, hit the ground with a thud. Jake is upon him at once, throwing both arms around him and burying his face in his neck, crying, and Leo pats him sluggishly on the back, dragging them both forward into the circle the rest of the demigods have formed. Leo sees Percy on his knees, head bent forward, coughing and spluttering. He must be utterly and completely spent, because he can't even seem to muster the energy to keep himself dry any longer. His clothes are soaking and his arms are shaking. When their eyes meet, his are ringed with a violent shade of red. "I'm so sorry, Leo," he croaks. If only I'd." Leo doesn't hear the rest of the sentence. His eyes have fixed themselves on the two figures on the ground, seeing but not understanding, processing but not believing. Michael Yu and Charles Beckendorf are laid on the floor. Michael's body is drenched, a gaping hole in his stomach from which dark blood still oozes. Beckendorf's body has been charred a sickening black, his skin peeling, blood like a million little pinpricks against the pink of his flesh. Uselessly, Leo drops to his knees between their bodies, placing his hands over their hearts, checking their pulse points, just to confirm what he already knows. Tears spring in his eyes. He feels like he can't breathe. Half of him wants to do something, anything, CPR, electric shocks, anything, because this can't be the end. it can't. If they were machines, Leo would take them apart and start afresh. Replace old parts with new, shiny ones, oil them until they work seamlessly together. He knows what to do with machines, with metals, with each little part. He knows how to work them and how to get them to work. He doesn't think he's felt so utterly helpless in the face of two beings who are very much not machines, lying before him, unfixable. Eyes open and unseeing, mouths open but not breathing, they are cold to the touch, bodies still and silent. Dead. Chapter 9, I have come by the highway home too. Do you fear death? No, says Frank. No, thinks Hazel, but maybe she is lying. It's easier said than done. It's easier to lie anyway. Hazel flinches back when Michael Varys laughs in their faces, so loud that the entire cavern seems to shake. Frank grips her hand, and the ghosts around them titter nervously, as though unsure about following their leader. I do not ask for the reasons you may think, he says snidely, and his eyes, dark and piercing, bore into Hazel's with something like uncanny smugness, knowing, she realizes. Too knowing, and it makes her breathing go shallow. Dead recognize the dead in whatever form they may be in, and his eyes tell her to join them, even though his mouth may not. What comes from the earth shall return to it. She looks briefly upward. Bar for the situation, this could be exactly the same kind of cave in which she had died the first time. Hazel swallows a mouthful of saliva that has a metallic tang to it that might be blood from where she's biting the inside of her mouth, if she dies here. What do you mean then? Frank asks, voice caught somewhere between trepidation and impatience. Varys huffs, shifting the standard from one hand to another, and all his fellow ghosts' eyes track it like it's a ball in the final rally of a gripping game of tennis. Hazel looks at it too, despite not wanting to. She doesn't own a magical weapon, so she doesn't fully understand what being near one feels like. Frank has Chiron's bow, of course, and she knows that it responds to him, returns to him if lost, all characteristics of magical weapons that either choose their owner or have their ownership willingly transferred. Frank himself admits that the bow is unlike anything he's ever used before. The standard calls to her in a way that feels unhealthy. Like a leech, like a parasite, it yearns for her, calls her name, urges her to look, to touch. Hazel doesn't know what the eagle might be capable of in the hands of any child of the Big Three, but she suspects that they could cause devastation. Enormous windstorms, flash floods, tsunamis, earthquakes. Hazel could level the world if she wanted to with that thing in her hand, and a single murderous thought rattling around in her skull. She gulps. The eagle, Varys says with a certain degree of reverence, nodding at her like he understands, is our symbol, you must know this. It has kept us sane all these years. Proof that we were not chasing an endless dream. Proof we were right all along to search for it. He shifts to look at Frank. I would like to do as you say, son of Mars, if it will give us our name back in the rest of the Legion as you say, but it will not be so easy. Hazel exhales, what do we have to do? Varys hums, considering her. Then he says bluntly, for starters, from the moment I hand the standard over to you, you will have to prove yourselves. To you, Frank asks tightly, or to it? Both, Varys answers easily, and for the first time his lips have quirked upwards in ghostly amusement. The eagle, it knows us, or rather it knows me, a praetor of the Legion. He nods at it as though pleased, puffing out his chest so that they don't miss the plethora of medals adorning it. It will not simply allow itself to be taken by you. You will have to prove yourselves to it. And like you said, son of Mars, it's been many years since we found the eagle. Many years. Do not think we will part with it so easily, even if I hand it over willingly. His smile gives Hazel goosebumps all over her body. And so I ask once again, he says with that same leering, jeering smile, do you fear death? Piper jumps back when Percy flings the door open, nearly removing it from its hinges. She leans over Annabeth, whispering in her ear as he stumbles forward, nearly pitching himself atop her in his haste to get close. Percy, Piper whispers, eyes passing quickly over him before flicking back to his own. What happened? Percy swallows. He knows he must look a mess. He certainly feels like one. His limbs are barely holding him up. His mind feels fried from overuse. Every inch of him is begging to rest. For sleep to take him, he'd completely gone overboard during that last fight. He's cold and tired and hungry and wet, and he wants to burst into tears, but he doesn't have the energy to. He glances at Annabeth. She's alive, breathing, but her side bandaged securely in wrapping that are tinted a light green and smell vaguely of something herbal, but blood still flows out of the wound, staining the bindings and the bedsheets. Her forehead is covered in sweat, and she mumbles vaguely in her sleep. Piper, Will, and Will's brother Austin all stare at him, and Percy's blood settles uncomfortably in his gut. These are friends and family of Beckendorf and Michael, and he needs to tell them, but his speech seems to be failing him quite spectacularly at the moment. Michael, he whispers, and in Beckendorf, he falters, swipes at his eyes, hopeless, useless guilt weighing heavy on his shoulders. No, Piper whispers in disbelief. She crosses over to him, reaches out to take his hands. Percy, tell me you're not saying what I think you are. He squeezes his eyes shut, shakes his head, and looks helplessly at Will. I'm so sorry. Will staggers back, hands over his mouth. Austin steadies him, but he's trembling so hard he looks on the verge of collapse as well. Percy swallows the dust coating the inside of his throat. Will, you should go be with the rest of your siblings. Will gulps, glancing quickly down at Annabeth's shivering frame. Her eyes are closed, and her brow is furrowed like whatever she's seeing in her nightmare is causing her pain. Percy steps forward out of Piper's grip and runs a hand gently down the side of her face. Go, Piper tells them kindly. He's your brother, Will, go be with him. Annabeth's stable for now, we'll call you in case we need anything. Will doesn't need any more convincing. He and Austin hurry out the door, leaving Piper and Percy alone on the terrace, both staring at each other with grief writ all over their faces. Percy collapses into the chair Austin had been sitting in, gesturing weakly at the exit. You should go too, he tells Piper wearily. Be with Silena, he pauses. She needs you too. I will, Piper promises, leading him over to Will's empty chair. I will as soon as I know you're okay. Now sit. Percy plops down in the chair with a broken sob. Now that his mind had finally processed the fact that he is no longer in any immediate danger, he can finally accept that he is tired. Like, so tired that he's sure his arms and legs are going to fall off. His head lolls back and he closes his eyes. It's a fucking task to not fall asleep. What happened out there? Piper asks. When Percy blinks at her blearily, he sees that she's struggling not to cry, for both Beckendorf and Michael to have fallen. Kronos showed up. Percy hears her sharp inhale and laces his fingers together, leaning forward with difficulty. There were so many monsters. Beckendorf tried to. He was rewiring the bombs so we could blow up the bridge, but he got caught. Oh, says Piper heavily. Oh gods, poor Beckendorf, poor Silena. Poor everyone. Percy exhales through his nose, then pinches it just to feel some pain so he can stay awake. I wish I could have done something differently. His eyes sting. I didn't want anyone to die, not tonight. I know it's inevitable for nobody to die, but not tonight. He conceals a sob by swallowing it down. I didn't want anyone to die for me tonight. Percy, she says, do you know how many lives you saved today? Not enough, he replies, sorrow manifesting his anger the longer he sits there, staring at Annabeth, another life he couldn't save. Not enough, Piper, 2 people died on my watch, maybe even 3. He gestures frustratedly at Annabeth's prone form, eyes raking over the way her chest rises and falls with each shallow breath. How can you expect me to forgive myself for letting them die? Good people died right under my nose, all because I wasn't there in time, because I wasn't fast enough. Kronos was on that bridge, Percy, Piper responds, a vein throbbing in her neck like she's trying her best not to scream. If you hadn't been there, they'd all be dead right now. I did this, he yells, pointing again at Annabeth. I can't kill her, Piper, I don't want to. If it wasn't for me, he says, breathing hard, if it wasn't for me and this stupid prophecy, none of you would even be here. You'd be dead probably, Piper says back harshly, throwing her hands in the air. We all knew what we signed up for in this war, Percy. We knew some of us wouldn't make it out alive, but guess what? We're doing it anyway, like Annabeth said, for the chance that we win. And we can't do that if you're sat here overthinking about things that are out of your control. Like it was out of your control tonight when Kronos showed up on that bridge and ruined things. And he wouldn't have shown if I wasn't there to begin with. Percy snaps back, standing up so suddenly that the chair he'd been sitting on tips back with a loud clatter. He's not going to stop killing everyone around me wherever I am. If maybe when Prometheus said I could give myself up, I should have just. Don't finish that thought, Percy, Piper warns. He wants to finish it, but something unsullied and pure white catches his eye in his peripheral vision. He turns to give it his full attention and makes a strangled sound. It's the jar of hope that Prometheus had given him, sat innocently at the medicine table by Annabeth's head. The white ceramic appears to be the very image of untouched virtue, glowing the way it is against the grimy war-stained murk of the rest of them. Percy's words die in his throat like fireworks in water. Suddenly, he wants nothing more than to see what might happen if he opens it. If Prometheus wasn't lying, if Kronos really just wants Percy's head and spares the others, then. Percy, Piper screams, grabbing his face with her left hand. Percy barely has time to blink before her other hand is coming up in a powerful swing that makes contact with his cheek with a resounding clap that reverberates off the walls. He grunts in pain, stumbling back from both the force of her blow and the shock that it had come at all. He cradles his aching jaw, blinks the spots about his eyes, and when he turns back to Annabeth, to her bedside table, the little jar has vanished. He looks at Piper, astounded, an apology already forming on his tongue, but stops short at the look on her face. Her lips are trembling and her eyes are full of tears. "You," she breathes, chest heaving, "you do not get to give up, not now, not when Jason died to get you here." Shame fills him up, cold and raw, clogging his windpipe until he can't breathe. He swallows down a mouthful of spit and blood. He must have bitten down on his tongue and, to his horror, feels a new surge of tears prick behind his eyelids. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "You're right, I'm sorry." He can't look at her. How can he? Her words are just another reminder of his failures, another person he had been unable to save. Guilt and grief rise in him, flooding his lungs, and he looks at Annabeth's twitching body. Poisoned, near dead because of him. Jason, dead for him to be here. Michael and Beckendorf, dead trying to keep him alive. Silently, with trembling hands, he takes out the Minotaur's horn from his back pocket and holds it out to Piper. Her breath hitches. "Is that?" "Tell her," he moistens his lips and tries not to cry. "Tell her I killed him, that it wasn't all in vain." "Percy," Piper sounds soft and sympathetic and sorry, and he doesn't deserve it. He pulls away from her arms as they reach for him. I need to be alone." "Percy, look, you should stay." "I can't be here," he says, and the dam breaks. Tears come pouring down his face, getting stuck in his lashes, blurring his vision. He can't see Piper's face, but it must be something pitying, and he's glad that it remains obstructed from his sight at the moment, because he doesn't think he can bear it. "I can't see her like this, Piper. And I know she'll be okay and I'll be back, but I can't. I want to be alone right now." He wipes his fingers over his eyes, catches sight of her kind eyes, and turns himself away from her. "Please." "Okay," she says quietly. "Okay, then you have your sphere." "Yeah," he says. He doesn't really know if he does have the sphere, he doesn't care, but a quick swipe against his pant pockets confirms that it's still there. "Okay." "Okay." Percy walks to the door, kicking away the brick that had been holding it open. He's aware of Piper still watching him, hoping that he'll change his mind and come back, but Percy can't remain here, watch his friends mourn for the dead that he is responsible for. He spares himself one final glance towards Annabeth's bedside, though, allows himself to look at her thin, wan face as she murmurs nonsensically under her breath. And then, wonder of all wonders, she scrunches her nose, opens her eyes. Gray eyes meet green, and Percy nearly passes out. Her hand reaches out, her lips call out his name, soft and weak, but she says it. She says his name like he's the only person she wants, like he's the only person she cares about, even though she's the one in bed, bleeding out and dying, and all because he put her there. And Percy wants to go to her. He wants it more than anything else he's ever wished for. He wants to run to her and gather her up and breathe in the scent of the lemony shampoo that Silena makes her use. But Annabeth had been right during their argument a month ago. It doesn't matter how many battles he's won, how many times he's escaped death. When push comes to shove, at the end of the day, he's a fucking coward. He can't go to her now because if he does, he's not going to let her go, and he cannot back to just being friends. He can't pretend like he doesn't love her, not when she doesn't love him back. He can't risk hurting her, he can't risk her being targeted because he's in love with her, and he will cross the ends of the earth to get to her. He will fight anyone he has to just to bring her home. And so Percy wrenches his gaze away, and then turns around and runs down the stairs as fast as he can go. Praetors of Rome are known, Frank had told her, for being honest, good, decent people. Upstanding citizens, fearsome warriors, reliable leaders. It's why he always knew he could trust Reina. It's why nobody else has been elected, because you just have to be that good. Varus is a true praetor of Rome because he keeps his word. He hands over the eagle with a dim sigh. And true to his word, he attacks them the very next second with the aggression of a captured monkey hopped up on something bad. He roars so loudly the ceiling quivers in response, and Hazel barely has the chance to blink in surprise before the war cry is taken up by the rest of the ghosts, a murmur that grows louder and more bloodthirsty with every passing second. Maybe it's dehydration or the lack of food or the absence of natural light in the dingy cavern, but Hazel and Frank are slow to react. It takes an arrowhead impaling itself in the wall behind her for her to jerk back to life and get a move on, and this, at least, she does with speed. In a flash, she unsheathes her spatha, grabs Frank's hand, and hightails it out of there the way they came, wheezing with effort and fear as weapons of all kinds whistle past her ears. Hazel's lucky that her senses have kicked into overdrive, and her brain senses the speeding gold before the weapons hit her. She drops Frank's hand in favor of waving her own hand in a wide arc, bringing the flying spears and sword and arrows to a stop, before they clatter to the stone floors with a resounding crash. For a minute, there is only the sound of ringing metal, and shock in the ghostly eyes widened in front of them. Hazel sees Varys at the head of his army, teeth bared in a fierce snarl. Frank pants run, and they do. With no time to think and nothing else to think of other than to escape, Hazel is forced to conjure pathway after pathway from stone and rock. The ghosts crawl up the path and through the walls and in front of them and behind them and underneath them, and Hazel and Frank duck into tunnel after tunnel, going deeper and deeper as opposed to the other way round. Hazel's breathing grows short from the lack of air, and her stupid mind is the epitome of unhelpful, drawing comparisons to the cavern underground where she'd met her maker the last time. There is no light here, no chance for a flame. Hazel abandons her sword in favor of using both her hands, all her senses to keep them alive, throwing off her shoes so she can feel her way into the mountain. Frank remains a solid presence behind her, though she can hear his breathing grow unsteady. With how hard they've been exerting themselves and the absence of breathable air, by all rights they shouldn't even be able to stand upright right now. Hazel sees spots dance in her vision as she blinks and knows that she's close to passing out. She grits her teeth, biting into her tongue, drawing blood. She can't die, not like this, not like last time. A thump behind her indicates that Frank's leaned heavily against the cave wall. Hazel crosses over to him, one hand against the cool stones. The passage therein is so narrow that it doesn't even fit them side by side. Hazel can feel a way out, one that leads deeper into the ground, deeper and deeper until they reach the underworld. It's the only way out for them, but her arms and legs feel weak, and besides, there's something inside her that says that she ought not to step foot in her father's domain. One toe across the line and she'll be back where she belongs, stuck once more in Asphodel for good. "Do you have the eagle?" she asks around a wheeze. It's a needless question. She can feel the aura radiating like a halo around the golden standard clenched tightly in Frank's fists. If she concentrates on its presence hard enough, it almost glows in the dark. It's no wonder that Varys and the rest of the Fallen Fifth are giving everything to protect it. Even now, she can feel it calling to them, and the ghosts are coming even now, clawing their way through ash and stone to get to it. "We need to stop them," she says dimly, "not get away. Remember what Varys said, that the eagle isn't going to stop calling for them, and they will never stop chasing us until we prove ourselves to it." How? Frank pauses to catch his breath. How on earth do we do that? "I don't know," Hazel admits sheepishly, "but wait." She's not sure what alerts her. There's no shifting in the rocks or a change in the air. In fact, everything around them is totally silent, save for the screams of warning from the distance, gradually nearing their location. She turns around. "Who's there?" "Hazel," Frank whispers. "Show yourself," Hazel demands. Her voice trembles. The rest they've taken doesn't seem to have done her any good. In fact, if anything, she feels more fatigued. If she's forced to fight now, she will lose. Only the voice that calls her name makes her heart stop short. Footsteps approach them, and cold hands grasp hers. Hazel gasps at the touch. It's almost like touching one of the shades, but these hands are solid and real, and she can feel the blood in them. Alive, familiar. These are the hands that pulled her from the ground after decades of nothing but gray skies and fields that stretched endlessly in all directions. These are the hands that lifted her from her own despair and gave her a second chance. These are the hands that brought her back to life. She lets out a short laugh full of disbelief because no way is she this lucky. "Hazel?" he asks, and he knows this voice. She knows it so well. "Nico," she murmurs, and her chest comes alight at the sound of his relieved exhale. "What are you doing here?" Hazel asks in wonder, reaching out to grasp Nico's face. His skin is cold, colder than the average person, though she thinks he might have always been this way. "How'd you know we were in danger?" Frank says, hoarse. He clears his throat. "Sorry, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Frank, Hazel's boyfriend," Hazel says. "He's my boyfriend." She wishes she could see the look on Nico's face, but she feels him nod. "Nice to meet you too, Frank, and to answer your question, I had a dream Hazel was in danger, and it felt," he gulps audibly, "too real. It took me a while to kind of pin her location, but I managed it eventually. Took me a while, but I think I came down the same tunnel you guys did and felt all the ghosts down here going crazy." He gently removes Hazel's hands from his cheeks. "What did you do to them?" "They're pissed." We took this from them." Frank taps the spear against the ground and Hazel guides Nico's hands to it. His breath hitches. "Well, that'll do it," he says faintly. "We took it with their consent," Hazel tries despairingly. "I mean, they're out for your blood," Nico says, deadpan as ever. Hazel can't believe she missed this about him, so they probably lied. Frank's voice shakes a little as he asks, "Are they close?" "Minutes away and getting closer as we speak," Nico says severely. I diverted several on my way here, but we've got to get out of here as soon as we can. Thing is, I made a pretty big jump to get here, and getting back is gonna be tough. Can't we make a pit stop somewhere close? Hazel asks. Nico lets out a frustrated exhale. He waves his arm and Hazel feels some of the rocks shift, widening their passage. We could, but time is of the essence right now. I need to get you guys back before he lets out a little gasp. Oh shit. Hazel doesn't even have time to berate him for his language before. Ah, a new guest, comes a voice. Varys, Hazel curses. The ghost glows a pale, luminous shade of silver, casting all their faces into partial light. Frank looks sweaty and shaken, and Nico looks just as ghostly as Varys. Hazel knows she probably looks a right sight to behold too. Frank's breath catches as he reaches for her, eyes wide and traumatized. Hazel, you look. You see her as she truly is, Varys sneers, as Nico shoves Hazel and Frank behind him and unsheathes his sword in one fluid movement. The ghosts fall back at the sharp smell of iron in the moist cave air, hissing their distaste. Stygian iron, Varys says with disdain. Greekus. His army takes on the chant behind him. Fall back, Nico says. Hazel can tell his teeth are gritted. The son of Hades commands you. It's an impressive order, but it doesn't last long. For a moment, Varys flinches back as though affected, but he comes back to himself almost at once. You forget who we are, he hisses. We are children of Rome, and this is our domain. You cannot command us here. He presses forward, and suddenly ghosts pour in at them from all sides, through the walls, the floors, the damn ceiling, until Hazel finds herself buffeted this way and that, trying desperately to keep a hold of Frank's shirt. Don't lose the staff, she gasps. I'm trying, Frank says, and she can see that he really is. He's holding onto it with both hands, trying his best not to lose it in the throng. He's doing his best to keep the ghosts away, too, but his well-aimed kicks end up passing right through them. Stay back, Nico tries again, but his voice is drowned out by the clamor. Hazel pushes her way to him and rams into him with a gasp. You try, he says around a wheeze, swinging his sword right through a pair of ghosts who come at them. You're Roman, they might listen to you. Hazel clears her throat and tries, stand down. She might as well be invisible. At Nico's encouraging nod, she tries again, this time a little louder, stand down. Shut up, thief, a ghost hisses, whacking her round the head, and Hazel goes down with a whimper. She curls up into a ball as feet patter around her, kicking her around like she's no heavier than a football. She tries to stand, but a thick cleat slams into her hand and she cries out in pain. Hazel, Nico calls, from what feels like a great distance. And then out of nowhere, another voice yells, stand down. It's like time stopped. Hazel breathes harshly, cradling her hand to her chest and manages to rise. She looks around in shock as the very ghosts that had been flooding the cave now stand still as though electrocuted. Hazel looks at Nico in shock, and then to Frank, who is holding the glowing golden staff in front of him, eyes wide and panicked. Give them an order, Nico breathes. Form ranks, Frank says uncertainly, and it's like clockwork. The ghosts line up in front of them as though ready to march into battle. Hazel feels her mouth drop open. Go back where you came from, Frank continues, and the shakiness in his voice begins to solidify into something like steel. Hazel watches in astonishment as the ghosts begin to file out of the passage, until it's just Varys standing there, his ghostly form quivering, lighting up and dimming like a light bulb about to go out on its last strains of life. You, he hisses at Frank, who clings to the eagle like it's his lifeline. You are a praetor. No, Frank says, shaking his head frantically. No, I have no idea. Varys stares at him. You know what this means. I really don't. I understand you want to clear our name, Varys continues, as though Frank hadn't spoken. You have proven yourself worthy. His pale eyes flicker to Hazel and Nico. When you call, we will come. What? Frank asks, flabbergasted. Look, could you stop speaking in riddles for like 1 second? Despite everything, Varys says, and now his voice sounds oddly melancholic and he passes his gaze over the eagle, glowing threateningly in Frank's grip. Despite everything, all I wanted was to bring glory to the Legion, to the 5th cohort. It pains me when you say our name was sullied, because of me. He lets out a breath. I wish to make amends. The eagle is now yours, son of Mars. When you use it, remember us, remember me. He steps forward. When you call me, I will come. Frank, says Hazel quietly. She can see Varys' clenched fists, can feel to some extent the pain he's in. Release him. Okay, Frank says, then he clears his throat. Okay, Praetor Varys, the eagle is safe with me. You can go now. Varys' form flickers, and you'll call. I will call, Frank promises. Varys nods, and then, with a whoosh, his body seems to be blown away, as though he's made of nothing but mist and someone's just run their hands through it. Frank slumps to the ground, his face is ashen in the dimming golden light emanating from the standard. Hazel crosses over to him and takes his hands. "What was that?" he asks. "What does he mean I need to call him?" "I don't know," Hazel replies, her mind stuck on another thing. "He called you Praetor, he listened to you." "I don't know what it means," Frank admits. Hazel. "It'll be okay." Hazel's mind feels like it's being churned into butter. She makes eye contact with Nico, taking him in for the first time in years. His clothes are drenched in sweat and covered in streaks of dirt. His hair's longer, the dark circles under his eyes are more pronounced, and his expression it's resigned and a little sad. He shakes his head when he looks at her, a gesture that she takes to mean later. "First things first, though. We have to get out of here." A press of her palm against Frank's forehead and the shortness of his breathing alert her, once again, to the fact that he isn't doing well. "Nico." He kneels down next to them. "Grab a hold of me." "Where are you taking us?" Frank murmurs. Nico casts him a single glance. "Somewhere safe." He closes his eyes and holds up his free hand. With a swooshing sound, Hazel finds herself cast into darkness. Leo's never made a shroud before. He wish it didn't have to be for this. There is a coarse cotton cloth in front of him. It's colored a shade of red like burnt bricks, almost blood-like but not quite. Leo doesn't know who in Bunker 6 decides what color the dead receive on their shrouds, but he has to admit the chosen shade suits Beckendorf. It's fiery to some extent but still solid, unwavering, strong, tenacious. All things that Beckendorf should have been allowed to continue being had it not been for. He doesn't like crying. He doesn't really do it often either, he thinks. Leo remembers crying when his mother died, and for Jason of course, but the other times he's teared up have remained few and far between. Leo isn't strong, not physically like Clarice, not emotionally like Piper, but he's hardened from years and years of life just giving him the shittiest hand possible. Foster home after foster home taught him what most people find hard to accept, that nothing is permanent. Not the parents who took him in, not the friends he met at school, certainly not brothers he shared a room with. And yet, tears drip down onto the cloth on his lap, turning crimson to maroon. Leo sniffles once and then again, and finally buries his face into the shroud and balls, his teeth grazing cotton, his nose filling with the scent of a warm fireplace and oil. It's almost exactly how Beckendorf used to smell. Leo's chest aches at how this might be the last time he gets to inhale it. The tears subside, as all things do after a few minutes, but the dull ache in Leo's heart continues, pang after pang like a grandfather clock tolling its bells for an endless midnight. He looks down at the shroud. His tears are already drying, and Leo wipes his thumb across the wet patches, embarrassed now at his outburst. He'd known at some level that the moment Beckendorf began to tap out that final message in Morse code would mean that someone was going to die on that bridge tonight. But seeing his brother's body like that, broken and burned and lifeless, nothing would ever prepare him for that. Another fixture of Leo's life, lost to the fire. He's beginning to notice a bit of a trend here. "Hey," comes a voice. Leo swipes across his eyes, turning around and smiling wanly at Jake, who stands in the doorway, eyes darting between Leo and the shroud, as though uncertain of his being welcome. Leo waves him in because of course he is. Jake isn't like Leo, who doesn't mind being alone, especially when there's a lot on his mind. He likes people and he's emotionally aware, almost in the way Piper is. He's a good person, a good friend, a great brother, and someone who had been taken under Beckendorf's wing, just like Leo had. Jake gets it, and if Leo's interpreting the look in his eyes correctly, he gets it perfectly. "Oh, Leo," he says a little brokenly. His eyes are bloodshot and his nose is pink and shiny. When Leo offers the seat next to him, he all but collapses into it with a half-sob that emerges from his throat like a hiccup. Leo cannot think of a single fucking thing to say. He's never been the most eloquent of orators in the first place, but when there's death involved, what the fuck can he say to make things better when he knows firsthand that empty words mean nothing? All the generic condolences offered to him after his mother's death, he'd resented the words, and resented the people who spewed them even more. Nothing would make him feel better, nothing could ease the pain. Jason had died. Leo felt like he'd been dunked underwater. He honestly barely remembers the funeral, and he feels as though he came to life only when Piper took him to pay his final respects at Jason's grave. Leo had been so numb at that point that he had completely forgot to be angry. Angry at Piper for not bringing his body back, angry at Jason for dying in the first place. Which was stupid, but even though he understands why Jason had done it, he doesn't get it. Why would Jason put himself through all that torture? Months and months of hiding his dreams, hiding the truth, hiding how he felt, also he could die alone. It's the same with Beckendorf. Leo understands at a surface level why he chose to die the way he did, protecting his family like a true hero. Aren't all heroes the same? Beckendorf, Jason, Leo's mom, they'd all died protecting someone they loved. They'd all died and Leo still lives on. Maybe it's selfishness, maybe it's fear. But Leo can't. The thought of death, of his heart stopping and his eyes glazing over like that, it makes him sick. It makes his throat close up and his breathing stutter because Leo can't imagine dying like that. He doesn't know if he's as good a person as Beckendorf, or Jason, or Frank's mom who died defending New Rome, or Percy's mom who died so he could run, or his own mom who chose fire just to keep Leo from getting burned. He's not that brave, he thinks. He doesn't think he'll ever be. It's only when Jake's hand grasps his shoulder that he realizes that he's crying again, his face flooded with tears and his vision clouded. He wipes roughly at his cheeks, feeling them heat up with embarrassment and shame because Leo had always been the joking one, the one to lift the mood, only he doesn't know how to this time. I wish, he says, watching as Jake's fingers lightly skim the edge of their brother's shroud, I wish he hadn't done it. Even though I've replayed the battle 50 different times and dreamed up 50 different ways it could have gone, I don't think there's any scenario in which everyone ends up alive. If it's not Beckendorf dying, it's me, or Shane, or Annabeth. He remembers Annabeth's bloodied body thrown over Will on the Pegasus and feels nauseous. Or someone else on the bridge that night, except maybe Percy. But Beckendorf, I always thought that out of everyone, he deserved a happy life. Like he could start a little mechanic shop somewhere, with Selena batting her eyelids at customers and conning them into paying way more than they probably should. He can't help a watery smile when Jake laughs crocally into his hands. I just wish. I know, Jake says heavily, I know. How could he just do that? Leo continues, his voice cracking, apparently unable to stop. How could he just die like that? Jake is looking at him with something awfully like sympathy, because he loved us, Leo. I know that, says Leo, frustrated. It's not like he's had much time to think about everything Piper had yelled at him in their drunken haze, but Leo thinks he understands love a little better now. Or at least, he thinks he understands his own love. Leo had spent so long thinking that love in its purest form was romantic, but he's beginning to understand that love can exist in so many different ways, and not just between lovers. That's all there is to it, Jake says gently, holding onto his hands. Leo squeezes it back, biting back a cry. That's why he did it. He did it because he loved us. Beckendorf died because in that moment, he decided that he loved us enough to die himself if it meant we could live a little longer. But Leo gnaws at his lip. Jason did the same thing, and so did my mom, and I don't understand how, Jake, weren't they scared? Because that's the crux of who Leo is, he thinks. He operates out of fear. He ran from the fire the night his mom died because he was scared he would die. He ran from foster homes because he was scared he would never fit in. He chased love in vain because he was scared of being alone. Of course he was scared, Jake says, and now he's crying in earnest, tears dripping off his chin and falling once more onto Beckendorf's shroud. I'm sure he was scared, in fact, I'm sure of it. How can you not be scared when you know you're about to die and you can't change anything about it? He just chose to embrace his fate rather than run from it. It's just that he chose us over him. He chose us, come what may, even if it was death that was coming for him. His voice cracks a little. I'm sure he didn't want to die, no more than any of us do. He just knew he had to. Leo deflates. Piper, she said. Jason said he was scared to die. His eyes fill with tears all over again. I wish I could have said something to him, or even Beckendorf. I wish they didn't have to die alone. Beckendorf didn't die alone, Jake murmurs. He was with all of you. I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I wouldn't mind, going like that, knowing I'd done everything in my power to save people I loved. He sniffs loudly. He was a real hero. Leo nods, leaning his head against Jake's shoulder. His fingers find the shroud again. We should weave something for him, he says quietly, just for us, from us to him. I think he'd like that, Jake says. A knock on the door and they both turn around. Jake opens his arms out to Harley, who runs into them, crying. Leo feels a pang of something like bitterness. He doesn't know how Harley found out, wishes they could have kept it secret for a while longer before breaking the news gently. He hopes the kids hadn't seen Beckendorf's body, they're too young for that. They shouldn't see that, not when they're still so young. They should remember Beckendorf as he'd been when he was alive. Tall, strong, sturdy as an oak tree weathered from years of sun and wind and rain and sleet. A gentle giant who could lift 3 of the kids in his arms at once and spin them around like he was their very own personal roller coaster. The rest of their siblings trickle into the room one by one. Leo stands up to give Shane a hug, because he's crying, and Leo doesn't know if he's stopped once since Beckendorf's death on the bridge. As he holds his brother's trembling frame in his arms, he feels that sour ache in his gut again. Shane shouldn't have had to watch his brother die. They're all too fucking young for this. The rest of them seat themselves around the room in silence. Leo grasps Nissa's hand as he goes to take his previous seat and asks, "Silena." She shakes her head, inconsolable. Piper's with her, she sniffs. Annabeth she's still unconscious. I don't think she even knows, but Percy got her out of there on time. He said she'll live. Leo nods numbly. He'd been so wrapped up in his own emotions about Beckendorf that he'd forgotten about Silena, about Annabeth, about Will and the other children of Apollo who'd also lost a brother. He doesn't even know if they lost more people. He doesn't want to ask. Leo sits down again, ruffling Harley's hair with a hand. The action doesn't do much other than alert Harley to his presence, and something in Leo's expression must set him off again, because he begins to bawl louder. He feels nothing but defeat. I'm sorry. He doesn't know if he's speaking to anyone in particular, but it just feels like something he has to say. Nissa takes his hand. It's not your fault, Leo. She looks at Shane. It's not anyone's. None of us blame you, you know that, right? Beckendorf made his choice. There's nothing anyone could have done. Jake, who soothed Harley somewhat, sighs through his nose. We know, Nis, it's just hard to accept that he's really gone. Thank you, though. Leo clears his throat. Jake and we want to weave something special in his shroud. Maybe something like chain links. We could do it together. That's a good idea, Christopher whispers. His eyes are glassy. I'd love to, Nissa agrees with a smile. She seems far more put together than the rest of them, and Leo doesn't know how she found the strength, but she's grateful for it as she extracts the shroud from Harley's fists gently and lays it out on the floor in front of them, so that they all automatically form a vague circle around it. It doesn't feel real, Shane whispers, that he's gone. I feel like I'm going to wake up back in Bunker 9 and he'll be at the forges, inviting me to help him. Nissa sits down and pats the empty space next to her. Jake gently seats Harley in her lap, and everyone else kneels, too, looking at the shroud with a certain degree of reverence. Leo hates the quiet. He hates how the gloom fills the air, how his siblings' shoulders seem weighed down. He hates the tears clinging to their eyelashes and the despair in their eyes. He loves them. He doesn't want them to lose hope. Hey, he says quietly, midway through extracting a thin line of metal wire from his tool belt. He looks at Jake. I don't think I ever told you how I met Beckendorf. Jake unexpectedly laughs. I never heard the story from your side, just his. What do you think of me? Leo asks, half curious. Not much, Nissa murmurs. Hey, Leo protests, louder and brighter than he feels, but Harley giggles, and suddenly everyone's smiling. I mean, you did set fire to his pants, Nissa laughs. I don't think he spared anyone in 9, Jake agrees. In those days, Leo was setting fire to pretty much anything. The first time he saw Piper's siblings, I'm surprised 9 didn't go up in flames. This is an outrage, Leo says, hand on his heart. A scandal. Did anyone care to ask my opinion before labeling me the villain? Well, Jake says, and there's gratefulness in his gaze as he reaches across to flick Leo's nose. You'd better set the record straight for us then. He looks around at their faces, with eyes that are sad but still sunny, lips that are curved upward in smiles that understand what he's trying to do here. Leo may not be the best at comforting people, but give him a graveyard and he'll have the corpses dying of laughter, literally dying. See, this is what he's good at. And he loves his family. He does. And despite everything, he thinks he understands, at least a little, what Beckendorf had given his life to save. It all began on a Thursday afternoon, he says dramatically, to several chuckles and eye rolls. I was on the way to Bunker 9 for the first time, and I had a couple of enchiladas in my backpack, well, those and a dream. Nico, Frank whispers, eyes darting around as he looks for an escape route. You said you were taking us somewhere safe. Hazel grips her sword with what feels like the last tendrils of her consciousness. Like she is so tired and so hungry, and when she'd first noticed the thicket that Nico had shadow-traveled them into, a wave of nostalgia had hit her. Bunker 9, perhaps, or one of the other bunkers, somewhere anywhere where they could have a clean bed and some hot stew and possibly a bath. She'd only had time to ask, where are we, before the tip of a spear had poked her in the back. Now they're surrounded by a small battalion of people, kind of. It's a mishmash of fauns or satyrs, perhaps, and other humanoids. Only some of them have very distinct green-tinted skin. In fact, Hazel's pretty sure that they melted from the trees, although that might just be her poor, overworked brain. Frank's got one hand reaching into his quiver, but there's a crossbow held by a lovely girl with thick, flowing hair pointed directly between his eyes. Hazel sees his skin briefly darken and harden into what might be reptilian scales. Her mind immediately returns to the day they'd found out about Jason's death, and the way he'd breathed fire, his skin turning to scales. Hazel eyes the weapons pointed at them. Most of them are wood, and their wielders will likely not react well to Frank burning the whole place up. She risks movement to grip his hand and murmur, "I hope you have a plan, Nico." "I do have a plan," Nico hisses, and then promptly drops his weapon to raise his hands. Hazel holds the eagle standard with one hand, but makes it a point to drop her sword, too, and Frank follows after a moment of obvious hesitation. The group around them shifts uncertainly. Hazel can tell by the way that they look at each other that there isn't a leader among them, someone to call the shots. Maybe there's a way to use that. "I'm a friend of Grover," Nico says before Hazel can concoct a plan. I was with him when he got the fleece. I know that's how he brought you all back." He eyes a couple of the green-skinned people who flush a darker green at the attention. "My name's Nico. This is Hazel and Frank. They know Grover too. If you need to ask him, go ahead. I don't mind waiting." "How do we know you won't do that thing?" a girl demands, one with chestnut hair and pointed ears. A nymph of some kind, perhaps. "That thing you just popped out of nowhere." "It takes up my energy," Nico says. Hazel can't tell if the tiredness in his voice is just for show, but if it is, he's doing an awfully good job of it. "If I try that again, there's no knowing where I'll end up. Plus, we're not enemies and we have nothing to hide. If you get Grover, he'll tell you himself. So please go get him. We'll wait as long as necessary." Hazel does mind waiting, but there's no room to refute. A couple of satyrs put their heads together and then signal to one of the green-skinned girls, who nods and then runs right into a tree. Frank blinks. "Okay, I know I didn't imagine that." "Dryads," Nico murmurs. "Grover's using the fleece to bring back the nature spirits, one forest at a time. He's been building an army to join the Greeks in New York. After I split ways with Percy, I informed the Greeks about Typhon and then rejoined Grover here. It was only when I felt the dead stirring that what?" he grouses when Hazel turns to him, startled. "You were with Percy," she demands, "like you were with him and not by force." Yes," Nico says, suddenly flustered. Two spots of pink flare to life on his cheeks. "Weren't you too? I met Jason too. How long exactly were you underground?" "Too long," Frank says fervently. "We've been all over the place," Hazel says vaguely. She casts a glance at the ring of satyrs around them who have lowered their weapons from their initial positions but still remain on guard. They don't seem to have a problem with them talking, though, so she goes on. "We went to New Rome to tell the Romans and the Amazons about everything. The war, the prophecy, all of it. Then Frank got this prophecy about the eagle, so," she gestures upward helplessly. "Todd." "Yeah, what on earth is that thing?" Nico asks, casting a glance at it with a grimace. The ring of nature spirits around them, who are evidently listening in, also begin to murmur as they glance up at the eagle. Hazel has to admit it's an impressive-looking piece, especially now that it's above ground and looming over them with a very intimidating glint in its golden eye. She can still feel the power in it, lying dormant, waiting to be unleashed. Hazel has no doubt that if she really tried, she would be able to do anything. Shadow travel like Nico, cause earthquakes like Percy. With a pang, she thinks that if Jason ever got his hands on his eagle, he'd be able to call entire lightning storms down to earth without batting an eye. Nico takes a step back, assessing it. "It's strong," is all he says, so he can feel it too. A satyr bleats nervously. "Just be careful with that thing. We don't know what we're dealing with here." "Will do," Hazel promises. She glances at the satyr curiously. "Are you Greek or Roman?" "Roman," says the faun, who brightens when Frank reveals his tattoo. "I haven't been to New Rome since they went underground," says the faun wistfully. "How is New Rome? Is she still standing strong? Who is Praetor? How did you manage to find it?" Frank and Hazel exchange glances. It's a long story. "Looks like we've all got long stories to share," comes a new voice, or rather an old, familiar one. Hazel brightens as Grover pushes through the group, wearing wooden armor and a big grin, followed by the dryad who'd left to summon him. "Hazel, Frank, we have to stop running into each other like this." "Trust me, running into you is the best thing that could have happened to us right now," says Hazel fervently, heartened all of a sudden. She hasn't seen a familiar face in what feels like years, and so is quick to hug him, even though they'd never known each other that well at all. Grover smiles at her warmly, though, and then turns to give Frank and Nico a greeting and arm clasp as well. "What are you guys doing here?" he asks curiously. He looks up at the eagle. "And what is that?" "It's a long story, I know," he says, smiling. "But maybe before you tell it, we should get you guys some new clothes and some food." Frank's stomach does the cutest little rumble next to her. Hazel stifles a giggle, and the group around them, far more relaxed now that Grover's vouched for them, titters in response. "It's been a while," Frank protests. "Let's go back to camp," Grover suggests. Well, it's all vegetarian, but we've got an army of nature spirits who literally can grow food by sneezing on accident, and then maybe we can catch each other up on what we've missed. He waves an arm at a nearby dryad. Let's go. Turns out, Hazel had been right to hope that they were near a bunker, because they are. Eight's perfect because it's still linked to the labyrinth, and the hunters were kind enough to let us use it. Grover gushes as he leads them through the woods, ducking and turning into seemingly random paths. And it's big enough for everything we have going on in there, which is a lot, actually. He smiles. There might be some people you'll be surprised to see. Frank frowns. Unless you've got the Romans stowed away in there. Grover laughs, pushing aside a curtain of vines to reveal a wall of rock. He cuts his hand with an arrowhead. One of his people hands him and steps back at the rocks begin to rumble, revealing a pathway into the mountains, much like Bunker 9. No, but Nico passed on a sphere from Leo when he came to visit me, so I'm in contact with Reyna. The Romans and Amazons are making their way here, though. I figured that we could meet up and figure out a plan, especially since. Here he pauses, biting his lip worriedly, since we haven't had any contact with the Greeks since they entered New York. Annabeth gave me a sphere too, Nico says reluctantly, shoving his hand into his pocket. She told me that they found Percy, and when they were leaving Bunker 1, but nothing since. No way, Hazel says at once. Really? She turns to Frank for confirmation, but we got our last message from Leo. Frank fishes out their sphere from his pocket and presses play. Leo's tinny voice echoes off the passage walls. Hey guys, Annabeth told me, she told me to tell you guys we're moving out from one now, but I wanted to tell you anyway since we're even are you again boot, we're literally moving out as I speak. There's some mumbling in the background. Piper says hi, and Beckendorf too, and Harley. And okay guys, stop, I'm not taking requests here, what the heck. Plus you'll see them soon. He clears his throat. We will see you soon, right? I know you're on your cool Roman mission, but come back quick, man. I miss you guys. I'll see you in New York, hopefully. If I'm alive, and if you're alive. Wow, that was a downer. Anyway, Flamo, my good hotman, stay alive. He made an Avatar reference, Frank says with a little chuckle, tucking the sphere away again. Hazel smiles at the look on his face. Grover looks fond. I miss Leo's inane chatter, he says. He knows how to keep things lively. When you get this. We must have got that around the time we first entered the mountains where we found Varys and the cohort of the dead. Maybe 2-3 days ago, Frank shrugs. I sent a quick reply, mostly to confirm we were still alive, but we haven't gotten anything back. It's been radio silence for a while now, Grover says uncertainly. That's why Reyna and I figured we should meet and assess the situation, so that we know what we're walking into, just in case the Greeks are, I can feel that Percy's alive through our empathy link, but I can't seem to get a hold on him long enough to actually communicate. It's like he's covered in a blanket of something that's keeping me out. He shakes his head. We sent out a satyr to New York Overland to investigate, but he hasn't returned. I don't want to risk any more people. That might be the right call, Frank muses, but the more time we spend away from New York is more time the Greeks are all alone. We have to get to them any way we can. Absolutely, Grover says at once, nodding. But we've got an army to gather, starting with. Oh my gods, Hazel interrupts, as the nymphs in front of them push open a set of worn wooden doors with patterns lined in faded silver. The bunker itself is just a little smaller than 9, and bustling with activity. There are stations where dryads are weaving armor, desks where satyrs are whittling wood into swords and spears and shields and bows and clubs. Nymphs fashion lyres from the trees that bend over from the ceiling, and the place smells wonderful, like bread and soup and warmth and home. Hazel spots Tyson surrounded by a pile of scrap metal in a corner, Ella fluttering over his head nervously, but what draws her gaze is the group huddled around the fireplace. A few serious-looking girls in sleek black clothing, and more importantly, a man in a wheelchair whom she hasn't seen in a while, at his side a horse that neighs happily and begins to trot to her at once. It's the cock-blocking horse, Frank manages to choke out as Arian nudges him aside and sticks his head into her neck. I missed you, she coos. Well, would you look at that, Grover marvels, looking genuinely surprised. He likes you. That's a first if I don't count Chiron. That's, how did you do that, Hazel? Arian swears at us constantly. We've had to block him out. Nice people beget niceness, Hazel says smugly, making a face at Frank who rolls his eyes. Arian makes a huffing sound into her hair. She giggles. Arian insists she ride on his back, even though Chiron is only a couple yards away. She slides down when she reaches him and bypasses his handshake so she can hug him properly, noting the much improved strength in his arms and how much better he looks since the last time she saw him. How have you been, she asks. You look amazing, Chiron, like a whole new person. Well, it comes with the feeling of feeling alive again, Chiron smiles, casting a look around the hubbub of the bunker. It is wonderful to be part of something like this once more, to have hope. Although I owe a great deal to your friend Leo, and I intend to tell him so. He nods to Frank behind her. Son of Ares, I hope my gift has done you well. I'm still so honored, Frank says breathily. Fanboy, Hazel thinks fondly and leans into him a little. And Nico, my boy, Chiron says, warm, I'm glad you found your sister. You seemed worried when you left. Ah, Hazel coos. Nico scoffs and looks away. They haven't heard anything from Annabeth either, Chiron, Grover says, sitting by the fireplace and gesturing for the rest of them to do the same. It's a good thing we decided to convene with Raina. Chiron exchanges a solemn glance with one of the girls next to him. Hazel notes her impeccable posture, the glowing silver aura around her, and the silver tiara that she's fairly sure had belonged to a different girl the last time she'd seen it, a huntress who had gotten into a spectacular argument with Percy back at Bunker 9. Phoebe here returned with news a few minutes before you did, he says gravely to Grover, who sits up, ignoring the satyr who places a heaping plate of fruits in front of him that Frank reaches for at once. And, well, Phoebe. We found your satyr, Phoebe says brusquely. Grover begins to stand, but she holds up a hand. Gleason Hedge is safe, Grover, but not here. I don't know how to put this. Give me a moment. She pauses to bite her lip. Frank chows down on an apple, eyes wide. The fire in the middle of their circle dims, turning gray and small, but picks up in heat when a dryad appears with a plate of steaming cups of what smells like lemon tea. He's suspended in time, Phoebe says finally. He's what? Grover exclaims. He's not dead, Phoebe rushes to explain. He's just moving very, very slowly. It's Chrono's magic. He's put this bubble around New York somehow. Anyone leaving or entering the city is moving so slowly they probably don't even realize time is passing at all. I've never seen anything like it in my life. She swallows. Hazel knows from what Piper's told her about the hunters that they're all way older than they look, and though Phoebe appears about 19, she suddenly looks centuries old. It's Chronos, Chiron says grimly. A stunt like this is nothing for the Lord of Time. That's why we can't get any messages in, Hazel says, with dawning horror. Whatever magic he's put up, it's interfering with the spheres or maybe just slowing them down. Interference most likely, since I can't reach Percy through the link, Grover says, giving into the food at last as he picks up a pear and hands Hazel another one. Well, that sucks. That cuts us off entirely from getting to New York overland or even via air. Underground is all we have left. He shudders. Man, everyone here's gonna hate that. Well, we've got two experts, Hazel says, looking at Nico, who shrugs indifferently. She realizes too late that maybe she's giving away her parentage here, but Chiron and Grover already know, and it kind of feels like there's no point in keeping the secret anymore anyway. We can get us all in through the labyrinth. Grover frowns at the fire. Annabeth put up defenses around most bunkers. We tried to get into 9 and 5 just to see if we could, but none of our tracking magic worked beyond a point. I mean, I know why she did it. She was obviously scared of leaving them defenseless, and it's the right thing to do, especially since there could still be spies within them. Or maybe she feared Luke would send someone to get into the bunkers now that they've been vacated. He chews on his lip. I don't think she would seal off one. It's empty anyway and pretty useless, other than the fact that it's the most straightforward and the quickest way into the city, but it's something we'll have to work out once we get there. It's quiet other than the sound of all of them, sans Nico, chewing on their fruit. Hazel sips her lemon tea, scalds her tongue, and then gulps down some more. She hadn't realized how parched her throat was. So now what? She asks finally, swallowing down a grape. Where's Raina? A couple of hours away, Chiron says calmly, which is enough time for you to rest. Frank begins to protest, but it's half-hearted and everyone can tell. Chiron places a hand on his shoulder, leaning down a little to look him in the eye. You look as though you haven't slept in days, he says, and you seem to have been through quite a lot. He eyes the golden eagle that lies at a sleeping Arian's feet. I'm sure Lupa will have tons to say about that, though it is not my area of expertise. Raina's gonna flip when she sees it, says Hazel around a yawn. Grover smiles at her. We'll keep it safe while you guys take a nap, he says, standing up and offering Frank a hand. We've got beds for all of you, yeah, you too, Nico, so don't you dare slink away, and we'll wake you up when Raina gets here. We're due for a long catch-up, and we've got to make some pretty big decisions, looks like. You're better off making them with all your brain cells intact, don't you think? All 3 brain cells, Frank agrees, as Grover leads them into a cave down a side tunnel. It's cool and dark and smells a little like rain, but the beds feel warm and Hazel groans a little when her head hits the pillow. Night-night, Grover chuckles and salutes them as he leaves. Hazel shifts around a little, feeling suddenly a little bereft. She can hear Nico's breathing even out in the cot next to hers. He'd barely spoken at all throughout their talk. He must be exhausted after all that shadow traveling. Hazel turns around, pulls the blankets over her, and closes her eyes. Still, though, she can't shake the thought that something's missing until… Hazel, Frank whispers uncertainly, voice laced with the edges of sleep. What? You wanna push our beds together. Her eyes fly open. Yes, gods, yes. The beds make a little noise as they push them into one, but Nico's so deep in his sleep that he doesn't even stir. Hazel fluffs their pillows and nuzzles her face into Frank's neck as they settle back down again, finally allowing herself to feel just how exhausted she is. Her limbs literally feel weighed down by several tons of sand. Still, though, as Frank's arms wind around her, she can't help but sigh in relief. She knows that there's been some tension between them lately, but somehow, after the day they've had, she can't help but feel lucky, privileged, honored to be alive, and maybe he feels a little like that too. For a moment in that tunnel, Frank whispers, I thought we were going to die. Like I had this clear, shining moment in my head, like maybe my grandmom and my mom and all the gods were wrong about how I was meant to die. Maybe it wouldn't be fire and my stupid death stick after all. Maybe it would be in a tiny cave in the middle of underground Alaska with only you by my side. His breath stutters. For a second in Varus light you looked. Like what? Hazel asks gently, casting her mind back to that moment, the panic in Frank's voice as he'd stared at her. Skeletal, he whispers, like you were more dead than alive, it was scary. Hazel has to choke back the panic, but she grabs Frank's hand and presses it to her cheek. It was just one of Varus' tricks. I'm here, alive and kickin', and you are too. So we are, Frank says heavily, so we are. A beat of silence. Hazel tries not to think of Frank's vision and the implications, more dead than alive, but that the truth of it. Today was close, Frank slurs, his eyes blinking rapidly in an effort to stay open. I can't believe we got the damn eagle. Me neither, she murmurs. You did really great. So did you. I'm just happy we're safe now. I don't care about the prophecies we've been given. At least not now. His arms tighten around her. Love you. Wake me up if there's a flashback, okay? Okay, she whispers, feeling the familiar prick of guilt at how she doesn't say it back. But Frank doesn't seem to mind, at least not in the sleepy haze he's in. Promise, he whispers. Promise, she says. Frank hums his approval into her neck and she struggles to stay awake, listening closely as he slowly falls asleep. She can tell it's a deep slumber by the way he snores lightly, his exhales lifting up her curls just a bit from their ends. It's only when she's sure he's asleep that she reaches to the table and grabs her spatha, pressing the blade tightly into her palm, so hard that it draws blood. It's hard not to gasp at the pain, but she swallows down any sound that seems like it might escape her throat. She'd hoped she wouldn't have to do this tonight, but Frank's statement had reminded her of the flashbacks, and God, if the pain keeps them at bay, then by all the gods she'll take it. She'll take anything over the flashbacks. When she finally is lulled to sleep by the sound of Frank's gentle breaths, it's with the fear of waking up somewhere else entirely, in a lifetime that she wished had never existed at all. Annabeth opens her eyes and closes them immediately, jarred by the sunlight and the piercing pain in her side. She's alone, Piper's gone, the seat next to her cot empty, although there's a blanket draped messily across it. There's a single ivory horn resting across her lap. She touches the tip, marveling at the smoothness of it. She knows what it is, of course, the Minotaur's severed horn, which can only mean one thing, that Percy's avenged his mother at long last, killed the monster that ruined his life. As to why it currently lies with her, well, she can only guess. A trophy, maybe, or a promise. The thought of him intentionally leaving her this message makes her go warm all over, at least until a fresh memory rises from the haze of her consciousness. The image of him leaving, rushing away from her as she called for him. He didn't stay, not even for her. She wishes she knew why he was crying as he ran away. It takes her a couple of minutes to sit up. She lifts the bandage, expecting the worst, but on closer inspection of the wound she's pleased to notice Will's healing has done the trick. It stopped bleeding at the very least, and even though the area around the gash is still tinted green from the poison, the rest looks to be going slowly back to the color of normal human skin. Someone, probably Will, has left her a couple of painkillers and a glass of water on the table by her bedside, and so she downs them both and feels much better afterwards. Gathering the strength to stand, Annabeth pads her way to the door and makes her way to the lobby. She doesn't cross anyone, which doesn't strike her as weird, until she gets downstairs to the lobby and finds the entirety of the Hephaestus demigods frozen in stunned silence, watching Silena sob into Clarice's shoulder. She spots Piper with her arms around Leo, who is shaking with sobs. Harley, tiny in his oversized armor, is gathered in Nissa's arms. Jake is sprawled on a sofa, staring at the ceiling with an empty gaze. Annabeth scans them, putting name to face, counting them in her head. She would be an idiot if she didn't put 2 and 2 together. A lump the size of a large rock blocks her throat. She grabs Castor by the arm as he leaves the hall, who startles when he realizes it's her. Annabeth, Will told me you were sleeping. Yeah, I just woke, she says impatiently. Castor Beckendorf. He hangs his head. We lost him on the bridge. She lets him go, half because her arms lose all feeling at the news. Fuck. Castor pats her consolingly on the shoulder and then, with a concerned look at her, walks away, probably assuming she wants to be alone. Annabeth does want to be alone. She doesn't want to face Leo, who idolized Beckendorf, and more than that, she doesn't want to face Silena. Silena, who had been enamored with Beckendorf ever since their meeting, even if Beckendorf had seemed far more gone for her at first. They'd spent years dancing around each other. Beckendorf had been convinced someone like Silena would never even have time to give him a second glance. He'd refused to believe he had a chance with her, even when Silena moved into Bunker 9 for no reason other than to be with him. How can she face Silena when it had been Annabeth to call Beckendorf onto the scene? She'd led him to his death. She doesn't remember much from the battle, having been nearly knocked out at the time from the poison, but it must have gone very, very badly if this is the outcome. She chokes on a silent sob, running from the main lobby and into a deserted corridor. Her back hits the wall and she slides down to the floor, taking deep, gulping breaths, feeling as though the guilt will eat her alive. Minutes pass, or maybe hours, but she hears the soft footfalls approach her. The touch on her shoulder is soft, healing, which is how she knows it must be Will. He sits down next to her and murmurs an incantation as he checks her bandages. You'll open up your wound if you keep exerting yourself, he warns quietly, clicking his tongue. What is that for? Annabeth asks nasally as he removes a bottle of a pink lotion-like substance. He gives her a look that somehow conveys you should have figured that out by now and smears it over her wound with no preamble whatsoever. Annabeth hisses as the cool salve touches her skin and burns at the cut. Tears sting at her eyes, and Will, perhaps noticing, turns his touch into something delicate rather than methodical, going from the touch of a physician to his patient to the soft comfort that one friend offers another. What the hell happened on that bridge? Annabeth whispers. Will stops his ministrations and exhales slowly. After you got injured, Percy, Beckendorf, and a couple of others were overwhelmed. Annabeth nods, vaguely remembering seeing Percy go absolutely berserk on the opposing army, taking nearly a quarter of the monsters by himself. Did Percy? He went insane, did I imagine. He wiped out so many monsters in the space of like minutes, Will says uneasily. I've never seen anything like it, but the monsters kept coming back with reinforcements. I don't know exactly what was happening, but someone must have alerted Kronos because he shows up with this huge army. Oh no, Annabeth whispers, horrified. Percy couldn't have taken that well. From what I hear, Kronos pretty much had them surrounded. Beckendorf was gathering all the vials of Greek fire, realigning them at the base of the bridge. He was captured, but managed to set the bombs off. The explosives Bunker 9 rigged at all the bridges, recalls Annabeth, and her stomach sinks like a boulder. Will hangs his head. Percy managed to retrieve him and Michael, their bodies, that is. He wipes weakly at his eyes. He drowned the rest of the monster army, but Kronos got away. And the fallen. Your siblings are working on the shrouds as we speak, Will replies quietly. Michael's too then, Annabeth echoes, feeling as though she's been clubbed right over her head with a large log of wood. Will, gods, I'm so sorry. He shakes his head, though his eyes are dull. They died as heroes, should I hate it. I'm barely coming to terms with it, but we all knew what we were signing up for in this war. He sighs. But Silena, she's a mess. I saw. Annabeth smashes her fist into the ground with a sob. Fuck, Will, how the hell am I supposed to face her? I was the one who called Beckendorf to the bridge. They were posted there. This isn't your fault, Annabeth, he murmurs with a practiced ease, almost as though he'd been expecting this outburst from her. Look, Beckendorf and the others knew what they were doing. I shouldn't have called him, Annabeth reiterates, not bothering to wipe away the tears that are pooling with astonishing rapidity in her eyes. I should have. You and Percy really are cut from the same cloth. Will grasps her shoulders. Annabeth, Beckendorf knew he would die when he detonated the bombs. It was the last thing he ever did, and he knew that, and he still did it anyway. He wouldn't want you to be beating yourself up like this. He knew as well as rest of us do that you're the only person who can figure something out so we win this war. He lets the words hang in the air for a moment before continuing. He bet his life on it, Annabeth. And so do I, so do the rest of us. She chokes back on a sob. I hate this, Will, I can't. I don't want to fight the Titans if it means. I know, Annabeth. He lets her hiccup into his shoulder. I know. He waits until she's all cried out before standing them both up, wiping the last of her tears from her cheeks with a quick swipe of his thumb. He gives her a tired little smile. Annabeth tries to mirror it, but fails miserably. Did I thank you last night? She says wryly, grasping his hand and squeezing. You might have forgotten to, but it's okay, he responds, sniffling. You know, since you were dying and all that. Right, she smiles at him again, and this time it comes out a lot more genuine. Well, in that case, thank you, Will. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. You're welcome, Annabeth, Will responds, giving her a hug, careful not to press against her sore side. But really, thank Percy. If he hadn't gotten us both out of the bridge in time, he shudders. Speaking of Percy, she says into his shoulder, where is he? Will pulls back, shakes his head. He left, said he'd be back, but nobody wanted to stop him. He didn't look like he was doing good, Annabeth. Her heart sinks as she fingers the minotaur horn in her hands. She'd thought as much. If Annabeth's blaming herself for calling Beckendorf to the scene, Percy must be blaming himself for not managing to keep him from harm, from death. Another scene from the previous night flashes in her mind's eye. Percy standing over her, eyes glowing ultramarine, entire body emanating rage and strength. She remembers the cold fury writ right across his features as he'd seen the minotaur, and she wonders what had happened, how he'd won. More than anything, she needs to talk to him. About everything. The words he'd held back from her on the bridge, the reason he'd left 9, why metal seems to shatter against his skin. She needs to explain herself, apologize. She would like to congratulate him on his relationship with Rachel, however much it might hurt her to do so. She just wants to be there for him while he's hurting, help in whatever little way she can. I need to find him, she says, and Will sighs like he'd known she would say that. Here, he says, fishing a sphere from her pocket that she recognizes as her own. Take this and do not, I repeat, do not exert yourself. Find Percy, but if you see any monsters, heck, if you see a fucking Titan, do not engage. Your wound's still healing, and it'll take at least a day before I even think about clearing you to fight again. He levels her with a stern look. Understand? Yes, doctor, she means it as a joke, but he straightens, looking pleased. Okay, he says, off you go. Hazel dreams of Grey. Asphodel it's the world if it was stripped away of everything that made it interesting in the first place. It's a sky with no clouds, food with no taste, soil with no texture, and grass with no color. Hazel looks around her, breathing hard, and wants to scream. Like most of her flashbacks are these days, she's very aware that she's in it but can't seem to break out just yet. Hazel turns in a slow circle, taking in the sights she knows so well, wondering why she's here. Ever since her flashbacks became a nightly ordeal, Hazel's been transported to many places in her past. The schoolyard, the classrooms, her tiny room back at home, Sammy's house, the meadow where she and Sammy used to play, the cave where she was forced to resurrect Kronos. They cycle in her dreams, an endless loop of quite honestly pretty traumatic memories that she would never wish upon anyone. She hasn't had a good childhood, but at least she'd been alive. Here, back in the fields of Asphodel, she feels heavy but hollow, opaque yet translucent, alive yet so very, very dead. Life in the fields had been dreary to the extreme, with nothing for her to do or say, nothing except live out all the mistakes she'd made in painstaking detail. She often wondered what became of her mother, but none of the passing spirits could tell her anything about her. Many times she considered rebirth, but for some reason she could never bring herself to do it. Something in her had always been convinced that she was meant for something bigger, but how could she accomplish anything from here? What comes from the earth will always return to it. Hazel kneels in the grass, digs her fingers into the soil, hoping to feel something, but it feels just the same as everything else here does. Lukewarm with the most generic texture ever. Hazel sighs and wonders if she's died again, passed in her sleep and returned here. Here, land of the dead, where she likely has belonged all along. With a sigh, she sits down where she is. In the other flashbacks, there's usually some emotional stimulus that jerks her awake, sometimes early on enough that even Frank hasn't woken. Other times, Frank eases her out of the flashback with his characteristic gentleness that she honestly doesn't deserve. But here, it's just her as far as the eye can see. She's sure walking in any direction would just tire her out and accomplish nothing. She lays down and closes her eyes. Maybe she can find sleep in the flashback, even though it's never worked for her before. Nothing alerts her to the change. She feels a small swirling in her stomach and opens her eyes to a grove that feels familiar, though she can't quite place it. It's beautiful, though, and Hazel sits up, brushing the leaves from her clothes and wincing as she extracts twig after twig that seem to have found a home in her hair. Here, the soil feels cool and real, something almost tangible, even though she still knows she's not truly awake yet. She stands up, breathing deeply, and almost doesn't lose her mind at the voice that sounds from behind her. It worked. Hazel disguises her just of alarm as one out of excitement, especially since she recognizes the voice. She turns around to face Nico, aiming for nonchalance, even though she knows he can tell just how rattled she is. "How'd you get here?" she says. "And how'd you get me here? I was having a perfectly lovely time in Asphodel, you know." He looks amused. "I'm sure you were. Sorry for rescuing you." "You didn't answer either of my questions," she notes. He rolls his eyes. "I'm in my own flashback, Hazel. It took me back to the day I brought you back, and when I tried to summon you, the real you showed up. Don't ask me why." He looks at his own fingers as though contemplating their opacity, and then swipes them right into a tree with a sigh. "Okay, yeah, we're definitely still stuck." "I knew this place looked familiar." Hazel marvels, looking up at the bits of sky she can see through the leaves, gazing with fond nostalgia at the little thicket. She remembers her eyes snapping open as she took her first breath of real air for the first time in close to 70 years. Nico had been too distraught at the time to offer her any real explanation, but Hazel had remembered touching the grass and the trees and bursting into relieved tears. She was alive, really alive, and she took in the sights around her as though afraid they would be ripped away, resolving to commit them to memory should some guard of the dead come to take her back. Her memory hasn't held up, it seems. Hazel doesn't remember how gorgeous the sunlight had looked passing through the treetops, or how wonderful the mud felt in her fingers. The air feels crisp and cool, just enough for her to feel refreshed but not cold. She breathes in deeply, relishing the feeling, before the rest of Nico's explanation comes back to her. "Stuck in your own flashback?" she asks. Nico looks sour. "Yes." "I didn't know you got them too," she says, and maybe she shouldn't be excited about this, but the prospect of sharing her flashbacks with someone else is pretty interesting. Because she knows Frank sympathizes and that he tries his best to understand, but he can never get it because he isn't going through them. Nico getting flashbacks means that, at the very least, she isn't alone. He sighs, face betraying none of what he's thinking, and it automatically makes Hazel feel stupid, like she's acting silly and childish. Whether meaning to or not, Nico's always made her feel like she's being too excitable. They're the same age and share the same father. How on earth could they have turned out this different? Truth be told, she can't explain her bond to Nico. He's her brother, yes, but there's always that lingering awkwardness between them when they're together, because while they may be finally, her being here is only because Nico messed up when he brought her back. He asked for his sister, assuming he didn't have another one, and the universe decided to give him a gigantic plot twist by throwing Hazel up at his feet instead. They had spent a lot of their time, most of it actually, on the move. New to this century and enthralled by all the developments, Hazel would have spent hours and hours on the city streets if she had the time, but Nico wasn't indulgent of her fancies the way Frank was. He was always insistent that they keep moving, like he was a criminal on the run, but he would never tell Hazel what or who he was running from. It was weird. He never felt like family, and Hazel never thought she'd miss him until he disappeared on the path to the underworld and left her to her own devices. But now, knowing what she knows about him and what he's been through from Percy, it's hard not to keep a burst of fondness from springing in her chest at the sight of a disgruntled look on his face. She gets to her feet and hugs him. She's half sure they'll just pass through each other, but Nico feels solid as she wraps her arms around him and lays her chin on his shoulder. "I'm glad you're here," she says. "In the flashback," he asks quietly. "Not just for that," she replies, releasing him. Why are you not surprised, by the way, that I have them too?" Nico shrugs. "That's because I knew. Jason told me." Jason? It takes her a second to remember that they'd run into each other and had even traveled together for a time. They'd had to have talked about something. Oh wow, can't believe he gave away all my secrets that easy. "He only knew because you told him," Nico points out. That's pretty surprising, by the way, Hazel. I never thought you'd tell anyone that you died, ever. His tone isn't judgmental, but she still winces. "I tried to hide it," she admits, "but I'm pretty sure they were onto me. Annabeth was anyway." Nico hums. Hazel is about to try to find a way to explain who Annabeth is when he murmurs, "She's the blonde one, gray eyes, a little scary." "Yeah," Hazel says, relieved. "Daughter of Athena, she's great, but scary too, scary smart, actually. Yeah, she definitely knew something was off with me. Then I kind of fell into a flashback and the jig was pretty much up. Nico nods, eyes unfocused. She's dating Percy then. No, but it's funny you're saying that because I thought so too, she laughs. I mean, they should date, that's what we all think. They act like it anyway, they might as well make it official, as Leo would say. But unless something's changed, they're not dating now. Why? She's not sure what she's expecting. Like, she knows Nico's relationship with Percy is strained at best. But she isn't expecting Nico's gaze to drop, fast but not fast enough for her to catch a glimpse of what he's trying to hide. Uncertainty and pain. Nico. He jerks, sorry, got lost in thought. But yes, Annabeth seems smart. I don't think we exchanged 2 words to each other. But she sussed me out really quickly and adapted her strategies to me without even batting an eye. He grips his sword. It was impressive. She watches him closely, and Percy. He clenches his jaw, it's a subtle motion, but she sees. What about him? You met him, she says, almost incredulously. You met him and then you, what, chose to spend more time with him, voluntarily, if I'm understanding correctly. Forgive me for being a little surprised here, but you basically fled to the underworld to avoid him. I didn't flee. Okay, Nico, you strategically retreated to the underworld because you knew he couldn't follow you there. She barely manages to avoid rolling her eyes. What changed? Tell me everything. When did you become such a gossip? He grouses. I did spend a lot of time with the Aphrodite girls, she jokes. And also the girls in New Rome. It's not gossip, it's catching up, and it's fun. Sounds pointless. Sounds like you're avoiding my question. Nico groans, and for a second there, he almost sounds like a regular teenager. Hazel loses the battle against the smile she'd been fighting and laughs aloud. What do you want to know? Jason told me not to follow him to Authries. I realized I needed to stop him after he left, but I knew I couldn't get him out of there alone, so I looked for Percy. Found him, the rest you know from Grover. No, I don't. Hazel leans forward, grabs Nico's hands, and pulls him down to sit with her. Nico scoffs but doesn't attempt to free himself, which she takes as a victory. You went with him to that woman's house. You went to MT, St. Helens, and to the Sticks. Did you guys, talk? Nico shrugs, I mean a little. I kind of forgave him for Bianca, actually. Hazel gapes, she doesn't think she's ever heard Nico utter his sister's name, not while awake anyway. How on earth did that happen? I may have realized that her death wasn't all his fault, he grunts. I had a flashback, several actually. It cleared some things up for me, but I mean I'm still resentful about some things. I'm big enough to admit that, but her death, there was nothing he could do. I see that now. I think maybe I was too young to understand before. I'm glad, she says warmly. She'd figured as much. She thinks of the talk she'd had with Percy back at 9 and how he'd talked about both Nico and Bianca with so much affection. Percy's a good guy. He's all right, Nico says, clearing his throat. His ghostly face looks a little bit more opaque, possibly from all the blood rushing to it from the admission. Hazel takes pity on him and drops it. There's something else I wanted to ask you about, she says. Shoot, says Nico gruffly. These flashbacks, Hazel says, how long have you had them? Nico leans back, considering. About shortly after we parted ways the last time. I was in the underworld for sure. I remember waking up completely freaked out. I didn't think it would happen again, and for a while it didn't. I thought it was an anomaly, some weird demigod thing, but no, it's just us. And it's been happening too often these days, far too often. He scrubs a hand across his face, and she recognizes the exhaustion in his movements. So you don't know what they are, she says. There's a pause as they stare at each other. No, he says finally. I don't know, not for sure at least. But you have theories. Just the beginnings of one. He plays idly with the frayed end of his t-shirt. Nothing I want to freak you out with just yet. Consider it. Hazel digs her palms into the ground and repeats, what comes from the earth will return to it. Nico stiffens, what about it? She shakes her head. It's just come up quite a bit. I mean, you told it to me, but we ran into this harpy. Me and Frank and Grover, too, when we first met him. And this harpy Ella, she gave everyone these prophecies. Grover's was about Pan and it came true. Jason cut her off, but he's dead now, and I'm betting his prophecy said something about it. She told Frank and Leo something too, but all she said to me was that line, what comes from the earth will return to it. I don't know what to make of that. Nico's long, deft fingers trace a blade of grass. What do you think? She asks at last. He moistens his lips. I'm thinking a lot of things. Do you know how I brought you back? Percy said gold. He nods tightly. The point is, I made another sacrifice. I was young and bitter and desperate, and I went to some ghosts for advice when I shouldn't have. I thought the gold would be enough, but it wasn't. Something cold creeps up her spine, an old theory that might be true after all. Nico, what did you do? What was the sacrifice? Nico sighs, lifts his hand, and watches the sunlight filter through it like he's nothing more than a human-shaped sieve. I think I messed up Hazel, he says in a low, mournful voice. I think it's why we get flashbacks. I think it's why we're here. She isn't sure how she's pulled out of the flashback, but she feels a hand on her shoulder and comes back to reality with a gasp, nearly hitting Grover in the head with how fast she sits up. Sorry, Grover whispers apologetically, the tilt of his mouth sympathetic, but Reina and the Romans are here. Thought you'd want to talk to them, and if you do, we could offer some of her soldiers a place to rest. They've been on the road for days. Of course, Hazel says hoarsely. Frank she has to shake awake before he manages to string his words into something coherent, but Nico had sat up in bed the very minute she had. He looks at her now, eyes a little wide and a little mournful. Man, Frank rasps, that might have been the best sleep I've ever had. He snakes his arm around her waist. What about you? I'm so sorry if you tried to wake me up and I didn't. I was knocked out. Yeesh. I didn't wake you up, Hazel admits. Frank's eyes snap open. Really, no flashbacks. None, she lies, curling her palm into the sheets so that he doesn't see the cut. Slept like a baby. 10 out of 10 would do again. Frank laughs, something about the song makes her insides flutter. No flashbacks in your memeing, you make me so proud. He kisses her brief and close-mouthed. Sorry about the morning breath, but that's great, Hazel, you deserve a night of rest. He squeezes her shoulder and stands. I'm gonna go ask Grover for a toothbrush and maybe more of that tea, that was good. He smiles at her. You coming? In a minute, she says, wait for me by the tunnel, I'll just change my clothes. Sounds good. He lets his fingers trail down her arms as he leaves, and she watches him go, her smile fading. She picks up her spatha where it's on the floor, and cleans her dried blood off of the blade with a sigh. I'll wait with Frank, Nico murmurs. He's strapped his black sword to his back and has dusted off his jacket somewhat. He purses his lips, then says lowly, you haven't told him how severe they've gotten. I don't have a choice, do I? She bites out, more harshly than she means to. Until we figure out what they mean for us, I don't want to put him through, I don't want him thinking the worst. She gazes at him. Right. He opens his mouth, then closes it again. Right, he says, we wouldn't want that. Annabeth leaves right after the burning of the shrouds. Beckendorf and Michael she'd known about, but there are a few others who had fallen in battle. A young satyr called Glenn and Arvin, a son of Hebe. Annabeth's siblings had woven their shrouds to represent the color of their godly parents. Beckendorf's a deep crimson, Michael's a shimmering gold, Arvin's a lovely cream, and Glenn's a refreshing green. Usually shrouds are stitched by hand by the children of Athena, and nobody questions this, but Beckendorf's contains metal links that form an Eta Hephaestus symbol that couldn't have been put together by another other than his siblings. Annabeth sees how Leo's fingers are bandaged and how Jake's are lined with grease. They must have spent all their downtime working on this. Butch sets fire to Arvin's shroud, his face lined with sorrow. B does the same for Glenn's and will lights Michael's with a shaking hand, but when it's time to light Beckendorf's shroud, Silena collapses to the ground, the lit torch rolling over the ground and putting itself out. She cries, body convulsing uncontrollably, her wails filling the sky. He said he would keep him safe, she sobs, as Clarice gathers her in her arms with a gentle touch, her usually emotionless, harsh exterior lined with sorrow. He said, if I just listened, he would stay with me forever. Nobody asks what she means. It is the worst time to be a leader. Annabeth has to suppress the urge to run away, instead swallowing down her own grief as she leads the chant, watching the ashes rise into the clouds as she feels tears tickle the back of her eyelids. It hurts to face Silena and Leo and the rest of them. None of them blame anyone but Kronos, but deep down she can't shake the feeling that it's her fault. She'd gone and killed some of the best, most capable demigods of their army. Annabeth's siblings hug her as fiercely as they can without disturbing her wound. B, who has grown quite attached to her over the years, cries in her arms as they embrace. She had been part of Beckendorf's team, one of the group that had come to Percy's aid after Annabeth had fallen, and she'd seen Annabeth being carted away from the battlefield by Will. I'm so glad you're alive, she says into her shoulder. Annabeth so emotionally wrung out at this point from the guilt that she only wishes she felt the same. Nobody protests when Annabeth sends the Hermes kids to steal some food and orders the others to get some rest. Everyone troops away in groups. Piper shoots her a sad, tired smile as Annabeth makes her way to Leo. The son of Hephaestus grasps her arms tightly as though using her to keep himself standing. His eyes are red from crying. I can't believe it, he says hoarsely. I mean, it's Beckendorf. I know, Annabeth says mutely. I'm so sorry, Leo. I wish I hadn't called you guys, I wish. And what if we hadn't shown up, if you hadn't called? Percy would have died all alone on that bridge, and you would have too, Leo says, laughing humorlessly. He wipes at his eyes. Where is he anyway? I don't know. Annabeth's sphere is blinking, tracking Percy's sphere, but she's kind of scared to see where it'll lead her. I should go look for him. You should, Piper agrees at once. I owe him one, Leo says distantly. We all do. If it weren't for Percy, we'd all be dead a million times over. I don't know what he did or how he did it, but nothing touched him. Whatever magic power he got after wherever he fucked off to, it works. He swallows thickly. I'll tell him myself, but when you find him, tell him that nobody blames him for what happened. In fact, we're all grateful. He saved us all. Okay, Annabeth whispers, her mind fixed on a portion of his words. Nothing touched him. So much has happened that Annabeth had nearly forgotten how invincible Percy had seemed, how no blade had managed to mark his skin. Now that her brain is back in working order, she has an inkling of what he has done, and it terrifies her all the more. With a final hug goodbye, Annabeth sets her sphere on the ground and follows it as it rolls down the road. She'd learned from Malcolm that they had lost Williamsburg but taken Queensborough, granting them passage into the city, but Annabeth is intensely aware that she's heading into Titan territory. It's technically going against the terms they'd set on the first day, but the enemy had cheated, so she slaps on her cap, feeling reckless, and decides that she's allowed to do the same. She must walk for close to an hour. She makes her way through the dilapidated streets of the city, noting the missing statues and activating the ones that are still standing. New York looks far worse than it had during the last war. The streets are torn up, stores and windows breached open. They have done a good job of moving aside cars and people, but the devastation is still unbelievable. Broken glass crunches under her shoes as she walks past a pharmacy, where a bunch of the Apollo demigods are inside, stocking up on bandages and disinfectant. Her sphere leads her to a homey-looking building with pretty flowers lining the outer walls, where it thuds against the closed door uselessly before Annabeth swoops in and pockets it. She looks upward. The structure itself looks like a standard apartment, red brick walls worn from time and about 20 floors. Luckily, the buzzer is broken, so Annabeth has no trouble getting in. She has to step over a couple of sleeping mortals who must have been on their way out of the building when the spell hit them. Annabeth drags them out of the way, settling them on the chairs at the reception desk, and in the leasing office, it's tough work and her bruising feels as though it's on fire by the time she's done. There's a working elevator which the display tells her is on the 18th floor, so Annabeth gets in and presses the 18, tapping her foot to the music that plays as she rises. The elevator doors open with a swish and a little ding. She steps out, looking around curiously before spotting, as she'd known she would, a half-open door to her right, which the little plaque tells her is apartment 18A. The door hangs open loosely as though it's been kicked open. She steps through it on quiet feet and startles at the sight of a man laid out on the couch, stomach down, arm hanging over limply and grazing the floor. Annabeth approaches him unsteadily, checking his wallet, then the mail on the coffee table to confirm that this must be Paul Blofeld, the tenant who lives here. The name stirs something in her memory, but she can't place it. She looks around. It's a small two-bedroom with a poky little kitchen, but it's airy and the large windows provide a great view of the city. Annabeth wanders around the living room, taking care not to move anything, and spots a picture frame of a laughing, brown-haired woman holding a little boy with missing front teeth who must be her son. Understanding gushes through her. She makes her way further into the house, peering into the master bedroom, which houses a hastily made bed and a messy workbench stacked with sheets of paper. There's another photo of the woman from before on the bedside table, this time next to the same man snoozing on the couch, though he looks far younger in the picture. Annabeth finds Percy in the other bedroom, a smaller one with light blue walls and a smaller twin-sized bed. This room looks like it's been converted into a study of sorts, with a desktop set up on a table in the corner, but some childlike details remain, faded smileys on the walls, glow-in-the-dark whale and seahorse and dolphin and shark stickers peeling off the ceiling. For a moment, she watches him, allowing herself to just stare she has rarely allowed herself to do before. He's like the sun, she thinks, in a fit of poetic inspiration. So bright and beautiful, and yet so utterly far, so out of reach in a way she sometimes doesn't quite understand. She breaches the distance between them, taking one step, then another. Percy doesn't look up as she sits down next to him on the bed, continuing to gaze out of the window of his old room until he turns her way with a sigh. "You didn't need to come after me," he says pointedly, looking at her blood-stained t-shirt. "I would have been back before dusk." "I wanted to find you." She looks away from him, taking another look around the room. There are posters on the walls, superheroes, and some drawings of colorful fish. The bed doesn't look used, with crisp white sheets pulled across it, wrinkled a little only where Percy is sitting. "This is where you used to live," she says quietly, standing up and closing the door before leaning against it. "Why did you come here?" Percy reaches out to touch the curtains, rubbing the material between 2 fingers as he surveys the view from the window. There are potted plants on the windowsill, slightly withered daisies that add a little whimsy to the dreary setting, and a single sprig of a luminous little shrub that she recognizes at once, even though he'd never told her where he'd gotten it from. "You're right, this used to be my home," he says finally in a voice full of mourning. He swallows and she watches the plunge of his Adam's apple, unable to tear her gaze away. "This was my room." He looks around them at the walls and ceilings. Paul's redone the place, but he didn't change the colors of this wall at least. He touches the stark white bed covers, or the bed, but my old blankets had dolphins on them. "Why does that not surprise me?" she jokes, and Percy smiles a little sadly. "This place used to the only home I knew," he says in a voice she has to strain to hear. "Now it's so different." "Your mom made it home," Annabeth responds. "You must know as well as I do that sometimes home isn't a place, it can be just as much about the people." "Yeah, I know." He runs a hand through his hair, exhaling through his nose. "I went to give the other half of the sand dollar to the god of the river Hudson, and somehow ended up here on my way back. I thought coming back home would make me feel better, but it's just made me sad now. I don't know what I expected." She doesn't know what to say to that, so she doesn't say anything at all, focusing her gaze on a bit of fuzz sticking out of the carpet. She'd come here to thank him for saving her life, to apologize, but the words seem unable to form themselves now, and too late she realizes she'd spent too much thinking about how to get him alone rather than what to tell him upon meeting her preferred criteria. She's barely prepared for what she's going to say. She wishes there were something bigger she could say than sorry, but there aren't any words for it. Telling Percy she's sorry feels quite like she's treating a gunshot wound with a single band-aid. She wants to tell him how much she'd worried about him, how much she'd missed him when he was gone. She wants to congratulate him on his relationship with Rachel, because he deserves to be happy. She wants to hold him and be held and tell him everything she's been thinking about these past months, but she doesn't know where to start. Percy seems preoccupied with committing every detail of his old room to memory, either giving Annabeth time, or maybe he's just blissfully unaware of her internal struggle. He reaches on top of the shelves as though looking for something. The sight of his sinewy arms, free of any new cuts and scars, makes her frown as something else fall into place. "You got the curse of Achilles, didn't you?" she says with dawning comprehension. "That's where you went during that month you were gone. You bathed in the river Styx." Percy doesn't say anything, but the clear lack of denial practically confirms her theory. She places a hand on her forehead, pushing back the locks of hair that have fallen across her face, and tries to force a wave of anger down. Why would he do this? Doesn't he know the risks if Luke, no, Kronos, so much as grazes his Achilles heel with his pinky finger? "Percy, what were you thinking?" she says in as calm a voice as she can manage. "That's dangerous." "It worked though," he says mulishly, crossing his forearms and spreading his legs in a clear defensive posture. "I know it was a risk, but it worked." "Percy, do you know what this means?" Suddenly his monstrous strength from the battle the night before is making a lot of sense. "You may be invulnerable, but if you're hit in your weak point, you'll die, if Kronos finds out." "He won't find out." "This isn't a joke, Percy." Annabeth's well aware she's throwing any hopes of making up with him right out the window, but she can't stop herself. "This is serious. Were you ever going to tell me at all? Tell anyone? Didn't Grover feel something from the Styx?" I would have told you eventually," he says, but his voice cracks and she pounces. "So you weren't. And I haven't been able to get in touch with Grover, not since I got to New York." "You should have said something to me," she snaps. "This isn't why aren't you taking this seriously? Just because you're all invincible now doesn't mean you treat the rest of us like a joke, like we don't matter. This changes things, we have to plan around this." "I know it's not a fucking joke, Annabeth. I knew that when I decided to do it, and it's not a choice I took lightly." He shoots back, his eyes aflame and body tight. He turns to the window and then abruptly back to her. "But it's my best chance. My mortal point is protected when I'm in armor." "Which you weren't even wearing yesterday," she argues at once. His jaw clenches. Luke bathed in the Styx too to prepare himself to host Kronos, or is it all right if he does it? "I don't care what he does," Annabeth says, infuriated, even though a lot of things are falling into place now. "This isn't about Luke. I don't care about Luke. I care about you, and this is about you, if we lose you." "Gods, Annabeth, I did this for you." Percy bellows back, taking a large stride and getting right in her face. I did this so nothing like you getting taken, so none of that could ever happen again. I did this so I could help everyone save lives. His voice cracks and she flinches, her rage melting. And it didn't do fucking shit. You got yourself stabbed by an arrow that was meant for me. And I couldn't save Beckendorf either. He gulps, and his eyes are suddenly wide and wet. Suddenly, the gap between them has narrowed to inches. They've both stepped into each other's space, pulled into orbit by this gravitation that's always existed between them, a power so strong it must rival planetary forces. His breath is hot on her face, his chest rising and falling in broken spurts. Annabeth searches his expression for traces of any anger, but she finds only regret, so deep that it makes her blood run cold. This feels a lot like their last fight, only she won't let it go sideways again. She can't lose him like that, she doesn't want to hurt him like that. I don't want to fight, but you have to understand, she whispers, finally realizing and accepting it for herself too. You can't save everyone all the time. Beckendorf knew what he was doing when he blew up the bridge. It was his choice. And it was my choice too to take that arrow. Percy doesn't seem very heartened to hear it, and Annabeth, sighing, places a hand on his shoulder that quickly curls around to the side of his neck. You can't do it all alone, Percy. She forces him to look at her to make him see. This is her, laid bare in front of him, the real her, when she's finally allowing herself to feel in the way she cannot do with anyone else. That's why you have me. You took that poisoned arrow, he says back broken. You saved me. But you, what? Oh, she breathes, and his eyes turn soft as he looks at her. Something in her rips, the recoil from a snapped heartstring. Memories rush back into her as though carried by a wild flood. You weren't wearing armor. He nods, looking suddenly small. There's no way to know for sure, but my back was exposed, and he could have hit my weak point. He brushes his knuckles against her cheek. You saved my life, Annabeth. And it all makes sense, the tingle of fear she'd felt on the bridge, the panic when she had seen the dart pointed at his back. Annabeth wants to tell him not to tell her his true mortal point. The more people who know, the greater the danger. But she finds she already knows, letting her arms slide down his spine to brush her fingers lightly against the small of his back. The skin doesn't feel any different there through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, and she's not sure if her brain's a bit addled from everything. It does feel warmer, like all the essence of him has been gathered into this one patch of skin. He shivers, bringing his own arm back to touch her hand, pressing her fingers into him lightly. He guides her palm a little upwards, and she gasps as she feels the warmth, looking up in awe to find him already looking at her, his expression horribly tender. It's okay if I know, Annabeth drops her gaze. I won't tell anyone, obviously, but… I know you won't, he says, and he smiles. I trust you. And fuck logic, fuck rational thinking, fuck everything. Maybe the rush of blood is going right to her head, but in that moment it's impossible not to kiss him. They'd been standing close enough anyway, and all it takes is for Annabeth to push herself upwards and forwards a bit for their lips to meet. It's a light, sweet kiss, gently given and received, like it's a diamond held between their coarse, bloodied hands, as though they'll shatter if they push too hard. Percy is warm, her arms lift back up to his neck again, and his fingers tentatively brush at her waist. It feels wonderful, almost like a dream, far better than the fevered semi-kiss they'd shared in the shadow of Mount Othrys. Something sparks between them, and all that is left for them to do is give in, then burn. Annabeth feels like she's floating into a bubble, or maybe she is dipping, sinking into the wonderful relief of this moment. All the pain from her injury is gone, replaced with only the delicious sensation of Percy, who is beautiful and solid against her, chest to chest, so close that she's sure he can feel her own heartbeat fluttering swiftly, but he moves carefully, hands light against her skin, like he's afraid to break this spell between them. Never before has she been more aware of the differences in their bodies. The wideness of his shoulder, the couple of inches of height between them, the heavy weight of him overwhelming her, overheating her like a slow-working furnace. His touch, gentle though it is, streaks through her like the crack of a whip in a vacuum, and there is nothing Annabeth can do but surrender wholly to the slowly moving heat spreading throughout her body, relish in it, feel it settle over her that right now, nothing can come in between them. Except there's the war and, oh gods, there's Rachel, and she's just kissed Percy without asking, like she's some kind of predator, and… Oh my gods, her eyes fly open, she stumbles backwards, bumping into the wall and nearly tripping into an empty laundry basket. Oh my gods, Percy, I didn't mean to do that. Kind of, maybe I did, but not like that. She suddenly wants to melt into the carpet. Oh my gods, fuck, I'm going, I am so sorry, I should go. Percy's voice, cutting through the silence like a bullet through glass, stops her. You may be meant to do that. His eyes harden and he runs both hands through his hair, leaving dark locks sticking up every which way in their wake. So what, you didn't mean it? Percy, gods please, you know I did mean it. She buries her face in her hands, ashamed at how she can't even be bothered to lie if only to spare him. Of course I meant to do that. You must know that I couldn't hold back any longer. I am just, she gazes at him pleadingly. You and Rachel, I saw you with her at the hotel. I don't want to get in the way of, she blinks back tears, gasping into the chasm between them. I need to go. Her hand has only just touched the doorknob when she is grabbed and spun around, pressed back up against the adjacent wall. Percy's fingers carved through the hair at the back of her head, and his eyes bore into her with the sharp focus of lasers. They are so green, she thinks, feeling as though she's been clubbed over the head. They're so fucking green, and she can't breathe. I don't know what you saw with me and Rachel, but trust me when I say you are totally off on that front. He's breathing hard like he's just ran a marathon. What I want to know is, do you mean it when you say you meant to kiss me? Or did you not mean to at all? Are you thinking straight? Are you high on the medication? He is so close. His arms box her against the wall, and his eyes are pleading and so intense, although his mouth is flattened into an inscrutable line. Of course I meant it, Annabeth admits again, because she can't lie to him when he's looking at her like that, and she's trembling all over at the proximity, at the expression written on his face and what it might mean for her. It's like he's a pressure cooker about to burst. And Will just gave me some painkillers, nothing to addle my mental state. I'm fine. She lifts on one leg to prove it. See, I didn't fall over, and I can recite the alphabet backwards if you want. Fine, you're not delusional from the meds, and I'm not with Rachel, so I don't see the problem here. Percy's eyes might as well be lasers, unless you're still bothered about Luke. Annabeth's brows furrow automatically. She wants to laugh because, gods, has Luke been the final straw between them, the one thing keeping them apart all this time? Because there's no contest. There really isn't. Luke might have been there for her once, but with all that she knows about him now tainting all the precious interactions between them from her childhood, Annabeth, she doesn't think she can take the thought of him anymore. She doesn't know him, she probably never knew him at all, and after all that he has done, capturing her, killing Percy's mother, killing Thalia, turning on the people who considered him family and friend, breaking every promise he ever made to her. There is no forgiving him. She is done with him, and she stares at Percy a little hopelessly, because doesn't he see that? Can't he see? She might have loved him once, but it's faded into something like disappointment, on the verge of apathy. She can't fully say she doesn't care for him because they did share a bond that she had treasured for so long, and they are memories that shaped who she's become, and for better or worse, he is a part of her. He is. But he is nothing compared to Percy, to how Percy makes her feel, to how much she's grown as a person since the moment he stood by her side. How can she tell him this so that he'll understand? Because with every moment she hesitates, she can see him pulling away, mentally and physically, like he's shielding himself from the hurt that he figures she will inevitably deal him. She can see his eyes cloud over, his walls go up. If Annabeth says something wrong, does something to break this fragile ice sculpture of hope and trust that has been built between them now, Percy will never come back to her. He'll go cold, retreat somewhere she can't follow, and die for his troubles. He'll ice her out, say I knew it, and abandon her as a lost cause. But what can she say? What can convince him otherwise? And it all strikes her in a single moment of clarity. She withdraws her knife with shaking hands and holds it between them. Take it, she says. Percy's eyes go wide. The green in them blow open, and it's like all the world's swirling seas have gathered there, swirling and whipping up foam right there in his face. His hands tremble. His mouth slackens. I don't want it anymore, she continues. Her voice sounds hoarse, but her words are true, and by the way Percy's reacting, he can sense that. He's always going to be a part of me, Percy, whether I like it or not, but I don't want him to be, and if I could wrench out that piece of my heart, I would do it, but since I can't, this will have to do instead. Percy doesn't reply. In fact, he's shaking a little. Take it, she meets his gaze. I don't want anything to do with him anymore. Percy cuts off the last word entirely by grabbing her face and kissing her. And he's kissing her like his life depends on it, with a completely different energy compared to anything he's ever shown her. Ever. It takes Annabeth a whole 3 seconds of startled stillness before she wraps her arms around him and gives the fuck in. She's never kissed someone before, she's never even thought of kissing anyone but him before, and she low-key has no idea what she is doing, and maybe he doesn't either, but she doesn't care, holy shit, because it feels so good. The knife clatters to the ground at their feet, but she doesn't care. Everything feels like it's slotting into place with satisfying little clicks. Annabeth's body sings where Percy's makes even the slightest bit of contact. The kiss is heated and fast and clumsy, and a little bit sloppy, more desperation than finesse, but she doesn't care because she feels alive. This is everything she's ever wanted, everything she's ever needed, and all she can think in the haze of heady blood rush is yes, finally. Percy dips his head to angle it differently. Annabeth makes a strangled sound in response, and then he grabs both her thighs with his arms and hoists, lifting her legs and pressing himself in between them, pushing so close that it would take a crowbar to pry them apart. Annabeth's hands graze the skin under his shirt on accident. but then again and again with intention, wanting to get closer, greedy in every touch, feeling the heat radiating from his mortal spot tenfold now that she's touching bare skin, and he gasps into her mouth, a rush of air that she quickly covers with her lips again. And she would gladly die like this, she thinks, trapped in his embrace with nowhere to be but lined up against him from head to toe. Her side protests as he leans in further, and as though emerging from a dream, Percy pulls back for a second, then dives right back in like he can't help himself, and Annabeth can swear she blacks out from the sensation overload alone. Her eyelids are anchored shut, air trapped in her lungs, and he shifts, kisses slowly against her jawline before sinking his entire face into the nape of her neck. The entire act is so stupidly intimate, so unexpected that her breath hitches, and she chokes, a swelling bubble of affection building in the middle of her throat, so present and painful that it brings her close to tears. Percy sighs as he withdraws, and Annabeth works up the courage to peek at him, only for all the breath to be sucked from her body at the sight of him, his mouth wet and swollen, his hair a mess, his eyes dark with want, fixed on her face in a way that makes her shudder with pleasure. Annabeth, he breathes, voice torn up, and she shivers. Annabeth, I love you, her brain fills in, and even though he doesn't say it, she can feel it in his touch, see it etched deep in his simmering gaze. I know, she whispers. They are so close, a blazing pillar of shared heat rising between them like a geyser, both of them breathing roughly. He lets her back down to the floor long enough to tug her over to the bed, a rather wicked smirk unfurling across his lips, and Annabeth barely has time to wonder if they're going to defile his childhood bed before he's pulled her onto his lap, and then his lips go right to her neck, and she cannot think anything anymore. Every last brain cell seems to have fled of her body, and all her senses are keeled over in ecstasy, wanting more, more, more. And gods, their hands are everywhere, no poise, no finesse, no nothing. Annabeth, who prides herself on controlling a situation, finds every coherent thought obliterated by Percy, the taste of him, the feel of him, his comforting warmth that suffuses through her. Any words she might have once had dissolve into tiny plaintive sounds as his hands travel up her side, and they both pull away from each other with a startled, filthy-sounding smack as they are both reminded of her injury and the events that caused it. Stunned, Annabeth stares at him, unsure of what to say or do until unexpectedly Percy laughs, a wild sound of disbelief, like he's floating on the impossibility of this entire day. She hits him in the chest. A blush has worked up his face, creeping into his ears. There's a surprising cuteness to it, despite the sharp angles of him, the deep scars from Ipetta streaked like graffiti across his collarbone. He grins at her and she finds herself smiling back, and they're already leaning into each other again, hands reaching out to grab each other, hold each other in place to tame a kiss that will quickly roar off the rails if they don't stop, like right now. When they part again, Annabeth whispers, "Will told me not to exert myself," which makes Percy blink in confusion at first, and then laugh breathlessly, a sound that grows louder and louder. "I'm making out with you with my almost stepdad passed out in the next room," he wheezes, and it startles a laugh out of her too. "Are you okay, though?" he asks her then, and though he tries to make it sound light, there's a depth to the question that she catches onto at once. And she's okay. Even though shock is settling in her bones, even though her entire world is still rocking, she's okay. He's radiant, she thinks, running a hand down the side of his neck and drinking him in like she's spent a week in the desert. Realizing that she's taking way too long to process things at the moment, and that Percy is beginning to look increasingly panicked because of it, she nods frantically once, and then about 50 more times so that he gets it, really gets it, until a familiar grin cracks across his face, and she smiles breathlessly in return. "I'm great," she admits, "although if we keep going, I might just end up tearing a stitch." She's joking, but his eyes widen, like he hadn't thought of that. "It's okay, though," she assures him, and he relaxes. "I don't mind." "You don't, huh?" His grin is enough to make her entire face heat up, pink like a peach, and so she hits him lightly again. "What did you mean," she says hesitantly, as his arms tighten around her torso, "when you said I had nothing to worry about on the Rachel front?" He murmurs it into her hair, his breath skimming the nape of her neck in a way that makes her shudder. He pulls back so he can look her in the eye. "I meant exactly that. I have no idea what you heard, but it was basically me telling her I was, well, not into her the way she might have been into me. That I was sorry about it," but he looks at Annabeth meaningfully, and she feels herself flush. "I saw you two hugging and smiling and being couple-y in general," Annabeth confesses. "But you didn't hear anything." She shakes her head no, then yelps when he pinches her arm. "You jump from wrong conclusion to wrong conclusion like a fucking mountain goat," he grumbles affectionately, pressing his face into her shoulder. "She was telling me about some visions she had, and I was hugging her because I was basically rejecting her, and she was actually encouraging me to come find you and tell you everything." Oh, she needs to remember to give Rachel the biggest hug and the biggest apology, but suddenly a lot of things are beginning to make sense. So, on the bridge, when you said you had something to tell me. I was trying to tell you that you were being stupid about Rachel for nothing, yes, Percy replies. He looks like he's figuring something out too, so also on the bridge, when you said you couldn't do this. I thought you were trying to tell me you guys were together now, she says with an embarrassed little chuckle, feeling stupid and giddy in equal measure, and I didn't think I'd be able to take it. He shakes his head. If we just talked. She laughs, but it fades quickly. We've been miscommunicating for a while now. She bites her lip. Now that the adrenaline from everything is fading away, there's still a lot of feelings she knows she has to wade through. Kisses don't solve problems, and they have a lot to talk about before they'll be okay. Percy leans back into her, pressing his lips lightly against her skin. I know, and we'll talk. There's a lot we have to explain to each other, clearly. Yeah, she says quietly. Now that the high from all that kissing is wearing off, she finds she's still quite mad at him. Glad he's alive, kind of sort of very much so in love with him, but still mad. At him and at herself too. I never thought I'd be able to have this, Percy says after a brief pause, but even though I'm really happy right now, like really happy, we should probably talk. His tone is light, but there's something about his face that indicates he's deadly serious. Annabeth's got a refusal hanging off of her lips because, hello, the kissing was great, and she'd like to get back to that, please, preferably ASAP. But they're still in the middle of a damn war, and here they are, their army's best fighter and strategist, ditching their duties, but then she makes the mistake of looking at him. At his sparkly eyes like he's a Disney character. At his stupid apologetic smile like he's thinking she's same thing she is. At his lips swollen from all the kissing they'd done, and Annabeth thinks she'd done that to him. The rosy pinkness of his lips, the high blush on his cheeks from happiness, the gleam in his eyes, that damn smile. It's all because of her. But first, there's something she needs him to know. I guess it's funny, Annabeth concedes after a hushed moment, how there's nothing like brushing past death to put in perspective what's really important. He looks like he's holding his breath. His eyes are shining, his mouth quirking upwards and back into a firm line again like he's doing his best not to smile. He knows what's coming next, of course, the little shit. Of course he does, but he wants to hear her say it, and after all the horrible bitterness and nasty words and tension and everything that's been long left unsaid between them, she wants to give him this. Gods, he deserves to know just how she feels. And what's that? Percy prompts gently, his eyes finally crinkling into gleaming half-moons, a smile threatening to put the sun to shame at any moment. And Annabeth, she can't hold it back anymore. You, she says, Percy, it's been you since forever, and he leans up to capture her lips once more. Hazel doesn't know too much about the Greeks, all things considered, but she's fairly sure they didn't build the bunkers for this. There are Romans everywhere, walking through the bunker doors in groups of 10 and 15, exploring the adjoining rooms, piled up at the benches at what must be a makeshift mess hall. Decked in gold and armed to the teeth, it's hard for Hazel not to be intimidated by the sheer number of them. Frank and Nico make their way to the fire pit, where she can see Raina and Octavian talking to Phoebe, Grover, and Chiron. A good portion of their army is seated behind them, talking and laughing and looking around, but a hush falls over them as she passes, and their eyes flick upward. A legendary golden eagle standard can do that to an army of Romans, Hazel figures. Raina's lips bend into a disbelieving smirk when she sees them, and Octavian's jaw hangs open. It's very satisfying, Hazel will admit, though it doesn't quite make all their hardship feel worth it, but only just. Would you look at that? Raina whistles, eyes on the standard, though they flick down to Hazel when she stops in front of her. The end of her eyebrow raises, maybe in question, and Hazel straightens unconsciously. Frank had suggested she be the one to hold the standard, and Hazel isn't sure why, but the feeling of the staff in her hands is a little bit drugging. There's real latent power in this thing, and it's hard to let go of, even when Raina holds out a hand and says, "May I?" She passes it over after a moment too long. She can see Octavian narrowing his eyes at her hesitance, but there's a part of her screaming to not let go. Which doesn't make sense because this is a Roman artifact meant for New Rome and for its praetor. Even though Raina's only admiring the make of it, making no move to actually wield it, and after a minute or so she hands it back to Hazel with a smile. There's something strained about it, though, Hazel notes, and wonders if Raina had been loath to let go of it, too. She swallows down her doubts and lets out a smile. Well, we did it. You did indeed, Raina says, hushed, reverent. Her eyes flick over to Frank and then rest on Nico. We owe you a great debt. This will do wonders for our morale. She turns around to the rest of her army with a flourish. Her cape flutters with the motion and rays with her arms. Fulminata, she shouts. "Fulminata," the army echoes, their collective voice thundering through the cavern. Satyrs stop in their paths, and the hunters' wolves growl lowly, as though expecting a charge to follow. Hazel takes a moment to look around her, now that she stands in the center of this circle. Romans form the dominating party, of course, but the army of satyrs and nature spirits is no less significant as well. She's sure that when Grover's done with reviving them all, they will far outnumber the Greeks and Romans combined. Besides them, Hazel sees the hunters perched on jutting out rocks lining the walls like their hawks, chatting to a few older women who must be part of the Amazons. Where is Hilla? Frank's eyes are fixed on the Amazons as well. Hilla and her army are currently helping some of your nature spirits detain Typhon, Reyna answers, inclining her head towards Grover. They will be joined by Lupa, here she nods to Chiron, and the surviving members of Chiron's kin. There aren't many centaurs left, Chiron says thoughtfully, sadly. But well, forgive my bias, but we are fearsome warriors when put to it. I don't doubt it at all, Reyna says. Octavian clears his throat. That's all well and good, yes, but are we not going to address the elephant in the room? What? The eagle? Octavian points at it, his voice high and shrill. What how? He looks at Frank and then Hazel and then Nico, who looks one step away from finding the nearest shadow and losing himself in it. Where did you get this? How did you get this? There are so many questions here, Reyna, none of which you're asking. It's not my right to, Reyna says patiently. They found the standard. They retrieved the standard. I'm as curious as you as to how they came across it. We found Varus, Frank supplies, as the legion behind him shifts in surprise. In Alaska, they were pretty deep underground. It was a task getting the eagle out, not to mention ourselves. Well, there you have it, Reyna says briskly. Is that sufficient, Octavian? I mean, well, I suppose, Octavian blusters, his face red all the way up to his sandy hairline. Once they hand it over. Hand it over, Hazel blurts out. She takes a tentative step backward when the collective gaze of Reyna, Octavian, Grover, Frank, Chiron, Phoebe, and all their armies turn on her. I only meant. You are Roman, are you not? Octavian's gaze narrows, and Hazel feels as though he's using whatever blood of Apollo he has in him to try and suss her out, tell her future. If I'm not wrong, you requested us for information we knew about the standard so that it could be returned to the Legion. His lips curl. Right. Right, Hazel manages, even though her body and her heart screams wrong. There is something about the eagle that scares her. She wants it in her sight at all times. She wants it in her hands where nobody else can take advantage of it. One slip-up, one misstep. Luckily, Chiron steps in to save her. There is the matter of transporting the eagle. Given the size of your army, Reyna, Grover has a plan. Grover steps forward with a scroll in hand, which unfurls to reveal a series of pathways. This is where we are, he says, pointing to the moon symbol. Now, we first thought that we could split our forces and have one team travel via land, one underground, and one via sky. However, given the new information we've received, I think going underground may be our only option. Reyna nods. She must have been briefed about the spell over New York. So is there a way? Bunker 1 is the closest to the city, Grover says, and it had a path that leads directly Olympus, but that was before the last war. If I'm remembering right, the way to Olympus was pretty much closed off, but there should be another way to the surface, since that's what the Greeks used to get into the city a few days ago. And what if it doesn't work? Reyna asks doubtfully, her dark brows knit together. What if the Titans close the way, or what if they're expecting us and are waiting with traps? I hope you understand that I can't afford to risk my people's lives for this. Your previous plan to divide our forces still applies here. Is there another way to New York underground? She glances at Hazel as she says this, and Hazel feels her ears burn. She had figured Reyna had figured, or was at least suspicious, of Hazel's parentage, and this all but confirms it. All the other bunkers lead to one, Grover begins doubtfully, but then, surprise of all surprises, Nico steps forward with a grimace, like he's already regretting this. There is another way to New York, he says, addressing Octavian directly, the doors of Orpheus. An uneasy ripple spreads through the crowd, quelled only when Reyna raises her hand for silence. Isn't that how Orpheus failed to get his wife back? He didn't make it back to the surface, yes, but it's a direct path that opens right into Central Park, Nico divulges. And you want us to use that cursed way? Octavian demands, aghast. That path leads to the underworld. There is no way in hell I'm going through that place. We're underground already, Nico points out. If we intercept the path, we could just follow it right back to the surface. If the Greeks have reached Central Park, we join them. If they haven't, we provide them with support from both ends of the city. It'll work as a surprise attack. He looks around like it's obvious what their choice should be. It's basically perfect. Raina drums her fingers against her crossed arms, biting her lip. It sounds tempting, but I'm sure this is easier said than done, navigating through the labyrinth. I know the way from Bunker 1, and we've got tracking spells, Grover says, holding up his pipes. And what of the doors of Orpheus? Octavian sneers in Nico's direction. How in Jupiter's name are we supposed to come across an ancient path that probably doesn't exist? It exists, says Nico tightly. Let's calm down here, Frank says, stepping forward, arms held out placatingly. Octavian, look. This is the underworld we're talking about. Octavian turns to Frank, blue eyes blazing. Look, I understand you don't know what we've been through since, well, you ditched us when the going got tough. He didn't ditch you, Hazel pipes up, anger flaring at the accusation and at the hurt that flashes across her boyfriend's face. Octavian, you're out of line, Raina says severely. We got the eagle back for the Legion, Frank says, voice strong, and Hazel struck by the sharp confidence in both his tone and body language. You cannot still be suspicious of us. We risked our lives to get it, and now we're basically on the brink of war. Heck, it's probably even begun. The Greeks have probably lost a lot of people already. We've lost a lot of people, Octavian yells, and even though she hates him right now, Hazel can tell he's not lying about this. We've made too many mistakes over the years, trusted people we shouldn't have. Now we have the eagle. What if we end up in the underworld and lose it all over again, and we don't know this guy? He points at Nico, who shrinks back, unable to debate this. We don't know him. And I don't know about you, but I refuse to follow someone who might lead our armies into ruin. Look at him. Does he look like he's an expert on the labyrinth? We can find the way to the doors, Hazel cuts in, irate at Octavian's tone of voice. If I may interject, Karen says soothingly. I trust Nico, Hazel proclaims, ignoring Nico's wide-eyed expression. If he says the door exists, then it exists. And who made you king of the underworld? Octavian snaps. Not king, Hazel relents, just his children. She manages to flash an apologetic wince in Frank's direction just before the bunker descends into pandemonium. When Annabeth's injury begins to hurt too much for either of them to ignore, Percy lies her down on her good side and crawls into the tiny bed so he can face her. It's a tight fit on the tiny little bed, but he shifts closer, so close that he can see her pupils dilate as she rakes his eyes over his body. He gazes right back at her, at her mussed hair and swollen red lips that twist into a small smile when she notices him looking. Have we ruined our friendship forever? He asks, and can't help laughing a little, even though it's a very real fear. I'll take the loss if we keep doing this, Annabeth jokes in a flippant tone, but there's something undeniably tender in her gaze that makes his heart speed up. They're quiet for a while. Percy turns his gaze to the ceiling, very aware of her attention on him. It makes him happy, happier than he's been in a while, but also slightly nervous. It's not a bad thing, not at all, just different. He'd thought he'd never get to be able to have this, and so actually getting it is surreal. I guess we have a lot to talk about, huh? She murmurs, resting her head on the pillow, her tone of voice thoughtful. I mean, not that I'm complaining about the recent developments, but he feels her shrug. I'm not gonna lie and say we're all super perfect now just because we made out a little. There's a lot I want to tell you and even more I want to ask. We haven't talked, not really, I think, since the day I told you all about Luke. She says his name with some gravity, but for the first time, Percy finds that it doesn't bother him. At least not as much as it used to, which he thinks is probably a step in the right direction. Something about Annabeth giving up her knife and Percy killing the Minotaur has aligned things for him. There's still the matter of Luke himself, of course, but Percy feels better about facing him now that he's sure he's got Annabeth back at his side. Yeah, he agrees, shifting to his side, resting his head on his arm. You're right, because even though he misses her, he doesn't think he's fully forgiven her for everything that's transpired between them. He'd fucked up, yes, but so had she, and this kind of stuff will fester between them if they don't address it now. Can I start? Go ahead, he says. She takes a deep breath, closing her eyes for a moment like she's visualizing her speech in her head, unfurling a scroll and clearing her throat like a character in, well, something old-timey and pompous, like Shakespeare. Then she opens her eyes, meets his own gaze with resolve. I want to start things off by apologizing, she says. Percy opens his mouth to argue, but she places her hand on his mouth with a shushing noise. No, it's my time to talk now, but really, I've been thinking recently, mostly while you were gone, and there's a lot I have to apologize for, starting with the fact that I broke our promise that day on Othries. I let whatever my relationship used to be with Luke completely blind me. I put my life and your safety and the safety of Piper and Frank on the line. It wasn't fair of me to do, and I'm really, really sorry I put you in that position. She takes a breath. I also realize that I never really told you what happened on Authries. She looks at him for confirmation, and he nods hesitantly. She sighs. Okay, give me a minute. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Percy says, because he's been doing a lot of thinking of his own, and even though he'd been pissed at Annabeth for not telling him anything, she'd had a point about him pushing her to reveal details from her trauma, which she was clearly uncomfortable with. He isn't entitled to know everything about her just because he wants to know. She smiles at him. I know, but I want to tell you. I think that after everything we've been through together, you deserve to know. Her eyes squeeze shut when she confesses, Authries was hell. The admission startles him, mostly because Annabeth isn't usually the kind of person who admits to her weaknesses so openly. He lifts his arm to touch hers lightly in a show of support, and she smiles, but doesn't open her eyes. It was painful, she says, holding up the sky. I mean, you held it too. She gazes at the streak of gray in his hair, reaching out to run it through her fingers. Annabeth's gray streak shines silver against the golden blonde of the rest of her hair, but Percy's sole gray streak stands out in a different way, a full moon in a starless sky. He's proud to have it, and he knows she's proud of her own grays, knows what it symbolizes, strength and survival against all odds. I thought I was going to die, she says, almost in a monotone, and although Percy knows that she'd lived, the emotionlessness of her words still makes him shiver. I was all alone up there, a mortal carrying a burden meant for someone who would never die, and I thought I was dead for sure. And then, she moistens her lips, and then Luke started visiting me. He inhales sharply, a gesture she doesn't miss, but he doesn't say anything, even though he can tell she's waiting for it. When a moment passes, she continues. He started bringing me food and water at first, she said. I considered rejecting it. I actually did at first, but food was all I had left to keep going. He would come pretty often, but he never said a word, even though Atlas had told him to sway me to their side. But he never talked to me, not until I asked him why he did what he did, why he was doing what he was doing. She bites her lower lip, her eyes looking right through him, like she's got a one-way view into the past. He said he didn't have a choice. I didn't get it. I still don't. But he really believes in what he's saying. I mean, clearly he does. He even gave up his own body to Kronos. He wouldn't go that far, nobody would, unless they believed that a world ruled by the Titans would be a better one. She shakes her head sadly. But Percy, she focuses on him now with such clarity that he blinks, a little stunned from the attention. I'm not even exaggerating when I say I thought of you every single day. Like to the point where I was keeping myself alive because I knew you'd come and get me soon. And you did. I took too long, he whispers. He'll regret that forever, he thinks. There's some part of him that still thinks that he, Piper, Frank, and the hunters could have taken Annabeth by force the minute she was taken. I shouldn't have waited so long, shouldn't have played by the others' rules. But you came, she says gently, caressing his cheek. You came, and that's all that matters. You saved me like I knew you would. She states it with a disarming honesty that evidently catches them both off guard. Percy feels himself, turns pink, and attempts unsuccessfully to keep himself from smiling. He tries to focus on a spot right above her head. Annabeth goes still for a minute, but resumes stroking his face. Anyway then, one day I think I might have goaded him into it, but Luke basically spilled his guts to me, she says, eyes clouded. He said it was because he always regretted how he left me, to some extent, and that giving me this information was his way of making things even between us. She snorts bitterly, as if. She tightens her grip on his hand. He then just confessed to everything we'd suspected him of and more. He was the one who stole the bolt, nearly caused Thalia to get dragged to Tartarus, and got the Helm of Darkness to Prometheus. And he also admitted, she glances at him with a gaze full of sorrow, to sending the Minotaur after your mom, which I should have told you about on day 1, day 0. You should have, he says quietly, but you did try to tell me, I just didn't see that at the time. I should have tried harder, she responds morose. I fucked up on that one, Percy. I'll be the first to admit it. But I was still processing everything myself, coming to terms with the fact that this person I thought I'd known all my life was really trying to tear away my entire world with his bare hands, damn the consequences. And for you all I wanted to do was break it to you gently. I didn't want to just come out and say it with no context, but. I didn't make that exactly easy, did I? He says regretfully. I'm sorry, Annabeth. You didn't, she agrees. But you had every right to feel angry at him, to feel like I was defending him, since I wasn't giving you all the information you needed to make an actual informed opinion. Well, not defending him, but. From my point of view, it was like you were shielding him, Percy replies. It's not nice, recalling just how angry he had been back then, but he reaches through it, trying to put into words how his mind was working at the time. I knew you were hiding something from me, but it never occurred to me that you were doing it to protect me. I thought you were trying to protect him. Which I never intended to do, Annabeth says at once, her gray eyes wide and solemn. Luke, as if we're being technical here, he basically hired a hitman to take you out. It makes him a murderer, even though he might not have pulled the trigger himself. She pauses, pensive and dejected, as though pained by just how much he has fallen. I knew you'd be pissed, as you should be, but I was kind of scared you would go off the rails and go kill him, and you deserve to do it. God knows you do, but I don't know. It felt wrong for me to encourage that kind of intention, because anger like that is so damaging to hold, so scary, and it was a sensitive topic. I didn't want to just drop it on you. He nods. I get it. Annabeth, the kind of anger I felt when I was fighting the Minotaur. He suppresses a shudder with difficulty. He can scarcely believe he did what he did. He thinks he remembers smiling as the Minotaur was groaning in pain, and even though the killing had been more than justified in his opinion, he doesn't think he wants to be overcome by that kind of blinding rage again. Exactly, and so even though I know that Luke needs to die, she goes on with a sharp inhale, he needs to die now more than ever for the world to know peace. I am my whole mission to tell you at the right time, which I'm realizing could never have happened, because for something this important, there really is no right time. It might have come off looking like I was protecting Luke, which I never meant to do at all. She purses her lips, looking at him dead on. I'm sorry for that, too. Percy props his head up against his hand, thinking hard. It makes sense now. At the time, though, I was just hurt and confused, I guess. I think I expected things to go right back to being easy after we rescued you from Authries, but you were so distant all the time. I understand now why you were like that. It's just how you process shit. But yeah, it sucked at the time for me. I am not used to confronting what I'm feeling head-on, she admits with a little shrug. I tend to shove my emotions aside until later so then I can think through them first, get to the crux of the issue before I act too rashly. Which doesn't always work, and it may not be the best plan of action in every situation. And when it gets too much, I just shut down, I think. She casts him a regretful glance. That's why I left, to 6. Being around you was just too confusing for me. I was trying to figure out a way to tell you everything without you going off on a killing spree about it, while you were trying to find out from me what happened on Authries so you could help me better. I didn't mean to be so pushy, Percy says, wincing. It's just that we've talked things out before. I thought we could do it again. I was just worried that you were having second thoughts somehow. I knew you loved Luke in whatever shape or form you did, he adds unhurriedly, seeing her open her mouth, possibly to refute it. I knew you loved him and I was worried he'd got in your head. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand your relationship and how much he meant to you. I still kinda don't. But I know that you know what needs to be done. You're not a liability and I shouldn't have said you were. I trust you. Unexpectedly, her eyes fill with tears. He wipes them away with the pad of his thumb, then keeps his hand there. You good? Yeah, she sniffs, crinkling her nose. After I blatantly disregarded you on Authries, after I left to 6 and left you behind at MT St. Helens and then again in the labyrinth. All of which were decisions I pushed you to take, inadvertently or not, he butts in, except the Authries one. Yeah, but my point is that I thought I'd never get you to trust me again, she says fiercely, brows furrowing together, which, to be honest, maybe I deserved. Annabeth, he whispers, swiping his hand lightly against her cheek. I want you to know, she says, squaring her jaw, that about Luke, you don't have to worry about him. You never have to worry about him ever again, and especially not in the context of someone I love, or someone whose action I'll even attempt to defend anymore. He's turned into someone I don't know, and I meant what I said when I don't want him in my life anymore. She looks up at him with large eyes, like she's praying he'll believe her, and the slight shake in her voice betrays her doubt that he might not. His heart kind of does a little skip. I know how hard this is for you, and I do believe you, he says, and look. He squeezes her hands between his. I hate him, you know I do. I want to kill him for killing my mom, for what he did to you, all of you, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. But it's okay if you still feel something for him, even if it's love. It hurts to say a little, but he wants to show her that he'll wait for her, and he understands that now might not be the right time to jump into. Whatever this is, given they're still in the middle of a war and he might actually die, and emotions are running at an all-time high at the moment. I don't expect you to get over all he's done to you in a day, but thank you for saying that. It means a lot. It kind of means the world, and even though he doesn't say it, her gray eyes soften a little in understanding. What I feel for him right now, she considers for a moment, it's a lot of disappointment, a lot of guilt, like maybe I could have stopped him, helped him somehow, even though I know now he was far too gone all the way from the beginning. She sighs, and a twist of blonde hair falls over her forehead. I'm mostly just sad that he's lost his way, that he's so full of anger, so full of hate. I hate to see him like this. Maybe I feel that because I still do think I knew him, or at least part of him maybe. Or maybe that's the hopeless fool in me, hoping that he did love me and Thalia like a family, just like he promised us. She purses her lips, and I don't know, when I saw you so full of hatred for him, it scared me a little. It reminded me of how Luke spoke about his dad on Authries. People who are so consumed like that feels dangerous, even though I completely think you're justified in your feelings. There's a beat of silence while he processes this. He still feels God's. Nothing will take away for how he wants to run Luke through, but a lot of the anger and pain he'd felt towards him in regards to Annabeth seems to have dissipated somewhat. If Annabeth is moving on, forgetting about him, he should try too, at least when it comes to how he's hurt her. I wasn't asking you for physical proof when I asked if you still loved him, he admits, glancing quickly at where Annabeth's knife lies on the floor a few paces away. You can have it back. She's already shaking her head. I meant it when I said I don't want anything of his near me anymore. I think that dagger is a symbol of what he'd promised me. Only what I thought at the time was a blessing turned out to be a curse. She laughs lightly, a little sad, and he knows they're both thinking of the vision May Castellan had shown them, Luke and Thalia and Annabeth together in their own little bubble, the family that Luke had told her he'd always be a part of. And you have to know, she rushes on, I regret each and every one of the decisions I took after finding out he was holding the sky, and not a day goes by when I don't think of all the ways I could have done things differently, maybe saved us a couple of months' worth of misunderstandings in the process, especially after MT St. Helens. She catches her lower lip between her teeth, exhaling through her nose. I really was going to tell you about your mom, you know. I know, he says gently. He's figured as much after days and days of analyzing all of their interactions, remembering all the times she'd actually tried to talk to him and hitting himself for thinking otherwise. I wanted to tell you so bad, she says. So bad, I got in my head about it. I was looking for the right moment to tell you and I didn't realize there would never be one. She massages the skin between her eyebrows. I was such a bitch, man, to you, to everyone, to Rachel. I really owe her a big fat apology. She'd appreciate it, Percy says. She's actually pretty cool. You'd get along if you tried. He says this a little pointedly, hoping to draw a laugh out of her, but she buries her face into her hands with a little groan. I was so fucking jealous, she says, half a whine, and it completely ruined my judgment. Happens to the best of us, he replies, a little smug at the admission, and when she peeks at him questioningly, he rolls his eyes. Come on, you think I don't get it? I've been jealous of Luke forever. Not so jealous that you tried to interrupt a private conversation super obnoxiously. Annabeth's cheekbones shine pink. But in my defense, I thought for sure that would be my best chance to tell you about Luke, to get it out there, but then I messed it all up, she says. And I hated that I had to leave you behind at MT St. Helens. I hated how you were all alone, and even though you made your way back to us with Rachel, I should have done more. I should have waited for you. She squeezes her eyes shut, and a fat tear rolls down her cheek before it is absorbed into the bedsheets. Honestly, I don't blame you for being mad. It's honestly a miracle you survived the blast, and a miracle you managed to leave Ajija too. He can't help the incredulous laughter that bubbles out of his chest then, because of course she's guessed it, somehow, and even though she's trying her best to stay solemn, there's a smug little grin struggling to break free on her own face, since she probably had made a total shot in the dark on that one, and his response had been the confirmation she'd needed. She's so smart, Annabeth, and he's sure that one day, it's gonna piss him off, but in this moment he feels nothing but pride and unmistakable adoration. Gods, he's so fucking gone for her. How'd you know? He asks, still smiling, swiping a curl from where it rests against her neck. Please, Percy, she says with an air of haughtiness, though it is hindered somewhat by the redness of her nose, a side effect of her tears. Who do you think I am? I'm not stupid, and the fact that you didn't say anything said at all. She pauses while Percy lets this sink in, and then she adds a little sheepishly, I'm kidding. You had one little slip-up when you said you woke up somewhere, but I didn't put it together until I saw the moonlace on your window here. She nods at it. Who do you think I am? He mimics, pinching her in the arm, and she giggles, bright and happy. She's never laughed like that before, a blend of shyness and joy, and Percy's heart soars at the sound. Should have known you only knew I was on Ajija because you're obsessed with me. Am not, she snipes, poking his shoulder. Then she considers, tilting her head slightly and meeting his eyes with a little smirk. Well, maybe a little. Oh, he says dumbly as his brain screeches to a halt, then reboots with a vengeance. There's a section of his mind that's solely dedicated to screaming, oh my god, is this flirting? Is she flirting with me? I've never flirted before, what do I say back? And suddenly aware of the thick stillness growing between them, he blurts out, oh yeah, I'm way more obsessed. Annabeth's expression, which had been slowly descending into something resembling deep regret, mixed with what he hopes is a healthy dose of panic, softens at once. Yeah, she asks quietly. Duh, he replies after a brief moment of weirdly giddy silence. Like gods, Annabeth, remember how I got you those drawing pencils even when you were ignoring my ass? I've basically been hooked since day one. She turns her head into the pillow without saying a word, and Percy's on the verge of actually thinking he's offended her somehow when she resurfaces. This time her entire face and neck dyed a brilliant crimson. Stop being sweet and embarrassing when I'm trying to explain myself, she says in a huff, but her words hold no venom and her fingers, clenched into the pillow, slowly relax and latch onto the edge of his shirt instead. You're ruining my speech. I've had this planned for weeks. Sorry, he says, holding back a smile. No interrupting starting now. She turns away from him, lying on her back to stare up at the ceiling, shaking her head as though trying to regain her bearings. As I was saying, she continues brusquely, I don't blame you for being mad at me that day. All the things you said were brutal, yes, but I think I needed to hear it. It's just you leaving without a word after that, leaving behind that fucking letter, that's what hurt like hell. Percy is silent, thinking, for the first time, how it must have felt to be Annabeth on the day he left 9. To have fought with him the way she had, but then go looking for him still, searching each passage, each cave, and then finding that single piece of parchment on the ground. I'm sorry, he says, then was it really that bad? Tell everyone I'm not abandoning them, Annabeth quotes at once with an exaggerated roll of her eyes, making her voice all high and nasal to really drive it home that she means to mock him. This isn't me running, despite what it looks like, and this isn't going to turn out like last time. Sorry I couldn't give you more notice, goodbye for now. Oh my God, you actually remember it, he chuckles, half impressed. Of course I remember it, she says passionately. I read it every day just to fuel my rage a little before sparring sessions. I hate that fucking letter, Percy. I got it, he says, no more letters. Please God, no more letters. She rubs her fingers over his, eyes fixed on their clasped hands. He doesn't even remember when they'd started holding on to each other, but the warmth is nice. But shitty letter aside, it's like you left, and I was left in the dark about everything. Where you were, what you were doing, and I was like, holy shit, this is what I put him through when I went to 6. It was a wake-up call of sorts, and so yeah, I'm sorry for that too, you. It was a lot to deal with at the time, but you didn't deserve the way I treated you, and I'm sorry, Percy. They stay as they are for a while, her hand buried in his, until Percy breaks the silence. You done? Maybe for now, she hums. There's tons more I want to say and apologize for, but it's all jumbled up in my head at the moment, but the bottom line is, I'm sorry for how I treated you because you deserve better than that. I want you to know that Luke isn't someone I know anymore and I want to do better for you and for me too. She casts him a sideways glance. That's the gist of it, but there's still so much to say that I don't know where to begin. In that case, he muses, sitting up so she knows he means business, I guess it's my turn now. So, Percy begins, clapping his hands lightly together as she looks on in amusement. While everything you said was extremely valid, you can't just excuse my behavior, which was not the greatest. I didn't, Annabeth says, trying her best not to smile at the solemnity in his face, which is really cute and even more touching because he's taking this so seriously. I don't. It's just that I understand why you felt the way you did. I was angry, Percy replies, and hurt. I still didn't have to pounce on you the way I did that night. I latched onto, like, half of the conversation between you and Phoebe and just lost it, kinda. Without context, it might have been a lot to hear, Annabeth allows, pursing her lips. But for the record, I don't think I could ever become a hunter. I think it's great what they stand for, but it's just not for me, I guess. Never has been. I wish I'd known that, he admits. Like you'd have listened at the time, she returns, feeling comfortable enough to tease him again now that she knows they're on the way to being back on track again. Ouch, he says around a half grimace. But you're right, I dunno. I heard you tell her you'd think about it, and then all I was thinking was that you would leave, like leave the bunkers, but also me specifically. He pauses to compose himself, picking absently at the blankets. Ever since my mom died, I haven't had anything solid. I haven't had anything or anyone to rely on. It was always me protecting them, which I don't mind doing, don't get me wrong. And I'm not for 1 minute saying I wasn't grateful to have Nico and Bianca with me on my way to New Rome. They were my friends, and that will never change. It's just not the same, Annabeth agrees. She touches his knee lightly, rubbing her finger back and forth in thought. It's different from when someone has your back. Yeah, he says, and I think I got that with you, for the first time in ever, possibly. It must be hard to put everything into words, but he looks like he's trying his best. Ever since that first day when I showed up and you basically manhandled me into a wall, she groans, and he laughs. No, it was like this big wake-up call. After so long of being alone, seeing the home, the family you guys had built for yourselves, it was really cool to be a part of. And our first monster raid reminded me what it was like to have someone, your equal, next to you. And then we became friends, and I didn't want to lose that feeling. He takes a breath, and she ignores how shaky it sounds. I didn't want to lose you, and it felt like I was every time the topic of Luke was so much as hinted at in a conversation. Percy, she murmurs. I hate him for a lot of reasons, Percy admits, leaning back against the headboard. I mean, now I know he caused my mother's death, and that's unforgivable in my books, but even before I knew he'd done that, I still hated him. Mostly because, I know he had a rough childhood, and Hermes, by all accounts, was probably an absolute deadbeat dad. But he had a family. He had you and Thalia and the rest of the demigods at the bunkers, and he threw it away. He gnaws on his lower lip. Was alone for a long time after the war. Heck, I was so lonely I accepted a Cyclops as my brother. He shakes his head. I'd like to think that I would never give up on family the way he did. I can't act like I fully disagree with his motives, Annabeth says quietly. She curls up next to him, hand drumming in a repeating pattern on the side of his knee. I hate to admit it, but he's right about a lot of things. The gods, for instance, they really were lousy parents, and he has every right to be angry. But he's operating on the means justify the end type of mindset, which just doesn't make sense. And there is no way Kronos is going to let him live, however loyal he is to the cause. If it ever comes to the point where we're all wiped out, the first people Kronos is going to turn on are the demigods serving in his own army. As long as godly blood survives, the gods survive, and he knows that. Percy shakes his head in disgust. He's doomed himself. I knew something was up the day we rescued you. When I faced him, no weapon could touch him. I never would have guessed the reason for him bathing in the Styx, though. She pinches his leg. Yeah, and good thing you brought it up. Don't you dare think for a minute that I've forgotten. It was Nico's idea. Don't blame the teenager. She faces him with a huff, sitting up and wincing at the pain that stings from her cut. Percy holds an arm out to steady her, and she relaxes a little, and just to have this, see this in front of her, it's just something else entirely. Annabeth had never in a gazillion, billion, trillion years ever thought that Percy might feel the same way, see her in the same light. And yet, they've always been like this around each other, always seeking each other out in a crowd. He smooths his hand down her good side, stopping at her waist, and she marvels at the way she leans into his touch. Annabeth's never been one to show her affection in a physical way, but she's never been uncomfortable with Percy. Maybe they've both been oblivious. He meets her eyes with a smile. How cheesy is it if I say I dipped myself in the Styx for you? Asshole, she slaps his arm lightly, but she can't help grinning. I believe you when you said it would make us all stronger, but I know that can't be the entire reason. I dunno, Percy shrugs. Nico told me about it and we just had that big fight. I was feeling a little reckless and a little stupid. Like, oh, if Luke did it, so can I. It's maybe not my best moment, but I don't regret my decision, Annabeth. I can protect so many people this way. Percy, the risk is always proportional to the rewards, she says. And this is a big risk you're taking. Like just yesterday with the Minotaur. I know we were caught unawares, which is why you weren't wearing armor, but her breath shudders out in a wobbly sigh as she recalls the events from the battle the previous night. He might have gotten lucky, you know, and that's all there is. One moment of luck on their end and you'll die. I don't know what else to say other than I'll be careful, he says, grabbing her hand. For real, I know this must be news to you, but I don't want to die. Good, she says, winding her fingers around his and leaning forward so her head is leaned against his shoulder, a rare show of vulnerability for her. I don't want you to die either. They're both silent for a while. Annabeth isn't sure what he's thinking, but his mind must be replaying the events of the night before, and it must latch onto another instance from the battle, one that might have even brought them here. Hey, he murmurs, squeezing her fingers when she mums in response. How'd you know to save me? Oh, she sits up, twisting her lips together as she wonders, watching Percy struggle to resist the urge to swipe away the clump of hair that stuck itself to the side of her right cheek. He actually raises his hand in jerky movements and then withdraws like he's thinking better of it, but she sees in real time as he remembers he doesn't have to hold back, so he doesn't, swiping gently at it until it detaches. Annabeth catches the lock of hair before it bounces back into her ponytail and twirls it around her finger thoughtfully. I don't know, she says eventually. It was just a feeling. She tries her best to remember the havoc from the bridge, trying to pinpoint how, exactly, she knew he was being targeted, watched. This feeling that you were in danger. I felt that too. Percy bites his lower lip and then releases it in a way that is so utterly tantalizing that she has to look away. Like this little prickle that something was up, but there's no way I could have reacted in time. He looks at her. You saved my life. She scratches her nose, uncomfortable at the attention. I just did what I had to. There's a part of me that wants to tell you to stop doing that, he admits, dropping his gaze. But you aren't gonna listen, are you? Are you kidding? She gives him a look. Is that what all that shit on the bridge was about? Like the whole macho I'll handle this bullshit. I've got the curse of Achilles now. So that makes me less competent. He squares his jaw. You're more competent than I am, honestly, but you're also more vulnerable to getting hurt. She kind of gets it is the thing, but Percy, there's no way I'm sitting on the sidelines while you throw yourself into every reckless situation just because you think you're invincible now. Because you're not. I mean, I get hurt and I'm out of commission. You get grazed in the wrong spot and you die. She gulps away the lump in her throat. Did it ever occur to you that I don't want you to get hurt either? That it sucks that you're the hero of the prophecy and I don't know what's going to happen. She takes a breath, realizing that her voice is shaking. Percy's looking at her so sadly, and he reaches out and takes her hand. And I'm not holding you back, she says, because I know this is what you have to do, so you need to let me fight too, because frankly it's kind of insulting that you don't think I can handle myself out there. I'm experienced. I'm a veteran just like you. In fact, I'd argue that I'm more experienced, but I don't think you want to go there. I don't mean it like that at all, he rushes to assure her, squeezing her fingers. A shadow passes over his eyes, though, as he admits, I don't want you to think I don't think you're capable, but I just don't want to lose you. I know Authries was infinitely worse for you, but it hurt me too. It hurt all of us that you had to go through that. I think you'll have to trust me, she says, and I'll have to trust you. I mean, in our own ways, we both seem to have a penchant for getting ourselves into tough situations. But the war is bigger than the both of us. We have to do what's best for everyone in the long run. I get that, he says quietly. I do, it just sucks sometimes. Like you said, I don't know what's going to happen. I know there's a bigger picture at play here. But sometimes, when I see you get hurt, It's like tunnel vision, she agrees. Yeah. She laces her fingers through his, looks curiously at how they fit together. Her hand's a little smaller than his, but she likes how it feels. She's other than Piper and her siblings and Thalia and Luke when she was little. She's never really held anyone's hand before, and certainly not in a romantic sense. She likes it, though. She likes holding his hand. She thinks she might like anything as long as it's Percy. It's wonderful and a little scary. Annabeth hadn't really known the depth, the extent of her own feelings, or maybe she'd been pointedly ignoring it. But now, with Percy here next to her, touching her gently, she doesn't think she can give it up. And she wonders how someone who had been tearing into an entire monster army only a few hours ago can be so gentle with her hands. And how powerful really is he? Percy who can cut through armor like butter. Percy who can conjure magic water swords like it's nothing. Percy who can make the earth shake with a single stomp of his foot. Percy who can bend the oceans to his will at the flick of a finger. Percy who appears to need her just as much as she needs him. She swallows. Percy is one of the most powerful demigods of their age, and the way he looks at her, the way he holds her, it makes Annabeth feel powerful too. It's weird though, he says thoughtfully, using his other hand to prop up his chin. When I was in the sticks, I had this weird vision of a lot of people at first, but then you. I was in this lake. I called you over, she recalls, sitting up a little. You were drowning. I asked you to take my hand. Yeah, Percy says, eyes blowing wide. What, you had it too? It was like I couldn't control myself, she explains. But I saw it all. It was so bizarre. I woke up so confused. Did you feel that? Pull, he completes, nodding enthusiastically. Yeah, what was that? You're the expert. I thought you'd know. Nico told me before I jumped, Percy responds, to think of my mortal tether. I might have heard Poseidon too. What? I'll tell you later, he swears, lips twitching. But before I jumped, I thought of my mom at first, but maybe. Your mortal tether? Annabeth's never heard of it before, and so she files the phrase away in her brain for later. You're saying that's me. It would maybe explain why you knew I was gonna get hit, Percy says, how you knew I was in danger. And how even after MT St. Helens, I knew you were alive. She thinks back to the day of how sure she'd been. It hadn't just been blind faith that he would return. It had been a very real feeling, a bizarre kind of surety. And how I knew you were alive on Authries, Percy agrees. The expression on his face is caught between elation and confusion, which she gets because it's a lot. Like she's always known there was a bond between them that she couldn't quite explain, but their link actually having a purpose feels a little unreal. Well, shit, she says without really thinking. Already she's wondering if this is a permanent thing, if she's going to get an alert, like an alarm clock, every time Percy sticks his nose in the wrong place. Will she know only when she's close by, or does distance not factor in this? If he dies, what happens to her? If she dies, what happens to him? Percy must sense she's overthinking. No pressure. She hits him in the arm. Stop, now I'm going to be worrying constantly. Yeah, well, I think the feeling's mutual, he says, extricating his hand from her so he can lean back against the headboard. Annabeth shifts to join him and places one leg on top of his just so they can keep touching. His hand comes to rest on her knee and it feels so nice and also frustrating if she really thinks about it because they could have been doing this for ages. Suddenly she understands why Jason and Piper used to be touching all the time. It's great, Annabeth thinks. Super fun. So, she says after a minute or so of silence, what is this? What are we? How teen rom-com of them? She understands it's hard to put a label on it since the war. Percy's birthday is in less than 4 days. She doesn't want to be that person, but she's a planner at heart and she likes knowing what she's getting into. She likes to have some assurance about what she's getting into before she does something totally stupid and impulsive, like asking him to marry her or something else as drastic. Which, if he keeps looking at her like that, she's going to fucking propose, she just knows it. Percy looks like he's thinking about her question just as seriously. With a pang of sympathy, she figures that it must be just as hard for him to make any promises to her, because his fate is chained to the prophecy. She thinks about the confession of love they hadn't quite managed to get out into the open, and deep inside she knows why they haven't said it. Something like that is supposed to be a beginning for them, not an end, and with the prophecy looming before them like a thundercloud, they can't afford to take that chance. Finally, he sighs, brings up his hand to her cheek and kisses her, soft and sweet. When he withdraws, he is smiling. Well, he says, I think I'd classify this as a detour, wouldn't you? After the meeting is done, brunch is eaten, and most of them are finding comfortable places to nap until they begin their march to New York in a few hours. Hazel joins Frank at the fireplace and sits down next to him with a sigh. Raina sits across from them, stoking the flames with her sword, even though it's unnecessary. The fire is magic, after all, and now it glows an uneasy green that perfectly reflects the confusion of this whole day. Frank's still not speaking to her after the meeting, so Hazel directs her attention to the praetor. Are you sure about this? She asks tentatively. Traveling that deep underground with us, it's not going to be a picnic by any means. What does a leader do if not lead by example? Raina gives her a tight-lipped smile. Don't worry, Hazel, this is the split that makes the most sense. Grover needs to travel via one and he won't part with the fleece. We cannot have the fleece and the eagle in the same place, it'll basically broadcast our position to Chronos' forces. Therefore, the Standard must travel underground with you and Nico. Octavian will never rest with the Standard at the mercy of, or, well, in the hands of 2 demigods who are capable of burying us all alive. Therefore, it makes the most sense that I travel with you, to make sure the eagle and we all remain intact. We aren't going to bury you all alive, says Hazel, offended. But you could, Raina points out, and that's enough for Octavian, and I'm tired of arguing with him for one, but he's got a point. Just because I trust you doesn't mean the rest of New Rome does. Me putting my trust in you will go a long way with the Legion. She glances at Frank's brooding profile, as will Frank traveling via Bunker 1 with the other half of the army. With Octavian, Frank bursts out as though he'd been waiting for the opportunity. You're both leaving me with Octavian. I resent the exclusion, says Grover cheerfully, coming up from behind them and plopping down on Hazel's other side with an enormous sigh. Do I not count? Is it because I'm a satyr? You know that's not what I mean, Frank says moodily. Octavian's, he's got it out for me. He does not, says Raina, but she's hiding a smile. Does too, Frank protests, and this time he doesn't move away when Hazel reaches for his hand. He goes out of his way to belittle me in front of the Legion, acts like I dumped you guys on purpose, which I didn't. It's just that I found Hazel and I couldn't leave her alone. He looks frustrated as he turns to her. We were lost in that forest for a while before we decided to move on. And maybe that doesn't make me a Roman anymore, but it doesn't make me a traitor. Octavian isn't saying you're a traitor, Raina says gently. The ends of her dark hair turn as gold as the eagle resting at Hazel's feet in the light of the fire. But you're right, he is hard on you, but I assure you it's coming from more of a genuine place than you might think. She folds her fingers over her lap. Frank, your mother was a leader of the Legion. I know that, he says, frustrated. I know I'm not as good as her, is that what this is all about? She had a lot of influence, she continues, raising a placating hand. She was a leader of the Legacy Army, gave up her life to save us all, she gave us a chance to escape. You know what that means for us, don't you? It's partly because of your mother that we're still alive at all. She sounds grave as she says this. You being her son means you have some big shoes to fill. She was well respected, well liked, and now she's a war hero. You're her son, and you're a son of Mars and a legacy of Neptune. You're blessed with an ancient power not seen in an age. There's a lot of people waiting to see what you're capable of, me included. She shrugs. Octavian's being a dick to you, I know that, but it's just because he's waiting for you to fail. She hesitates. I think you'll prove him wrong, I want you to. She considers him for a long moment. I understand that it's a lot of pressure. Yeah, no shit, says Frank shakily. He looks worse than he did before and doesn't protest this time when Hazel shuffles closer to bump her shoulder against his side. Raina, I've been missing for years. You can't possibly think your entire army is just gonna accept me with open arms. You went missing and came back with the Legion's standard, Reyna corrects. We place great value in heroism and loyalty. You've displayed both. Reyna, Frank stresses. His brows have come together in the middle of his forehead, forming a thick, bushy caterpillar. Hazel has to resist the urge to reach out and smoothen the wrinkles on his temple. This isn't going to work, and I don't want to be away from Hazel. I'll be fine, Hazel says, affronted. Frank ignores her, turning back to Reyna. Look, we've been traveling together for ages now. We have each other's backs. You can't just rip us apart. It's not even for a whole day, Hazel protests. I'll see you in New York soon enough. But what if? Frank holds his tongue, but she can see the rest of his question plastered plainly across his face. But what if you get a flashback and can't get out of it? What if something happens and I'm not there to help? All valid questions, but right now Hazel's so infuriated at Frank's lack of faith in her that she doesn't care. I'll have Nico, she says tightly. But, do you not trust me to take care of myself? She says sharply, and Frank shuts up. Like his jaw makes a clicking sound, that's how fast he closes his mouth, which is when Hazel notes the silence around them, the way most people get when they're pretending to sleep and actually eavesdropping on the important conversation happening at the fireplace. She ignores the impressed look on Reyna's face in favor of burying her face in her hands. She hates making a scene. Okay, Reyna says, sounding mildly amused. Hazel can tell by the swishing of fabric that she stood up, where she continues. I already explained my logic on the matter, but if you guys want to talk and come to me with a better plan, have at it. She whistles, and Hazel hears the metallic creaks of what must be her metallic dogs coming to heel. Get some rest before the march. With that, she's gone, and Hazel and Frank are left alone. Frank doesn't offer a word as she leads him down a winding path until they reach a private little alcove. Here she turns on him, slowing the hurt to show on her face. Do you really trust me that little? Of course I trust you, don't be stupid, Frank says at once, as though he's been waiting to have this fight. But what if something happens, Hazel? What if you have a flashback and can't get out of it? I'm not stupid. I know that you haven't had a whole night's worth of sleep until last night. This is wrong, but she isn't going to contest it. And like I said, I'll have Nico. I know you're only concerned, but you don't need to undermine my abilities in front of the damn Praetor, Frank. Everyone's already looking at me like I'm gonna blow. Only because you told them who you were. I didn't see another choice, Hazel grits out, frustrated. Besides, what's the point of hiding it anymore? If we need the Romans to trust us, I don't think keeping my parentage secret matters anymore. If the Titans find out, Frank begins heatedly, but Hazel cuts him off. The Titans probably know about me anyway. They knew about Jason, they know about Percy. Nico was literally in the room with the coffin and helped them get away. I don't think concealing the fact that I'm a daughter of Pluto is going to help anyone here. Help anyone here? Hazel, Frank steps forward, eyes wide. You do realize that when it was just us, and only me helping you with this secret? Yeah, it was only you all this time, so I thought you'd be happy to finally not have to be the only one to bear it anymore. Hazel throws both hands in the air as another possibility, an ugly one, roots in her chest. Or, is that the problem, the fact that you're not the only one anymore? I'm not jealous, Frank yells. I just don't want, What? I don't want you to die, he says loudly. Gods, is that a crime now, to not want someone you love to die because the Titans decide to wipe out the entire Big Three lineage to avoid a chance of resurgence like last time, because I couldn't be there to protect you? She's so thrown off by this that she can't muster up a reply in time. Frank leans heavily against the wall of the cave with a deep sigh. If something happened to you while I was forced to be away, he says lowly, I'd never forgive myself. It's like Reyna said about my mother. I don't think that was the point she was trying to make, Hazel says. The point was that you're capable of so much greatness, Varys said. I don't care what Varys said, he was clearly out of his damn mind. And from Reyna, well, what I got was that my mom died being a hero, and I was far away with little chance to do anything, he says, eyes screwed shut. And Reyna, now she wants me to step in my mom's shoes, be a hero and all that. I don't want to, I don't. Frank, Hazel says. She slides down the wall next to him and pats the ground beside her until he does the same. She means well, you know she does. I don't care about all that, he says, shaking his head. I don't care about the Romans and the war and any of that. I wish I was back in the woods with you, just like old times, before all the fighting and all the prophecies and the flashbacks. He sniffles. I wish I could go back. You can't, Hazel says heavily, watching dust particles in the air slowly settle downwards. We can't, Frank, no matter how much we wish for it. At this, he lifts his head. You wish for that too. To get away from the flashbacks, anything. Hazel remembers the glorious few months in Frank's company, when they'd just been living from town to town, sleeping in the woods in each other's arms before the war and the prophecy in any of it. We had some good times. Frank chuckles, remember the first time you had a churro. I'd give anything to experience that again, she says fervently, and winds her arm through his when he smiles. Look, I don't want to be away from you any longer than I have to, she says truthfully, but we have to do this. It's just for a while, and like Raina said, it really is our best course of action. I know you said you don't care what the Romans think of you, but I think you're capable of greatness. She plows on past his protests. Remember how Varys just listened to you. I just caught him off guard, Frank responds, even though he sounds unsure. He responded to something in you, inside you. Hazel pokes him in the chest. Frank, he saw what I saw, and what I think Raina's beginning to see, too. You've got everything in you to be a really great leader, even more than your mom. Hazel. Just trust me, she says. This one trip, this one little stint, and then I promise I'm not leaving you. You'll have to bury me alive if you want to get rid of me. Don't joke about that, Frank warns, but he cracks a smile when Hazel pokes him again, this time in the cheek. Okay, stop. She stops, but then places her lips on his nose where her finger had been. Thank you. Just one promise, though, he says. Sure. Don't go be a hero, he says. Hazel opens her mouth to argue, but he shakes his head. At least not now. Look, I know you're brave and smart and tough as nails, but I also know there's a part of you that wants to prove yourself. I'm just saying, don't stick your nose into danger unless you have to. And the flashbacks. She tenses. What about them? I know you have Nico, he says, but just be careful. He heaves a large sigh. It's not long until this will all be over soon. If we could get some god to, I dunno, get rid of the flashbacks forever. Frank, she says gently, even as her heart races, you don't know if that's even possible. Well, it's worth an ask, he argues, if someone can cure you. It's not a sickness. Well, it's consuming you, and it's getting worse, Frank says harshly. His eyes rake over her, and suddenly she feels as though she's in nothing but a hospital gown, hooked up to machines that show the world just how frail she really is. She wonders how she looks, if her skin looks as dry as it feels, and if her hair's gone to hell and her eyes are bloodshot. She certainly feels tired all the time, and she's sure it's showing on her face and body. It makes her feel ugly and self-conscious, and she shrinks in on herself a little. I didn't think of it like that. A sickness, something that she didn't have at first, then took a hold of her and latched on tight. And Frank is right, it's getting worse. These days it's unbearable, so much so that it's an effort to come out of it. I didn't mean to say that you're sick or incapable because of it, Frank says uncomfortably, but I don't know how else to describe the flashbacks. He shakes his head. I just want you to be okay. I will be, says Hazel, though she feels a chill run down her spine as she says it. I promise. And Frank clasps her hand and raises it to his lips, but all the while Hazel's heart is pounding. The dirt path they're sat in doesn't swallow her up whole, even though she's acutely aware of every particle that makes contact with her skin. What comes from the earth must return to it. If she's right about this. Don't worry, she murmurs. Like you said, it'll all be over soon anyway. Around 4:30 in the evening, according to the wall clock across from them, is when they get the call. Percy and Annabeth are still in bed, legs tangled together as they talk and laugh like old times. Only now their chats come with the added benefit of being able to kiss each other whenever they want, which is, in Percy's opinion, a bonus of the best kind. They've both figured out pretty quickly that kissing is an optimal and extremely effective way to get each other to shut up, and honestly he's having the time of his life getting Annabeth to stop talking whenever the conversation veers into more serious territory. For her part, she doesn't seem to mind. Right now, she's got her arms circled firmly around his waist. Percy wants nothing more than to pull her into him and squeeze her until they both can't breathe, but yeah. They really shouldn't be popping her stitches. This place feels like a sanctuary, separate from the real world, like a bubble where they can afford to be stupid and sappy and in love, even though neither of them have actually said it. He gets why. With the prophecy's true nature still up in the air, it's hard to make a promise they'll be sure they can actually keep. But he can see it in her eyes, in the way she kisses him and the way she holds his hand like she's loath to let go. He's sure she sees it too, and that will have to be enough for now. He's happy, he's so happy, man. I still can't believe you remember the letter, he says, dropping a quick kiss to her forehead. I'm going to burn it, Annabeth murmurs back. She flicks her eyes up to meet his and lightly brushes her fingers against a minor scar on his temple. I hate that thing. You hate memorized it. Sure did. She lifts her chin in a way that he's learning means she wants a kiss, and so he obliges at once. If you told him that Annabeth would be the sap between them, Percy would have laughed and called you a liar. But here's the evidence in black and white, and he loves it. It means she's happy, too. Maybe we, she begins to say, but is cut off by the sound of small beeps chiming from both their pockets, and Percy's heart drops to the floor. Annabeth makes a tiny sound of frustration, closing her eyes as though hoping she can ignore it. But when the beeping persists and Percy doesn't move, she takes one hand from where it rests on Percy's chest and withdraws her Archimedes sphere. Piper's voice fills the room when she presses the button. Hey Annabeth, I hope you found Percy, because he's not back yet, just calling to let you know that Prometheus sent another message for a white flag meeting that convenes in half an hour. Leo and I are going over there, but having you and Percy, if you're with him, is what I'm sure he really wants. Meet us at that Indian place on First Ave in 30 minutes. If you're taking a break, I'm sorry I woke you, but yeah, see you there. The message stops and the sphere blinks once before powering down. Annabeth puts it back into her pocket mutely, without looking at him. The devastation written across her face can just mean one thing. Their bubble has burst. I wonder what he wants, Percy says finally, when Annabeth doesn't speak. Can't be anything good. Maybe he sensed that I was about to give up the fucking jar and wants to tempt me again. Yeah, she says quietly. Hey, he says, voice low and soothing. You good? Yeah, she swallows, but still refuses to meet his eyes, like one look will make her explode. I thought we had more time, you know, even if it was just an hour, even if it was just 20 minutes. He places a hand on her hip and rubs a shaky circle there. Yeah. It sucks, she says miserably, as though unable to stop herself. The one time I get close to building something real, something permanent. I'm not going anywhere, he promises. We don't know that, she replies, almost angrily. I mean, I'll do my best, he amends, tracing another mindless pattern into her skin. I can promise you that, armor always on. No more jumping into things without thinking. No more making stupid deals with titans. I'm going to do my best to stay alive. I swear it, Annabeth. Okay, she says. She knows just how seriously he takes his oaths, and he intends to never break this one. Her nose is red. Okay. They lie where they are for a couple more minutes before Percy finally figures that their time is well and truly up. He moves to stand, mutters, I guess we should get going, but something holds him back. He turns to see Annabeth's fingers wrapped tightly around his sleeve, fisting through the fabric. It's a tiny gesture, but somehow it feels so innocent somehow, like something a child would do, and oddly it brings tears to his eyes. 5 more minutes, she whispers, which is so unlike her that it makes them both smile. He swipes his tears away with a disgusting-sounding sniff, and she snorts in response, although it sounds wet through her own tears. It's somehow nice, even though it's so sad, to see that she's just as affected as he is, that she wants this just as much. So Percy settles back down, placing his arm right back around her where it belongs. 5 more minutes. Saying goodbye never gets easy. Hazel lingers as the rest of their half of the army plunges into the dark, holding Frank's hand. She doesn't care that Octavian stands right behind them, the spear in his hands. She hates the sight of it with him, away from her or Frank, but there's nothing she can do about it. Raina consults with Octavian and a couple of other senators, and Hazel uses her presence as an excuse to stall. As much as she'd criticized Frank for making a big deal out of them taking different routes, now there's something awfully like guilt eating away at her insides. The truth is, she doesn't want to be away from Frank either. She doesn't want to know what might happen without him. Too soon, Raina is breaking away from the circle of her advisors and making her way to the tunnel entrance, which is a narrow one, sloping downward. It looks dubious at best, but Raina shows no signs of fear or even nervousness. Her metallic dogs circle her feet and sidle up to Hazel as though hoping for a treat. Ready? Raina asks. She eyes their entwined hands. As I'll ever be, Hazel extracts herself from Frank with some difficulty and turns to him, stepping forward on her toes to kiss his cheek. I'll see you soon. See you, Frank's voice is ragged. Remember what I said. I'll stay safe, Hazel promises. I should hope so, daughter of Pluto, Octavian sniffs haughtily. Keep our praetor in one piece, will you? Octavian, shut up, Raina says pleasantly, but Hazel keeps her eyes on Frank, trying her best to let him know that she means what she says. No going and being the hero, at least not right now. He nods just once, though she can tell he doesn't quite believe her, and turns to Octavian. Shouldn't we get going too? Don't tell me what to do, the augur blusters back. and with a roll of his eyes Frank turns his back to her and calls for Grover, Octavian tailing him and attempting to override his instructions. Raina and Hazel exchange a look. "Well, now or never," she says, and together they pitch into the gloom. Leo waves at Percy and Annabeth as they round the corner. Percy raises his hand in acknowledgement and they jog over. Leo sees Annabeth's eyes pass quickly over the sky, where Leo knows she must see the white flag curling lazily in the breeze. "Hey," she says, taking a deep breath as the two of them stop in front of him. "Thanks for letting us know about this. It's pretty shit timing, though." "It was," Leo agrees. "I was taking a nap when the message came in." He withdraws the letter from his pocket and unfurls it, handing it over to Annabeth, who scans it quickly, a frown pulling at her lips. "What were you guys doing?" Leo asks Percy, who looks stricken, like he hadn't expected the question. "Oh," he says. "We were just catching up," Annabeth says, passing the note back to Leo and giving Percy a significant look. Leo shrugs, figuring that a talk between them has been long overdue. The energy around them feels way better than before anyway, which can't be anything but a good thing. Piper, though, takes 3 long, slow blinks at them before a grin breaks out on her face. "Really, Annabeth?" she laughs, pointing at her face, though Leo still can't see anything on it. Now, in the middle of the war, and suddenly Percy and Annabeth are no longer present, and there are 2 suspicious-looking Percy and Annabeth-shaped tomatoes in their place. And Leo really looks at the mess of their hair that can't be just from their fly over on Pegasus, and Annabeth's rosy red lips, and the way Percy can't stop smiling, and it finally hits him. "Oh my God, you fucked," he says in disbelief and wonder, and Annabeth steps forward to whack him across the head, even as Percy and Piper burst into laughter behind her. "Nothing happened," she squeaks, and Percy amends, "Nothing much happened." So Annabeth punches him in the shoulder too, making a face at him when he scowls at her in a way that is so fond it makes Leo feel as though he's intruding on something private. There is a literal titan waiting for us," she hisses, gesturing to where Prometheus and his party stand, waiting patiently for them. "Hold it together." "You're telling us that," Piper says in disbelief. "You're telling us to hold it together when you guys couldn't keep it in your pants for 2 seconds. "I swear to all the gods that we didn't have sex," Annabeth stresses again. This time Percy takes pity on her and adds, "She's right." Piper gazes at them, eyes narrowed, and Leo just grins at Percy, who winks shamelessly as he steps to Annabeth's side. Leo thinks he kind of belongs there. Piper's still waggling her eyebrows at Annabeth, who is vehemently denying each increasingly dirty allegation Piper comes up with, and Percy stays silent, almost atypically so, just watching Annabeth argue with adoration in his green eyes. Leo realizes too late just how tired he looks, limbs soft with exhaustion and his body hunched over as though too worn to stay fully upright. At some point Annabeth notices, or maybe she noticed long before Leo did, and she leans against him in a way that looks nearly accidental, had he not been watching carefully. Percy startles and looks at her, and she glances back at him, flashing a small smile, and something passes between them that neither Piper nor Leo can understand. "You," Piper says, sounding delighted, "you two are disgusting." "Thanks," Percy says, sounding way too pleased about this. "Please stop," Annabeth says, looking and sounding mortified. "Look, can we just focus now? Did you guys bring extra ammo?" "Oh, thank you." She takes out her own, strapping it neatly around herself with deft little flicks of her fingers, and accepts the spare knife she'd asked Leo to bring with a little smile. She holds it out, testing the balance. Leo and Piper exchange a look at this, because Annabeth's been attached to the hip, literally, to her old dagger since as long as Leo can remember, and although he doesn't know the entire backstory, one simply needs to read Luke's name inscribed into the hilt to put the pieces together. Leo briefly wonders where it is before Piper elbows him subtly and directs her gaze to Percy's own sheath, which now holds the unmistakable shape of Annabeth's old dagger. He raises his brows. Wow, something must have happened there, but Annabeth doesn't comment on it. She straps the new weapon cleanly to her belt and then sighs at Percy, who's struggling with his own armor. Come to think of it, Leo's rarely seen Percy in armor. It had struck him as odd when Annabeth had specially requested them to pack an extra set for him, but Leo isn't going to be the one to ask why, especially not now that Percy is T-posing comically as Annabeth fixes his straps, both of them rolling their eyes and fake grumbling affectionately at each other like an old married couple. Insufferable is all he can think to say. Like really, you're worse than Hazel and Frank, Silena and Beckendorf, and Piper and Jason combined. We are not, Annabeth snaps at him, sounding appalled at the very thought, as she should. She and Leo have had many a conversation about all the PDA they've seen around 9 over the years. They have made deals, real actual promises to each other that they wouldn't be like that, so Leo thinks he's absolutely justified in calling her a damn traitor. I am not, she says incredulously. We haven't, it's not like we're kissing in front of you guys or something. No, Leo says gravely, but somehow this is worse. We could kiss, Percy shrugs. I volunteer. No kissing, Annabeth hisses, shoving Percy's arm down as he tries to raise it like he's voting. Please, can we just, this is not the time to be discussing private matters. Private matters, Piper scoffs. Just say you broke into some rando's house and fucked. Again, Annabeth says through gritted teeth, we did not have sex. And it was my house, actually, Percy adds, with an air of the shameless and proud. Annabeth groans. That's cute, Piper offers. I think it went great, Percy agrees, even though she yelled at me just because I was concerned about her. Deservedly so, Annabeth says at once. I'm not arguing that. Good, Annabeth's tone is severe, but Leo can see that she's trying very hard not to smile. Insufferable, he says again. Annabeth splutters, Leo grins and holds up his hands, deciding to let her off the hook for a while. Even Percy pats her lightly on the back and moves away like, okay, I had my fun, but I'm stopping now. Piper looks like she still wants details, but shrugs and takes a step back. Leo nudges her in the side with his elbow. Now that the excitement has died down, she does look a little worn and sad. You good? She nods. I can't lie, seeing them together does make me miss Jason a little more, but I'm happy for them. I mean, it's about time. Yeah, Leo watches Annabeth hiss something about the importance of armor as Percy complains about wearing it. They both glare at each other, but there's an undercurrent of affection there that's impossible to miss. Usually Leo would feel lonely at the sight of this kind of love, so blatantly given and received, but maybe it's because of the monologue Piper drunkenly delivered to him 2 nights ago, because he feels okay, not quite so isolated and unloved anymore. Okay, Annabeth rubs her cheeks as though that'll help her get rid of the blush. Did Prometheus say anything about why he wants to talk to us again? Nothing, Piper says, fiddling with Catoptris. But maybe, after the whole Elpis thing today, she glances pointedly at Percy, who shrinks back guiltily. He wants to give Percy another chance to surrender. Don't you dare even think about it, Annabeth says at once, whirling on the poor dude. I won't, he says, then, I swear, when both girls look at him like they're sure he's lying. Don't believe a word Prometheus says, Piper says, her lips curling into something like a snarl. Everything he does and says comes with an ulterior motive. He's vile, Percy, I wish, she trails off. I saw him on Othries the day when Jason died. He came to get Creo's body and I let him. Percy and Annabeth startle at this information, but Leo doesn't, since Piper had told him everything the day she'd taken him to see Jason's grave. I wish I'd stabbed him, Piper says viciously. Bastard, the way he acts like he knows everything. Percy, he is the worst, Annabeth agrees in a low voice, her eyes clouded. She grasps his arm and squeezes. Remember what Hazel told us. Leo's ears perk up at this, since he doesn't know anything about Hazel and Prometheus, and hearing her name reminds him that misses having her and Frank around. None of their spheres seem to be picking up incoming messages, since there hasn't been any communication from Reyna, either not since they reached New York at least, and the deadly silence from their allies scares him. He knows Frank and Hazel were in Alaska at one point, but where are they now? Are they even alive? If something happened to Frank's firewood. I remember, says Percy, lips flattened into a serious line. I've never met him before the last time, but yeah, it was like he knew all my fears. His charm speak is unlike anything you've ever encountered, Piper replies severely. The first war he was like this voice in your head telling Jason to give up. It's like me times 1,000, times 10,000. She pauses, disapproving. It's worse because the way he says things, the way he persuades you to do things, it's like he gives you a choice. And when you do what he's telling you to, because of course you will, you'll feel okay about it, because he gives you the illusion of free will. She grits her teeth. Leo shudders. He doesn't like to remember the first war. In fact, a lot of it was a total blur. He and Piper were still fairly new to the bunkers, and he wasn't really too close to Annabeth back then, since she and Thalia and Luke were pretty much this golden Orridy untouchable trio. Leo spent most of the First War repairing Daedalus automatons, which was a task without the spheres and the experience he has now. He wasn't often on the front lines, since his experience in battle was poor, but he does remember seeing Jason fight Creos. Seeing Jason get stabbed in the back because Prometheus encouraged him to turn around. Asshole, he says. Don't listen to him, Percy, Annabeth implores, her gray eyes wide and pleading. I know that what he said last time, giving yourself up for the chance to save us, I know how that might sound like a good option for you, but there's always a catch. Don't believe for a second there's even a grain of truth coming out of his mouth. Got it, Percy says. He looks nervous, but he clenches his jaw tightly. Leo understands the anxiety there. They can all put up a strong front, but Prometheus somehow seems to see right through them no matter how hard they try to hide their weaknesses. The Titan seems to have hit the nail on the head with Percy last time, and now they're walking right into another possible trap. With how Percy had wavered only hours beforehand, yeah, it's scary. Piper nods, crossing her arms tightly across her chest, but Annabeth stares at him with narrow eyes like she's trying to see something the rest of them can't. Percy gazes at her steadily, his green eyes glimmering oddly in the light of the slowly setting sun. Discreetly, Leo checks his watch. I'm sick of this whole week already, Annabeth declares, stepping ahead at last and fixing her gaze on the large white flag whipping in the wind. Come on, let's get this over with. Prometheus claps when they arrive. Dick, Annabeth thinks vehemently. Next to her, Piper makes a tiny snarling noise. Leo moves a little bit closer, placing a hand on her back. Welcome again, Prometheus says, with all the grace and magnanimity of the host of an upscale dinner party. Daughter of Aphrodite, daughter of Athena, son of Hephaestus, son of Poseidon. He nods at each of them in turn. Lovely. I must congratulate you on a battle well fought yesterday. Truly, you all displayed a strength far beyond any of us imagined. His eyes flick quickly at the gash in Annabeth's side, and she resists the urge to hug herself. Prometheus has always had this knack for giving the impression that he knows far more than he should, and it's fucking unnerving, even though she's been told many times that her own gaze has a similar effect on people. Cut the crap, she says bluntly. Why did you call us again? Our answer hasn't changed in the slightest. Prometheus sighs, like her answer pains him. I did call this meeting to give you a final chance to surrender, he says, almost apologetic, smiling when Leo visibly bristles. It would be best, daughter of Athena. You have no idea, even with all your wits, of what is to come. I fear that without your allies, you stand no chance at all. The Romans, Annabeth's head spins. It's true that they haven't heard a peep out of them, or even Frank and Hazel, for a while now. Last she'd heard, Reyna and her troops had been on the way, but too much time has passed since their last communication. She grits her teeth. A reaction is what the Titan wants. She can't give it to him, even if it's true that their only allies are captured or dead. We're doing just fine, she says after a minute too long of hesitation. Our troops are raring to go, and honestly, stop acting like you give a shit. You're just here to mess with our heads, and the only reason we're here is because we care about the rules of war, which you flouted without care yesterday. We shouldn't even entertain you after the shit you pulled. The Titan says, touching his scarred chin with the tip of a finger as though deep in thought. Well, I got the impression that some of you, or at least one, wanted to surrender quite strongly in recent times. He lets his eyes linger on Percy, who to his credit doesn't bat an eyelid. In fact, his stare goes all heavy and wolf-like, almost like he's daring Prometheus to provoke him. It's hot as hell. She turns away. A pity, Prometheus says finally, evidently discerning that Percy isn't going to budge, thank the gods. When I saw yesterday that the jar was missing, I did hope that you would make the wise choice. Again, he seems to stress that last part in her direction, and she clenches her teeth. I did think you would have more heart than this, after all. Even I am opposed to such senseless slaughter. Annabeth immediately pinches Percy discreetly in the back, sensing somehow that he might break. On his other side, Leo's vibrating with barely concealed rage. We aren't idiots, Prometheus, Annabeth informs the Titan after taking a minute to shove down her own anger. This senseless slaughter you speak of would go on even if we decided to surrender, and you might want to check on your own army. Last I checked, we wiped out 3 whole battalions of them last night, even though you attacked early. She raises her chin in triumph. My dear, he says, as though surprised at her coherence, yesterday was merely a taste of what is to come. Surely you must know that, he smiles, a sick twist of his lips. We went easy on you, and don't think your own flouting of the rules went unnoticed. Annabeth feels color flood her cheeks, so her and Percy's venturing into the city was documented after all. What do you think, daughter of Athena? He continues. In keeping with the trend, aha, he stops, raising both hands like the conductor of an orchestra, as a great, distant roar echoes from beyond them, a sound so fear-inducing that it sets flock after flock of birds into the sky. Annabeth feels her bones rattle within her. She can barely gather the wherewithal to withdraw her dagger. It's early again, you snake, that's not fair. So, he surveys her with a look almost pitying. If you aren't accepting my offer, if you're so willing to give up the lives of your people, you'll have to face the consequences. He purses his lips, shaking his head as though disappointed. Life's unfair, Annabeth Chase. It's time you learned that the hard way. Bastard, Piper leaps forward, but Prometheus vanishes in a swirl of mist, appearing several feet away with an awful smile dancing across his eyes. Ah, she's got her spine back, he taunts. I was wondering if you'd left all your metal back on Othries, daughter of Aphrodite. Annabeth literally sees Piper boil over. She withdraws Catoptris and sprints for the Titan, slashing wildly even as he turns to smoke again. Piper follows the cloud, screaming curses, and Leo barks a warning broadcast into his sphere before following her. "I've got her," he yells at Annabeth before he vanishes around the next corner. "You go get whatever that is." Which had been Annabeth's intention, of course, but suddenly Percy's sphere beeps and Jake's voice rings out of it. "Percy, there's something attacking from the river. We need you now." All her hopes of him never leaving her sight die on the spot. She stares at him, mute. And Percy stares back, swallowing a huge mouthful of saliva that had been building in his throat during Prometheus' sickening speech. "I guess I have to go," he says lamely. He isn't sure what to do. Hug her. Yeah, right. He's sure that if he makes contact with her, he will probably never let her go again. "Hey," Annabeth's finger snags on the end of his shirt as he turns to leave. "Don't get into any trouble, okay?" "I'll do my best to get out of all of the trouble I will inevitably get into," he says, trying for a smile and raising his hand as though taking an oath, but Annabeth catches it and presses both their hands to her chest. Percy's own heart quickens as he feels the steady thump of hers, a rhythm he would do anything to keep going. When she raises her gaze to meet his in the middle, Percy is stunned by the emotion there. He maybe shouldn't be. They had spent a good portion of the day attached by the lips and spilling their hearts out to each other, but there's a big part of him that still doesn't really believe she wants him back, that she's on the same page as him. Once they were out of their bubble, he'd assumed things would be business as usual, and they had been for a while. She'd strapped on his armor like a fretful mother, but this. The way she's looking at him now, holding him like he's something precious. It's like he's back in the bubble again, and he really, really doesn't want to break it this time. A roar from afar, Annabeth's eyes flutter shut. "I hate this," she says bitterly. "Me too." He presses his other hand on top of both of theirs so that their fingers tangle between them, knots of rope too thick to ever be separated. "I wish we didn't have to go." "But we do," she says heavily, words curling off the edge of a sigh. "We do," he agrees. He wants to kiss her again, so badly that it's opening a crevice in his chest and his body is screaming to not have to let go. But it's dangerous. The longer he lingers, the more he wants to stay. They'll have time, he thinks, as they both drop their hands and step away from each other. They'll have time when this is all over. "Stay alive," she says. "Promise." "I'm holding you to it," she murmurs, eyes crinkling slightly. "I wouldn't expect anything else," he admits. There is no goodbye, not even a see you, as is the bunker way. Percy activates his sphere and Annabeth unsheathes her knife. She fixes him with a look of scrutiny, which Percy always used to think was super intimidating to her. Now he realizes that she's committing every inch of him to memory, like she might never see him again, and it makes his spine want to wilt. He takes one last good look at her, her hair caught in the wind, remnants of her bandages trailing from underneath her shirt. Eyes filled with a dark fury, every muscle in her body lined with unmistakable strength. He loves her. He wants to tell her so, but 2 days. He can wait 2 days before he holds her tight and never lets her go ever again. An intake of breath, a last hug, a look between them that speaks of a promise, and as one, they turn around and sprint in opposite directions. The fire is warm. Hazel, Reyna, and a handful of other Romans ring the flames, stoking the fire without speaking. Hazel would choke it up to nervousness at hers and Nico's presences, but she can see the exhaustion in their faces. They've been walking for what feels like hours, with no clue how much time has passed in the world above. With Hazel's luck, she's half sure that the war is over and they'll open their path up to a world ruled by the Titans. She shakes herself. She shouldn't be thinking negatively. The Romans are very efficient. They'd set up a fire and laid out sleeping bags and tents in record speed, and even now most of them are totally passed out. Hazel's tired too, but Nico looks like he's fast asleep in the sleeping bag he'd dragged over to a corner, and she feels like she needs to stay awake to drag him out of a flashback if the need arises. Besides, she's pretty sure that she'll slip into a flashback if she closes her eyes, and she doesn't want to expose that part of her life to a bunch of strangers. Thank you very much. Reyna shifts next to her and murmurs, "You good?" Somewhat, Hazel shrugs. She eyes the 2 dogs, Aurum and Argentum, who are curled up at Reyna's feet, eyes wide open and fixed on the Praetor's face. Hazel stretches her legs gingerly, half expecting one of the dogs to snap at her toes, but instead Aurum just rests his golden head on her feet. She startles, then relaxes. Reyna is smiling. "You know, that's how I figured out you were a daughter of Pluto." She gestures at the dogs. They're usually super suspicious of anyone new, but they took to you immediately. I figured you were either extremely suspicious or they could sense your affinity for precious metal. So that's why you weren't surprised when I proclaimed my identity in front of everyone, Hazel says with dawning comprehension. I did wonder. Raina looks around them to see if anyone's listening. I don't blame you for not telling, but I'm glad you did, she replies in a low tone. That took guts. It was a really impulsive decision, Hazel admits. Not anything I'm used to. For a long time, it was only Frank who knew. Frank, she thinks wistfully. She wonders if he's okay, if the standard is still safe, if he hasn't lost his mind to Octavian's yammering yet. If she closes her eyes and concentrates, Hazel thinks she can sense the power of the eagle still, however far away it might be. You know, Hazel says conversationally, while your explanation for why he should travel with the larger army makes sense, there are other ways you could have forced him to step up. She eyes Raina. You wanted to make sure him and I weren't in the same group, but you also wanted to make sure you and him weren't either. Why? I've been found out, Raina smiles. Well, to put it lightly, I think the legions become pretty dependent and pretty used to me calling the shots. But praetors come in pairs, and I needed them, specifically Octavian and some of the other senators, to see potential in someone else without me around as backup. Frank's a good choice. His mom's well-respected, even today, and as a son of Mars, he's got the brains and the skills. She shrugs. And this way, I get to find out what you think without Frank protesting my every word. 2 birds, 1 stone. That makes sense, Hazel admits, impressed. I approve. So what do you think? Raina's eyes are like a hawk's. You're his girlfriend and have spent more time with him than anyone else. Do you think I'm making the right choice? I do, Hazel says easily. I think Frank could be a great leader if he tried. There's just some mental block there. Maybe it's because of his mom, or maybe he thinks he's okay when it's just us two. She remembers their previous conversation/disagreement. He's got everything in him to be a good leader, I think. Besides the reasons you mentioned, he's unbiased. He's willing to overlook even his own fears if it's for the greater good. She thinks of Leo. He brings people together, I think. That's really special. She pauses, then adds, Vera saw something in him too, it's not just you. Raina surveys her carefully. To be honest, that makes me happy. I considered him to be a good candidate even before he left New Rome, and while he's changed, being with you, I think it's for the better. She plays with the edge of her t-shirt. I've rejected a lot of candidates over the years until the Senate stopped nominating people completely. But praetorship is a 2-person job, and I'm getting tired of doing it alone. She heaves a sigh. I do have to admit that I don't see what you see in Frank just yet, but then again, I don't know him. I just knew his mother, and I believe him to be a good choice over everyone else the Senate put forth for my consideration. She glances quickly at Hazel. No offense to him, or you, of course. Hazel shakes her head. None taken. You couldn't possibly know what to look for unless you spent a lot of time with him, which I have. Years, Raina recalls. Yeah, Hazel smiles. I still wonder what life would have been like if we didn't run into each other, or if we both found the entrance to New Rome. She thinks about it. It could have been so different. Raina laughs. I would have nominated you to be praetor instead of Frank. Even though I'm a daughter of Pluto. Why not? Raina shrugs. I think you could do anything you put your mind to, Hazel. She smiles, and Hazel feels her cheeks heat. I must confess I had another motive for traveling with you, she continues. I wanted to see what you were like outside of Frank. You both seemed so attached to the hip when we met last, and that can be both a good thing and a bad thing. It reminded me of me and my sister. She was the natural leader, and it took me a long time to realize that I could be one too, albeit in a different way than her. Just as Hiller and I are, I think you and Frank are both capable of great things as a unit and as individuals too. She smiles, a little sadly. I'm glad we got to talk, Hazel. Me too, Hazel agrees, touched at the personal anecdote. She waits a beat before adding, so, tell me about New Rome. For a Roman, I feel pretty damn clueless about the history of you guys. Raina eyes her, amused. We've only got 40 minutes or so before we break camp again. Sure you don't need a nap? Hey, every girl needs a bedtime story, Hazel says, and Raina laughs. Buckle in, she says, eyes twinkling. 500 or so years ago. Piper, Leo calls out as she tears through the trees. Piper, wait. Piper doesn't answer with anything more than a breathy curse. She's thrown Catoptris at a point where it seemed as though the cloud of mist was solidifying, only for the mist to go weaving around another tree, Prometheus laugh following its path, and Piper herself close behind. Leo trails a few steps behind her, panting too hard to yell at her about the very obvious trap she's running them into and half wondering if she would even listen to him at all even if he told her, because this is Prometheus. They've got history. Leo grits his teeth as Prometheus cackles again, the mist taking on his Titan form for a split second and dissipating as Piper barrels into it with a yell of frustration. They've got history, they all have. Stop running, you coward, Piper spits onto the ground, shining with sweat, eyes lit with a kind of unhinged, maniacal rage Leo doesn't ever remember seeing from her, even in the days immediately following Jason's death. Her words reverberate around them, laced with unbridled power, and he stares at her, transfixed. Leo's known Piper for what feels like all his life. He's seen her at her lowest, her highest, when she's been angry and sad and happy and sly and hopeful and curious and tired and defeated and irritated, and everything in between. He knows Piper better than he's known everyone ever. He's loved her like a friend, like a sister. He knows her better than he knows himself. He's never seen her like this. Piper wears her heart on her sleeve, but she's always been good at controlling her feelings. They emanate from her like a cozy blanket, but then never overflow. He's always wondered why. Now he thinks he might have an idea. She stands in the light of the setting sun, dagger in hand, blood and tears and sweat dripping from her frame. There's a dim pinkish aura surrounding her, flickering into being and back into nothingness with every breath she takes. Emotions roll off of her like water droplets on a lily pad, making Leo's blood boil with anger, betrayal, disgust, and a terrible, mind-numbing sadness that he's sure would bring him to his knees if he chose to dwell on it. His heart pangs. Is this how intensely she's been feeling all this time? She's held herself with remarkable composure in the weeks that have passed since Jason's passing. Annabeth told him about Piper's breakdown when he died, but ever since she hasn't really emoted really. She's been everyone else's rock, but she hasn't breathed a damn word about herself, how she's doing, how she's feeling, when God knows she deserves to just let go after all she's been through. And Leo, he hasn't ever known how to ask. Come out, she screams again, voice breaking. Her face is twisted into quite possibly the ugliest expression he's ever seen on her. Teeth bared, eyes dripping with tears, lips split wide open, and still, she's still beautiful because she's not holding back anymore. Looking at her now, he's so incredibly proud of her. He doesn't know much about how to dissect feelings. He's never known how to act on his emotions. But right here, right now, all he knows is that this is his best friend, she's hurting, and even if this is a gigantic trap Prometheus has been designing for years with the very purpose of ensnaring them, he doesn't give a fuck. This is Piper, he's going to be there for her. He steps forward and takes her hand, and she whirls around to stare at him, pink aura dispelling momentarily when she catches sight of the look on his face. Yeah, come out, coward, he yells out to Prometheus, and Piper's face splits into the most wonderful, relieved smile, though it quickly fades as a cloud of mist streaks past her, grazing her side and causing her to stumble into Leo with a bitten-off curse. Stand and fight, she screams, spit and blood flying in little scarlet droplets from her mouth. Prometheus, you coward, you've always slinked in the shadows, deceiving, manipulating. If you had any courage at all, you would just face me. The last two words come out in a terrible shriek, loaded with so much charm speak that even Leo, who had been looking around at the mist swirling against their feet, flinches and turns to her despite himself. Piper's panting from effort, gleaming with sweat, a kind of manic glitter to her eyes as they dart around here and there, looking for the Titan, waiting for him to show himself at last. Leo opens his mouth to speak, but then loses his words as the mist grows thicker, pushing him and Piper closer together, close enough to touch. He reaches out to grasp Piper's trembling arm, but she rips it away from him in a fury, turning around and glaring at the fog. Coward, she hisses low, dangerous. You've always been a coward, breaking rules of war using underhanded tactics. Recruiting demigods on the sly, using their own insecurities as nothing more than a tool for your own gain, lying to them, giving them hope. You've probably never seen battle in millennia, have you? She spits into the torn-up road in disgust. For all his faults, and believe me I could list them for years, for all his faults, Krios fought his own battles. He fought Jason face to face. He didn't hide behind lies and in mist and words. Her lip curls and Leo watches, transfixed, as she unsheathes Catoptris and points it right at the mist, forming a minor tornado around him. I should have killed you where you stood on Othries that day, but it was pity that allowed me to let you live. But no more, Prometheus. No more. Last war you cowered behind the other Titans, never taking up a sword yourself. Now, well, look at that. She laughs a little hysterically. There's nobody to hide behind, Snake. Her eyes harden. So come out, Titan, if you dare. Face me, fight me. Leo ignites his hands as part of the mist around them bursts forth, solidifying into the Titan's massive shape. Prometheus looms over them, scarred face fixed in a snarl, and Leo catches his breath, because for the first time the Titan is decked out from head to toe in armor, complete with a spear clenched in his gigantic fist. Coward, you say? He sneers, and Leo smirks a little because Piper must have really got to him. A coward for using words, you say, when it is the very same thing you do, daughter of Aphrodite. He regards her with nothing short of the highest disdain. I have been watching you, Piper McLean, for many years, long before you even knew what you were capable of, and I have taken you for many things, but not a hypocrite. There's a difference, Leo speaks up, even though his voice shakes a little, because Piper's very obviously shivering with barely held back rage, between using your gift for lies and manipulation, and using it to protect the way Piper does. He withdraws a hammer from his tool belt and feels his body shift into a battle-ready stance, years of demigod training kicking in. Tell me, Prometheus, how many demigods did you lure to your side with false promises? Did you tell them they would have a place in the new world you create if you win this war? Prometheus laughs. You think I had to convince them? Not all demigods are lucky enough to be claimed or blessed as you two are. They defected for a reason. You are placing the blame on me instead of your own parents, who could have prevented it right from the start if they truly cared. So you won't kill them when the war is done, Piper demands, if you win. At this, Prometheus smiles, a disgusting, evil thing that sets goosebumps flaring up and down Leo's arms. Well, that would just mean they made the wrong choice, no, the Titan sneers, much like the son of Jupiter, it would seem. At this, Piper goes from an ember, vibrating, heated, full of energy, to stone. Leo grabs her arm to stop her rushing the Titan, but she's motionless, a calm lake that doesn't stir as the world crumbles around it. Don't speak about him, she says with dangerous calmness. Don't even think his name. How dare you say that his sacrifice was for nothing, you honorless, lower than scum. I didn't say that, Prometheus says evenly, a smug sort of glint in his eye. I said he made the wrong choice in keeping you alive instead of himself. He sighs. An elementary mistake, forgivable since he was deeply in love with you. I'm sure he just expected better of you. His eyes bore into hers, and Leo squeezes her palm as a reminder to remember where she is. As did I. Piper's face crumbles, but quicker than Leo can react, she pieces herself back together, standing up straight and staring Prometheus in the eye. I would give anything, she says lowly, to reverse Jason's choice, to redo it all so that I was the one dead, not him, but he chose me, above everything, above even his own damn self. He did that for a reason, and maybe there's a reason why. She points Catapris right at Prometheus' exposed throat. I'll show you what I'm made of, scumbag, and you're going to come out of it regretting every single word you've said to me and to everyone, ever. The battle's going full swing when Annabeth gets to the scene. It seems as though every child of Apollo has come to lend a hand. Arrows fall from above like rain, most with thick cords of rope and chains attached to their shafts. Binding and containing seems like the route they've taken here, because nothing else seems to be working on that thing. It's a draken, this she knows with certainty, even though she's never seen one before, and it's huge. Twice the size of Festus in every dimension, the draken has ginormous beady eyes the size of the bouncy balls that people sit on at gyms, and to be obnoxious everywhere else because they want good posture. It's long like a snake, covered in copper-colored scales that reflect light from the sun onto all the skyscrapers as grazes past. The effect is quite stunning, and Annabeth would actually love to sketch the thing, if only it weren't causing absolute carnage with every step it takes. For a second, she takes a look at the thing up and down the road from where she stands, trying to suss out a plan of action. She's lucky that it is Claris's group taking it on, because watching the daughter of Ares in action is supremely educational. Claris is the kind of fearless person to charge without a plan, without a second thought, which isn't really Annabeth's style, but it works for Claris because she's just that gutsy, and she's not afraid of failure the way Annabeth is. Which means she tries everything. Arrows aimed specifically between the draken's scales, stabbing at its feet, using grappling hooks to pull it back by its tail. Claris and two of her siblings, Sherman and Mark, actually scale the draken's back and hack away at it to no avail. The draken roars again at the disturbance and wriggles violently to throw them off. Mark and Sherman tumble down its back, but luckily have their senses still intact and tuck into a roll so they can come up standing. But Claris shoves her spear right into a chink between scales and holds on for dear life. Yeah, that's right, you dick, Annabeth hears her scream. Shake me. All it does is alert the draken to her continued presence. With a scream of anger it rises, lifting its neck and back so that it surpasses the height of the various buildings around them. Annabeth feels her throat go dry at the sight. Everyone else seems to falter as well. The children of Apollo, circling the thing on Pegasi, cease their arrows so that they can retrieve Claris, who puts up a real fight before finally relenting and allowing herself to be caught by Kayla and Gracie. Annabeth joins them, where they alight on the ground. Look who it is, you strong enough to handle this, Chase, Claris taunts, but there's real worry under the bravado. She eyes Annabeth's side with a degree of concern that makes her smile, which she's forced to hide when the other girl notices. She's loath to admit it because of how pig-headed Clarice can be, but they actually know each other really well. Silena may be Clarice's best friend, and it's usually only she who can get Clarice to calm down when she really gets going, but there's a mutual respect between Annabeth and Clarice that comes from years of relying on each other for survival. In the first few shaky months after the First War, Clarice had been one of the first to snap out of the days of losing Chris and several of her older siblings, leaving her in charge of Bunker 5. Annabeth, new to calling the shots in the bunkers, stumbled more than once in her decision-making, but Clarice had always been there somehow. She'd pushed Annabeth's buttons constantly, nearly to the ends of the earth, but her thinking was always sound, and she always gave Annabeth credit where and when it was. There's always been an understanding between them. War and battle strategy go hand in hand, and Annabeth trusts her with her life just as much as she does her other close friends. And so she recognizes Clarice's mocking for what it is, a chance to rise above. She lifts her chin. Course. Clarice nods approvingly. You got a plan. Not yet. Annabeth chews on her bottom lip, raising a hand to shade her eyes so she can get a better look at the Draken. She follows the path of an arrow as it sticks itself into the Draken's nostril and detonates. The Draken makes a high-pitched screeching sound and thrashes its tail, sending rubble flying. We need to get its eyes somehow, Annabeth murmurs. That's the first step. It knows, though, Clarice grunts back, frustrated. It keeps moving its head so it's hard to get a clean shot. She shakes her head. The scales on its eyelids are just as tough as the ones on its back. I think only Michael could have hit it and maybe Will, but he got called back to HQ. Annabeth disguises her surprise at Clarice's mention of Michael Yu with a cough. After all, their hatred for each other had been legendary, and focuses instead on the latter half of the statement. Will got called back. Is everything okay? Castor called him via sphere. Clarice's face darkens. Pollux got hit. It isn't looking good. Fuck, Annabeth says with a wince. But she loses her train of thought entirely as the Draken thrashes away in response to another detonation arrow hitting it between the eyes. She and Clarice duck for cover behind a half-crushed car. Annabeth peers through the cracked windows, gazing intently at Austin, who had made the shot. He's back in the air on his Pegasus, aiming another arrow, but is blown away by the sheer force of the Draken's subsequent roar. Annabeth looks at its jaw as the Draken turns to face them, looks at the way its mouth opens, revealing rows of terrifying sharp teeth lining its jaw, and gets an idea. I got it, she tells Clarice breathlessly, fumbling with her sphere and inputting the code for Jake Mason. We have to. Fucking run, Clarice screams. Annabeth barely has a second to react before she has grabbed her around the torso and pitched them both forward so hard that her chin scrapes against the graveled road. She groans. Her painkillers seem to be wearing off and her side is beginning to throb again, but all her worries die in the face of the shock that floods her system as Clarice yanks her back to her feet, pointing at the smoking car they'd just been pressed up against. It's charred black, melting to the ground and forming a disturbingly purple-colored puddle. Annabeth feels her entire heart drop to somewhere in her large intestine. Acid spit, Clara says, sounding like she's trying not to spit herself. Just what we needed. Perfect. Frustration bubbles in Annabeth's insides. She wishes she could hack through the Draken's scales itself, but with the hole in her side and an unfamiliar weapon, she's more than likely to be more of a hindrance than a help. And besides, that's a problem since its mouth is its only weak spot. She points at the beast, now hissing at Silena, who Annabeth hadn't noticed prior. She's taken to wearing her hair differently since her kidnapping, letting it hang loosely instead of a braid so as to hide the scarring on her face. We need to get Greek fire down its gullet. That's the only thing I can think of. Jesus, Clarice looks equal parts grossed out and battle-thirsty. How do we do that? We have to keep its mouth open long enough for us to somehow lodge Greek fire down its throat, Annabeth reasons out, words flowing straight from brain to mouth. We can't just attach it to an arrow. All the vials we have need to be removed manually. That means we need someone to get in close. Getting close, Clarice echoes, her eyes widening with understanding. Annabeth feels as though a stone has lodged in her windpipe. They both stare at each other, digesting the implications of it, just as Annabeth's sphere beeps and Jake's voice rings out. Annabeth, got your message. Where are you? Near Carlisle, bring Mitchell, Annabeth says into her sphere, waving over Silena and Austin, who run up at once. Annabeth explains the predicament to them. Austin hangs his head before promising to do what he can to stall the thing until they come up with something concrete and heading back into the fray. But Silena suddenly stands straight, her eyes gleaming with an all-too-familiar resolve. She brings her hands up slowly to touch the cross-shaped scar over her mouth, and then nods to no one in particular, like she's steeling herself. Clarice recognizes it at once. Silena, no, you can't possibly be thinking what I think you're thinking. When Silena doesn't respond, she blusters, "Are you crazy?" "Silena," Annabeth says, trying to stay calm, "there are other ways. If we just wait for Leo or Jake to get here, he can figure something out. He worked on making those vials. He'll know what to do." "I'll know what to do," comes a new voice, and the entirety of their little circle turns and expands as Jake and Mitchell, covered in monster dust and smiling tightly, join their group. "There's a fucking sea serpent causing trouble on East," Jake says the moment he's caught his breath, clutching at the stitch that must be killing his side. "It must be too strong for even the river god to handle. We left as soon as Percy got there. Sorry for the delay, Annabeth." "It's no problem," she says tightly, even though she's trying to will herself to stay calm. Percy's handled worse, and with both East and Hudson on their side now, he should have no trouble quelling a sea serpent, but still, she worries. She shakes her head to clear her jumbled thoughts, relaying their tentative plan quickly to Jake and Mitchell, who listen intently, eyes fixed on the Draken. "That's an issue," Jake says, doubt lacing his tone. "We might need more people here." "Everyone's got their own shit to do," Clarice butts in, crossing her thick arms across her chest. "We can't afford to let up on the attack. You said Percy's busy right now?" She directs the last question at Annabeth, who nods, and Clarice smashes her fist into her open palm. "Good, I don't need him stealing my thunder. We've got this." "We kinda don't," Annabeth says, half severe, half incredulous. "At least not yet, unless we come up with a better strategy." "Piper said Percy choked the Nemean lion in a similar way," Mitchell recalls. "And it worked. It might be our best shot." "You're right about the vials, though," Jake says, chewing on his lower lip. He withdraws one from his tool belt and holds it out for them to examine. "I made these so that they detonate only when the lids are either burned off or flicked away manually." He mimes the motion. "They may not detonate if you just throw them in there." "They definitely won't," Mitchell agrees. As the one who actually brewed it, he knows probably the most about Greek fire out of all of them. It's so flammable it basically even ignites with air in the right concentration. That's why we had the cork screwed on so tightly. We need to somehow. "You're saying you need someone to go in there," Silena says calmly, "to open the vial." Jake gazes around at them all nervously. "I mean, that would work, but—" "Then it's settled," Silena says. "It is not," Clarice snaps, grabbing her arm. "Silena, you can't be serious." "It has to be done, doesn't it?" Silena wrenches her arm from Clarice's, her features settling into something mulish. "It has to be me, Clarice, you don't get it." "It doesn't have to be you," Clarice yells back, stepping forward with a desperate kind of blaze in her eyes. "Don't be stupid." "I'm doing this," Silena whirls on them, stepping out of the circle with something like panic flitting across her expression. "I'm doing this, and you can't stop me. You don't get it, okay? I'm sick of everything, sick of living like this." "I know this is a rough time for you, okay?" Clarice says, trying for a softer tone, her body language wary. "But just because Beckendorf's dead doesn't mean you have to throw your own life away to join him." "So much for tact, Clarice," Annabeth admonishes, wincing slightly, even though it's what she'd been thinking too, but the daughter of Ares has never been one to pull her punches. "That was unnecessary," Mitchell agrees in a quivering voice, moving around the circle to place a hand on his sister's back. Silena doesn't stir, though. The fight drains out of her. She only acknowledges Clarice's words with a hollow-sounding laugh that immediately sends alarms blaring in Annabeth's head. "Charlie's dead," she whispers, "but even if I die, there's no way I'm joining him." "What?" Mitchell asks. He's the first one to regain some semblance of speech among them. "Silena, don't say that." Silena fixes her gaze on the ground. "I'm no hero, Mitch. Not like Charlie, not like any of you. Mitch, you Lacey, Drew, Pipes, Val, you'd all hate me if you knew." "Of course you're a hero," Annabeth reasons, finally regaining her voice. "Silena, you've been so brave, but you don't need to go this far. We'll come up with something else. We always do." "Brave," Silena says, and something in her seems to splinter. She gazes into her own open palm, expression carefully serene. "I've been a coward, Annabeth. This is something I have to do, something I need to do, even if I don't join Charlie, which of course I won't after all I've done. But this is my way of repenting. It's my punishment." She clenches her jaw, even as her eyes gloss over. "I deserve worse than death by Draken acid." She gulps, her eyes spilling over, and Annabeth exchanges a frantic look with Jake, unsure of what's going on, scared at the drastic turn this conversation has taken. "I can't go on like this," Silena continues, bringing a shaking hand to brush her hair from her face. "All the hiding, all the lying." "Lying?" Mitchell looks just as bewildered as he sounds. "Silena, what are you talking about?" In response, Silena shakes her sleeves so that she can pull them back, up towards her elbows. She holds out her hands for inspection. Annabeth leans forward automatically, drawn to the unknown due to her curious nature. At first, she isn't sure what she's supposed to be looking at. Silena has long, deft fingers and light scars on her wrists. Her nails are cut and filed neatly. Annabeth flicks her eyes over each charm on her bracelet in passing before she sees what Silena had clearly meant for her to see and does a double take. Slowly, she reaches out and touches the charm in question as though it might burn her. She brings it upwards to face everyone else, rotating the bracelet around her wrist. Silena doesn't stop her. Around her, there are startled gasps and the clatter of Claris's spear where she's dropped it at her feet, pushing Annabeth aside so she can get a better look to confirm what she's seeing. Ice floods her veins as she removes the charm from the bracelet and lets it lie against her palm. A cute, silver thing studded with a pink plastic gemstone. A half-moon but not quite, hiding in plain sight. The scythe, Annabeth says quietly, feeling as though her insides are filling with dust. Suddenly, a lot of puzzle pieces that she hadn't even known existed, or maybe she'd just been ignoring their presence, are slotting into place. You're the spy. Leo had always thought Prometheus was all talk, one of those people whose bark was worse than their bite. He was so wrong. Prometheus, after all is said and done, is still a titan and still inhumanely strong. And fast too. At Piper's final declaration, he makes the first move, charging them so quickly and abruptly that Leo and she are forced to split up at once. Leo shoots a lick of flame as he rolls away, aiming for the titan's sword-holding hand, but it's easily dodged, and he's forced to scramble away when Prometheus leaps at him immediately afterwards, fracturing the road where he lands. Leo barely manages to get to his feet before Prometheus is on him once again. Leo catches the first strike of his enormous sword with his hammer, batting it away and bringing up his free hand, coating it with flame. Prometheus grabs his flaming fist with his other hand and twists, so forcibly that Leo's brought to his knees, mind exploding with pain, ringing with alarm bells like a factory about to go down. Panic causes him to nearly shut down as his eyes stare right at the titan's scarred feet because, holy hell, he knows he's not the best at hand-to-hand combat, but this feels dire, and he can't think of what to do. Prometheus, stop! Piper's voice filters through his brain as though she's speaking through a megaphone, though his instincts tell him that this is what charm speak that is not meant for him sounds like. He's not sure how strong she's amped the magic up, but it must be a lot because Prometheus halts in his actions for a long moment, allowing Leo to wrench his hand away and use his other one, still holding the hammer, to dig into his exposed feet with enough force to draw out a few drops of ichor. In the time it takes Leo to feel proud of himself, the titan kicks him right in the chest, and Leo slams into a lamp post with zero fanfare. He coughs roughly, already withdrawing another weapon from his belt, but it seems as though Prometheus had been sufficiently distracted by Piper's efforts because he's turned on her instead. "Oh, you have grown strong," he says delightedly. "I did wonder on Othries during your futile attempt to make the son of Jupiter stop bleeding that you had lost your touch, but there's real compulsion in there. Very good." He twirls his sword almost thoughtfully, like a teacher wondering how best to stump their most prodigious student. Piper's face has gained a new shadow at the mention of Othries, and Leo finds himself seeing red just imagining her charm-speaking Jason to keep himself alive, to no avail. "I told you not to mention Jason," she says darkly. "My apologies," Prometheus says with mock surprise. "It was a genuine mistake, daughter Aphrodite. For you see," and here his voice takes on a more jeering note, "it is impossible to mention one of you without the other. Fate has linked you through your shared prophecy, and so I must take it upon myself to make sure you stay linked, even in death." He darts forward with disturbing speed. Piper, who hadn't been expecting it, barely manages to get her dagger up in time to block the blow. Leo starts forward, hammer already raised, but in between holding off the titan, Piper shoots him a severe look like, "I'll handle this." And so he busies himself with withdrawing vial after vial of gasoline, kerosene oil, anything remotely liquid and flammable. A quick glance around doesn't give him what he wants, which is a bucket of some sort, but he does spot an abandoned motorcycle helmet in the distance, which he instructs one of his spheres to bring to him. Quickly, with shaking hands, he empties all the oils into the helmet, then withdraws 2 more of his prototype spheres from his tool belt. They clamp down on the helmet and Leo presses the button that unfurls their propellers. With a hum, they rise into the sky and over the Titan. Piper's managing to hold her own, but only barely, like Leo. She's more used to using her charm speak at longer ranger than she is fighting melee, and while she joined Annabeth's sparring sessions from time to time, she isn't as comfortable using Cataptris as Annabeth is using her own knife, probably because she's scared that she might be the victim of a wayward vision from the magical weapon. There's always been a hesitance on her part, which has only become more prominent after Jason's passing, and now, watching her, Leo wishes he'd talked about it with her sooner. Leo waves his hands to indicate what's about to happen a second before it does, and, luckily enough, he and Piper have trained enough together for her to know a warning sign when she sees one. She pushes Prometheus back with a frustrated groan just as Leo's spheres upturn the helmet full of petroleum onto his head, and without waiting for even a beat, Leo raises both hands and brings down a wall of fire upon the Titan with all his strength, white-hot heat that Piper stumbles away from, shielding her eyes. Through the flames, Leo sees Prometheus' armor melting, bronze dripping into sizzling pools at his feet, but maybe Titans have thick skin, or maybe it's just Prometheus's, because he doesn't flinch at the onslaught. Leo maintains the intensity of the fire with difficulty, but he's only human, and when the flames melt from white to orange, Piper climbs atop a large rock, then uses it to spring off of a signpost, Catoptris clenched tightly in her hands above her head. A valiant attempt, Prometheus praises, and all the hair on Leo's arms stand up on end right before the Titan does that thing that all Titans do, expel a powerful force that blows back Leo, the column of flames he'd been doing his utmost to maintain, and Piper, who is caught midair and goes crashing into a tree. Leo shakes his hands, wincing, as Prometheus casts him a sideways glance as though grudgingly impressed. Leo glares at him, noting with some smugness that he had at least done a decent job in wearing away the Titan's armor. More than half of it has melted away, exposing Prometheus' scarred chest from years and years of being hacked at by vultures. Leo tries to channel Annabeth, scanning for weak points, but already he can feel his bones growing heavier. Using his powers takes a lot out of him. He can't afford to let up, not now. Piper's barely stirring. Leo isn't sure if it's Prometheus that's weighing on her, or the constant reminders of Jason, but either way, he's got to hold the fort till she recovers. "Hey," he calls out, relieved that his voice comes out strong. "She told you you'd regret bringing up Jason." He ignites both palms again, positions himself like a kickboxer. There's more of that where it came from. Oh, Prometheus turns fully to him now, which is exactly what Leo had wanted, but the undivided attention also kinda does want to make him shit his pants a little. "You are also taking offense at my mentioning the deceased son of Jupiter. Bastard knows what he's doing for sure." Leo grits his teeth. "I do apologize, son of Hephaestus. I did not think that you were similarly linked to him, since you were not a part of the fated prophecy." He sighs, stalking towards Leo like a jungle cat eyeing their prey, and then his face lights up. "But I see, you have your own fate, don't you, son of Hephaestus?" Fear blooms in Leo's chest like a spring flower through the snow. "You shut up." Oh, Prometheus' eyes are far away. "No wonder you are concerned for Jason, or should I say, the storm." He laughs loudly and Leo blanches. Piper lifts her head and makes eye contact with him, confused. He swallows down a mouthful of blood and spit. "I can sense your fear, son of Hephaestus," he says, in a voice so soothing, so calm that Leo's body relaxes on its own, despite his brain screaming at it not to. "Oh, you poor child. All along you have wondered how it is that your friend was able to push aside his own fear in order to make that final, ultimate sacrifice, is that it? I can tell a little bit of the future too, you know." Another step forward. Leo tries to boost the fire in his hands. Sweat runs into his eyes, because how the fuck can he tell? How the fuck does he know? Leo has spent sleepless nights pondering on the meaning of his own prophecy, wondering what the storm might mean if it's not Jason. He's dreamt up wild scenarios of necromancers of the Titan's side bringing Jason's broken body from the dead and forcing him to fight Leo. He's dreamt of having to fight an army of storm spirits in the sky, and losing Festus because of it. Most of all, he dreams of having his give up his life instead, and every time that particular dream crops up, which is often, Leo finds himself with shaking hands and wet eyes. Death scares him so much. Maybe not in the same way as Frank, but he doesn't know how Jason had accepted death so easily. What had been running through his head? What was it that was pushing him to sacrifice his own life above everyone else's? To rout the storm, the fire must fall. Leo gulps down a ball of bile that's rising in his throat, but Prometheus is only getting closer, and his feet are rooted to the spot. "I can tell a bit of the future, too," Prometheus says again. "It's why I chose the Titan's side, because I know what is coming, just how you will lose." He grins suddenly, and it's so jarring against the scars and burns on his face that Leo recoils, the contents of his stomach threatening to make an appearance. "And I know exactly how you will go, son of Hephaestus." His eyes flick to the sky and Leo follows it, half expecting a clap of thunder to be heard. He leans closer. "The storm is coming, Leo Valdez, sooner than you think. Facing it as you are is meaningless, so put down your hands." Leo struggles. He's practiced enough against Piper to know how dangerous charmspeak can be, but the terrifying thing about Prometheus is that Leo isn't fully sure when it had begun. It's too late now, though. His hands are slowly lowering, the fire spluttering out. He's going to die, he thinks. Maybe Prometheus was the storm, or maybe the prophecy wasn't meant for him. Leo, Piper screams, "Look at me." "Look at me," Prometheus says calmly, and Leo's eyes, which had momentarily darted away to look for his friend, snap back to him at once. "Good, now." "Leo, listen to me," Piper begs, appearing suddenly in his peripheral vision. There's so much magic in her words, the most he's ever heard it, he thinks, and he blinks rapidly, trying to shake away the daze. "Leo, think of me, think of Jason, of all the people who love you, and listen to me." She takes a breath and yells, "The chains." Leo snaps out of it. With a wave of his hand, the spheres he'd used earlier that had been hovering around them drop right onto Prometheus' head, and the same claws that had been gripping the helmet now dig into his head and scratch, sending a splatter of ichor into his face and hair. Prometheus screams, his concentration breaking, and Leo can move again. He shoots a ball of fire into the Titan's eyes, ducking below his outstretched, flailing arm and withdrawing a chain from his tool belt like a magician, pulling lengths of it out as he runs, so much that it piles at his feet. Prometheus struggles, ripping the spheres from his head in a fury, his eyes glowing amber. One sphere hits the ground and shatters, and Leo's heart breaks, but the other manages to roll back to him. "Good," he says, quickly attaching one end of the chain to the mechanical hook that juts out of its side. "Now, when I say go." He barely manages to dodge the hammer Prometheus throws at him. It's one of his own, discarded at some point or the other. He makes a squawking noise, nearly tripping over the chains around him, but just as Prometheus makes to charge, there's a crackle of electricity and Piper flies into his path. Leo feels his own eyes widen and his vision blur. Cataptris abandoned, Piper flips Ivliv's into the air, snatching Jason's golden sword the moment it transforms and parrying Prometheus' sword with her own. Leo can tell the Titan hadn't been expecting that, because his eyes go round and then narrow back into slits as he throws his head backwards and cackles into the darkening sky. Piper growls at the sound, pressing forward, electricity crackling from Ivliv's as she applies more force. "How delightful," Prometheus laughs, managing to thrust the blade away from his torso. "Come, daughter of Aphrodite, show me what you can do." "You don't need to ask me twice," Piper says with a grunt, and then they're fighting in earnest, bronze and gold clashing again and again. Leo watches, transfixed, as Piper's hair is sliced off at the ends from a strike that barely misses cleaving her head into two, and he has to refrain from stepping in to help her with difficulty. He's got another job to do. He knows Prometheus is watching him out of the corner of his eye, but Piper seems to be taking up the greater portion of his mind space at the moment. She fights better than she has before, and although she's no paragon of perfection, there's something mesmerizing about Jason's sword in her hands, the way the gold reflects into her eyes, making them flash in a very godly manner. Leo makes a lasso from his end of the chain and begins praying fervently to Apollo. His aim's all right, nothing to write home about, but if this doesn't work, he might as well light a matchstick on his ass and kiss the world goodbye. "Piper," he calls, and in response she roars. Sword hand in the air, the ground cracking beneath them, Leo turns away just as the clouds funnel above her, and lightning strikes Ivliv's right at the tip, just like Jason, Leo whispers. "Catch this," Piper wheezes, managing with some difficulty to redirect her blade, and with another grunt of exertion, she sends the lightning right into the Titan's stomach as he raises his weapon in a desperate slash. A slash that misses her entirely as Leo throws the lasso high, unnoticed by the flash of lightning, watches as it falls over Prometheus' torso, and yanks for all he's worth. Prometheus goes stumbling into the very same rock that Piper had used as a springboard a couple of minutes ago, and Leo and his sphere go to work, going in frantic circles around both the Titan and the boulder, wrapping the chains around every limb before darting back round behind the rock. He does it so many times he gets dizzy, and finally, when he's deemed his well and truly trapped, he brings the chain one last time around his head and shoves it unceremoniously in his mouth like a gag. The sphere digs its crab-like legs into the ground, acting as effectively as an anchor, but Leo chooses to stay behind, too, yanking with satisfaction at the chain, and Prometheus lets out what can only be a garbled curse. "Didn't see this in the future," he taunts, but silences himself as Piper approaches, blood dripping from her arms, her eyes glowing with vengeance. "You've caused everyone so much pain," she says, voice low with rage, stopping right in front of him. Her hand, still holding a sparking Ivliv's, trembles as she raises it. "But most of all me," she says, "you deserve this end." She steels herself for a fraction of a second before stabbing him in the chest, digging down with both hands until the tip of Ivliv's can be heard grating against the stone behind him. Prometheus lets out a low-pitched gasp as ichor spurts from the wound, and looks up with a snarl as Piper continues to press forwards, bringing her face closer to his, a wicked, satisfied look on her face that creeps Leo out as much as he wants to cheer her on. Prometheus coughs, and more ichor splashes onto Piper's face. I told you I would remember your kindness during our final battle, Piper McLean, he rasps, and Leo can't see his face, but he can hear the sickly smile. But you are not kind at all, are you? He eyes the blade impaled in him and laughs in between coughs. It's the worst sound he's ever heard, but Piper doesn't flinch, not even as more and more ichor splatters against her person. Killed by your boyfriend's sword, he gasps out, half a wheeze, teeth clacking against the chains in his mouth. How poetic, how fitting. I told you that you'd die if you ever said his name again, she says, in a voice of deathly calm. Prometheus stops laughing and he lifts his head to gaze at her. Leo looks at Piper, at the dull pink aura that flares up around her, and meets her eyes with a slight nod. And Piper, with a flash in her eyes, withdraws Catoptris from its sheath at her waist in a quick, flawless motion, and slits the Titan's throat. As the Titan's body spills ichor like a golden river, Leo releases the chains and pockets his sphere. He goes to stand beside Piper, who is watching the Titan decay in real time. Her eyes are rimmed with red, like she's had a good cry, but none of the tears escape until Leo turns her away from Prometheus' corpse and wraps his arms around her. Pipes, you fucking queen, you legend, he murmurs into her hair, smoothing his arms down her back. You fucking beat him, you did it, hear me? He takes a half step back and shakes her, because jubilation is sparking in his veins and she doesn't look like she realizes what she's done just yet. Piper, you did it, you killed him. I killed him, Piper inhales deeply as her eyes fill with renewed tears. I killed him, Leo. She lifts her hands to clutch at his shoulders and sobs into the nape of his neck. Ordinarily, Leo would freeze at the sight of someone crying, but this is Piper, and although he can't possibly know all the things she's feeling in this moment, well, Jason was his best friend too, so he's got some idea. You did amazing, he says. A mixture of grim relief and the satisfaction that only comes from revenge churns in his gut, and he wonders if this is what closure feels like. Jason would be so proud of you. Piper sniffles. You know, for a guy with all the emotional range of a garden gnome, you really have always known what to say when it's me. I'm only telling the truth, he says, his own eyes stinging as he pets her hair. You really fucking did it. We did it, she corrects. I couldn't have done it without you, and I'm glad it was you with me. I think we needed that. She steps away from him, wiping her eyes with her shoulder sleeve, and looks back at the body before them, ichor still dripping from the cut across his throat. He deserved worse, Piper says quietly. He did, Leo agrees, grasping her hand, but I'm happy with the way things turned out nevertheless. She steps forward and removes Ivliv's with an awful squelching sound, turning it over gently in her palms and tucking the newly formed coin back into her pocket. How'd you summon the lightning from the sky? Leo wonders aloud. Though only Jason could do that. Her brows furrow. I don't know, I just did what felt right in the moment. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it again. O knows he might be pushing things, but he says softly, looking at her. Maybe that's why he left it to you, though. Maybe some part of Jason knew you'd be able to use Ivliv's like he did, even if it was just the one time. He uses his other hand to reach out and wipe at the golden trail making its way down her cheek, tears and ichor combined on her skin. Maybe right choice or not, maybe he made the choice he did because he knew that if he started the job, you and only you would be able to finish it. He waits for a response, but she only hums. He squeezes her fingers. Hey, he says, you okay? She shrugs. There's a lot of complex emotions flitting across her face, but he can't even begin to put a pin on each of them. He can barely keep track of his own. There's relief in there, but a mix of a weird kind of guilt and a deep sadness from knowing that this is it, and that they've finally done their bit in avenging Jason. And then there's the weird anxiety bubbling in him, just beneath the surface, that grows as he recalls the Titan's words. The storm is coming, sooner than you think. Leo feels blood in his mouth. He doesn't want to think about it, but dread is settling in his bones, twisting in his marrow. The storm could mean anything, but... With a sigh that jars him out of his reverie, Piper lifts her head to the sky, tilting her chin in a gesture of let's go. It's only then that Leo hears the screams, the sounds of wreckage, and roars that can only mean whatever creature the Titans had let loose early is still on a rampage, and that he will never have a moment of goddamn peace as long as he's alive. I'm not okay, not today, she says quietly, sadly, thumbing over the coin in her pocket, but she meets Leo's gaze and smiles. But now that at least I've avenged Jason, I think one day I will be. The circle around Silena is quiet for a long time as they digest Annabeth's words, the half-moon charm, and what it all means, before someone finally speaks up. You're lying, tell me you're lying. It's Clarice, and she looks more dejected than Annabeth's ever seen her. Her eyes are fixed on her friend, wide and pleading, and she's shaking her head. Selena, please, 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 gods, don't lie about this. This is serious stuff. I'm not, Selena sounds calm, but her lips and fingers are trembling in a way that suggests she's mustering every bit of courage to say it. She takes back the charm still lying in Annabeth's hand and attaches it back to the bracelet, where it blends perfectly with a multitude of other charms that jingle innocently there. Annabeth's heart falls somewhere in the vicinity of her feet as Selena meets her startled gaze, and there's something so incredibly sorrowful in it that it makes her bite her tongue. Clarice, I'm not lying. How do you think Chris got your compass? You don't let anyone near your things. You didn't even let Chris borrow your compass. It was only me. You didn't, Clarice insists, but her voice breaks on the last syllable. I did, Selena says, cold, almost unfeeling. I stole it from your pack on the last day of the last war. I was supposed to escape with it, but I was told to stay to hand it off to Chris. She looks at Annabeth again, and with a sinking feeling she knows what's about to be said right before Selena says it. By Luke. Clarice stamps her foot against the road, so hard that the loose gravel around them jumps. Shut up, Selena, shut up. He told me to stay just in case Thalia lived, Selena continues, and Clarice lets out a pained, broken sound. Mitchell has his hands over his mouth, eyes shining with tears. He said that whatever happened, he was going to leave and take the others with him. She pauses, then barrels on, staring right at Annabeth. Chris, Martin, son of Nike, Valerie, daughter of Titch, but you might have known her as a daughter. Hermes, Annabeth whispers, so she was unclaimed. She hadn't known that. Valerie had been recruited by Luke into Hermes and hadn't really shown any powers to confirm her parentage. Her heart pangs. She must have been so bitter, so angry, and Luke must have noticed. There were others, but they defected early. You know about them, she says specifically to Annabeth, who nods numb. But well, you might know this by now, or you might have put it together, but Luke recruited them all. He would go out to gather demigods from their homes, doing the satyr's noble work, and on the way train them to hate you, to hate everyone in the bunkers. He told us that the gods didn't care for us, that they never would, that they were fighting a losing battle. That the Titans would give us a better world, one where our own parents wouldn't abandon us, one where we would be recognized as heroes. Scene. She stops, swallows thickly. Her voice, as she'd spoken, had held none of the bitterness Annabeth had heard from Luke. Instead, she sounds tired, sad. You, Annabeth bites her lip. Luke recruited you. Yes, Selena says, and I can tell by the look in your eyes that you never overlooked that detail about me. Luke said, however, that he needed someone he could trust in your inner circle, that I could use our mutual connection to gain your trust, and he was right. He was. Annabeth's tongue feels like it's been coated in ash as she recalls long nights of chatter between them in the lonely nights after the war, Selena telling her how Luke found her and brought her to 10. Heck, she'd backed Annabeth up before her disastrous quest to Othries. She had been one of the only people Annabeth could talk to about Luke, at least for a time, and the fact that her emotions, her vulnerabilities, had all been nothing more than a means to manipulate her makes her spine tingle with a combination of rage and disgust. I trusted you, Selena. We all did. Finally, she drops her gaze. I know, there's no excuse. She looks so sad and pitiful in that moment, but Annabeth, in a flash, thinks of Ethan, the spy she and Percy had run into a year or so ago who had put on a similar act. Spies they're just that, aren't they? Deceivers. Damn right there isn't. Jake, who Annabeth had forgotten about entirely, now speaks up, and she can tell his anger is simmering right at the surface. We all trusted you, Selena, and it goes beyond friendship. You were family to some of us. We, at 9, we took you in. We looked up to you as a sister, as one of us, because Beckendorf loved you so much, and we thought you loved him too. Yeah, you're precious Charlie, he spits out, evidently having seen, as Annabeth had, Selena flinch violently at the name, her first large display of emotion since the beginning of her confession. Was it all fake? Jake demands, stepping forward. Annabeth puts out an arm to stop him doing something he might regret, like strangling her, and to her relief he doesn't push past her hand. Was it all a show? He continues, and Annabeth sees Selena tremble, her eyes fill with tears. Beckendorf, our brother, who died for us all yesterday, he loved you so fucking much, Selena. He would have done anything for you, God knows he tried. He smiled when you smiled, do you know that? He wasn't really good at making those stupid fucking charms that you used to cover up your real secret, but he practiced day and night, burned the pads of all his fingers just to make you happy. And you used him, you used all of us without a second thought. His mouth curls up in a sneer. If you could use Clarice like that, take her compass and hand it to the enemy, who knows what you did with Beckendorf, charm his weapons to turn on him. Heck, I'm surprised you didn't lead Kronos right to our doorstop. You knew all the codes anyway. Yeah, why didn't you? Annabeth interrupts, curiosity winning out over a wave of other emotions. He's right, you did have the codes, you had them every time they changed. Even if the compass didn't work, which I'm sure it did actually, why didn't you just tell them the codes? You could have completed your mission, she winces as she says it, within a day. Silena looks at her, lower lip trembling. She doesn't look at Jake or Clarice or Mitchell, gazing at Annabeth, asking for permission to speak, and even though Annabeth's dreading what she has to say, she nods. It's a long story, Silena whispers, her hesitation evident. Like I said, I was coached to hate you all from the moment I stepped into 10. It was easier to hate you when Luke and the others were around, because talking to them, hearing how they'd been ignored by the gods all these years, it would be enough for anyone not to empathize with that. But I was claimed, and then after the war when I stayed with you guys, she moistens her lips, running a finger lightly over the scar on her face. I realized that you weren't evil. You weren't trying to hurt anyone. You even did your best to give the unclaimed their own voice, their own choice in which bunker they wanted to be in. And I was happy for a while. Luke hadn't contacted me. I was finding my voice. I had siblings. I was falling in love. She looks at Jake, imploring. Whatever you may think about me, and I won't blame you for thinking it, but none of it was fake, the way I was around him, around you, around everyone. I loved you all, and I loved him. I'll always love him. I loved Charlie with my whole heart, and I never wanted to lose him. I just wanted to keep him safe. And I didn't want him to ever know. About you, Annabeth finishes, her chest feeling hollow. No, she lowers her gaze. Of course not, it would break him, as he'd never look at me the same. And I thought I could forget about it during those first few months. Luke hadn't breathed a single instruction at me for months, neither had anyone else, and I thought maybe this is it. Maybe he's died for real. Maybe I'm finally free. She swipes a hand quickly across her face, removing the tears that had been hanging onto her long lashes. But then, on my first solo supply run, he was there. Luke, Annabeth whispers, a chill running down her spine. She nods. He remembered where 9 was, even though he couldn't get close. He tried to get in the usual way, but by then you had strengthened the barriers, changed the password system, made it so that only the blood of one of us who had survived the war could get in through the mountains. He couldn't get in, Annabeth says, relieved that she'd done something right. Silena shakes her head. He asked me to let him in to tell him the passwords. He wanted to lead an army in. I told him I didn't know Annabeth that well, that she was the only one who knew the passwords. I told him I couldn't let him in either, since it was important. If things went south, it was important I maintained my cover. He was angry. She touches her face, eyes far away, and Annabeth wonders with a slowly building horror what he'd done to her. If he'd hit her, he threatened me, said that he would kill Charlie if I didn't get him the codes, or worse, tell him. She hiccups, then covers the next one that bursts out of her unbidden with her hands. He said he would tell him about me, tell you all about me. It took everything in me to convince him that I would do my best. I'd get him the codes. I'd do anything as long as he didn't tell. But you didn't get him the codes, Annabeth snaps, meeting her eyes, confused and hurt and angry. What you do instead, tell him about. And she stops, her hand, still outstretched against Jake's chest, dropping to her side limp as it hits her now what she'd done. What she'd told them about, or rather who? Percy. Silena drops her gaze. I had to. You had to? Annabeth bites back, furious. All her planning, all her strategies, all foiled on day fucking one because she'd exposed Percy's parentage in public, and even though Silena is scum for revealing it to Luke, Annabeth only has herself to blame. You didn't have to do any of it, Silena. You don't understand, Silena moans, hopelessness coating her voice. I couldn't stand you all knowing, finding out. I didn't want to lose any of you, but Luke was getting more and more frustrated the longer I stalled, and nothing I said or did was working on him, not anymore. I had to give him something, and so that night, when you threw the bucket of water on Percy and he just stopped it. You told them, Jake says in disbelief. She shakes her head. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice. Clarice's voice is low and angry. Annabeth immediately moves to block her path in the event of her charging the daughter of Aphrodite, but she hasn't moved. There's always a choice, and you chose to deceive us instead of trusting us. Do you really think we would have turned you away if you told us the truth? We'd have been angry, of course. You would have killed me, Silena says, voice catching. I've heard the way you talked about Martin, about Luke, about everyone who switched allegiances. None of you would have trusted me again, or even looked at me in the eye, and I couldn't bear it if that happened. I just couldn't. So you played both sides, giving neither side the whole truth, Clara says roughly, and Annabeth turns to look at her. The daughter of Ares gazes straight at Silena, her eyes disappointed and painfully knowing, even though her tone is flat. Silena, how'd you convince Luke you didn't know the codes? How did I? Silena swallows. You said, and I quote, nothing I said or did was working on him, Clara says lowly, her eyes fixed on Silena's trembling frame, and Annabeth starts in surprise. She hadn't noticed how the phrase had been worded. Keyword working. So I'm asking you one more time and be fucking honest. They all jump at the increase in volume. How did you convince Luke that you didn't know the codes? In response, Silena raises her hand. Annabeth steps backwards at once, but she isn't the only one who had reacted like that. Jake and Mitchell had both withdrawn at the sight of Silena's outstretched palm. She doesn't move further, as though trying not to startle them, but hurt flashes across her eyes. Slowly, she steps towards Clarice, the only one who hadn't moved, and hovers her hand over Clarice's shoulder. "May I?" she asks quietly. Clarice is trembling with rage. If her spear hadn't been lying at her feet, Annabeth suspects she might have pinned Silena to the floor with it by now. She looks at Annabeth for confirmation, something she almost never does. Despite her blunt, blustering nature, she's got a good head for things, and she knows Annabeth trusts her judgment. Annabeth doesn't move. She's stumped. She has no idea what to do here. Clarice looks at Silena, shooting daggers with every furious inch of her, but after a minute or two, she nods. With a characteristic gentleness, Silena places her hand on Clarice's shoulder and says quietly, "Calm down, Clarice." Annabeth, who had been prepared to strain her ears for even the slightest sign of charm-speak from the moment she'd seen Silena opening her mouth, is confused when she senses nothing from it. There's no sign of magic in her voice. Annabeth would know. She's trained against Piper for years. But then something happens. Clarice calms down. Her breathing slows, her shoulders slacken, and her face, which had been tight with repressed anger, falls into something much more placid than any of them are used to seeing, though it quickly morphs into an expression of complete disbelief. She grabs Silena's hand from her shoulder and pushes it away so hard that Silena stumbles back a few feet, wincing from the force of it. "What did you do to me?" Clarice demands, her voice panicked. "What the fuck did you just do to me?" "Oh gods!" Annabeth's blood turns to ice, then begins to heat up in a slow boil that is sure to simmer over soon. "It's touch, isn't it?" She turns to Silena, ignoring the gasp from Mitchell. "You can bend anyone to your will, just like Piper can, but only if you touch them." "It's a blessing of Aphrodite, just like how charm-speak is," Mitchell says, tone ragged, "and it's fucking rare. I've barely heard of anyone who had it before. Silena, how long have you known?" "I've known since I was a child that if I held my dad's hand and pleaded a little, he'd give me extra chocolates from the shop," Silena whispers. "And when I got to the bunkers, learned about charm-speak and other magic, I put it together. It's how I knew I was a child of Aphrodite, even before I was officially claimed at 10. That's how I got you to agree to letting me take Chris to Bunker 5, even though I was alone." This is directed at Annabeth, who flinches as she remembers the incident, how pliant she'd turned just from Silena's assurance. It's how I got Chris to calm down on the way to forget me, because he woke up on the way to 5 and he recognized me. A tear drips from her chin. I couldn't let him tell. Clarice's face is twisted in fury. "And it's how you got me to calm down every single fucking time, when I got mad or when I got nightmares. After the first nightmare I had when you helped me and we became friends." She clenches her fist. "You had me in the palm of your hand, didn't you? Right from the start." "Clarice, please," Silena says tearfully, but Annabeth cuts her off. "But you never told us about it." She can't help the frustration that colors her tone. "And you didn't tell Luke either. Why?" I don't know," she says, pressing the heels of her palms into her eyes. I just felt like it was something for me. I knew that Luke would take advantage of me if he knew, but I didn't know back then that I could trust you either. And the longer I kept up the lie, the more I had to lose. I just didn't want anything to change. I just wanted to get through this war with Charlie by my side." Annabeth shakes her head at a loss for words. Mitchell and Jake seem similarly dumbstruck. Clarice is trembling, eyes fixed on the sky like she can't bear to look at Silena. Annabeth can't either, really. Disgust and dread seeps through her, amplified only when something else hits her. "Luke being stuck on Othries," she says, and watches carefully as Silena deflates, as though she'd been hoping to avoid this topic of conversation. "That was clearly a plan to get me there, yes." She feels a streak of white-hot anger strike her chest when Silena nods after a moment of hesitation. Is that information you told the Titans to lure me out?" "I assume you told them about Grover and Tyson. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew about Ella," and she barely stops herself from uttering Hazel and Nico's names. Even though it turns out that the cat had never been in the fucking bag to begin with, Annabeth knows she has to do what she can to protect the oldest of the big 3 kids. "They don't know about Ella, not really," Silena rushes to say at once, shaking her head vehemently. I only gave them tidbits of information. They were pretty pleased I gave them the news about Percy. They let me off the hook for a while after that, but Luke kept getting more insistent. He could tell I was hiding something. He knew that you'd visited his mother. He wanted to know if you'd gotten another prophecy, and I didn't tell. I swear I didn't. He was getting suspicious, and I had to keep him happy. I was going to tell them that you were working on the Archimedes spheres, but then Percy let something slip about you. She glances at Annabeth guiltily. You guys must have been talking about what I don't know, but you were asleep on his shoulder and I made this offhand comment about how strong you were and how you didn't seem to have any weaknesses. She shuts her eyes. And Percy, he said your weakness was Luke. You told him? Annabeth's voice sounds numb, even to her own ears. Something seems to have overcome her, something dark and murderous. She can't stand the pity in Jake's eyes when he grasps her shoulder. You told Luke and he set the trap for me that had me alone, starving, trapped under the fucking sky in excruciating pain. 4months. It's Jake who has to hold her back now. How could you do that? She yells over his shoulder. I was at Authry's for months, Silena, trying not to break every time Luke so much as said one kind word in my general direction, trying not to break to keep everyone safe, when all along you were damning us to hell and back anyway. How could you do that to me, to all of us? We thought you were our family. I didn't know what else to do. Silena screams back, clutching at her own hair with her fingers, yanking at it, tearing at her own skull. Annabeth stops her own struggle, unable to move at the madness before her, unable to reach into the part of her heart that wants her to stop hurting herself. I did what I had to do, even though it was wrong, even though I knew it was so fucking wrong. I didn't want to tell him what you'd discovered about the prophecy, so I chose the path that I thought would lead to less pain. Less pain, Annabeth hisses, her arms throbbing just remembering her time holding up the sky. And where did that get you? Clarice yells, snapping for good at long last. Whatever Jason told Creos, whatever they did to you when they took you, they know about the prophecy now, don't they? When Silena doesn't answer, she screams, don't they? They tortured me, Silena whirls to face her, pointing at the X across her face. They found out I lied about knowing the prophecy and they hacked my face up. Aye. Did you tell them? Clara screams. Yes, Silena screeches back. She reels from the force of it, and then her eyes go wide, as though she's shocked even by her own admission of it. Then she bursts into tears and drops to her knees, bending over and crying into the pavement. Annabeth can't move, she can't breathe. She just stares at Silena as she convulses on the ground from the force of her sobs, disgust, and anger, some of it directed inward, filling the space in her gut. Silena, Mitchell says, cries, his eyes are full of tears dripping down his cheeks. Silena, did we ever know you at all? Silena doesn't reply, just keeps crying. Annabeth feels a mix of disgust and pity bring tears to her own eyes. She isn't sure what to feel, let alone what to say. There's so much to unpack here, and she knows deep within her that it isn't fully Silena's fault. She'd just been manipulated by Luke the way most of them had been at some point or another. But she can't find it in herself to forgive her either. So what do we do now? Jake says quietly. Annabeth pulls herself out of her stupor to look beyond Silena, to where the Draken's wreaking havoc still, barely contained by the wired arrows the children of Apollo are using. Minutes ago, they'd all been so vehemently against the idea of Silena sacrificing herself to kill the fucking thing. But now... You're just a coward, comes a whisper. Clarice's voice is broken, ragged. In all her years of knowing her, Annabeth's never seen her cry, but she is now, albeit silently so. Tears stream down her cheeks despite how she keeps trying to wipe them away. Her eyes are red, her nose sounds half-blocked. I always thought you were so brave, Clara says. You left your bunker to be with Beckendorf, you chose to be friends with me out of all people. Heck, that takes a special kind of bravery. And patience too, but I respected you all the more for it. Heck, even now, when you said you'd be the one to detonate the bomb in the Draken, I thought, hell, she's stupid, but brave, so brave. She takes a slow, rattling breath like her lungs are hanging on by a thread. But you were never brave, were you, Silena? You were just selfish. And a goddamn coward at the end of it all. You could argue that you withheld information from the Titans, too, but you didn't do it out of the good of your heart. You did it to save your own skin. Let her do it, Clara says with grim finality. She stares at Annabeth, eyes glassy, mouth pressed into a grim, vengeful line. The only thing stopping us from sending someone into the Draken's maw was because we'd be losing someone on our side. But we aren't losing a life on our side if the one that's being lost isn't worth it anyway. There isn't really a goodbye to be said, really. Mitchell hands over the vial of Greek fire with no fanfare. Jake and Annabeth watch as he teaches Silena how best to uncork it. Annabeth presses her arm into Jake's just to feel something and wishes that Percy were here. Annabeth looks over to where Clarice is engaging the Draken head-on. Like literally, she's moving with unnatural speed, dodging every glob of acid it sends her way. They have a plan of action. When Silena's close enough, she'll jam her spear into the Draken's mouth, opening it just wide enough for Silena to run through and release the Greek fire. She'll be killed instantly from the proximity, but the rest of them need to get away in time. It's a good plan. Silena hands Annabeth her armor and weapon. For someone else to use, she says in a low voice. I don't want this good work to go to waste, and I won't be needing it anymore after this. Jake's eyes flash. Whatever flattery you're doing, it sure as hell isn't going to work now. It's not flattery, it's honesty, Silena sighs. I know this is going to be hard to believe, but I never meant to hurt anyone. I made some bad choices and then I had to cover them up. It's not good of me, I know I'm going straight to the fields of punishment, but I want you to know that nothing about how I acted was fake. I loved you. She looks at Mitchell, who gulps but doesn't say anything. You Lacey, everyone at 10 gave me a home when I had none, and I thank you for that. She turns to Jake, and I looked at everyone at 9 as a sibling too. You're Charlie's little brothers and sisters, so you were mine too. And I said it before, but I loved him, Jake, more than anything, which is why I couldn't bear him finding out. I'm not asking you to condone my actions or even understand them, last of all accept them, but I want you to know why I did what I did. She looks at Annabeth. I never deserved your friendship or your kindness. I never wanted to hurt you, and it killed me every second you were trapped on that stupid mountain, knowing I had a hand in putting you there. It really, really did. She wipes her eyes and holds out her charm bracelet, which Annabeth hesitates before pocketing. I'm sorry I caused you so much pain, and I'm sorry it had to be like this. She pauses, then adds, will you tell Piper and everyone else at 10 how much I loved them, please? Annabeth's throat has seized up, but she nods. Silena heaves a sigh. Thank you for letting me do this, she says quietly. I know it's not nearly enough to atone for everything I've done, but I want you to win this war, and I hope that it'll help you in whatever way. She turns to Jake. I'm ready. I'll cover you, he says tightly in response, before patting Annabeth's arm. You stay here, Annabeth. If anything seems like it's going wrong, step in. Until then, I've got this. Annabeth nods. She's in no headspace to go to battle, to see someone she'd once trusted die up close. Mitchell looks like he's trying to decide whether or not to say something to Silena, who is waiting with poorly disguised hope in her eyes, but all he says is, I've got your back, before unsheathing his own sword. Silena nods, unable to hide her disappointment, but still understanding, and then turns. She takes a breath and then starts running towards the dragon, Jake at her side and Mitchell right behind her. Annabeth watches, her stomach tumbling as they draw closer and closer. The children of Apollo call out warnings, but Mitchell waves them off and barks something into his sphere that has them all hanging back, if reluctantly so. Annabeth can see them hovering worriedly midair, confused, but still trusting them, trusting in whatever plan she's made. Annabeth, a voice calls out, and her heart just about turns to ice. No, not now. She can't stop Piper and Leo as they run up to her, covered in sweat and something shimmering in gold. Icor, she says in wonder. Guys, what? She killed him. Leo claps his hand on Piper's back, who, despite looking as though she might sleep on the spot, manages a thin smile. She's a fucking Titan Slayer now, man, just like Jason and Percy. Annabeth, it was incredible, she. Who's that? Piper asks suddenly, her eyes fixed on Silena's retreating frame. What's going on? Annabeth doesn't even know where to begin. Piper, it's... Wait, what the fuck? Leo says, brows furrowed, as Silena and Jake join Clarice in jabbing at the draken's gigantic snout, and Clarice, now glowing with a dim red aura, roars before grabbing a fallen sword and driving it right into the draken's nostril. The draken hisses, opening its mouth, and Clarice sees the opening. She shoves her javelin right between its teeth and darts away, leaving an opening wide enough for Silena to slip through. Silena rolls between the draken's jaws right before it snaps its mouth shut, breaking Clarice's spear into two. Clarice grabs Jake and begins sprinting away to find cover. Mitchell must have told the rest of the surrounding force about the plan, because everyone's ducking behind shards of rock, looking for some place to hide before the inevitable explosion. Annabeth's own instincts kick into gear. She grabs Piper and Leo by the front of their shirts and drags them away, even though Piper's screaming at her, demanding an explanation. Stop, Annabeth, what the fuck? She growls, and there must be some charm speak in there because Annabeth pauses for a split second and Piper rips her arm away and pushes her back hard. Annabeth snaps herself back to reality, grabs her around the waist and tackles her to the ground. Piper struggles, jabbing her just to the left of her stab wound, and Annabeth cries out in pain. The sound makes Piper stop, guilty, before she narrows her eyes. What the fuck are you doing? She yells. Annabeth, seriously, what the hell? Leo says shakily, coming up to her side and placing a hand on her shoulder. It was her choice, Annabeth tries, but Piper isn't having it. You're telling me you want me to sit and watch as my sister kills herself, she grits out, trying to push Annabeth off of her. No fucking way, not today. Annabeth, I'm trying my best not to hurt you right now, but get off me or I swear to God, hey, what the fuck? Silena, stop, get out of there, Silena. Piper, no, Annabeth hates to do it, but she straddles Piper and clamps her hand over her mouth. Please, listen to me, she chose to do this. Why, Leo asks, aghast. Why would she ever want to? Is this because Beckendorf? Part of it, Annabeth says, glancing at Leo briefly before looking down at Piper, not removing her hand even though Piper's biting at it. She tries to tell her with just her eyes that there's a reason for this. She's begging her to understand, hating that she's hurting her like this. She's the spy, pipes, Annabeth says, using her other hand to withdraw Silena's bracelet, which she hands to Leo. It was her all along. She's doing this to, I don't know, begin atoning, and I couldn't stop her, Piper. I couldn't, not after all she's done. Her eyes fill with tears because despite how angry she is at Silena, she hates to see Piper hurt, especially after all she's been through. I'm sorry, okay, I'm so sorry I didn't stop her, but she's done so much to hurt us, Piper. I couldn't stop her, not even for you. She can tell the exact moment Leo finds the scythe charm because he lets out a tiny gasp. Annabeth doesn't look to see what he does, but he must be holding out the evidence to Piper because her eyes dart to the side and her whole body relaxes at once. Annabeth takes her hand off her mouth. No, Piper croaks. She stares at Annabeth, and they both know she's using charm speak when she says, tell me it's not the truth. I wish I could, Annabeth whispers, fighting off the command as best she can, and Piper's eyes fill with tears. Why, she whispers, why would she? She's my sister, Annabeth, my sister. I gave her every part of me, told her everything. I loved her, she was my sister. She wanted me to tell you she loves you, Annabeth tries, but Piper lets out a huge sob and covers her face with both hands. Why does everyone who loves me hurt me? She whimpers, and Annabeth can't answer. She looks at Leo, who looks similarly unable to find his voice. He drops down next to her and leans over Piper as she sobs, making soft, hushing noises into her hair. They hear but don't see the blast go off behind them. Just in time, Annabeth slams her hand into her watch and releases her shield over their heads. In a few moments, debris comes down upon them like rain, nipping at exposed skin and drawing blood. Piper cries, and Annabeth wants to comfort her, to say something, but she can't. And so she just watches the light from the explosion behind them paint Piper in sickly green shadow as she mourns the loss of a sister she may have never even known at all. When Hazel opens her eyes, she's in the woods and someone's crying next to her. The boy is smaller than her, with dark clothes hanging off his skinny frame. Hazel can see his collarbones standing out as he hunches over himself and wails, the sound carrying over the trees and into the cloudy sky. It's dusk and the sky grows darker and darker the longer he stays there. Hazel watches him, enraptured, fully aware that she isn't in any kind of state to be able to help him, but more curious about, the enormous pile of gold behind him, for one. It's impossible to ignore, is the thing. Swords and shields and plates of armor, daggers and arrowheads and staffs. Hazel can see just about any kind of weapon you'd ever need in the pile. She sifts through it, expecting to pass right through it, which is why she jumps when a cup is dislodged from the heap. The boy looks up, and from this angle Hazel can see clearly the tear tracks staining Nico's pink cheeks. He looks around him suspiciously, wiping the underside of his nose with his sleeve. His lower lip wobbles as he stands and takes a long, shaky breath. Hazel gazes at him with interest. He must be 12 or 13, and he looks more alive than she's ever seen. Hazel's only seen Nico with bags under his eyes and pale skin and nothing except grim sadness in his eyes. She's never, ever seen him like this. Pink lips, rosy cheeks, skin that's a healthy tan from all his time traveling overland. His eyes are still wet, but there's light in them. "Who's there?" he asks. His voice breaks halfway through, and he raises his sword awkwardly aloft as though trying to make up for his obvious weakness. Although it's clear that this weapon isn't meant for him, either. Hazel recognizes the sword as the same Stygian iron weapon he still uses today, but as a child it looks too big for his hands. He can barely grip the hilt with his fingers. Hazel isn't sure whether to reveal herself or not, but finds she doesn't have to. As Nico swings himself around, his back to her, a ghost reveals himself to him, gliding forward out of the ground, hands in the air. Who are you?" Nico grips his sword tightly. "Why are you here?" "You summon me, my lord," the ghost says placatingly. "In your grief, you drew me to you." Nico drops his eyes. "You're not who I want to see. Newer souls are harder to track. Your loved one may not have reached judgment yet." The ghost sounds soothing. "You called me here, my lord, and I came to offer you comfort in these trying times. Perhaps the decision was subconscious." He eyes the gold with something guarded in his eyes. or perhaps not. Nico nearly drops his weapon. You mean, he gulps a lungful of air like he'll die without it. In New Rome, I found some texts in my father's shrine. It said I couldn't travel in the shadows. I taught myself, I got away from P. He just manages to cut himself off from uttering Percy's name. Something in his expression twists his face into something cold and ugly. It said I could. It is as you know already, the ghost says warily. The shadows are your domain, and distance between two of them turns to nothing when in your hands. You are a child of the underworld, and you can bend the rules, if not break them. But doing so requires sacrifice. I have all this gold, Nico says, his voice growing stronger. I stole it from New Rome, hoping. He stops, then fixes his gaze on the ghost, a greedy gleam in his eyes. Hazel feels her stomach flip-flop uncomfortably at the sight, and even the ghost looks shaken. My lord, it is our law, he says softly. Every life for another life, even if it is yours. He trails off when he realizes Nico isn't listening. His gaze is fixed upon the gold, raking over every piece in the pile. There's something about the air around him that's turned steadfast, determined, if a bit eerie. Teach me, Nico says. The ghost actually drifts backward. My lord. Teach me, Nico commands, his expressions wild. Hazel feels her heart jump in her chest. It is risky and breaks all laws of death. And you just said I could bend them, he interrupts. You called me your lord, now I'm asking you to help me. His voice sharpens and his lips pick up at the corners. I'm willing to give up anything, even myself, if it means I can get my sister back. Hazel jerks awake at the touch of cool fingers holding hers. Around her, the Romans are packing up camp just as efficiently as they'd set it up, so luckily nobody notices her as her breath grows quick. Her eyes meet a pair of darker ones that had, moments ago, been boring holes into the ghost that had instructed him on just how to bring her back. Well, not her. What did you see? Nico asks, noting her chest rising and falling alarmingly fast but saying nothing about it. You, Hazel wants to say, her eyes rake over him frantically. Percy had told her about the gold. She'd come to her own conclusions about the rest, but seeing it is a whole other thing. She hadn't fully believed it, really, even though she's a child of the underworld just like him, and she knows the rules they live by. It hadn't occurred to her just how much Nico had been prepared to give from himself to get Bianca back, how much he'd given to lift Hazel from the earth. A life for a life, she breathes and watches his expression shudder, close off. Oh, Nico, tell me you didn't do what I think you did. After the glittering pink of Silena's shroud has risen into the sky and out of sight, and Annabeth briefs the remaining bunker leaders, Annabeth walks the halls of the plaza, where they're setting up base until the war is done, and finds Piper curled up in a bed in the honeymoon suite, sheets torn up, catoptrice discarded on the floor, and her pillow stained with wetness. She's not sleeping, but she doesn't stir as Annabeth shuts the door with a little click and climbs in behind her, winding her arms around her and squeezing. Piper responds with a tiny sniff before turning around in her embrace. Annabeth wipes the tears from her eyes and notes the red in her cheeks and nose, and the way there's still some ichor clinging to the front of her t-shirt. You did good, she says quietly. You did amazing, actually. Killing Prometheus using Ivlev's, Leo told me, she explains when Piper's brows rise. You made us all proud today, Pipes. And there's a lot of things we don't know, but Jason gave you Ivlev's for a reason, and I'm sure that wherever he is, he can feel what you did, and I'm sure he's proud too. You think? Piper's eyes fill with tears again, and Annabeth makes a soft hushing noise and wipes them from her cheeks, leaving her hands cupped gently at her cheekbone. You think he knows? You think he really felt it? Because she wets her lips with a swipe of her tongue, then purses them. I did it for him, bait. Not to say that I didn't do it for everyone for the war, but it was especially for him, for Jason. I know, Annabeth soothes, having guessed as much herself. And I'm sure he knows, too. Wherever he is, probably Elysium, he's probably cheering you on, knowing he made the right choice in leaving you his sword. The right choice? Piper's face crumbles, and she lurches forward to stick her nose into the nape of Annabeth's neck. She's shaking violently, and Annabeth, stricken at the suddenness of her movements, takes a minute to catch herself before hugging her back. A single look at her friend's face confirms what she's been ignoring for a while now, or maybe she'd just been too busy, too selfish to give it her full attention. That Piper has been towing at her own breaking point for what feels like months, and today, facing Prometheus in battle, killing him, finding out the truth about Silena, and then losing her might have been the final straw for her. It's all too much, Piper cries into her neck, and Annabeth can't do much but listen to her desperately try to catch her breath, if only to form words. It's so fucking much, Annabeth. I don't want to be here, I don't care that I killed Prometheus, I don't care about any of it. I wish Jason had made a different choice. I wish he'd chosen me instead to die, because I can't live without him. I can't and I don't want to, and even though I killed Prometheus, I killed him. I thought I'd feel better if I did, but I don't, she bursts out, breath hot against Annabeth's skin. And Silena, she continues, voice ragged, I'm so angry, Annabeth. I'm so fucking angry that she would do that to all of us, to me and to Mitch and to Lacey and Valentina, even fucking Drew, but Beckendorf Annabeth. He loved her with everything in him, the way I loved Jason, and she spat on his grave. On all of us, all because what? Blackmail, she swallows. We would have understood if she told us. We would have helped. Beckendorf would have gone to the moon and back if it would have helped her, you know that. And after everything, she said she loves us. Bullshit. She pauses, and the rest of her words come out through evidently gritted teeth. Bullshit. I don't think she ever even knew how to love at all. We thought we knew her, Annabeth says quietly, choosing her words carefully. But Pipes, for what it's worth, she did do one thing right. She sacrificed herself in the end to save us. And I don't know, I saw her face. I think she made some pretty bad choices, but she did love you all, Pipes. I don't think she was lying about that. I don't think all of it was a farce. How are you not angry at her? Piper asks angrily, pulling back, her face slightly pink and blotchy from all the crying. I would have thought that you, out of everyone, would be fucking furious. Of course I'm angry, Annabeth says, because she is. She's so fucking mad at herself for not reading into all the signs, which, now that Silena herself had pointed them out, were numerous and had been staring at her right in the face the entire time. One day in the future, if she doesn't die, that is, she's going to spend some time hitting herself for being too naive, for ignoring her instincts, for making some overall pretty bad calls regarding who to trust, but doing that today isn't going to help anyone. I'm mad, Piper, I'm furious at her, and I'm pissed at me too, for I dunno. Falling for it, I guess. But stewing on it isn't going to do any good to me now, so I'm just trying my best to move on, I guess. That's the thing, isn't it? Piper rolls onto her back, staring with dull eyes at the ceiling. I can't move on from any of it. I've been trying and lying to myself, to everyone, by saying I'm okay, but I'm not, Annabeth, and I don't think I will be for a while. Nobody ever expected you to be, Annabeth says, watching her. Piper, you've been through hell and back these past few months. I'm surprised you haven't up and left. It's too much for one person to handle, but that's why you have us. Me and Leo and Percy and Mitchell, Lacey, everyone at 9. You can lean on us, you know that. Piper nods, sniffling. She doesn't say anything for a while, and Annabeth doesn't prompt her, running her hands against her hair in smooth motions. I miss him, she says quietly, squeezing her eyes shut. I miss him so much, Annabeth. I thought it'd get better, but it's not, and the war isn't helping. I see these monsters and I want to rip them apart. I see Prometheus and I want to sever his spine from his body, and even though I killed him, even though I slit his throat and struck him with lightning, it's still not enough. When the lightning struck today, there was a part of me that hoped, I don't know, that he was back somehow. Even though I know it's impossible. That's perfectly understandable, Annabeth says quietly, thinking of how she would wait for Percy after he left the bunkers with Nico, how she would wait for Luke after the first war, hoping it was all a mistake, hoping beyond hope that he would come back home. With Silena, she gulps. With Silena, it's like I don't even know what to feel. I'm so angry at her, Annabeth, because everyone opened up to her, everyone. And to know now that it was all a lie, she sighs. I want to be angry at her, I do, and I am to some extent, but it's like you said, she just got caught up in covering up all the shit she did, and it just went on too long for her to save herself. She pauses, considering. It's like being trapped in a web of your own lies. You make up one lie, and then you make up another to cover up the first. And it goes on, Annabeth agrees. She places both hands under the side of her face like a makeshift pillow. There's so much to dissect about Silena, and by extension Luke, but the strongest emotion Annabeth can muster up at the moment is pity. Pity for the girl who had to hide herself to everyone she knew, all because she wasn't sure the killing blow would come from, and in the end, her own actions were her downfall. Upon reconvening at the plaza, Annabeth had the unfortunate duty of telling Silena's siblings, the rest of Bunker 10, about the events leading up to Silena's death and her damning confession. She's sure they might not have believed her if not for Mitchell, who backed up everything she recounted with observations of his own, and Piper, who held Silena's charm bracelet in her hand and a heaviness over her shoulders. But even so, it was not a pleasant affair. Her siblings were furious, betrayed, and she could very well see the beginnings of mistrust towards each other building up in their eyes. It reminded her of how Bunker 11 fared in the months after Luke's disappearance. Luke, all she can feel is a grim kind of sadness, a disappointment that comes from acceptance of the fact that he will never change, and nothing she could have ever done would have changed him. She'd known, of course, for some time now that he wasn't a good person, but him manipulating the unclaimed against the rest of them, using Silena the way he did, it's evil in a way she'd never expected of him, and even though it shouldn't be news to her, not anymore, it's still a tough pill to swallow. There had been some discourse afterwards among them regarding Silena's shroud, or more specifically, whether or not she deserved one, but in the end it was decided that she ought to have one if only for tradition's sake. Annabeth had woven parts of it herself, specifically the symbol of the dove and the quote underneath, Ordinarily, it would have said something about a hero's passing, but instead Annabeth stitched in peace comes at the cost of letting go, which made Lacey cry when she saw it. She'd simply shaken her head at Percy when he came over to talk, because she'd been watching Piper during the funeral, and she'd figured she needed someone at that moment far more than Annabeth did. It's weird, she ruminates aloud, how she spent all her time manipulating us, but her very last act was, dare I say, heroic. Piper snorts derisively. Yeah, good fucking timing to be a goddamn hero, huh? Pretty convenient last-minute act, Annabeth says, but a vision of Silena's tear-streaked face flashes in her mind, and she feels a pang of sadness strike through her. Telling the Titans about Percy, trapping you under the sky, forcing Chris to forget her, and God knows what else, Piper says, bitterness seeping into her voice. I wouldn't be surprised if she told them about Jason leaving 9 if they'd tracked him all the way to Authries. She takes a breath. I know that any therapist right now would tell me to forgive, to forget, that letting go will give me peace just like you put on her shroud. But I don't think I'll ever forgive her, Annabeth. The same way I won't forgive Creos or Kronos or Prometheus or Luke. She pauses, contemplating, and then turns her head to gaze at Annabeth. Is that okay with you? I'm not in any place to be lecturing people on how to or how not to heal, Annabeth says with a little shrug, because she has, in these past couple of months, come to realize and accept that she's kind of an emotional disaster and holds a grudge like a bitch. But, and here she can't help snorting, I don't think any amount of therapy is going to help us. Piper smacks her lightly against the arm. Shut up, she says, but there's a smile in her voice. Annabeth grins and shuffles a little closer, rolling over onto her stomach so that she can lean her chin on her hands. The movement causes her wound to smart a little, and she lets out a little hiss. Piper looks over at the noise. I'm sorry for elbowing you in your stab wound, she says. I'm sorry I tackled you into the road, Annabeth responds. Bitch, Piper says, the most like herself she's sounded in months, and Annabeth smiles in response, shaking her head playfully when Piper moves to brush the curls falling into her face. Say, Piper says in a low, almost secretive voice, once this war is done and let's say we win, let's say we survive, what do you want to do? Do? Annabeth tilts her head and sighs, thinking about it. It's weird, but she finds that she hasn't really thought that far, which is completely out of character for her, but also, yeah. She doesn't know for sure, because so much of her future looks so different now that she knows Percy feels the way she does, and she finds now that she doesn't really care about when she finally gets to do all the cool, impressive, remarkable things she'd set as goals for herself when she was younger and less burdened, because living a life is important too. If she wins the war, she wants to change the world in some respect. She wants to make some real, tangible change in the way their godly little world runs. She wants to get an education. She wants to be a real architect, not just someone who dreams of being one. She wants to spend time with Percy every day in whatever way she can. She wants them to be those kind of people that have separate lives made whole by each other. She wants them to be able to come back to a place called home after a long day and sit together and talk and laugh and just be. She wants to be close to the rest of her bunker family, and she wants to become the kind of person that can be a role model for the younger ones. She tells Piper as much in jumbled speech and stammered explanations, but Piper listens to it all, nods like she understands. You're a good person, she says finally, when Annabeth's done and still wondering if she said something triggering. She looks at Annabeth, studying her face in a very Child of Athena fashion before turning away. You, after everything that's happened to you, Luke and Thalia and everyone you've lost, you still want to stay with everyone. Yeah, Annabeth shifts a little, pressing her fingers around Piper's wrist. I mean, you guys all mean the world to me. After my dad, you guys are my family. I don't have anyone to go back home to, and I don't want anyone other than you all. She bites her lip. I don't know where else I'd go. Piper is silent. There's something about her stillness that makes Annabeth worry, then understand. Ah, she says quietly, but you do. Piper doesn't say anything immediately, confirming her theory, but finally she presses her fingers into her brows, massaging them into her skull. It's something I've been thinking about, she says, more often now that Jason's gone. When he was still here, we would joke about leaving after the war was done. I never really considered it too seriously because there was always some shit going on, but now Annabeth, I'm so tired, babe. She sniffs, and Annabeth slips her hand into Piper's and squeezes as hard as she can. I don't want to abandon you guys forever, Piper continues, because, well, you're right about this being family, and I don't want to forget all the amazing times I had just because of the bad moments. But the bad moments, they're really bad stuff that might take me years to overcome, and I still do have family out there, you know. Family who might still care about me once we lift the mist around his eyes. I dunno, losing so much so quickly. I just feel like I've never appreciated all my dad gave me, and so maybe it'll be my turn to give back once this war is done. That's lovely of you, Piper, Annabeth says honestly, and the relief that breaks across her friend's face makes her giggle a little, even though tears are stinging at her eyes. Don't cry, Piper whispers, poking her cheek and catching a tear with her thumb. Only if you stop crying. Annabeth mimics the same motion, flicking the tear behind her. Don't mind me, I dunno. It's weird thinking about the future when for all we know we could die tomorrow, but I'm glad you're looking ahead, even though I'll miss you, and she means it more than anything. Annabeth can't quite imagine life without Piper. She's been a staple at her side for years. It'll be hard, but this is something Piper needs, and Annabeth is sure she'll manage. They both will. I'll miss you too, Piper murmurs. Like, it's not a goodbye, not really. Jason, he had some cool ideas about what he wanted to do after the war. Be a bridge between Greece and Rome, kind of. I feel like it's something I want to do in his stead, you know. Whatever you do end up doing, Annabeth says firmly, you've got me at your back all the way. You know that, right? Of course I do. Piper smiles at her, a little wan and a little tired, but a little more at peace than before, and Annabeth's heart lifts when she sees it. Love you, Annabeth. I love you. Piper lets out an almighty sniff and covers up her tears with a shaky laugh. Speaking of dying tomorrow, though, where is Boy Wonder? All tired out from fighting the big bad sea serpent. Probably passed out in some bedroom somewhere. Annabeth can't help but feel fond at the mental image that generates. Can't believe everything comes down to him, Kronos, with only 2 days to go, Piper muses. All of our stupid dreams may not mean a thing if things go south. She glances at Annabeth, a little apologetic. I don't know if I said it to you properly, but I'm really happy for you, Bate. You guys are great together, I said it from the start. She hesitates for only a second before adding, you can go be with him, you know. I feel better now, and God knows you both wasted enough time tiptoeing around each other. Annabeth considers it for a moment. Catching a little nap with Percy's warm arms around her sounds like heaven right now, but… Nah, she says, digging her chin into Piper's shoulder and leaning her head against the side of hers. I'd rather stay here with you and talk about our stupid dreams a little longer. You can tell me about all the things you wanted to do together and all the plans Jason had. She lifts her head to gaze at her, if you don't mind. Piper turns to meet her gaze and smiles, eyes going a warm shade of brown. She really is gorgeous, but what makes her so beautiful is her strength, Annabeth thinks, so resplendent and present even when everything around her is turning to ash. Piper's fucking everything to her, and she hopes she knows it too. I'd like nothing more, Piper whispers, and her eyes are shining with tears. And so Annabeth pulls the blanket around them both, and they snuggle into it and each other, socked feet tickling their shins, and they talk the way they used to in Bunker 6. Back when all they had to worry about was if Thalia would let them go on supply runs together, and who'd be able to steal more boxes of cookies if they did go. They talk all the way until sunset. Percy opens his eyes with the vague demigodly awareness that he's in a dream and not truly awake, something he confirms when he raises his palm outward and watches as raindrops pass right through it. He isn't sure where he is, but it must be important. Percy turns around in a circle, but nothing stands out in particular to him. It's a gloomy night, and he's in an alleyway of some kind. There's paint on one of the walls that reads something Ironworks, but that's about it. He knows he shouldn't be on guard, but he still tenses when the sound of quick, scurrying footsteps approaches him rapidly from behind. Hand on riptide, he turns, but the person passes right through him, panting heavily, sounding near tears. Percy whirls back round and just manages to catch a flash of blonde hair ducking behind a sheet of metal. His breath catches, no way. Even though he's sure she won't be able to hear him, Percy walks carefully to the trembling sheet and lowers himself to his haunches so he can see her. 7-year-old Annabeth stares into him, eyes blown wide, both hands clenched around a hammer. She's wearing clothes that must be days old, and her hair's matted in that way that means she probably hasn't had a bath in a while. He can see her trying to calm her breathing, but to no avail. The sheet she's hiding behind rattles with every breath. Something inside Percy collapses with pity. Annabeth's told him about her dismal childhood, of course, but seeing it is another matter. Something in him wants to find her father and roar obscenities at him, but maybe that's for another time. Drawing riptide, even though he definitely won't be able to help, Percy stands up, keeping an eye out for whatever monster she must have been running from, but then 2 new figures appear in the mouth of the alley, and he finds himself stopping short. Even without the way the light catches the sandy blonde hair and the glint of her blue eyes, Percy knows beyond doubt that this must be Thalia and Luke from several years ago. back when they'd been on the run, and all they'd been fighting for was to live another day. Almost immediately his eyes are drawn to Thalia, probably since she's practically the stuff of legends and he's never even seen her before. Everyone who'd ever told him about her had been right in their description of her. Lithe and confident, with raven hair and eyes that glint electric blue, she bears no resemblance to Jason other than her eyes and the strength in her jawline. She wears all black, looking almost like Nico with her pale skin and luminous eyes, and in her hands is a familiar golden spear. For a boy no older than 14 or 15, Luke is striking, though he carries none of the dangerous, deadly airs that accompany his person now. He holds a dagger, his dagger, Annabeth's future dagger, with a practiced ease that suggests he knows what he's doing, and his eyes are sharp as he stalks ahead. Percy grips Riptide and wonders if the blade would pass through him if he tried. Imagines all the pain he could spare everyone of, all the lives he could save, but there's some kind of innocence in Luke's eyes, in the upturn of his nose, and he can't bring himself to do it. He watches with bated breath as Luke and Thalia soundlessly creep towards where Annabeth has concealed herself. Annabeth must have gotten a hold of herself, because the metal sheet is still now, and Thalia and Luke pass it by without a second glance. Percy's beginning to think she's home free when, quick as a viper, Thalia makes a swipe with her spear backwards, dislodging the sheet and destroying Annabeth's cover. Percy rushes forward with a shout, but Annabeth's faster. She kicks off from the wall behind her with an impressive leap and brandishes the hammer. She would have brained Luke, who stands where he is, stunned if not for Thalia intervening. She disarms Annabeth with a single stroke of Ivliv's and catches her using her free arm. Annabeth struggles. "No monsters," she screams hoarsely. "Go away, go away, go away." "Kid, stand still," Thalia says, aggravated, dropping Ivliv so she can get a better hold of her. Percy feels a flash of pride as Annabeth bites at her hand and stamps on her foot, eliciting a curse from the daughter of Zeus, but then Luke comes to himself and steps forward, going down on his knees so he can look her in the eye. "Thalia, you're scaring her," he says. "Well then, tell her to stop moving." "Let me go," Annabeth yells. "Let me go, you monsters. What do you want with me? I'll kill you again." Luke whistles under his breath, a slow, odd sound that immediately makes Annabeth halt and stare at him in surprise, though it quickly melts back into a scowl. "You killed a monster," he says, sounding impressed. "That's pretty impressive, kid. What's your name?" Annabeth puffs her cheeks and turns her face the other way. She tries stomping on Thalia's foot again, but Thalia's ready for it and moves her feet away quickly. Her lips quirk when Annabeth gazes up at her in betrayal. "No name, huh?" she grunts. "Well, we'll go first then, how about that?" When Annabeth ducks her head, she continues, "I'm Thalia, this is Luke. We saw you fighting those monsters near the library before and thought you could use some help." "I don't need help," Annabeth whispers, struggling a little again, though her tone of voice betrays some doubt in her own declaration. "I just need to get away from them." "We can help with that," Luke says quickly, glancing up at Thalia, who nods subtly. "Annabeth, Thalia and I have been fighting monsters for a long time now. We're trying to find some place safe too. We're just like you, see?" He holds out his dagger, which Percy now realizes is coated in monster dust. "We took care of the giant spiders chasing you, and we followed you to make sure you were safe. We're not monsters, kid. We're monster fighters just like you." Annabeth lifts her head. Percy sees something like hope shining in her eyes. "You killed the spiders." "We could leave if you want," Thalia says. Her grip on Annabeth's wrist loosen as though proving it. "We could even take you back to your home." Annabeth's lip quivers. "I don't have one." "Did they kill your family?" Thalia asks her sympathetically. She drops Annabeth's wrists entirely, and she moves closer to where Luke is kneeling, but Annabeth doesn't run. She stands in the same spot, a little wisp of a girl, shoulders shaking like she's trying to hold back tears. "No," she says quietly. "No, they hate me. I ran away." Percy watches with trepidation as some kind of familiar darkness passes over Luke's face, though it fades in a second. Annabeth, who's wiping at her face, doesn't notice, and neither does Thalia, who is behind him. "Well, kid," Luke says kindly, "what's your name?" "Annabeth," says Annabeth, sniffling. "Pretty name," Thalia smiles, and Annabeth looks up at her gratefully. "Here's the deal, Annabeth," Luke says, all businesslike, but with a hint of that signature Hermes mischievousness that Percy's come to associate with Travis and Connor. Percy notes at once that despite the difference in their ages, he's treated her like an equal, and he can tell that by the way Annabeth's spine straightens that she sees it too and appreciates the gesture. "Back there with the monsters," he jabs a thumb behind him, "and here, just now, you've shown us that you're a pretty great fighter." "I don't know about you, Thalia, but I think we could use someone like her on our team." Thalia rubs at her chin like she's considering it, and Luke hides a smile behind his fist as Annabeth rounds on her in disbelief and indignation, as though stunned she hasn't immediately made the cut. I'm not sure. I'm good, Annabeth protests. I can be fast and strong too, and I'm smart, I promise I am. Whoa, really? Thalia widens her eyes. You've got everything we're looking for. I mean, as for fast and strong, I've got that covered, but I'm not smart, and Luke definitely isn't. She rolls her eyes at Annabeth like they're sharing an inside joke. Luke frowns exaggeratedly as though hurt by the statement. Hey, he says, and Annabeth giggles. Don't corrupt the new member of the family this quick. At the word family, Annabeth regains some of her previous suspicions. She surveys them both with a little frown. You're not going to take me back to my family, right? She says. Promise. Of course not, Thalia says at once. We're your new family, Luke says with conviction, and tell you what. He unsheathes his dagger and curls Annabeth's tiny fingers around the hilt. This is yours now, he says, as a welcome gift into our little family. He nudges Thalia and they both smile. Knives aren't like swords, but they're easy to conceal and find weak points in your enemy's armor. He mimes jabbing at his own armpit. Annabeth's eyes widen as she holds it up, admiring it, and then she nods at Luke with a growing smile. They're meant to be wielded by the best fighters and the smartest, Luke continues. He gives her a little grin. You said you're smart, and I believe it, Annabeth. I think you do this knife justice far better than I ever could. Annabeth nods slowly. She looks entranced by the blade. So what do you say? Thalia implores. We've got a safe house nearby. We've got clothes and water and food. You in, Annabeth? Annabeth nods, and then her lip quivers, and she throws herself into Luke's arms with a wail, knife clattering to the road. I thought I was gonna die, she sobs, dribble and tears soaking into Luke's shoulder. We'd never hurt you, Thalia coos, bending down and ruffling Annabeth's hair. Annabeth, as long as you've got us, you've got family, okay? Again, Luke's face goes grim and sour, the way Percy knows it to be. He can't see it very much, given that Annabeth's hair is concealing half of it, but Percy sees the tightness around his eyes and the creasing in his brow. Look, Annabeth, Luke says quietly. The world we live in it's really unfair to people like us. It is. I wish you didn't have to fight monsters. I wish you could be far away from all this bullshit. The sudden venom in his voice surprises even Thalia, who pauses in scratching Annabeth's scalp to gaze quickly at him, mouth flattened into a dubious line. But I swear on his blade that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe, to give you a family again. He pulls back from her, both arms on her thin shoulders. How's that sound to you? Good, Annabeth whispers. If she'd looked at her new dagger with stars in her eyes, they've expanded to galaxies with how she's looking at Luke now. With a pang in his heart, somehow a lot of things are making sense to Percy all at once. Annabeth's devotion to Luke, the way she'd thrown herself at him to save him, all of it. The way he'd spoken to her, Percy fully believes that he hadn't been lying to her, even though he might have broken his promise to her later, but he really had loved her. Protected her, or tried to anyway. No wonder Annabeth had hoped for him to be good for so long. It leaves him feeling sick to his stomach. He watches mute as Luke hoists Annabeth onto him in a piggyback. Her bony arms wind around his neck and she sighs deeply in that pure, unassuming way that only kids can manage. It's a testament to how much she trusts Luke already that she falls asleep before they've even left the alleyway. Percy follows them as they trek down the road, Thalia bringing up the rear with Ivlivs in her arms. You know promises like that can bite you in the ass, she says under her breath, after making sure Annabeth really is asleep. I hope you can put your money where your mouth is, Luke. Luke chuckles. He secures Annabeth a little bit better on his back and smiles when she mumbles a little in her sleep. She's a good kid, he says softly, fondly. I wouldn't dare to hurt her. And he looks ahead, something sad and far away in his gaze. If I ever do, even without meaning to, I guess that'll be my curse to bear. Percy feels his eyes widen just as mist swirls around him and takes him away. Fixing things helps, at least that's what Leo tells himself. He tinkers with the mother sphere, Maya half asleep on the chair next to him. He really should just let her go to bed, but he can't help thinking that there must be something he's missing here, something related to magic. Leo's tired. Gods, he's so tired and so angry that he thinks he might hit something if he drops the screwdriver in his hand. Silena and Beckendorf and everything that they'd missed, it gnaws at him. Smart isn't the first word Leo would use to describe himself. He'd call himself resourceful, but he's certainly not stupid. And by all the gods, Silena had made him feel like a goddamn idiot. All this time, all this damn time, the stupid scythe charm had been tinkling merrily in the middle of her bracelet with all those other stupid charms. Gods, and he'd thought he was observant. And here's the worst part. Silena, she'd been a coward at the end of the day, scared to show her true self to both sides, scared to admit the truth even to herself. Leo doesn't know how she slept at night, and still, she walked into the Draken's mouth without a sideways glance. Still detonated the bomb that must have ripped her bones apart from the inside, seared her skin like molten lava, utterly decimated her from head to toe. It would have been a short death. Leo doesn't think she could have felt anything for more than a few moments, but during those few moments she must have been in incredible pain. Pain so sharp and stinging and unbearable that death must have been a relief. But she'd done it anyway. She'd done it, and Leo doesn't know how the fuck someone as cowardly as her had found the strength to. He did it because he loved us, Jake had said. Beckendorf died because in that moment he decided that he loved us enough to die if it meant we could live a little longer. But how could Silena have loved them enough to die for them, after all she'd done to hurt them? Did she do it, truly, because she loved them and wanted them to win the war? Or did she do it just to show that she wasn't all bad, to give herself the chance to be a called a hero at the end of it all? He groans and presses the heels of his palms against his eyes. The screwdriver hangs between his fingers, struggling to stay in his grip as he tries to grasp onto a string of control like he's Spider-Man. Gods, Silena dead, Beckendorf dead, Michael dead, the Romans nowhere to be found, a giant on the way, just over a day for the prophecy to hit them over the head, and Leo isn't even close to interpreting his own prophecy or even come close to decoding it. He's at a loss, he doesn't know what to do. And the sphere's his baby, his area of expertise, his brainchild, his failure because something must be up with them if they aren't goddamn working. Even he gulps guilty, even if the Romans are dead or missing in action, there's no way Frank and Hazel would stop communicating with them so abruptly, not when they'd been sending updates every few days or so ever since their departure. Leo's not sure of many things, but he trusts Frank and Hazel to stay alive and stay in touch. They won't fail him, not in this. Which means something's wrong with the spheres, but what? He's gone through his notes inside and out trying to find a mistake, and there aren't any. Besides, the spheres are working just fine within New York. Maya, he says urgently. Maya. What? She sits upright abruptly, eyes wide and panicked, and Leo immediately feels guilty. When she realizes they're not being attacked, she sighs and slumps back. Yes, Leo. The magic barrier you put up, he says, could that interfere with signals? As in, the magic linking the spheres together. She shakes her head slowly and then meets his eyes as though something's dawning on her. Ours shouldn't, but whatever spell put on Chronos might. Shit, Leo wants to hit himself. He'd been so concerned about his own work, on the sleeping spell the demigods of Hecate and Hypnos had cast, that he'd forgotten the overarching bubble they were in the first place, the layer of magic slowing down time entirely. Maya, he says slowly, what if whatever timey-wimey shit Chronos has pulled over New York isn't just interfering with the signal, but slowing it down? She's nodding already. It's possible. It's hard to imagine, but it's possible. Meaning whatever messages we send to anyone outside, and whatever messages they're sending to us, they haven't been cut off, just slowed down to like a snail's pace. He thinks about it, even slower. No wonder Prometheus was so smug about it. He knew that both sides are incapable of communication right now. He wants to hit the wall, but he's kind of scared he might burn through it and bring down the entire hotel. I know he's dead, but gods, I'd like to kill him again. Maya wipes discreetly at her eyes. So what should we do? Leo looks at her, ready to shoot out a plan, but takes in her weary expression, at the monster dust stuck in her hair, and shakes his head. Not me, he corrects. Go sleep, Maya. You and your siblings have been dead on your feet for a while now. You need all the rest you can get. But she can't even finish the sentence because she's too busy yawning. Okay. She stands up, stifling another yawn, and pats him lightly on the shoulder. Don't stay up too late, okay? No promises, Leo says, smirking as she closes the door behind her, but his smile slides from his face when he's alone again. He presses his fingers into his temples, swearing at the pain that blooms from between them. He could really use a nap right now. He sighs, tapping lightly on the outer shell of the mother sphere with his screwdriver. He dicks around for a while, tinkering with the main circuitry for no particular reason, and then decides to add in Morse code to its database, largely because he can and he wants to, and he's not got much else going on at the moment. Maya's taught him enough about how to send in new commands to the mother sphere, and so Leo manages to send out the new update to all linked spheres without too much hassle. He wonders if he should try to send Frank and Hazel a Morse code encrypted message, but then decides against it. I wish I knew enough magic to be able to break Chrono's spell, he murmurs to it desolately. Like, even just a little bit would help. If he could get one message from Hazel and Frank, figure out where they are, he could go get them. Or. He huffs, wheeling himself over to Festus' suitcase form and activating his dormant mode, just because with Maya gone, Leo feels just lonely enough to communicate in with his dragon in Morse code. Festus the suitcase wears to life but stays in case form, thank fuck. The last time it had taken him too long to deactivate Festus once he started shifting forms in a closed space. That had not been pretty. Hey buddy, Leo says wearily as Festus creaks out a greeting. Don't mind me just wallowing a little. I think I'm due to be in my feels for a while. It's nothing to worry about. Festus creaks something that translates to friends. He's so cute. Leo's so glad he made the spontaneous decision to add Morse code into the spheres, honestly, one of which makes up Festus' core circuitry. Everyone's asleep probably, and I kinda wanted to be alone, but now I don't want to be, Leo explains. Plus, I don't want to bug anyone. It's been a long, tiring, very emotional day. He thinks of Silena and clenches his fist. It's been a lot. Festus creaks. I just don't understand why she would do that. Leo bursts out after a second. Beckendorf loved her so much. We all trusted her. She was like the bunker mom, you know. Annabeth was bunker big sister, the kind who shows no mercy, but at the end of the day it was Silena who would like braid people's hair. Like people queued up to get her to do it, and it would go on for ages, but she never once complained about it, even though I'm sure her fingers hurt. She was so nice, so fucking nice, man. When she and Beckendorf got together, we all thought if there's one person that deserves him, it might be her. He watches the light from the lone bulb on the ceiling flicker against the polished bronze of the mother sphere. And turns out she's been lying to everyone right from the start. He scoffs. This is why I don't get the heart, Festus, or the head, to be honest. I'll just stick with my spheres, man. Festus creaks, and you, of course, Leo adds. My pride and joy, he creaks again. No, I'm not teasing you, geez. He gazes into the flickering lamp. I wonder where Frank and Hazel are. If they're alive, I haven't heard from them since we left 1. He drums his fingers against the desk. I wish they were in tracking range. He pulls out his own deactivated sphere and stares at it. Hey Festus, do you think that if I ran a track on Sphere 7 it would work? He sighs. I mean, they're probably out of range, but... Festus beeps. Leo sits up. A light on the top of the suitcase flashes red, and then the suitcase starts wheeling itself away from him. Leo watches incredulously as Festus bumps into a wall, and then again, and then again. It takes him a second to figure out what's happening. Oh my god, you're tracking them. He stands up, dislodging several small items off the table and grabs his jacket. You're tracking their sphere, you can track them. They're in range, possibly here. He picks up the suitcase with both hands and races for the elevator, tapping his feet nervously the entire rise to the terrace. Festus transforms carefully back into his dragon form, and Leo clambers onto his back and steers him around the neighboring buildings expertly, his heart pounding in his chest. Okay boy, he says, patting Festus' gleaming bronze neck. Let's find them. Festus stays high, his processors whirring. Leo can hear the sphere in his skull beeping, indicating that they're in range and possibly getting closer. His heart feels ready to combust. He hopes that this isn't some sick Titan prank, that Hazel and Frank really are near, and finally, Festus comes to a stop. Leo looks down. They're hovering above a park, and Festus has his nose pointed right at an outcropping of rocks. Leo squints at it suspiciously. Annabeth hadn't mentioned anything about another underground entrance, but he knows that several other pathways into the labyrinth had been sealed off since the last war, maybe even since the Purge. This might be one of them. Let's check it out, he says quietly. Landing is a bit of a tricky affair. Festus is so big that he ends up crushing several trees, even though Leo tries his best to land them on a lawn-wide area. Leo presses the button that turns Festus back into a suitcase and wheels him to the rocky area, wincing as he crosses all the bent-over trees, sending an apology to Grover in the general direction of the universe. Hey, if all goes well, maybe Grover could even be here soon to fix his mess. He heads over to the stones and prods at them suspiciously with his hammer. Nothing budges, but he hadn't expected that to work anyway, because when has anything been easy for him? Looking around warily, Leo extracts a jackknife and cuts into his thumb, spreading the blood into his palm before pressing it directly against the rock. There's something here, all right. Leo's blood seems to trigger some ancient magic, and he can feel the stones responding to it, although it doesn't seem to be enough to open up the passage completely. Leo presses his palm harder, hoping for a bigger reaction, but gives up after a couple of minutes. What the heck, he murmurs. What do I need to do to open you? Give my soul. Not quite, comes a lilting voice, and Leo nearly shits his pants. He turns around in a complete circle before looking upwards, bewildered, and sure enough, there's a girl sitting on the rocks, casually but not really examining her fingernails, like she's too cool for him. Like, literally, something about her gives off a very distinct chilly air. That, combined with the fact that her gown is the color of freshly fallen snow, and her eyes that are the color of icy glaciers, alerts Leo at once to the fact that this person, or nymph, or whatever, isn't here to chat and likely isn't friendly. Still though, Leo's mama taught him manners. "Hello," he says, and then squeaks when the girl turns her gaze onto him with a huff. She stands, and her dress, even though it's all white, shows no signs of any of the dirt or mud or twigs you'd usually find clinging to your clothes after being sat on a rock for God knows how long. Leo gulps, scrambling back when she jumps down next to him, landing gracefully and flipping her mane of lush raven hair over her shoulder. "Son of Hephaestus," she says with disdain, "I can smell the fire in your blood." Thank you," says Leo nervously. The girl's expression turns frosty. The ground beneath her bare feet emanates a whoosh of cold air. That wasn't a compliment. "Okay," Leo responds. He puts a hand on Festus, lifting up the suitcase even though it's taking all his strength to do so, and jabs his other thumb back at the rocks. "So, if that's all I'll be going back to." "I think not." An icicle spears his sleeve as he lifts his hand, pinning him neatly against the stones. Festus falls from his hand and the suitcase teeters on its side before landing with a thunk against the ground. Leo acts on instinct, ripping away from the icicle and bringing up a roaring flame in both hands. The girl recoils with a hiss, glaring at the embers that rise into the air between them. "Fire user," she spits. "Hell yeah," Leo says, more confidently than he feels. "Your ice magic won't work on me, lady, so." "Most ice magic won't," the girl interrupts, her eyes glowing iridescent blue. "But your fire is no match for the goddess of snow." She lifts her arms, summoning a tornado of swirling snowflakes around her, a wind so strong that Leo's buffeted backward, the flames in his palms going out. She laughs, a high-pitched sound, and crows, "Oh, I was so disappointed when they appointed me here. After all, who knows of the door of Orpheus? Nobody, but now you're here, and now I can finally have some fun." Her eyes gleam, icy spikes run up and down her arms. "Come, son of fire, you think you can burn me?" Well, and, to Leo's utter despair, she conjures a spear and shield made of pure ice, weapons that he's sure could go right through him if he let his guard down. "Ice burns twice as much as fire," she says, a sick smile spreading across her face. "Let me show you just how much." He lets this sink in, but still, though, his mind is whirring. Leo knows his myths. Annabeth had made sure of that the minute he and Piper had invaded Bunker 6. He can just barely remember reading about the Door of Orpheus, but Chione's words seem to itch at his brain. Who knows the Door of Orpheus? Not many, for sure. But Leo, he'd been attracted to legends of fire, things that related to him, who'd know more about the existence of the Door of Orpheus if not a child of the underworld. Hazel, he thinks, and feels goosebumps erupt on his skin, ones that have nothing to do with Chione's icy winds. Hazel's near, she's here, just underground. There must be something blocking her way up, and it's up to Leo to open up the path for her. He casts a glance at Festus. Like an idiot, he'd left his own sphere behind in his rush to get out of there, but Festus has a sphere, too. He needs to get a message to Hazel and to Annabeth, too, if he can. For that, he needs to overpower Chione long enough to activate Festus again, and then, well, and then he'll go from there. For now, though, he extracts a vial of petrol from his belt and sets his entire right arm on fire. He makes a show of flipping off the lid of gas and letting its scent fill the air, pungent and ready to fucking burn. "It's gonna take a lot more than your pretty lil snowflakes to stop me," he says, and throws the liquid into her face. The upside of traveling underground is that Hazel knows her stuff. This is her domain. She is a child of the underworld just as much as Nico is. She knows what she's doing, where she's going. The downside of traveling underground is that Hazel knows too much, which is why she can tell the path ahead is blocked. Nico," she whispers. "I know," he says, "I feel it too." "What is it?" Raina calls from behind. She's carrying a firelit torch and it makes her skin shine like a polished statue. The Praetor has had very few complaints since the start of their long journey, and she leads by example. Hazel can sense dissatisfaction amongst the troops, and impatience, too, a feeling of "are we there yet?" that she can't yet answer honestly, because the thing is. "We're here," Nico says, "but the door's blocked, and I don't think we can do anything to open it. It has to be opened from the outside." Hazel can feel Raina's frustration, can see it in sharp jut of her chin, the determined the set of her brow. "It's the doors of Orpheus, yes," she says. At Hazel's nod, she continues, "How does it open?" "Music," says Nico. He doesn't quite blush, but it's a close thing. "I shadow traveled up ahead as high as I can go. I tried to, sing, it didn't work." Maybe your voice just sucks, someone from behind Reyna coughs. She shoots them a look, then relents. Well, it's a fair point. I don't suck, Nico says. Prove it, says Hazel, pushing her luck. Not a chance in hell, Nico snaps back at once. It needs to open from the outside. I think we should try contacting someone on the Greek army to open the door, maybe make sure the area is clear before we go up. It's comedic timing the way the ground rumbles as soon as he says that. The entire cave rattles, bits of rock falling from the ceiling. The Romans gasp, clasping each other's arms, while Reyna calls for vigilance. Hazel searches upward, feeling for something to grasp onto, but all she reads is a whole lot of bronze, shaped oddly like a dragon, she says around a laugh. Leo versed off. Does timing mean nothing to you guys? Leo complains, ducking under one icicle shot his way, and then breaking through the next one with his hammer. We've still got time before the battle starts. I was told to make sure the door stays shut, and so I will, Keone sneers, skidding underneath the jet of fire Leo conjures and swiping at his feet with her spear. Leo jumps, but she's fast, bringing up her free hand to encase his arm in ice. Heavy as it is, he slams to the ground with a groan and then kicks at her torso, casting a wild glance at Festus chilling on the ground just out of his reach. Leo uses his free arm to melt the ice away, and then takes Keone's next attack right in the chest, using the momentum to twist midair and come up kneeling right by Festus. It's over for you, he gasps, pressing the button and sprinting to the rocks as Festus comes to life with a series of deadly creaks, and finally a roar that's mostly hot air, but still does wonders to boost his morale. Keep her occupied, Leo yells, clambering up the rocks, trying to find an opening wide enough to slip through. He cuts into his hand again and smears his blood all over the rocks in desperation, hoping enough of it will trigger a chain reaction, possibly, but nothing happens, and he curses. Now he's wasted his blood and has created a beacon for monsters strong enough to attract them from a whole state over. Don't you dare, comes a voice on the winds that make all the hair on his arms stand up on end, and Leo turns to see Keone rush at him, riding a gale, her white dress billowing around her. It's a gorgeous sight, at least until Festus swings his tail at her, knocking her back to the ground. Good boy, Leo breathes, leaping onto the dragon's neck and deflecting the next icicle that Keone aims at him. It whistles past his ear, possibly shearing some of his curls off, but he barely notices, climbing his way up to Festus' head and bellowing into the sphere he can just barely see in his skull. To Sphere 007, if you can hear this, please respond. Beneath the ground, Hazel's sphere beeps as she replays the message. He's right up there, she breathes, fixing on Reyna. That must mean we must be so close. Her heart warms at the sound of Leo's voice, panicked though it might be. It feels like she hasn't seen him in an eternity. Tell him about the doors, Reyna urges, and Hazel nods. Listen, Leo, she says into her sphere. Music, Leo shouts as Festus narrowly dodges a column of ice. What the heck am I supposed to make music with? I'm not a satyr, I can't make reed pipes from trees, oh come on, he complains, as Keone fashions a horse from her snowflakes and leaps atop it with all the poise and grace of a practiced stuntman. And just because Leo's life just sucks that much, just as Keone rises into the air on her new fake Pegasus, she is illuminated by an unearthly glow. Leo has to shield his eyes to avoid being blinded, but after a moment he peeks through his fingers at her. However, she isn't the one being surrounded in the godly light. It's coming from somewhere behind her, but it's like a miniature sun has dropped on the planet. Keone screeches with laughter. Oh, the Titan of the East has landed, and he's out for blood tonight. And Leo's heart literally falls into the streets below. Festus dives down, aiming for Keone with his teeth, but grabs her with his tail again when she circles his first blow and makes a break for it. It is far beyond the time for subtlety. Leo punches Annabeth's code into Festus' sphere and yells, "Guys, get going now." Each word is punctuated by sounds of panting. Couple of things, I'm fighting the goddess of snow, I think I've found Hazel, and Keone mentioned a Titan out for blood, someone who's not Kronos. And there's a bright light right in the middle of the city, and there's only one person who it could be. He takes a breath to continue, and then squawks as Keone breaks out of Festus' hold and aims her spear between his eyes. Oops gotta go by. He clasps both legs around the dragon's neck, shooting balls of fire at her with both hands. Keone dodges every one skillfully, her horse darting around the trees, leaving a coating of frost on whatever surface it lands on briefly. Okay, Leo says, brushing away blood from a cut on his cheek. Okay, now if only I could sing. Percy wakes to the sound of low whispers nearby. Thanks for letting me in, says a small voice, one that he instantly recognizes as Rachel's. I didn't know he was still asleep, or I would have come later. No, you're good, another voice replies, Annabeth's, and she must be next to him or something because her voice is a lot closer. Don't worry about it, I was the one who called you here anyway. He's knocked the fuck out. I keep wanting to wake him up and then end up giving him 5 more minutes. You can sit, by the way. Oh, thank you, a slight dip in the mattress as Rachel perches on the bed. And yeah, he must have fought pretty hard. He has been. Percy struggles to keep his breathing even as Annabeth's fingers card gently through his hair. It feels so nice that he automatically wants to lean into the touch like a deprived cat. He deserves the sleep, honestly, but he did mention there's some stuff we all need to talk about. I'm glad you came, honestly. He did say you've been having some dreams. Yeah, Rachel sounds unsure. So does this mean you two are okay now? Annabeth laughs under her breath, a sound that makes Percy want to smile too. Yeah, we're okay, she promises. Thank you for, everything. It was nothing, no really, Rachel says with a short laugh. I'm glad you two sorted things out. He was pretty miserable without you. So was I, Annabeth murmurs. And while we're on this same note, I wanted to apologize to you. I was in a pretty rough place emotionally and took out a lot of shit on you, which you didn't do anything to deserve that, not when you helped us out a whole lot. Which doesn't even include you helping Percy, Piper, and Jason find a path to get to me. She pauses. I'm really sorry, Rachel. Don't be, Rachel says, exhaling. I understand why you didn't trust me. From what Percy's told me, it must be hard to do that, given everything about this situation. I get it. I mean, Annabeth laughs, that was only part of it. The other part being I was jealous out of my fucking mind and I had no clue how to handle it. I appreciate the honestly, Rachel says around a chuckle. They quiet down, Percy's debating whether now's a good time to stretch elaborately and act like he's been asleep all this time when Annabeth speaks up again. I respect you for how bold you are. She sounds a little unsure of herself, and Percy knows from experience that this can't be easy for her to say. You liked Percy, and you showed it. I really envy you for that. I mean, he's cute and all, but he was pining like it was Christmas, and a girl can only take so much before giving up, Rachel says dryly, and Annabeth snorts. But nah man, for real, he was so into you and so obvious about it that, oof. My dignity took a bit of a hit there in shooting my shot, but it's okay. Only an idiot would not see how suited you two are for each other. Annabeth's hand, which had been resting protectively over the small of Percy's back, is withdrawn. Percy would give anything to see where it went, but suspects, from the way the mattress shifts, that she's giving Rachel a well-deserved hug. That aside, thank you for not leaving him alone, she says, voice a little muffled, and thank you for being his friend when I wasn't. I'd like to be yours too, Rachel returns, and Annabeth must nod because she says, okay then, friends. Friends, Annabeth shifts back to her original position. Did I mention it was badass that you threw a blue plastic hairbrush at the Lord of the Titans? I just reacted. I had no idea it'd hit. No, Annabeth laughs. I was fucking traumatized in the moment, but in retrospect it was pretty awesome. Thanks, Rachel says graciously, but the way you used me against those monsters, knowing that their weapons wouldn't hurt me, I thought I was gonna pee my pants, but wow, what a good plan. Percy figures now is a safe time to butt in, so he turns his head just a little, cracks an eye open, and adds, what about the dude who beat the big sea serpent in the river today? I hear he's pretty awesome too. Annabeth, who's sitting at his side, and Rachel, who sits delicately at the foot of the bed, exchange incredulous looks. Nah, they say in unison, and then laugh. Ganging up against me, I see how it is, he says, sitting up with a groan. All of his limbs feel weighed down by a vat of lead, and he looks up gratefully at Annabeth when she gives both shoulders a light squeeze. You two are really horrible to be around, Rachel declares with gleeful disgust. Wow. Why is everyone saying that? Annabeth grumbles. It's a compliment, Percy says. I don't want to be horrible to be around, she protests, but she's smiling. I'm sure it's fine when you're alone, Percy smiles. It's just when it's the both of us that it's apparently unbearable. Can very much attest to that, Rachel says, pretending to barf. Annabeth was a joy and a delight to talk to before you had to ruin things by waking up. Ha ha ha, Percy kicks at her lightly, and she deflects the blow with a laugh. But seriously, what's going on? Why are you both disturbing my beauty sleep? Beauty sleep, Rachel asks. It's not working, Annabeth says bluntly. He pinches her in the arm and she squeaks. Okay, I called Rachel here so we could talk about things. Things, he mimics. Okay, what things? Well, my weird visions for one, Rachel pipes up, pouting a little. I told you about some on the roof, remember? She takes out the same paper she'd shown him and passes it to Annabeth, who lets her eyes skim over it from top to bottom. Perseus, you are but one hero. She sounds just as confused and horrified about what this implies. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're not supposed to be just one hero of many, you're supposed to be the hero. Her brows furrow. His fingers itch to smooth them out. And this stuff about the bridge. It could have been warning us about the Minotaur, Percy offers. About Kronos. About, he gazes pointedly down at her bandaged side and she rolls her eyes at him. Well, too late on that one, she decides, focusing back on the paper. The storm comes from the west, what in Zeus' right buttcheek? That's a new one, Percy observes, as Rachel smothers her laughter behind her hand. There's more, she says, green eyes glinting with mirth as she passes over another little sheet of paper. Percy can't make out the jagged words printed across it, but he does see a big star in the middle, surrounded by little strokes like it's emanating light. Annabeth reads, what comes from the earth must return to it. Can you call out the oracle so we can demand a better explanation? Percy tries, turning to Rachel. Annabeth hands the paper back to Rachel and rubs her thumb and forefinger across the bridge of her nose. Percy knows her well enough to know that she's thinking hard. The storm from the west, she says decisively. That can only mean Typhon, right? Which we knew about, and until the Romans went totally dark on us, we knew that Rhena and her sister Hilla had both sent a faction of their forces to slow him down. Until we get in contact with the Romans again, there's not much we can do on that front. Still nothing from them, Percy says, swallowing back a lump in his throat at the thought of Frank, Hazel, and Rhena, possibly dead or captured. Anything from Grover? Annabeth questions. Nothing more than strong emotions, Percy says, rubbing his wrist. No clear thoughts, but he did get a really strong wave of relief a while ago, not sure what it means or if it's real. He pauses to think. Do you think because of all the magic here? It could be causing an interference, maybe, Annabeth speculates. Hold on. She withdraws her sphere and punches in a code, then presses the button to record a message. Leo, it's me. Couple of things. Have you got anything at all from the Romans on the mother sphere? And 2, have you heard of this phrase before? She squints at the paper as Rachel holds it up for her and then turns it the right way up with a mouthed sorry at Annabeth's frantic gesturing. What comes from the earth must return to it. It's kinda important. Reply as soon as you can. She looks at Rachel. Anything in particular you felt while you got this vision? Any strong emotions? Just sadness, Rachel says, frowning, but nothing too different from anything else I've felt during a vision. Sadness and fear, she thinks about it. Maybe peace. Annabeth sits back against the pillows Percy had stacked up against the headboard, looking beyond stumped. I don't know, I just don't. She turns to Percy tiredly. Didn't you have something else to tell me? When he squints at her, she raises her brows. Don't tell me you forgot. You said Poseidon talked to you. Oh yeah, there's been so much going on that Percy really had forgotten, but he quickly recounts the way he heard the strange voice in the sticks. And you're sure it's Poseidon? Annabeth asks, brows furrowed. He did lead me to Bunker 3, he says, and realizing he hadn't told her about that little discovery as well, summarizes finding the sand dollar as fast as he can. At the end of it, Annabeth only looks more harried. Well, he does sound like a god, speaking in riddles and offering no concrete solutions. She huffs, frustrated. Percy and Rachel exchange a glance. Let's just keep an eye out, Percy says, trying for a soothing tone. If there's nothing to go off of at the moment, there's no point in losing brain cells over it. I'll do what I can, promise, Rachel says eagerly. Percy gets the feeling that now that she's in Annabeth's good books, she doesn't want to leave them. The slightest hint of a vision and I'll let you know. Thanks, you guys. Annabeth manages to smile at both of them, then turns to the window where the sky is turning a pretty shade of indigo. We should get going, Percy. Tonight's battle will begin soon. Rachel, stay here, stay safe. Luke, Kronos doesn't know about you, and I'd like to keep it that way. Roger, Rachel says, standing up to leave. Annabeth does too, but Percy grabs the end of her shirt and sends her a pleading look, and so Rachel shoots him a sly smile as she closes the door behind her. What's up? Annabeth says, turning to him, but Percy just shakes his head and hugs her, sighing into the nape of her neck. He feels Annabeth's arms circle him and pat his back, consoling and a little confused. Do you want your dagger back? He asks. He hasn't really had time to dwell on the dream, but he does feel a little guilty about how he's been treating Annabeth regarding Luke, even though he still wants to kill the bastard. It's just that, there's a lot more to their relationship than he'd thought. seeing Luke reassure tiny Annabeth that he would be her family, giving her the dagger as a promise he'd always be by her side. Of course, Annabeth had been holding on to every last shred of hope available to her. Of course she had, and Percy had accused her of being a liability. She shifts in his hold. "No," she says, sounding confused, and when he pulls back to look at her, her eyes are narrowed. "No, Percy, and I told you that. Why are you asking?" "I had a dream," he says, but doesn't elaborate, even though he can tell that she wants him to. "Ooh, okay," she drawls after it becomes clear he's not going to continue. "Anyway, no, Percy, you keep it, or throw it, whatever you want." She smiles, but it's a little sad, and it's then that he becomes aware of the bags under her eyes, the rosiness in her cheeks that usually accompany tears. "Hey," he catches her hand at the last minute and looks at her, itching to thumb at the red rimmed around her eyes. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Gently, she removes his hand. "It's just been a long day, Luke, Selena, everything." "I'm sorry," he murmurs, unsure of what else he can even say. He even as someone who hadn't been at 9 long, he can feel the sting of Selena's betrayal, though the shock and pain of it and quickly bled into anger as Annabeth had explained all she had done. Just knowing that she had spilled the beans about his parentage, which he kept secret for years, that grinds his goddamn gears, and he's sure he'd have his sword at her throat if she hadn't dived headfirst into the Draken's maw. And maybe it's a testament to just how much he's lost that he's able to quickly move on, but Annabeth and the other demigods had been much more affected than he, and it still shows on Annabeth's face, in the way her lips pull downwards, on her tear-stained cheeks and the grim sadness in her eyes. "It's all right," she rubs her bandaged side thoughtfully. "I'm getting over it. Being angry instead of being cut up about it really helps, but Piper's not in good shape. I don't blame her, but yeah." "It's messed up," Percy says, after a minute or so of silence. "It is," she agrees with a heavy sigh. "Selena lying to protect herself, Luke blackmailing her so she wouldn't tell. It's all so twisted. I never thought he would stoop so low. And he knew I'd trust Selena because he was the one who scouted her. He knew exactly what to do when Selena told him he was my only weakness." "I'm sorry for that," Percy says at once. He remembers that day like it was yesterday, and he wants to go back in time and punch himself in the mouth for being so incredibly loose-lipped. Granted, he hadn't thought he was saying much at the time, but still. She shakes her head. "It's not your fault. It's Selena's and Luke's, and to some extent mine for falling into their trap when you warned me about it." She twists her lips, sardonic. "It's funny how things turn out. If you'd asked me if I knew Luke this time 6 years ago, I would have boasted to you just how well I knew him, but now I don't think I ever did. Neither did Thalia. He took a lot of care to hide who he truly was, and the sad part is he knew me. Still does, really. Because after all this time, he can still play me like a fiddle." She clenches her fist where it rests on the blankets. Percy isn't sure what to say to all that. Part of him, he's not gonna lie, is bursting with a feeling like "I told you so," but the other part just feels pity. It only strengthens his resolve to kill Luke, whatever the cost may be. Someone as unhinged as him is dangerous. He can't be allowed to live, not when he's causing so much damage to all the people Percy loves most. "Leave Luke to me," he says finally. Annabeth's gaze snaps to his, indignant, but he holds it firmly with his own. I think I finally understand what he means to you, but when I face him in the end," he sighs in frustration. "How can he say what he wants to without hurting her? It'll hurt you too much. I think like the dagger, you need to let go of him, once and for all." She looks away, shaking away his hand, which, almost by instinct, he'd placed gently atop hers. "You still don't trust me with him," she says, frustrated, which means she knows, too, what he does. That despite all their kissing and talking before, despite everything they'd finally aired out into the open, there's still a lot between them that can't be resolved between them from just that. There's a lot of hurt between them and anger, too. Deep down, Percy hasn't forgiven Annabeth for breaking their promise on Authries, and she likely hasn't forgiven him for leaving after their fight. He loves her, gods, he really fucking does, but that doesn't fix them, not by a long shot. He knows she gets it, even though she doesn't want to, so he decides to just be honest about it. "I trust you," he says. "I'd put my life in your hands any day, just not his." "You don't think I can kill him?" Her words are sharp, but something about her eyes compels him to open up, and so he does. "I think at a skill level, of course you could, but on an emotional one, I don't know," he says honestly. "And I don't blame you for it. Killing someone you have a connection to, I'm sure it's not easy. I don't think I'd be able to do it. But it's a risk we'll have to consider, you know. When it comes down to it, whether or not we can get the job done is, well, it's important. Our whole survival depends on it." She pauses. He can tell she's biting her tongue by the way her jawline moves, but in the end she sighs. "I think that's somewhat fair after everything," she says delicately, and squeezes his hand when he grabs hers. "Thank you for understanding," he says earnestly, "and thank you for being nice to Rachel. It means a lot to her, and me." I didn't do it for you, says Annabeth, somewhat mutinously. I did it because I was an ass to her, and she deserves to know she deserved better than dick behavior from me. I know, he says, that's why I'm thanking you. Finally, she softens, you're welcome. They look at each other. Percy wants to reach out and cup her face in his hands, to press their foreheads together and just be, but whatever unspoken agreement they'd unwittingly made as soon as they left his old house, the bubble that had burst the minute they'd stepped out the door, it holds him back. He has to remind himself that in just over a day's time he'll turn 21 and it'll all be over in whatever way or shape or form. He might be dead, he might not be, who knows, but it's not fair to him or to Annabeth if he grabs her face and kisses her senseless, even though it's a very tempting thought. We should go, Annabeth finally rises, shaking her head as though she'd been lost in a stupor of her own. Percy stands too, dropping her hand. Wonder where the fight is tonight, he says jokingly, just as Annabeth's sphere beeps. They both exchange a concerned look as Annabeth presses the play button. Leo's voice fills the room and they listen to the message, growing more somber with every word. After the message is cut off and silence grows between them once more, Annabeth heaves an enormous sigh. The call cuts off. She makes a disgusted noise and points at the window. Percy hadn't noticed before, but he can see the glow all the way from here. Ask and you shall receive, Annabeth says, scorn dripping from every syllable. Come on, let's get your armor on, don't give me that look. You're gonna need all the protection you're gonna get fighting a titan with a grudge. Waiting is agony, especially because they're so close, gods. Hazel can hear rumbling from above. Leo's voice drifts in and out of focus, like he keeps jumping over the entrance to their passage and then running off. It's maddening, even though the sound of his voice after so long is wonderful to hear. There's also a whole lot of quaking, and it feels as though the ceiling is going to cave in on them at any moment. Has he sent anything else? Raina asks her, for the 5th time in as many minutes. No, says Hazel dejectedly, squeaking as Nico grabs the sphere from her hand. We can't open it from the inside, Nico bites into the sphere with gritted teeth. Hazel holds her head in her hands. It has to be you, and it just needs to be any kind of tune, any music at all, any goddamn song under the sun. I understand you're getting your butt kicked up there. Nico. But we can help you if you just open the doors. To which Leo screams back, I'd like to help, but I can't fucking sing. You cannot be that bad, just sing anything, Raina groans into this sphere. Behind her, the rest of the army they look like they're going to start hacking their way up to the surface, even though it's impossible. Anything at all. Party in the USA, someone suggests. Let it go, someone else calls out. Knock knock by twice, calls a peppy voice. Immediately she's shot down by her fellow demigods. How's a Greek supposed to know K-pop? If he hasn't been living under a rock for the past decade, he'll know it. Please, Raina pleads, sounding close to her breaking point. If we're going to make suggestions, please at least suggest something doable, for the love of all things holy. Never gonna give you up, another mumbles under their breath, perfectly in tune. Highway to hell, Nico suggests. When Raina looks at him judgmentally, he protests, I think it's pretty fitting. Raina takes a deep breath into the sphere. The point is, Leo, it can be anything. It can even be a nursery rhyme, Hazel tries to soothe. Like the alphabet, or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. She sends the recording and then turns to face the entire Roman army, Tyson, Ella and Nico, who are all staring at her in wide-eyed disbelief. What? She demands. No, what? You guys have no right to judge me. Oh my God, Leo whispers. This is going to be so humiliating. He clears his throat. Hopped off the plane at Lax, filters down into their little cavern. Hazel notes as she shoves her entire fist into her mouth in an attempt not to laugh, that while Leo is extremely talented and capable, singing is not his strong suit. In fact, he should be banned from the act altogether. The Greeks are batshit, Raina says fervently. I can't believe I let Annabeth's supposed competence let me think otherwise. With a dream in my cardigan, Leo sings, totally off tune. Oh my gods, the demigod who'd suggested the song whispers, almost in wonder. I've lived my whole life just to get to this moment. It doesn't take Leo long to give up. In fact, it takes him all of 4 sentences into the verse to literally pray for the ground to swallow him up whole. Raina's voice from Festus' sphere cuts him off. Okay, maybe you should play some music instead. Is there a phone nearby? Leo feels like an idiot. Why didn't you suggest that sooner? He whistles for Festus and they leap once again into the sky. And just as Hazel's about to lose it entirely, the rocks above them begin to rumble violently, falling away to shrieks from the army. Hazel deflects one back into the side wall, inhaling a lungful of cold air as the Romans burst into relieved cheers behind her. "No!" Coyote yells, an ice pick slicing right through the phone Leo holds in his hand. He yelps as he drops it, feeling blood blooming on his palm. He looks behind him in alarm, but the real music seems to have done it. The rocks are opening up. "You worm!" Coyote hisses, bearing down upon him with an irate expression. "I'll make you pay for that." "And how will you do that?" someone says. Leo turns around with an elated laugh as Hazel clambers out of the hole in the ground, looking irritated but no worse for wear. She's followed by a pale-skinned boy with dark circles like a panda's, who immediately turns his back to him and starts signaling downwards. "Sorry I kept you waiting," Hazel says primly, and then sends a gigantic boulder rolling down the formation, right into Coyote's pristine, murderous face. They watch as she shrieks and yells and curses them. Leo can't stand it anymore. He literally throws himself at Hazel with a choked-off sob. "Dude, oh my gods, I've never been so glad to see you in my whole life. I'd be happier to see you if I wasn't so mad at you for forcing us to wait down there for that long." Hazel rolls her eyes, but he can tell she's fighting a smile. "Leo, we've got to get you to a singing lesson." "Shush," Leo says, arms still around her. He waves vaguely at a girl who climbs from the passage, a girl with long dark hair and an aura that screams royalty. "Shush, you're ruining the moment." Just when Leo thinks she's gonna push him away and tell him to focus, though, Hazel laughs and pats him lightly on the back with a laugh. "Oh gods," she says fondly, "I missed you, Leo, I missed you a lot." The battlefield is mayhem. Annabeth slams her helmet on as she sprints forward, Bee and Malcolm flanking her on either side. Her wound is beginning to sting again, something she'd neglected to tell Percy and Will. She's sure the latter would confine her to bed, though if she so much as hinted at it, and Annabeth can't afford that. She'll go insane if she isn't on ground, getting all the information for herself. The information this far is this: monsters swarm the streets, climbing up lampposts and the side of buildings. They aim at the children of Apollo on Pegasi, forcing them to swerve and dodge the arrows sent their way. Annabeth feels her heart jump into her throat. She sees Austin spiral and nearly crash into a window in his effort to dodge a particularly accurately aimed spear chucked his way. His siblings cry out in alarm, and then cheer when he rights himself. Annabeth slaps on her cap and scales a statue, dropping down onto the head of a Hyperborean giant as it lumbers past. It roars, trying to shake her off, but Annabeth tightens her legs around its neck and stabs down hard, her dagger passing right through its skull. It turns to ice almost completely before breaking off into shards and melting into dust, and satisfied, she picks herself back up, wincing at the pain in her side. She grits her teeth. She wishes she'd taken some more of Will's medicine before throwing herself into battle, but there hadn't been time, and now it's too late to turn back. No time to waste now. Annabeth shoves her cap on more securely and rushes towards the nearest monster. The next 15 or so minutes is spent sneaking up on monsters invisibly before they can strike one of her friends, which is always an incredibly satisfying process. She darts from one target to the next, leaving a trail of thanks Annabeth in her wake. Every time she pauses to catch her breath, she tilts her head skywards and notes the pillar of light still reaching towards the heavens. Percy hasn't reached Hyperion yet. Her heart pangs. Percy's killed one other Titan and battled their general. By all rights, she shouldn't be worried about him, and yet. She's so lost in her own thoughts that she neglects to notice the hellhound behind her, and by the time she does it's too late and she's knocked flat on her ass. The thing roars in her face, and Annabeth squirms, her call for help sticking in her throat at the sheer loudness of the monster's bellow. Her cap is still stuck to her head, which is the single downside of the magical item. Nobody's going to come help her if they can't see her, after all. She wiggles and kicks and thrashes, but the hellhound's got her well and truly pinned. Annabeth's inhaling to scream when something large and feathery knocks into the monster with a scree, and she rolls away to safety. Scrambling to her feet, Annabeth feels her panic melt to elation, as the giant eagle's feathers recede into regular human arms. Suddenly there's no eagle but Frank standing in its place, armed with a spear that he jabs into the hellhound's foot just as the ground splits open around the monster. Vines spill from the cracks and wind firmly around all four of the hellhound's legs, rooting it in place long enough for Frank to jab it in the chest. The hellhound goes down with a deafening howl, and Annabeth takes her cap off just as Grover slams into her with a cry. She laughs as his arms wind around her and squeeze. She doesn't mind the pain, not when she's so fucking happy to see his face again after so long. "Oh gods," he says into her shoulder, I was so worried about you. I'm so fucking happy you're alive, holy shit. I missed you, Annabeth says, meaning it, as tears spring to her eyes. Gods, Grover, how did you? She gazes at Frank over his shoulder. How did you guys even? Bunker 1, Frank says, with a wild grin, pointing his spear towards the sky. And with shock and joy, Annabeth bursts into laughter as Romans, resplendent in golden armor, appear on the tops of every building, armed to the teeth with bows and spears and crossbows. More spill into the streets from behind her, a legion of strong-looking demigods in perfect formation. They break off into little groups and begin to hack away at the army of monsters halting their path. An incredulous cheer begins to sound among the demigod troops as the Greeks regain their energy and begin to push back with renewed force, and the Roman marksmen blow horns to signal their arrival. Annabeth cries she's not ashamed of it. It's just such a fucking relief to have backup, to have hope. Frank crosses over to her and rubs her back. Grover envelops her in his arms again. We've got your back now, he soothes. Sorry we were late. The glow doesn't fade, even though it takes Percy a while to reach it. It's like a beacon, shining long and bright and loud, beautiful unless you look right at it, designed to draw him here. Percy takes a moment to look around him. The lake he's standing by is beautiful, ringed with large trees that must have taken decades to grow. It's calm, even though he knows that the battle is certainly raging on elsewhere, and that he will most likely have enemies and friends alike joining them in a couple of minutes. The light hovers right about at the center of it. He exhales shakily, then takes a step onto the waters, which ripple beneath his sneakers but make no other attempt to draw him under. He can feel it rejoice at his touch, excited that he's close. Step by step he grows closer to the light, and when he's an arm's length away, he takes out Riptide and lets himself look at the reflection of them both in the water. I'm here, he says to the light, which flickers at the sound of his voice. Son of Poseidon, comes a cool, sneering voice, and the light dies down, intensity dropping lower and lower until Percy can look up at last. Standing before him, in just about the most intricate, magnificent armor Percy's ever seen, is the last of Cronos' brothers. Tall and broad and handsome in a piercing way, Hyperion in his Titan form is still strikingly similar to his true form of the beaming light, but this is no time for admiration. Last of the Titans, Percy observes aloud, noting how the Titan's brows tick up in irritation. You still sure that surrender isn't an option? Not when I have deaths to avenge. Hyperion's sword materializes from thick air into his hands. It's a gorgeous Greek-style blade that just outshines Riptide in length. You killed my brother Ipetus, assisted in putting Atlas back in his prison, and set off the chain of events that has got most of my family killed. Percy didn't ever think he'd hear a Titan sound pain before, but Hyperion does genuinely give off an aura of someone who has experienced a great loss and is grieving. Well, that makes the both of them. None of this would be happening if your family hadn't killed mine, Percy says back, trying for calm even though the water underneath him is trembling, pushing against his sneakers, anticipating the fight to come. But I guess we could go in circles forever without any real resolution to that particular argument. We certainly could, Hyperion says. Slowly, with incredible grace and fluidity, he settles into a battle-ready stance, and Percy finds himself shifting in response, until both of them have their weapons poised to attack, bodies tense and raring to go. I'm going to kill you, son of Poseidon, before you ever get to Cronos, he says with satisfaction. I cannot let you destroy more of my family, not if I can help it. I'm going to kill you, Percy says, calmer than he feels, and then I'm going to kill Cronos too. Hyperion's smile chills him right from his tailbone all the way to the top of his spine. It's a toothy, sinister thing reeking of death. This is for my family, Hyperion says, and there's a gleam in his eye that suggests that what's about to come is going to be far from pretty, but Percy isn't new to this rodeo. This is for mine, Percy whispers back, and with a single, simultaneous exhale that creates a large ripple emanating from them both, they charge. Hello, 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 hello. Chapter 10, I Have Come by the Highway Homes 3. Snow swirls around him in a hurricane. Hazel screams for help as the Romans clamber out of the doors in 2s and 3s, and all Leo can think is that maybe the storm has come for him at last. Leo doesn't remember being around snow very much as a kid, though he's sure he must have experienced it at some point. He'd always thought of snow as something soft, though. Soft and pretty and harmless and fun. Snow means it's time to go inside and get warm again. Snow doesn't mean this. Winds thick and cold, snowflakes so sharp they cut into his skin and freeze the drops of blood that dare emerge. Leo feels like he can't see, can't move, can't breathe. He staggers around, hugging himself round the middle. He might wield fire, but right now he feels fucking frozen. It's like Coyote had plucked him out of this world and dropped him into the Ice Age. Leo can hear clamoring around him, creaks from Festus and shouts from the Romans. A clear voice is firing off rapid instructions in Latin, words Leo can't fully grasp. The ground rumbles and the winds die down a little, long enough for Leo to stagger out of the gale and right into Hazel's arms. "You're freezing," she exclaims, and Festus creaks in sympathy. He unhinges his jaw as though he's about to breath a column of fire on Leo to warm him up, but Leo holds up both hands at once and stutters out, "Oh hell no." Hazel glares at Coyote and grunts out, "I'll keep her distracted," as Festus curls his long neck around Leo, breathing hot air into his face. It thaws him up considerably, and Leo warms his own hands and rubs them against his face. His lips feel chapped and his skin is dry, like he's just spent all evening wandering a mountaintop. He's still blowing hot air into his own palms when he notices that Festus has got his tail hanging into the opening of the doors of Orpheus, and Romans are still clambering out. Leo crosses over to where groups of them are forming, led by the girl he'd noticed before. She appears to be New Rome's Annabeth equivalent, with dark hair and eyes and a complexion similar to Leo's. "Reina," he guesses. She turns to him, dark eyes flashing, and he watches her take in his disheveled appearance, no doubt noting the grease stains in his shirt and the dirt smudged all over his face and hair. "Yes, and you are." "Leo," he offers, placing his hand on his chest, and then chances in Spanish, "I'm the one who sung you guys out of here. You're welcome." Her lips twitch with a smile and she responds in the same language, "Your singing really needs some work." She switches back to English as more of her comrades join her. "Thank you for getting us out. I remember your name from something Hazel and Frank mentioned back at New Rome. I think was it you who sent the instructions about the Archimedes sphere?" "Yes," Leo says grateful. I hope they worked." "Like a charm," Reina finds hers from her pocket. "Honestly, I wasn't sure how useful it'd be, but they've been great. The ones you passed on to the Amazons and the hunters of Artemis, I believe, have also been invaluable." "You're in touch with the Amazons." "My sister leads them," Reina smiles. "That's quite the family resume," Leo jokes. "Speaking of which, is Frank with you guys?" He peers at the newest Roman clambering through the doors. "He and the rest of our army took the alternative route through the labyrinth," Reina explains. Her eyes flash. "If all went to plan, they should have joined the main battle with your troops by now. At least I hope that's the case." He follows her gaze to where New York's skyline peeks over the trees. "You can get going. Festus can get you there." He pats the dragon's side. "Right, buddy." Festus creaks an affirmative. Reina's eyes widen. "That would be really helpful," she admits. "Are you sure you don't need him, though?" She gestures over to where Hazel and another demigod, a pale, wispy boy, are both giving Coyote a really hard time. Hazel's got Coyote sinking into the earth like it's quicksand. The other dude is fighting one of Coyote's manifestations, a pale, snowy figure that reforms every time he cuts through it with his sword. Leo watches as Coyote forms an icy barrier between her and Hazel and uses the winds to blast the other guy away. He watches the swirl of wind and gets an idea. It's crazy, and Grover's gonna kill him if it works, but it's an idea all the same. If Coyote's the storm, then Leo's bringing the fire, and he's gonna bring it good. "You can take Festus," he tells Reina. "I've got this." Every Titan is different, and every Titan is a bitch to fight. Hyperion proves both almost immediately. Percy doesn't even manage to raise his arm for the first strike. The moment he moves in close, Hyperion's entire body flashes so bright that Percy is momentarily blinded. His legs slow down in his run automatically as he blinks the yellow spots out of his eyes, and it's only out of instinct and the whistling sound in the air that he manages to parry Hyperion's blade. He uses all his strength to push Hyperion away, slashing wildly with Riptide. His vision still feels blurry around the edges, but he's glad for the moment of respite. The Titan staggers backward on the water but doesn't make another move to attack, giving Percy a brief moment to blink away his disorientation and raise Riptide in a defensive stance. Hyperion grins wildly and presses forward again. He's absolutely relentless, and holy shit, he fights dirty. He keeps letting out these flashes at random intervals, and they're so jarring to Percy's senses that he can't seem to keep his eyes open for long enough to parry. It's a damn good thing he's got the curse of Achilles and Annabeth made him put some armor on, because Hyperion is landing blow after blow after blow on him. News of Percy's invulnerability must have traveled pretty fast, because each strike deliberately hits a different part of him, like Hyperion is trying to scout out his weak spot. Well, tough luck, it's hidden pretty well under his armor, and besides, Percy isn't giving up that easily. The water beneath his feet keeps him alert, keeps him alive. It responds to his will with ease, forming shields around him whenever Hyperion begins to glow again and forming a protective ring around his waist. Percy uses the steady flow to spin Hyperion in circles, redirecting his movements so that more often than not, the Titan ends up missing a strike. Percy can tell it's annoying him by the way his jaw clenches, and every time Hyperion narrows his eyes with hatred, Percy's pretty sure another of those intermitter flashes isn't far off. Hyperion glows on and off with dangerous light and heat, quick and as naturally as a firefly. Percy growls and sends a tidal wave of surging water at him from behind, but although it thunders down over Hyperion with a satisfying crash, the Titan still remains standing, eyes still glowing like miniature suns. He's drenched like a rat in the rain though, and Percy would laugh if not for the murderous look in his eyes, or the fact that with a roar he charges right at Percy without hesitation. They go head-to-head for a couple of minutes, nothing but the sound of ringing metal and haggard breaths passing between them. Percy dodges another strike that would have ricocheted off of his shoulder and notices that water is still dripping from Hyperion's hair. The Titan hasn't let loose one of those unearthly glows since Percy doused him. Could it really be that easy? With a fresh feeling of confidence, Percy catches Hyperion's next stride with Riptide, bringing them face to face. The Titan is stronger than he is by far, but tendrils of water sneak up Percy's ankles, locking him into place for now. Hyperion growls, clearly furious at the stalemate. What? Percy taunts, out of juice already. Hyperion knocks away Riptide with a flourish, snarling, and the sword goes skittering across the surface of the lake before sinking downward. Unhesitatingly, Hyperion swings his sword in a semicircle so deathly Percy's head would have been chopped clean off if he hadn't immersed himself fully into the lake beneath him. He swirls the water around him, coming up right behind Hyperion and summoning Riptide from his pocket in the same movement. He slashes quick as a viper, but Hyperion rolls away to safety. I'll show you who's out of juice, Hyperion says around a smirk, and although the glow he unleashes is so bright and violent that Percy has to hide his whole face behind his hands, wincing, he can't help but notice that he'd actually had enough time to react this time around. It had only been by a few seconds, but Hyperion had taken longer to charge up, and when the glow fades to reveal the Titan's triumphant grin, Percy sees that his hair is dry again. Interesting, very interesting. He blinks the spots out of his eyes and matches Hyperion's grin with an equally crazed one of his own. He's going to have to fight smart on this one. Annabeth feels like she's dreaming. Flanked by Grover on one side and Frank on the other, with Greeks and Romans tearing the monster army all around her, she feels oddly as though she doesn't have too much to do, which is a weird thing to feel in the middle of an actual battle. The wound from the Minotaur is panging from being knocked down by that hellhound earlier, and she shoves the sensation down with effort. Grover and Frank are circling her like they're afraid she's going to do something reckless and stupid and get herself killed for it. She appreciates their protectiveness, but she also wants to do something. I'll be back, she tells Grover in an undertone, who responds with an indignant yelp, but he's powerless to stop her as she throws on her Yankees cap and sneaks away. She takes out monster after monster in her path, relishing in their surprised faces as they turn to dust. The Greeks, who know what's up, grin and thank her by name, but she removes her cap to alert the Romans of her presence before vanishing again. The looks of shock and awe on their faces every time she blinks out of existence. Well, she'd be lying if she said it wasn't incredibly satisfying. After eliminating several monsters surrounding a tall, thin dude who introduces himself as Octavian and gives her a weird look when she tells him she's a daughter of Athena, Annabeth spies a man on a horse surrounded by a group of telekines and makes her way over to help. He's at the very rear end of the fighting and is surrounded by piles of dust like he's been fighting for a while. Annabeth bounds over crumbling corpses, admiring the man's flawless technique as he withdraws arrow after arrow and fires them into their targets. He doesn't even pay attention to riding, as far as she can see. He must be a natural. Oh. Gods, he's not paying attention to riding because, well, he's the horse. The man is a centaur, a real centaur with his torso that melts into the body of a horse, and he's holding his own like he's used to it. Annabeth halts in her tracks and goggles invisibly as he kicks out behind him, sending 2 telekines into the nearest lamp post and shoots another between the eyes at the same time. Holy shit. Yells from above draw her gaze away from the ground, and Annabeth angles her eyes to the sky as Festus passes above her, with a gust of wind that has her knees shaking. He's got passengers clinging for dear life from the top of his head all the way to the end of his tail. Romans, she notes, noting the difference in how they drop from his back and into the pack of struggling demigods and monsters on the streets. It's a welcome sight. Cheers go up from the demigods still fighting, and Annabeth can't help smiling as she watches the last demigod leap from Festus and plunge into battle. The girl's capes swirl in the wind like a flag. Even from this distance, she can tell who that must be. Sounds of battle bring her back. Annabeth comes to her senses, sprinting to the two telekines that had been kicked away by the centaur and making quick work of them with her knife. She turns back to the slowly thinning group the centaur is facing and begins to hack away at them as well, striking them in the legs and then in their exposed necks when they inevitably fall. The centaur doesn't blink at what must look insane to him. After all, it must appear that the monsters are dying of their own accord every few minutes. He just keeps fighting, though Annabeth sees his eyes darting around as though looking for where she might be. As the last monster disintegrates, Annabeth takes off her cap and flushes as the man's gaze immediately snaps to her. "Hello," he says conversationally, cantering her way. He's so tall she has to look up at him, but despite his towering stature, he wears a kind smile, and his brown eyes are warm as he takes her in. Annabeth feels her body relax, which makes her wound begin to hurt a little more. Ordinarily, this would put her on high alert, but the aura surrounding the man makes her feel safe. "I suppose I have you to thank," he says. "You came to my rescue." "I didn't do much," she says, somehow a little embarrassed. Something about him makes her feel humble, makes her feel like she wants to show the best side of herself. "You had that totally under control. I just sped it up a little." "You were remarkable," the centaur says. His eyes flicker down to her cap, clenched in her left hand. "Ah, a magical item, yes. I assume this is what grants you your invisibility." Yes," she says, handing it over and watching as he turns it over in his hands with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "My mother gifted it to me." "And your mother is?" "Athena." "Athena," he repeats, and his face turns slack with understanding. "Oh, I see. You must be Annabeth." "Yes," she breathes. "How did you know?" "Grover mentioned you quite a bit," the centaur smiles. "I'm glad to finally meet you. I understand I have a lot to thank you for. You kept the bunkers running for many years after all." His smile turns pained. "I had no idea of the resistance you had all built and sustained since the purge. If I'd even had an inkling, and perhaps if I'd been well enough, I would have come to find you, given you the guidance you deserve." And something about it clicks, the regret in his tone, the deep, aged sadness in his eyes and written into every line on his face. Annabeth takes in the white in his hair and beard and fixes her gaze on the bow in his hands. "You're Chiron," she says dumbly. "Oh gods. My reputation precedes me." He tilts his head with an indulgent smile. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Annabeth." Hazel can feel the tension in the air. Whoever this goddess is, she's, pardon her language, a pain in the ass. Snow swirls around them in a chaotic dance as Hazel swings her sword, trying not to get distracted by the snowflakes whirling through the air. She's proud how far she's come in her swordplay. Those weeks training with Percy and Jason have done her good, and now she wields her blade like a force to be reckoned with, slicing through the air with deadly precision. After a few minutes, Nico joins the fray. Hazel hasn't really had the chance to observe him, so she does it now, aligning her own fighting to work around his. Nico's not the strongest, but he's wily, she quickly realizes, and he's fast. He melts into shadow and reappears in the blink of an eye. Hazel fills in the gaps with quick strikes of her own, and she's sure that if this goddess were a lesser opponent, she'd be overwhelmed by their teamwork. This goddess is equally swift, though. She conjures icy weapons, parrying Hazel's away with a deft twist of her hand. The screech of metal against the ice reverberates through the thick fog around them again and again as they exchange a flurry of strikes, each one aimed to kill. Hazel tries to trap the goddess' feet in the ground, but with a quick twist she leaps into the air, riding the winds. Hazel and Nico stumble into each other, instinctively standing back to back as the winds circle them like a hula hoop. Hazel cries out in pain when she tries to break free, but the icy air binds her to the spot, thick like rope. She hisses as the snowflakes, which had looked so pretty, cut into her skin like a million little knives. And then suddenly, warmth. "Leo." His fists ignite in flames, casting an orange glow against the slowly darkening landscape and lighting up his crazy grin. "That's not cool of you, Chione," he admonishes the goddess, and then he laughs at his own joke. Hazel is caught between tears and laughter. Next to her, Nico whispers, does he think he's going to save us?" "I am going to save you, little boy," Leo declares. "Leo," Hazel admonishes, choking at Nico's flabbergasted expression, "that's my brother." Leo goggles, he's white. "Half-siblings exist," Nico grits out. He turns to Hazel, incredulous. "Who is this guy?" Leo points to himself. I'm the guy who's gonna save your ass, he says. Now watch and learn, Hazel's brother. Leo's gonna show you how to beat a pesky snow goddess. If Annabeth had any strength left in her, she'd drop to the ground and scream, I'm not worthy. She's got her hand over her mouth as Chiron gallops back into the fighting, shooting arrows calmly into monsters they pass. She manages a weak wave at Malcolm, who notices her as they cross paths. His eyes go wide. She mouths, that's Chiron, and his jaw drops to the ground. She can barely believe it herself. This is as close as she'll ever get to what Leo refers to as fangirling, because this is her hero. Ever since she'd been inducted into their crazy world, she dreamed of learning from him someday. She'd hit it well, she thinks, but she'd been so jealous that Frank, Hazel, and Leo had been able to meet him. He'd even gifted Frank his magic bow. Like, if Annabeth had received that, she'd give up the knife in a heartbeat and take up archery instead. And now she's chilling on his back as they make their way through the mayhem of battle. No big deal. She points Chiron to where she sees Grover and Frank still fighting. Frank's got half his arm transformed into a bear's and is slashing at monsters with double the strength, drawing blood with every swipe. The ground around Grover has cracked open, and vines are spilling out, slithering over the roads like leafy snakes and grabbing monsters around the ankles. They dangle them in the air upside down like they're piñatas, and both Greek and Roman bowmen are sinking arrows into them like it's a competition. Chiron leaps over a particularly thick vine with all the grace, beauty, and power of a prize racehorse, and Annabeth alerts Grover to their arrival with a sharp whistle. Grover smiles openly as Annabeth alights from Chiron's back as delicately as she can. Hey. Hi, says Annabeth weakly. To Frank, who's nodding at her empathetically as though understanding what she feels, she whispers, half in a daze, so I met Chiron. I can see that, Grover says, amused. Did you run into Raina on the way here? No, but I think I saw her, Annabeth responds. They all startle as Frank turns into a rat without warning and scuttles off, weaving between the vines and stomping feet and out of sight. I'll never get used to that, she says. It's wild, Grover agrees, hand on his heart as he tries to calm himself. Geez, warn a guy, why don't ya? He swallows. Anyway, it's a good thing you're back. You think you guys can hold the fort down here? I'm gonna use the fleece to mobilize the nature spirits and then maybe go offer Percy some backup. Where is he again? Fighting Hyperion, Annabeth says in a rush, nodding her assent. Just follow the glow. Should I know what that means? As though on cue, there's a flash of light like a beacon that illuminates the clouds. Grover nods and says faintly, I see. She waves him off as he leaps over one of the vines in his rush to get to Percy. She wishes she was going too, but holds herself back. She isn't going to be much use to Percy against a Titan. Well, this Titan, that at least she's sure of. Annabeth throws knives into monsters to distract herself and not appear useless to Chiron, who's calmly firing off arrows like it's his day job. Luckily, she's saved from distraction by Frank, who joins her side with a brown-skinned, dark-haired girl wearing a purple cape who has both the beauty and aura that can only belong to one person. Raina, in any other circumstance, Annabeth would gladly accept the proffered handshake, but right now she's so fucking happy to see the Roman leader that she throws herself at her and winds her arms around her shoulders. Her side screams with pain as Raina stumbles with a laugh and hugs her back, but that's okay. Right now, it's just wonderful to have a comrade to share this burden with. It's lovely to meet you, Raina says with a radiant smile as Annabeth withdraws, suddenly sheepish. I would have merged our armies ages ago if I knew that was the welcome I'd get. You have no idea how happy we are to have you, Annabeth says around a heavy sigh. I almost cried when I saw Frank. You did cry, Frank reminds her, grinning. Yes, thanks for the reminder, she shoots back, half embarrassed, but Raina nods like she gets it. I almost cried when your friend Leo, was it? When Leo brought out from the cave we were in, Raina shudders. I mean, I think I heard the worst ever rendition of Party in the USA to get the doors open, but it worked, so I can't complain. She ignores Frank's attempt to conceal his snort as she turns to him. He and Hazel were fighting Coyote. The goddess of snow, Annabeth offers when Frank looks confused, and Chiron adds, she's a vindictive one. She's always wanted attention, so it doesn't surprise me that she sided with Kronos. I wouldn't be shocked if she overthrew her father Boreas in the process. Yes, Raina says. They seemed like they had it under control. Fire and rock versus ice. If this were a Pokémon battle, it'd be over already, Frank says, but they can all tell by his expression that he still worries. I'll help you out for now. Where do you need me? By Octavian, Raina rolls her eyes. We need to make sure he doesn't lose the standard you worked so hard to get. Roger, says Frank. He rolls his eyes at Annabeth, like what can you do? Reyna, Annabeth says, we've got to take more territory tonight, if only just to make all our lives easier tomorrow. Now that you saved our butts, if we could get a clear path to Olympus. Let's set some landmarks, Reyna suggests. Her eyes darken almost similar to the way Claris's do right before a battle. Annabeth reminds herself that Bellona, too, is a goddess of war, albeit a lesser-known one. Reyna certainly hides it better, but she must get the same bloodlust for battle that affect the children of Ares, too. They both survey the area around them. Annabeth lets her eyes linger on Chiron for a moment before they flit to a nearby building, if they could get to a wider road. I've got a plan, she and Reyna say in unison, turning to face each other, and after a brief moment of shocked silence, they both begin to smile. This, Annabeth thinks, matching Reyna's grin with one of her own, might turn out to be the beginning of a wonderful partnership. Hyperion's just a dick dude. The thing is, Percy understands where the animosity is coming from, even though goddamn there's a whole lot of it. But still again, he gets it. Percy was personally responsible for killing Apetus, and he definitely played a role in trapping Atlas back under the sky again. He may not have killed Krios himself, but one could argue that his death, too, comes down to Percy staying alive, like a roach scuttling into unfathomable hiding places to evade capture. Staying alive for years and years without being checked. This whole thing, their whole situation, stems from Percy catching Luke's eyes on that one day almost 10 years ago at the Empire State Building. Percy doesn't know what had drawn him to Luke. Perhaps the magic in their blood had called to each other. Perhaps something in Percy had reacted to the stolen lightning bolt. Whatever it had been that had prompted that loaded stare, it had bonded them. Luke had ordered Percy to be killed, but he'd survived. Was it luck or his will to live, or was he just meant to live, just to die at the perfect moment? A single choice shall end his days. Percy grits his teeth. This fucking prophecy, man. All of this starts from him, all of it. If Percy had just died, would it have been Kronos' victory right from the previous war? Would all demigods have been wiped from the country, and would the flame of the West have been put out for good? Percy doesn't know. All he knows is that he's still here, for better or for worse, and he's still fighting. He's going to defeat Hyperion. It's more than certainty in himself. It's more about knowing his own fate. He's destined to fight Kronos. He has been since the day he and Luke crossed paths. Hyperion's just a stone in the road he has to navigate past. The only question is how. Percy bends over backward as Hyperion's sword cuts through the air where his head had just been. It's not like it would have mattered. Now, with the curse of Achilles, no stray sword could ever pierce him. But he does not want to be bonked on the head and get a concussion, thanks. Thanks to his observation from earlier, Percy's guessing that Hyperion's flashes of light do not mix well with water. Annabeth hadn't exactly had time to give him his opponent's backstory, but Percy isn't an idiot, and he remembers, vaguely, Lupa beating this stuff into his brain as a kid. Hyperion is the Titan of the East. He's known as the Father of the Sun, and Dawn, and Dusk, maybe. Anyways, his flashes are light, but they're also heat. Given how actively they've been fighting, Percy's body temperature has risen high enough for him to be sweating, even though the air is crisp and cool tonight. Hyperion probably runs even hotter, which is how he can produce those flashes at will. This is where Percy's got the edge, though. The water acts like a reset button, and Hyperion being wet makes it harder for him to charge himself up, and that gives Percy enough time to react. Which is good, but he's got to go further than that. He's got to find a way to get Hyperion constantly doused, like he's under a waterfall or a particularly strong hose. Ideally, Percy would like to drag him underwater, just like he did with Apetus. Problem is, Hyperion's proving to be just as wily as he is strong. The Titan is barely giving Percy time to breathe, let alone think. Sharp, skilled swordplay mixed with those stupid strong bursts of pure force and his inane, irregular flashing. He's like a particularly pesky firefly, only one that radiates with the power, heat, and light of the fucking sun. He keeps sending out those gusts of power every time Percy aims a wave at him, effectively breaking it apart and ruining the effect. His feet dance, moving, always on the move, so it's hard for Percy to pin him down. It's annoying Percy to no end. Hyperion grins as he catches Riptide with his own blade, forcing a brief stalemate. My brother was right to fear you, demigod, he praises. Percy doesn't have the mental bandwidth to ask which one, but he prepared for this, you everything, and that is why he sent me. Percy presses forward, panting. He sent you to die, some brother. Hyperion laughs loudly. He sent me to kill you. You can't. Percy's never been more glad Annabeth insisted he wear his armor. Kronos isn't the only one who can take a dip in the Styx, you know. He had already assumed this wouldn't be news to the Titan, No doubt he would have received reports of previous battles, or maybe Silena had passed on the information, but Percy falters when Hyperion just smiles again. "Oh, we know," he hisses. "That might be the one thing you have in common, demigod, your weakness." The choice of wording is so bizarre, and Percy's so taken aback by this new nugget of information that he forgets he's in the middle of a battle for a split second. He recovers at once, but the hesitation had been enough. Hyperion sends Riptide flying and drops to his haunches fast as light. He kicks out at Percy's knees, forcing them to buckle, and then expels a force strong enough to send him right towards the reservoir's edge. Percy barely has time to catch a breath before Hyperion is back on him again. He struggles to get to his feet, and then with a heave forces the waters around him back towards the center of the lake, effectively cutting off Hyperion's run. Percy pushes forward, trying to focus, but his efforts don't deter him for long. Hyperion leaps, evading the growing waves, and Percy, not knowing what to do in the moment, loosens the water beneath him and ducks under the tides to dodge the blow. It's such a relief. Being fully immersed in water does wonders for both his psyche and his physical strength. The ache in his limbs fades away and his mind, miraculously, clears. He summons a surge from the depths and shoots back to the surface, coming up behind Hyperion. He would have been able to lob his head off if Hyperion hadn't let loose the flash of light again, and Percy gets hit with it full in the face. He sinks underwater again when the Titan swings, popping back up like he's in the whack-a-mole game. There are white spots clouding his vision, but he manages to create a bubble around him while he recovers. Hyperion isn't discouraged in the slightest. With bursts of power and sharp strikes from his sword, he succeeds in thinning Percy's barrier until he's forced to dispel it entirely, though he quickly fashions the blobs of water into spears of ice right before they splash down into the lake again. For the first time, the Titan begins to show signs of fatigue, which is a fucking relief because Percy's winded. Hyperion blocks the first couple of ice spears with his sword, but can't withstand the onslaught of the rest. Ice rips through his clothes and skin, drawing out shimmering drops of ichor. The sight of them heartens Percy, and he seizes the moment with everything he has left. He flings Riptide right at Hyperion's head, and the Titan is forced to deflect the spinning blade. Percy can tell he hadn't quite been expecting that, because once Riptide has sunk down into the lake, he looks at Percy like he's crazy, and then his molten gold eyes widen. To be fair, Percy probably looks like an idiot. He's waving his arms about him like he's about to perform an elaborate, moving contemporary dance number. He's aware that he probably looks insane, but he doesn't care because it's working. Water from the reservoir they're both standing on is raising into the air in beads of all sizes, making their way to Percy like he's the Pied Piper of glittering translucent marbles. Percy spins his arms around more forcefully, and the swirl of water and vapor around him builds. His entire body is throbbing with exhaustion. If there were a bed anywhere in the vicinity, Percy would faceplant into it and not move for a century. Using his powers usually drains him, but using them after getting the curse of Achilles is like going from 100% battery all the way to 0 in a matter of minutes. It's a rush of power for a while, but once it fades, he's done for. It hurts so bad, it hurts so fucking bad, but he can't let up now. The storm around him builds, a tornado, a whirlpool of thick frozen water and icy winds. It grows bigger and bigger, almost out of Percy's control, which is terrifying. It's like when he let loose that earthquake in Mount St. Helens. This is power that if he lets go of could be catastrophic. Percy forgets about Hyperion entirely and focuses on controlling the churning waters around him. Tries to focus on each tendril of liquid in motion around him. Push, then pull. Water is balanced. He's got to find his middle ground. Something under his skin tingles, and a clear voice says in his mind, tinged with relief, "Percy." And he relaxes at once. It's been a while since he heard his friend, Grover. "I don't know how you're doing that, but keep going," Grover says, and there's some reverence in his tone. "We're mobilizing around you. When I say go, I want you to throw Hyperion across to me. We'll take care of the rest." Percy's first thought is, throw Hyperion, because how the hell, oh. His hurricane is doing what hurricanes do, which is draw things in and then spit them out with twice as much force. He hadn't realized it, but he's in the center of the lake, having created a swirling, almost self-sufficient gale of wind and water around him, creating a vortex around where he stands at the eye of it all. Hyperion's been caught in the torrent, and though he's trying steadily to free himself, there's no fighting against the elements. And to Percy's pleasure, the wind keeps buffeting him around and the water crashes into him, keeping him constantly soaked. There'll be no more of those fucking flashes for a while. And then Percy thinks back to Grover's instructions and remembers, we-who. He casts his eyes around to the side of the lake. He sees Grover atop a rock, waving at him wildly. Around him, several other satyrs are offering water to a growing group of humanoid figures that seem to be tinged green, and one of them is kneeling by the waterside, holding something glittering to the lake in prayer. The golden fleece, Percy thinks, and his heart leaps when it glows with a faint power. A ripple of softness emanates from it, passing over Percy like a velveteen blanket. His fatigue doesn't disappear, but he feels healthier somehow. The storm around him doesn't slow, but it seems to flow better. Where Hyperion had been struggling to gain his footing, he now seems to be fighting off something underwater. Percy doesn't understand it until a silhouetted figure swims casually beneath his feet, startling him so bad he nearly loses his thread of control. The figure is a girl, and she waves up at him with a smile. She's got billowing dark hair and glowing eyes the same color as a still lake under the sky, and then disappears underwater, probably to hold Hyperion where he is by the legs. A naiad, Percy hasn't seen one since the last war. He glances at the fleece again, at the army of people Grover is now addressing. This time he catches the green tinge to their skin, the wooden weapons in their hands. Many of them carry lyres, like Grover. As Percy watches, more of them melt from nearby trees as though waking up from a long sleep before joining the crowd. Grover turns to Percy as though feeling his gaze. They make eye contact and Percy grins. "Okay, Percy," Grover says through their empathy link. "Are you ready?" "Gods is he," Percy nods. "Let's do this." For a long moment, it's quiet. Coyotes let the winds die as she lands and surveys him the way a pest control dude would look at a cockroach. Leo braces himself, gesturing for Hazel to get out of the way. He's got faith in his own tech, but on the off chance that Hazel's holding Frank's death stick, well, he doesn't want a repeat of last time. The stalemate seems to go on forever, and look, Leo's just a poor ADHD lil boy, okay? The silence between them is shattered as he charges forward, a rather embarrassing battle cry escaping his lips as he shoots bursts of flame at her, 5 of them in quick succession. Coyote meets his advance with calm resolve, her movements fluid and graceful as she sidesteps his fiery onslaught. With a flick of her wrist, she sends a barrage of ice shards hurtling towards him, forcing him to dodge and weave to avoid being impaled. Leo retaliates with a burst of flame, the heat of his attack melting the incoming ice shards into harmless puddles that he slips on almost immediately. Even as he recovers, Coyote is quick to counter, conjuring a blizzard that engulfs Leo in a freezing whirlwind. He grits his teeth against the biting cold, his flames flickering against the onslaught of snow and ice. Leo, he hears Hazel call. He isn't sure what happens next, but there's a sharp cracking sound, and then Coyote yells, "Curse you!" The winds slow down, and he seizes the opportunity. Determined not to be outmatched, Leo breathes hot air into his palms and rubs them together, pushing back against the blizzard with a torrent of flames. The air crackles from the clash as fire and ice collide, but with a sudden burst of speed, Coyote closes the distance between them, her movements a blur as she darts in and out of Leo's fiery attacks. There's a cut on her arm that's bleeding ichor. Hazel must have found a way to strike her when she was distracted. Coyote acts like she's not been hurt. With a graceful flourish, she delivers a series of precise strikes, her icy blade finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Leo has to roll out of the way with each one, and he gulps when he sees the ground freeze where her weapon strikes. Yeah, no way. Hazel and her pasty brother, what the hell, step in as Leo staggers back, blood trickling from a shallow wound he hadn't even noticed. "Come on," he says under his breath. Think. What's annoying is that Coyote seems to have it out for Leo in particular. She ignores Hazel and her brother, twirling in the air and riding the winds to pursue Leo, who is forced to go all out with his flames in retaliation. The battlefield becomes a maelstrom of fire and ice, and it's like the very ground is trembling beneath the strain of their clash. Leo grunts as he unleashes pillars of flame that knock her out of the sky, only for them to be extinguished by sudden blizzards that she summons with the flick of her finger. In a last, desperate gambit, Leo gets a stupid idea. He screams for Hazel to occupy the goddess and then begins to withdraw rope from his belt, which he then douses in gasoline. He makes a lasso and winces. His aim's never been his strong suit. Hazel's brother ambles over to him like he's joining him for a picnic and not for an important battle. "Are you going to try and trap her?" "Yes, no thanks to you," Leo says, irritated at the lack of help. It's not that he needs it, but not even offering is rude. What an ass. The dude raises a brow. "What's your deal anyway? You smell like death." Leo freezes. "What?" Hazel's brother finally shows an emotion. It's guilt. "Nothing." "That was not nothing," Leo screeches. "Just focus." "Don't tell me what to do." Leo looks back at where, thank the gods, Hazel's doing a really good job forcing Coyote's attention on her. She charges forward, her sword flashing, and Coyote meets her advance with her own blade shimmering with an icy brilliance. With a deafening clash, their swords meet in a final, decisive blow. Hazel's knees shake, but it's enough that Coyote's stopped moving. Leo throws the rope. He misses so spectacularly it's almost funny. Leo should have spent more time in Bunker 7, like, for real. He needs to get some one-on-one classes, maybe after the war. The rope lands awkwardly between Leo and Coyote, who bats Hazel's blade away with a screech of laughter. This is the best you've got. Yes, Leo tries. Surprise. Hazel's brother sighs. Do I have to do everything around here? Leo blinks and the dude is just gone. What the fuck, he screeches, but Hazel must understand something Leo doesn't because she springs into action. She throws her sword at Coyote like it's a spear, and when the goddess is forced to redirect its path with a flurry of snow, Hazel brings up the ground around her, almost like an anthill. Coyote shrieks and tries to use the winds to get away again, but Hazel's unstoppable once she's got a good hold of her opponent. Her brother chooses that exact moment to reappear where the rope is. He grabs the noose, vanishes again, and reappears behind Coyote, who is too surprised to even react. He drops the lasso around her, tightens it around her waist, and then waves his hand like, "Get on with it, idiot." Leo may be an idiot, but he isn't an idiot that wastes an opportunity. He lets his hands catch fire. The flames travel down the length of the rope. Leo almost feels bad about the scream the goddess lets out. It's unholy, almost like nails down a chalkboard, and he has to drop the rope in favor of covering his ears. He's pleased to see that at least Hazel's asshole brother is similarly affected, though. Dick. The flames extinguish eventually, and Leo picks himself off the ground shakily, joining Hazel and her brother where they've got both their weapons aimed right at Coyote's throat. Coyote growls when Leo approaches. "Oh, how I'd love to wipe that smug expression off your face, son of Hephaestus. Call off these brats and face me alone if you dare." No, Leo says. That would be like the stupidest move ever. A win's a win, lady, just face it. Your storm was no match for my fire. He wiggles his fingertips, feigning confidence. "You think that was the storm?" Coyote laughs derisively, her eyes blazing with anger. "You have no idea about the storm that's coming for you all." She glances at Nico and Hazel, who, to their credit, falter only slightly. Leo feels himself getting colder. Gods, can't he have 1 minute without being reminded of his stupid prophecy? Coyote's eyes bore into his. "Prometheus told us all, you know, not to worry about you, since you're soon going to get what you deserve." It feels like she's using her powers again, because Leo's blood is turning to ice. A bead of sweat travels down the back of his neck. "Shut up," he says. Hazel gives him a worried look. "And you know what?" Coyote hisses. "You all deserve what's coming. The gods deserve it." She laughs again. "What, do they think you're going to save them? You?" She throws her head back with a screech and a grin, hair flying. "You aren't seeing tomorrow." "Shut up," Leo says, louder this time. "I'm telling you, lady, one more time." "Or what?" the goddess trills. "What can you possibly?" She doesn't get to finish her sentence. Leo's punched a scorching hole right through her heart. Turns out ice melts real fast once you break through it. Leo rubs his fist while Hazel fusses over him. It's nice to have her around again, but he's distracted and a little ashamed that he'd lost his temper the way he had. Coyote had really had it coming, but he isn't proud of losing control like that. It's just the prophecy, his prophecy. He'd looked at Coyote's storm and thought, this is it. But of course Leo wouldn't get that lucky. Of course he's have to confront the fear he's been harboring in the deep recesses of his mind, for if he's being honest, months now. It's been months of bad dreams and living in denial. Seems he's got less than a day to come to terms with this. Wonderful, just wonderful. "What was that?" Hazel asks shakily. What was she even going on about? She studies his face, eyes glinting like celestial bronze. Her hair's a mess and she looks a little thinner, but overall she looks fine and Leo's glad for it. He gives her a one-armed hug. "Leo," Hazel says again, frowning, "what was that?" "That was the Leo masterclass," Leo says shakily. "You're welcome." Hazel's brother shoots him an unimpressed look. "You barely did anything." "Nico," Hazel scolds. She turns to Leo. "Please don't listen to anything he says." "I won't," Leo says. Only he's thinking of Nico had said earlier, about Leo reeking of death. Once glance at Nico confirms he's thinking the same thing. Leo wants to ask more, but he isn't sure he wants to know. Or maybe he already knows, and he doesn't want some rando to confirm it. "You aren't seeing tomorrow," Coyote mocks in his mind. Well then, Leo thinks, braver than he feels. Well then, he's going to have to make the most of today, isn't he? A simple fix for a complex problem, but then most solutions are simple. It's a good thing Leo's always been a good problem solver. Come on, he tells Hazel, trying for a smile. Let's go join the others. Percy's never understood what it's like to be drunk on power, at least not until now. He feels like Zeus. There's a hurricane around him, water and vapor roaring around him in an endless spiral that starts and ends with him. Lightning flashes at his feet. With every step he takes, more water from the lake joins the flow. Percy feels like his entire body is full of electricity. He doesn't know if his eyes are capable of glowing, but if they were, then they would be. Hyperion doesn't stand a chance. The Titan's body keeps trying to restart the glow and failing, even as Percy pushes him slowly to where Grover and the army of nature spirits are waiting. Grover doesn't look afraid, but he must be hiding it well, because the rest of the dryads and satyrs look like they're shitting their pants. Percy can only imagine what he must look like in this moment. Is it bad that he kind of enjoys it? Get him to land, Grover says. We'll take care of it from there. Percy feels more powerful and more tired with every single push forward. His vision begins to blur, and his hands have been shaking for a while now. The water gives him energy, then takes it away, and back again, this endless feedback loop that's such a contrast that it's making his head spin. Finally, Percy pushes Hyperion onto land and the storm dies. He falls to the ground, eyes watering, lips chapped. When he presses his hands to his nose, his fingers come back coated in blood. He can't move. He doesn't think he can ever move again. Hyperion evidently had been waiting for this. He scrambles to his feet, looking a bit like a drowned rat, and stalks towards Percy, his body flickering like a light bulb about to go out. A sword materializes in his hands. Percy couldn't summon Riptide if he tried, he's that tired. As Hyperion bears down upon him with a snarl, Percy thinks, wow, was I really so arrogant to think that I'd survive this? He waits for the inevitable clash of metal against his skin, but nothing comes. He'd shut his eyes in preparation for the blow, but when it doesn't arrive, he opens them again, only to find a bizarre sight waiting for him. Hyperion's stuck. Vines are curling around him, his arms and feet and around his neck, and his eyes are popping out and the veins in his limbs are bulging. Through the white noise in his ear comes a melody, something deep and sad, something that sounds like the birds and the bees and the plants and the trees are all in mourning, something so painful that it brings tears to Percy's eyes. It's like realizing you lost something that had slipped from you so slowly you hadn't even noticed you were losing it, until you're all alone in the world, feeling bereft and lonely, and as though there's a hole in your chest. It's like realizing that there's nobody there for you anymore. And Percy's transported back to lost moments spent with his mother, in his old childhood bedroom and on the streets of Manhattan, on park benches and on the beach at Montauk, the sea foam spilling around him and splashing against their laughs. In this song, Percy sees his mom's smile, Bianca's kind eyes, and Jason's golden hair. He sees years spent huddled up in bushes and nights spent up in trees. He sees himself standing alone on Olympus, blood splattered on the tiles. Every nature spirit, including Grover, is playing their instrument of choice. Strings and plucked and flutes whistle so sorrowfully, a haunting song that must be what nature must have been feeling all these years without her spirits to spread her joy. The ringing in Percy's head slows to a dull thrum as he listens, his entire body loosening up like he's a melting candle. He feels sad, sleepy. This song feels like something is coming to an end at long last. He watches through watery eyes as the roots and vines take hold in the ground, twisting and turning and living and growing, curling into a tree right before Percy's eyes. It's a glorious sight. Hyperion dies a quiet death, almost in direct contradiction to how he'd lived. Bright and flashy, he'd been a force to be reckoned with. Now he breathes his last, cocooned by a tree that truly blends into the woods, no different than any other. And when his entire body has been engulfed by fresh bark and the tree stops growing at last, the army around Percy joins hands and bow to Pan. It's what he deserves, Percy hears them say. It's vindication at long last, a win for nature. Percy tries to stand but crashes into something or someone. Warm arms circle him and hold him tight. Sleep, comes Grover's soothing tone. You've done enough today, Percy, now sleep. And so Percy does. It feels like something he deserves, too. This is the beginning of the end. Hazel is restless. She sits down, stands up, paces around the room. Luckily for her, the hall they're in is a lovely one with lots of things to be distracted by. The plaza, Leo had informed her, is one of New York's oldest and finest hotels, known for attracting tons of famous demigods. Hazel's just glad to have a bed to sleep in. They're in a dining hall right now, or at least it used to be a dining hall. The Greeks must have clearly repositioned the tables and chairs to make it more of a war room during their time here. They're already setting things up like they're familiar, setting maps on tabletops and dragging more chairs in a circle. Hazel looks around. There's tons of people here that she doesn't know, more and more senior demigods filtering from an adjacent hall, arms laden with unhealthy food. Gods, she'd give anything right now, anything, for a bowl of hot shrimp gumbo, but she accepts the bag of chips Frank passes to her with a smile. Hazel takes a seat next to Frank, who grabs her hand even while still talking to Gwen, who Hazel recognizes from her brief visit to New Rome. They're talking about some part of the battle she'd been away for, recounting it with enthusiasm that Hazel's too tired to muster or even fake. She stifles a yawn behind her hand and smiles at Leo, who's a few chairs away, his arm around Piper's shoulders. She takes a look around the room. She sees Leo's big brother Jake with a couple of his other siblings clustered in one part of the room, probably doing inventory on weapons. Hazel sees a Roman officer join them and ask a question that has them all hastily scrawling something in their notebooks. Octavian, Reyna, and a couple of other centurions are all holding council a little further away. Hazel finds her eyes fixed on the eagle, which is still in Octavian's possession, and once again she wishes it were with her instead. She has half a mind to ask Frank to get it back, but she quickly averts her gaze when Octavian's beady little eyes find hers. Annabeth's in a distant corner, getting her bandages redone by a harried-looking blonde who must be a child of Apollo. Hazel sees his mouth bend into a frown as he removes her old bandages, dripping in blood. Annabeth and Hazel wince as they drop to the floor, forming a sopping pile of blood and cloth. Hazel can't see her wound, but she knows it must be bad from the stricken look on the healer's face. Grover enters the room with a red-headed girl whom he immediately directs towards Chiron. In his wheelchair, Chiron's far less intimidating than he is when he's in full centaur mode, and he shakes the girl's hand with a benevolent smile. Once Annabeth's got her bandages fixed, she joins the trio and crosses her arms over her chest as the redhead assaults her with what must be a rapid-fire stream of information. There's a flashback building on the edge of Hazel's consciousness, and she struggles to fight it off, focusing on Frank and Gwen, now joined by several other Roman soldiers who are fully engrossed in their conversation. Hazel looks at Frank's smile sheepishly as he shows them his transformation abilities with the hand not clutching hers, and pride blooms in her chest when the Romans ooh and ah at the display. She squeezes his hand, then releases it, making her way over to Leo and Piper, who smile wearily at her as she drags a chair over to sit in front of them. "Hey, Hazel," Piper murmurs. She doesn't look great. There are bags under her eyes and she's lost a lot of weight, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out why. Hazel immediately reaches out and grabs her hand. We heard about Jason," she says, and Piper's gaze drops at the same. "Piper, I don't even have words to say how sorry I am. I wish," she doesn't even know what to say, "I wish he were still alive. I wish I could bring him back. Nothing feels like enough." But Piper, ever the empath, seems to understand. She exhales and tries to smile. "Thanks, babe, I wish too." Leo presses a kiss to her forehead and winks at Hazel. He doesn't look too shaken up from the tough battle versus Chione, although Hazel hasn't quite forgotten the pained, shocked look he'd gotten when the goddess had hissed out that final sentence about the final storm or whatnot. She wants to bring it up to him, but it doesn't seem like the time. "Look at Mr. Popular over there," Leo whistles, and Hazel turns, giggling when she sees Frank surrounded by a gaggle of Greeks and Romans alike, taking requests to transform into all kinds of different creatures. She knows he's probably tired out of his mind, and that this too is probably taking a lot out of him, but she listens to the laughter when he turns into a baby bunny and can't help but smile. "How have you been?" she asks Leo. "Come on, give me the gossip." Leo's eyes brighten. "You want the deets." "Spill the tea." Leo had taught her this phrase a while ago, and she's glad she remembered to use it, if only to catch the look of unbridled joy that flashes across his expression. "I've been making sphere upgrades because I'm a genius," he informs her. "And what else? Oh, Percy and Annabeth finally got their act together." He makes a kissy face. "About damn time. They were driving everyone insane with all that sexual tension." "Did they really?" Hazel twists around to find Annabeth again, who's talking to Reyna now but notices her and waves. Hazel waves back, feeling giddy for her friends. "Oh, I'm so glad." "They did the nasty in Percy's old apartment," Leo divulges. Piper, who had remained silent through all this, finally gives in with a snort. "We didn't do anything of the sort." Annabeth, who's walked up behind Hazel, reaches over Hazel's curls to pinch Leo's nose, letting go only when he begins to whine nasally. "Leo, stop spreading rumors." Annabeth, Hazel stands up to give the other girl a hug, taking care not to press too hard against the wound she'd seen earlier. Annabeth pats her puffy hair affectionately. "It's so good to see you," she says, tired but relieved. You and Frank saved our asses by getting to the Romans, and Reina said you got some super important artifact that's done wonder for morale. She raises a brow. That's good stuff. Queen behavior, Leo hoots. Slay. I did slay many monsters, Hazel allows. That's not what I, Leo sighs. We'll work on it. Where's Percy? Hazel asks. Oh, and I'm so happy for you both, by the way. I thank you, there's not much to be happy about. I'll fully accept your congrats when this war's all said and done, Annabeth stammers, her cheeks flushing with color. And Percy's probably passed out right now. I didn't see his fight with Hyperion, but Grover said he basically had to pull out every trick in the book to beat him. Plus, with the curse of Achilles, he tires out super quick. Curse OFOH, yes, Hazel remembers. Nico mentioned. She glances around the room, doing a double take when she sees Nico talking to or arguing with the blonde healer that had been working on Annabeth before. She smirks as the healer grows more and more animated, and Nico crosses his arms in defiance. She isn't close enough to hear them, but she'd bet her life that Nico is refusing treatment, which isn't the best move, but definitely one that's in character. Hey, she asks the group, as more people arrive and take their seats and she finds she still can't see them. I've been meaning to ask, where's Charles and Silena? She knows the answer immediately when the three of them exchange silent glances. Leo's expression grows sad while Piper's darkens. Annabeth's the one to confirm what she already knows. Beckendorf, he died the first night of battle, and Silena yesterday. They both, well, Beckendorf risked his life to blow up the bridge that prevented a portion of our army from being overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Hazel, I know you two really bonded. She'd expected it, but the blow doesn't feel any softer. Hazel swallows, processing this. The itching feeling that precedes tears feels concentrated right behind her eye sockets, and she wipes away the few drops that build. That sounds like him, she says thickly. He would do anything to save everyone. Yeah, Leo murmurs. I never got it before, but he doesn't elaborate, but smiles and shakes his head when Piper looks up at his questioningly. Annabeth shoots him a curious look, but is distracted by Reina calling the meeting to order at long last. Frank, who's broken free from his peers, joins Hazel on her other side, nodding at Leo and pressing a hand to Piper's shoulder along the way. Hazel still feels numb from the news about Charles, so she accepts Frank's hug when Leo whispers the news to him. Gods, she thinks, looking at their group of haggard-looking demigods gathered around in a loose circle. How many people have they lost so far, and how many more are they going to lose before this is all said and done? She swallows. That's a dangerous path to tread on. She isn't sure if she's ready to just yet. There's a quick round of introductions. Hazel has to apologize before giving hers, as she'd spent most of her time at Bunker 9 posing as a child of Demeter only to spill the beans after being agitated by Octavian. There are gasps of "I knew it" from Katie and Miranda, but beyond some wide-eyed looks from the others, nobody comments on it. Nico, who's hiding in a shadowed corner, makes a face when she motions for him to join them. Nobody seems to notice him except for Reina, Annabeth, and the healer from before, who introduces himself as Will Solace. Well, for starters, Annabeth begins, thank you guys for joining us. There's scattered laughter. Octavian narrows his eyes like he isn't sure of it being a joke or an insult, but Frank tides it over by responding with, better late than never, am I right? Which Annabeth agrees with enthusiastically. The monsters were on our asses and you saved us right in time, she says, smiling at Frank gratefully. It's great to meet you after this long and wonderful to have your support. She turns to Reina. You haven't lost your touch one bit battle-wise. We're grateful that you managed to hold the fort for this long, Reina returns warmly. We're sorry about the delay, but it was beyond our control. Chronos time magic is not something you want to get stuck in. We're lucky that thanks to your spheres, she finds Leo and holds hers up. We were almost always in contact with Grover, who gave us the updates we needed to get here. Any time, Grover says amicably. It's all awfully friendly, which is a little weird but still nice, Hazel supposes. She isn't sure how much Annabeth and Reina know each other or like each other, but they seem to at least have mutual respect and aren't afraid to show it. She figures that it's probably to set an example. Greeks and Romans usually aren't too friendly, but both camps respect their leaders and they'll follow them, even if they don't want to. Case in point, there's a large, buff girl glaring at Octavian with forget daggers. She's using just about every weapon ever created to pierce him with her eyes, but Annabeth mouths something at her, and she settles down with a scoff. Darn, Hazel thinks, impressed. Now that's power. Reina gets things rolling with updates from the Romans' end. She quickly talks about their journey to New York and updates from her sister about Typhon. They haven't heard anything from the Amazons and hunters since entering New York, of course, because apparently Chronos' magic is just rude like that. But Reina informs them, grimness in her tone, that it's only a matter of time before Typhon reaches the city. and if he does, we'll be outmatched in every way, she completes. So, if anyone has any ideas. There's silence around the circle. Hazel catches Nico's gaze, who shakes his head as though saying, not now. Finally, Leo clears his throat. Leave Typhon to me. Piper sits bolt upright. What? Look, Festus and I can take him, Leo assures her. Someone's got to teach this dumb giant to pick on enemies his own size. Annabeth clears her throat. Leo, Typhon's probably 5 times bigger than you, at the least. But with Festus, I'll be able to look him right in the eye as I burn him to the ground. Leo does the eye-to-eye motion, grinning at Annabeth's unimpressed stare. Relax, I'm not gonna go do anything reckless. Promise, he looks at Piper as he says this. Look, if he enters the city limits, I'll just fly on over. He flaps imaginary wings, drops some good old Greek fire. He makes a whoosh noise, and then bada bing bada boom. We've got ourselves some nice big giant ashes to dive into once he's dead. He wipes his hands and pats himself on the back as though congratulating himself on work well done. Easy. No, says Annabeth deadpan without even hesitating. No, that kind of fire would swallow up the hunters, the Amazons, and you right with it. It's suicide, no. Raina, who isn't familiar enough with Leo to be mean to him, says delicately, no burning anyone. Let's table that for now. Party poopers, Leo says, smiling, but Hazel notices it doesn't reach his eyes. Okay, I know we're all tired, so let's make this quick, Annabeth says briskly. Her blonde hair falls into her eyes as she glances around at the tired postures around the circle. Tomorrow, or tonight actually, is August 17. We've done incredibly well so far in gaining territory. Nissa, who Hazel remembers from Bunker 9 as one of Charles and Leo's siblings, steps forward and sets down a roughly sketched map of New York City down on the floor. Everyone leans toward it as she neatly marks captured land, and there is clapping when she indicates just how close they've come to the Empire State Building, Olympus. We're so close, Raina says, eyes gleaming. Tomorrow, we just need to break through into the building itself. If the battle starts at sunset, right? If the battle starts at sunset, let's say 6 p.m., that gives us 6 hours to win. 6 hours is a little too on the nose here, Chiron says, and Raina inclines her head to him out of respect, not protesting the interruption. If Percy has to fight and defeat Kronos, we'll have to get him to Olympus before the clock strikes midnight, preferably giving him as much time as possible to do what he needs to do. What is this? Leo murmurs. Cinderella, Frank snorts under his breath. Hazel pinches his arm. Why 6 hours? Gwen asks, raising her hand. I mean, don't the battles end at sunrise? That's more like 12 hours, maybe even 14. Today's the 17th, Annabeth reminds everyone, looking around the circle severely. Percy turns 21 tomorrow. For the prophecy to come true, Percy needs to come of age, meaning he needs to be alive. She swallows, appearing uncomfortable suddenly. Hazel shoots her a sympathetic glance. It can't be easy talking about Percy probably dying when she's only just got to have him. Raina takes pity on her, so he needs to be alive at midnight. And preferably forever after that, Annabeth murmurs, almost unconsciously, like she doesn't realize she's speaking out loud. Leo does a long, suggestive whistle, and it breaks the tension. Red-cheeked, she throws a cookie at him, and everyone else, even the Romans, dissolve into laughter. So that gives us 6 hours, Raina continues when the tittering slows down. Before it's D-Day at last, comes a voice, and everyone turns, stricken at first, to see Percy leaning heavily against the doorframe, eyes bloodshot and hair standing up in a million directions. He looks like he hasn't slept in days, which might actually be true, and as Hazel watches on, unsure of whether or not to help him, he staggers forward wincing to stand beside Annabeth, who leans towards him at once, propping him against her like he's no more than a cardboard cutout. You should be asleep, Grover says severely. Hyperion took a lot out of you. No more than he took out of you, Percy says heavily. He glances around the circle. Besides, tomorrow's the last day of battle. I should be here, seeing as it pretty much all comes down to me, right? Nobody argues with that. Percy shrugs in a very blasé, told-you-so way, but there's a tightness to his jaw that indicates just how scared he is at the idea of his possible death. Hazel relates. She relates a lot. She squeezes Frank's hand, stifling a throaty cough. If she closes her eyes, she knows the flashback will overtake her. Soil in her windpipe, rocks falling on her frail body, crushing her to smithereens. Kronos will be waiting for us up there, Annabeth murmurs, low but still audible, effectively ending Hazel's spiral. Tomorrow we have one goal and one goal only: clear a path for Percy to get up there. The enemy's grown desperate, and with Hyperion gone now, they don't have a real leader commanding the troops on ground. They'll be doing everything they can to stop us. I expect hundreds, if not thousands of them to be waiting for our attack. We'll be ready, Reyna promises, but what makes you sure Kronos won't be on the battlefield? Annabeth looks caught off guard. She bites her lip and admits, I don't know, to be honest. It's just that's how it was last time. Thalia and I were up on Olympus alone when he stormed the throne room. He didn't bring any backup at all. I figured it was a pride thing. He wanted to topple the gods and Thalia himself. She cuts herself off, swallowing hard at what must be an enormous lump in her throat. Percy puts his hand on her shoulder. I agree, chimes in Chiron somber. Kronos is the type to rely on himself and himself only. With his brothers gone, his kin all dead, he won't care what his monsters do. All he wants is power, which he intends to take for himself through any means. He looks around them all, making eye contact with every individual in the room, and Hazel has to try not to flinch when his wise old gaze lands on her. I agree with you, Annabeth, although I wouldn't say it was a pride thing, more arrogance. He'll be alone, Percy agrees. This, the mistranslation of the prophecy, me surviving the hit Luke put out on me when I was a kid, evading capture, killing 2 of this brothers, it's all been for a reason. His fist clenches around Riptide's pen form, which Hazel hadn't noticed him withdrawing. I've been a thorn in his side for 20 years. This is personal. He'll want to kill me himself. Everyone is silent while this sinks in. Annabeth's eyes are shut. Hazel looks at how her mouth barely wobbles and wonders if this is how Sammy Valdez forced himself to stay strong after her death, 1,000,000 trillion bajillion years ago. So we get Percy to Olympus, Leo offers, voice determined, and all eyes turn to him. But then what? And what happened to Typhon? We might have the upper hand right now, but if Typhon shows up, we're all done for. No updates from the Amazons, Reyna confirms, voice tight, but we're in a bubble in this city. We have to assume that the hunters, Amazons, and Grover's nature spirits are merely delaying the giant, not stopping him. We'll have to be prepared for anything. Okay, but let's think positively here for a sec. Say Percy beats Kronos, Leo says, with a broad grin that somehow manages to lift Hazel's desolate spirits. Say we win the war, then what? Do the gods magically appear and give us our laurels? The thrones, Octavian chimes in unexpectedly. He turns his chin up at the attention. They're the sources of the gods' powers, yes, could we restore them? The throne room has probably been trashed, Annabeth says slowly, but that's a good point. Leo crosses his arms. Restoring those will take days, feels a little anticlimactic. The thrones aren't the gods' sources of power, Chiron chimes in, a smile pulling at his lips. They're the gods' seats of power, they're symbols of otherworldliness. Their source of power has always been you. They're children, demigods. He looks around at them with a smile, so warm and fatherly that Hazel oddly feels like crying. Haven't you noticed that there's magic in your touch, your blood? It's what draws monsters to you. It's what opens up pathways where there is nothing, unlock powers that you may not have known existed within yourself. Why do you think Kronos wants to wipe you out so desperately? He reaches out and grabs Piper's hand, who stands next to him. She starts at the contact and stares at him, and she must see something in his kind gaze because her eyes fill with tears and spill silently over like a calm waterfall. Through you, the gods live on. It is you who helps them cling to existence. It is you who keep their hope alive. It is you who light the flame that keeps their souls burning. Flame, Leo says. He turns to Frank, his eyes lighting up, and together they exclaim, the flame of the West. Precisely, Chiron says, nodding like a proud teacher, which Hazel supposes he is. The gods go where the flame goes, and it's still here. He lets the words settle over them. It's still here, and that means that however much Kronos tries, he cannot put it out completely. It means that there's still hope. So we light the flame on Olympus, Annabeth surmises, a weird glint in her eye. Chiron, on Olympus, there was a hearth right at the middle of the throne room. I never saw anyone there but Hestia. Well done, Chiron praises like a proud teacher, and Annabeth flushes, pleased. Percy rolls his eyes, but the smile on his face is fond. Around them, everyone seems to be slowly relaxing, happy for Chiron's optimism. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, he explains. While the flame lingers, so does she, and she has always been the glue that has kept the gods united. If Hestia returns, so do the gods, and that will mean the day has been won. His eyes crinkle. Of course, I do not mean this will be easy. It will likely be the hardest fight of your life. I'm getting used to those, Percy says, scrubbing a hand across his face. I believe in you, Chiron says, looking round at them. I believe in you all. Like you said, Percy Jackson, everything thus far has happened for a reason. 2 years ago, I never would have dreamed to be here amongst a group of powerful, capable, wonderful demigods again. I often wondered why I was still alive. His hand, still holding Piper's, squeezes tightly. I see now that I was meant to guide a new generation to victory. Redemption, perhaps, seeing as I could not save the old. But although many lives were lost, and I will never see my old students again, I am honored to be amongst their half-brothers and sisters once more. He raises a hand to his heart, gesturing in a familiar way that Hazel somehow immediately understands as a code of honor. Faith, brotherhood. A tear slips down her cheek unbidden, and she isn't quite sure why. All she knows is that she's tired, and it feels like she's come to the end of a long, long journey. The path behind her has been one filled with thorns, and the way ahead isn't clear, but she is relieved to be here at the end of the day. Chin up, Frank whispers, although his voice is thick. Around them, everyone is hugging and crying and holding hands, Greeks and Romans alike, because it's just such a bittersweet feeling. All of them, she supposes, are feeling the same feeling of finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, only they don't know what waits for them on the other side. Whatever the outcome of this battle is, Hazel thinks, at least they'll finally be free. Without meaning to, she makes eye contact with Nico, who looks so sorrowful, so pained that she has to look away. Her heart, which had sunk a little into her chest, now seems to fall even further. There's a tough conversation to be had, she knows, and it's better had sooner rather than later. Let's give them the fight of our lives tomorrow, Reyna vows. We're going to give Percy his chance to beat the fuck out of Kronos. We're not going to let a single monster stop us. I'll do my best, Percy jokes in response, holding 2 thumbs up to scattered laughs. Grover gives him a mock-affronted shove and says, "Come on, you can do better than that." "We know what we have to do," Annabeth says, raising her hands for silence and giving Percy a severe look. "So, for now, let's take a break before the battle begins tonight. Talk to your troops, tell them the plan, grab something to eat, try to sleep," she pauses, "spend time with the people you love." There's a lull in the air. Hazel sees Percy grab Annabeth's hand, and the touch seems to give her strength. She takes another breath. "Good night, everyone," Annabeth says, her gray eyes glassy. "And if I don't see you again before the battle begins," here her voice cracks, "goodbye and good luck. It was an honor fighting beside you." Leo broods alone on a balcony overlooking a lovely little park and gazes at the storm clouds with dread building in his heart. He's always wondered what his destiny was, ever since Ella had mumbled that line of his prophecy to him back in Portland. To rout the storm, the fire must fall. Well, now he knows what it means. The lightning storms in his dreams, Kyone's final jab as she died, Typhon's awakening, it all makes sense. Annabeth had been right during the meeting, they've fought admirably. But none of that's going to matter if Typhon gets to them, and Leo's pretty certain the hunters and Amazons aren't going to slow him down for long. That's Leo's job. He only wishes he hadn't proclaimed his intentions in front of everyone else. He'd seen the stricken look on Piper's face when he'd even suggested it. That makes things complicated. He leans his head against the railing and curses under his breath. Like, fuck dude, how'd it come to this? Prometheus had laughed in his face the last time they'd met. He'd made all these snide comments about the storm that was coming. He'd jeered at Leo's obvious fear. And it's real, Leo's fear, that is. He's shaking in his boots, shitting bricks, the whole 9 yards. He can't even sleep. He's so full of adrenaline now that his mind's relayed the message to the rest of his body. Beep, beep, the storm is coming and you're going to have to die to stop it. Beep, beep, red alert. Prometheus had said the storm was coming sooner than later. Kyone had said something along those same lines. Leo lifts his gaze to the grayness in the sky building on the edge of the city and groans again. Rough day, huh? Footsteps indicate that Leo isn't alone anymore, and when he looks up, Percy's thrown himself onto one of the lounge chairs behind him. He sighs around a smile when Leo meets his gaze and raises a hand half-heartedly, like it's hurting him to do so. "Not as much as yours," Leo observes. Percy looks like he's been run over by a tank. He looks sad and thin and tired, eyes drooping and limbs hanging loose, like bits of string tied from a puppet. "You killed a goddess," Percy says, stretching. His green eyes look duller, like moss rather than a shiny turquoise gemstone. He runs a hand through his hair, messing it up even worse. "That's pretty rough." "It wasn't hard," Leo says. "Fire and rock always beat ice, and besides, you killed a titan." Percy settles back in the chair and closes his eyes. Water beats fire, or light, whichever, and Grover did most of it. "Doesn't mean you didn't help." Percy says quietly. "I'd argue more, but I'm too tired to." "You really should sleep," Leo says, and it truly comes from a place of concern, not just because he wants to be alone and think about his imminent death. "No offense, dude, but you look like you're on your deathbed." It's a little bit of a tasteless joke, especially since Percy, too, has a prophecy that seems to be predicting his death that will also come to fruition tomorrow, but the son of Poseidon actually throws his head back to laugh. Leo smiles at the sound, almost unconsciously. It's a silly little joy of his, he guesses, making people laugh. It's always made him feel wanted, feel like a part of the group. Every group of friends needs a funny one, and that's Leo. It makes him happy to know that despite all his worldly woes, Percy needs a funny one sometimes, too. I feel like I'm on my deathbed, Percy agrees. And I'll go sleep, I swear. Annabeth'll kill me if she sees me awake, but I saw you out here and you looked all pensive, which isn't like you, so I came to ask if there was anything on your mind. He leans forward. So this is me asking, anything on your mind, Leo? Life, Leo says honestly. Somehow being a day away from possibly everything ending really helps put things in perspective, huh? Percy smiles, his eyes gain some of that shine again. For sure, I've been having crisis after crisis for what feels like a year now. You'd think that would make me numb to it all, but nope, not even a little bit. He gazes over at the storm clouds in the distance, a frown pulling down the corners of his lips. The storm comes from the west, huh? What? Nothing, Percy shakes his head. Well, nothing yet. Rachel had some vision about a storm coming from the west, but that's literally all we know. Leo almost laughs, as if he didn't know he was going to die already. Now their temporary oracle's gone and predicted it, too. Joy. Percy sighs, unaware of his inner turmoil. Man, I hate prophecies. Agreed, Leo murmurs passionately. 4 to 5.